to subdue the ancient sects that have persisted for a century. Every night, you journey through the river of time to elevate your existence. Yet, just as you uncover a means to achieve everlasting tranquility, the daughter of the sect unjustly charges you with trespassing into your junior sister's quarters. The daughter of the sect has tainted your intrusion into the sanctum of a younger sister, even collaborating with others in a bid to forcibly extricate you from the sect. Cognizant of the deceit that resides within the souls of humanity, you find yourself reluctant to squander your words. Without a moment's pause, you conjure forth a communication stone of celestial caliber. This document constitutes the accord between yourself and the esteemed elder. Should you face a daunting obstacle, you may compel him from his solitude by means of force. At that precise instant, a whip-like shadow appeared to slice through the very essence of space, shattering the communication stone in your grasp with a thunderous clamor. Though I remain oblivious to the tactics you utilize to enchant my father, now that I have taken the reins of the seven sects, I shall no longer afford you the chance to pervert the truth. Upon observing the spectacle, you are engulfed by fury, yet you chuckle with a sense of irony. As for myself, I remain steadfast in my convictions. What is it that you seek? Ling Huang's gaze, piercing as a sword, conveys the edict of our esteemed leader, a declaration for the entire sect, disciples from the rear mountain, Qin Shi, of dubious integrity, usurping the hallowed grounds of cultivation, pilfering the treasures of the sect leader, and instigating strife within the hearts of men. From this day onward, you shall never tread upon the sacred soil of the Ling Tian sect again. You have cast me out from the order. A shadow of sorrow resides within your soul. 100 years passed, I was shunned by the Qin lineage. It was Ling Wuji who extended an invitation to me and embraced me with genuine warmth. In the preceding century, my town has meticulously preserved the sanctity of our community. As I articulate these words, you elevate your gaze, a malevolent smile curling at the edges of your lips. Ling Huang, do you comprehend that without my unwavering vigilance, the hinterland sanctuaries would inevitably spiral into disarray? Ling Huang chuckled softly, her chin slightly elevated, radiating an aura of imperious silence. Her derisive gaze mirrored that of one who regards a mere jester, apathetic to the antics unfolding before her. She continued, "Indeed, the Grand District lies in ambush. This is the most profound secret of the Ling Tian sect, a truth unbeknownst even to the elders. For, should this information come to light, it would undoubtedly provoke turmoil among the disciples." Qin inhaled deeply and gravely proclaimed, "Should I venture forth from this Ling Tian sect today, it represents an absolute rupture between you and your father, as well as with the sect. In the event that the sect encounters dire threats in the future, I shall not extend my assistance to you." Ling Huang gestured with impatience, preparing to depart. Her form mirrored that of an exceptionally haughty peacock. "Senior brother Qin, there is no necessity for you to accompany me." Su Huai and his disciples shared a knowing glance, a brief yet unmistakable glimmer of calculated intrigue passing between them. You smiled and nodded, then elegantly gestured with your sleeve and departed with poise. Why does he not exhibit anger? Su Huai's countenance abruptly grew somber. How can he maintain such composure? "Senior brother Su, once Qin departs, this secluded training ground nestled in the rear mountains shall be ours. What significance does it hold?" Junior brother Han Chen asked, perplexed. Su Huai cast a fleeting glance, a gentle sigh escaping his lips before he turned to take his leave. "To the pinnacle of wrath, you have consistently excelled in your assessments. In your gaze, they are but a collective fated for obscurity. Whether it be the advent of the great region or the resurgence of Ling Wujin, there exists but one singular path, and their fate shall inevitably be intertwined. How might a sovereign of a realm embody a benevolent disposition? Given Ling Wuji's merciless nature, one is likely to confront the stark reality of the terror that permeates this world. Furthermore, the revered land for cultivation, in their perception, is undeniably a sanctified realm for practice. Yet, perched upon this lofty summit resides the treacherous domain of the sect, a place rarely visited, even by the esteemed Ling Wuji, who completely eschews it. It is indeed preposterous. A deluge descends, pouring forth like a waterfall from the heavens to the earth, slowly enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of mist. Your pace accelerates. as the veil of rain withdraws alongside you. Droplets glimmer like celestial bodies poised in the atmosphere. Master of the Qin dynasty, a disciple fervently exclaimed. A newly ascended emperor introduces a cadre of ministers. One must exercise caution, as hasty actions may imperil one's future within the sect. Additionally, there are disciples who intercede, cautioning against such imprudence. Nevertheless, Senior Brother Qin has extended his assistance during our moments of distress. A sense of anxiety and unease is unmistakably evident in the tone of voice. He took the initiative to rescue us, although we never sought his assistance. Another voice maintained its composure, radiating an aura of inevitability. You remain untouched by such discourse, your gait steadfast and determined. Perhaps his act of salvation was simply a means of self-aggrandizement. Once this notion was articulated, it quickly received the endorsement of the majority of the disciples, and the discomfort within their consciences gradually faded away. The rain escalates with a fierce intensity, raging like an unrelenting deluge. You grip your fists firmly, to the extent that your fingertips become pallid. Is this truly the order to which you have pledged your allegiance? It is in fact quite absurd. No longer in doubt, you set forth with steadfast determination, departing without a hint of yearning, dissolving into the distance beyond the magnificent gates, transmuting into a solitary silhouette amidst the expanse of existence. Meanwhile, in the profound recesses of a secluded forest beyond the sect, shadows waltz gracefully. Su Shi Xiao, what is our endeavor for today? A voice, laced with a touch of apprehension, inquired. Qin Shi, the earth is cloaked in a blanket of mud, a dense layer extending endlessly. You pause at the threshold of the woodland. As lightning sporadically rends the nocturnal sky, branches and foliage writhe tumultuously in the storm, creating a symphony of discordant echoes. Numerous shadows abruptly materialize in the vicinity. As a frigid light dances, they hasten toward you. You silently shake your head, engaged in a mundane game, devoid of fascination. The sword's energy at your fingertips is irresistible, interwoven with the celestial forces. In the ensuing moment, the blade's essence cleaved through the nocturnal expanse like a celestial river. Wherever it traversed, even the gusts of wind and the torrents of rain ceased in profound reverence. The shadow was rent asunder by the sword's ethereal force. Crimson gushed forth. The ponderous form descended with a thud. The opaque earth was imbued with a profound scarlet hue. The might of Brother Qin endures with unwavering potency. Su Huai saunters forth from the woodland, the rain clinging to his attire, embracing his figure with tenacity. I have salvaged you. Why then do you plot against me? You inquire with an aura of nonchalance, fixing your gaze unwaveringly into the eyes of another. You are my salvation, interwoven with bitterness. In Su Huai's gaze, a glimmer of feeling flickers. Her voice quivers with exhilaration as she articulates. Yet you have beheld my most monstrous visage. Your presence within the sect serves as a constant reminder of past humiliations, rendering life increasingly unbearable for me. Indeed, it is so. You exhale gently. Are you aware? A solitary utterance from you irrevocably transformed the trajectory of my fate. In an instant, those who once persecuted me became docile, and the venerable figures who previously regarded me with disdain now enveloped me in their solicitude. Can you truly comprehend the profound impact this revelation has had on me? Nevertheless, I must inquire, what accounts for this stark contrast? Why is it that upon your entry into the order, you are elevated to such exalted ranks, while I remain as unassuming as an ant? Su Huai's voice is raspy and filled with despair. As rain pours down her cheeks, her tears are indistinguishable from the falling rain. Behold him, do you truly think this ambush can entrap me? Is it genuinely capable of doing so? I recognize your fortitude, however. Su Huai withdraws, his tone imbued with urgency. Unjustly, the disciples of our sect are laid low, esteemed elders. I implore you to expedite your actions. With a furrowed brow, it dawned upon you that as a disciple of the sect, you had meticulously devised a plot to incite the elder into taking action against me. I must confess, I have underestimated your cunning. As soon as the utterance escaped, a formidable wave of energy radiated from afar, stirring the winds and clouds that danced within the forest. Who would presume to perpetrate such an indignity in the presence of my revered Ling Tian sect? A mournful voice, accompanied by the booming thunder, echoed through the landscape, causing the mountains and forests to shudder with a quivering resonance. Elder Li, akin to an iron tower, surged forward with remarkable swiftness, his wrath ignited. The illustrious Ling Tian sect was unexpectedly assailed at its very threshold. Upon witnessing the grave misfortunes befalling the disciples of the Ling Tian sect, Elder Li was engulfed by an uncontrollable wrath, pledging to seek retribution from Chu Shou for his misdeeds. The gaze transitions to the grand hall of the Ling Tian sect, where a multitude of elders encircle Ling Huang, leaving no avenue for retreat. I shall emphasize once more, the resolution concerning the departure of the Qin era from the sect is unalterable. Ling Huang's tone brooked no uncertainty. You do not grasp the profound significance of the Qin era to the sect. The elder responsible for law enforcement voiced his outrage, remarking, "Take into account that the trials within the beast's nest were alleviated by the existence of the Qin era, which spared innumerable lives." Joke! Ling Huang scoffed. The trial serves as a crucible for refining one's abilities. The lack of casualties simply signifies that the sect's precautions are meticulous. Just as the elder responsible for enforcement was poised to respond, Ling Huang's voice interjected, "You diminish the essence of our sect to the era of Qin. Your comments are entirely ludicrous and have left me deeply disheartened." During the Qin dynasty, the custodian of the spirit garden held considerable responsibilities. An elder emerged. It is simply a question of exploring a few additional wooden volumes. Ling Huang articulated her contempt. "I have confided this matter to Cheng Lin." Ling Huang regarded her with a frigid smirk. The female disciple possesses keen insight and remarkable attention to detail. She is undoubtedly more suited for this responsibility. The elder of transmission paused thoughtfully and stated, "The venerable founder shall assuredly declare. In the age of Qin, he personifies the unrivaled brilliance of our lineage. His prospects in the realm of cultivation are limitless." "Oh," Ling Huang smiled. A mere inhabitant of the cherished expanse of the back mountain, daring to proclaim herself a prodigy, misleading the world and usurping glory. She elevated her chin ever so slightly. "I have sent forth my extraordinary disciples to the back mountain for rigorous training. Before long, you shall behold the inaugural cohort of genuine prodigies." The elders rejoiced, yet Ling Huang gestured dismissively, betraying a trace of exasperation. "Enough. The Ling Tian sect stands independent, for with my existence, a resplendent future is unequivocally guaranteed." As her words cascaded, her breath underwent a sudden transformation. A brilliant luminosity erupted from her essence, as though it yearned to tear the grand hall apart. Flesh, transcending the corporeal domain. "Master, you have truly risen to the heights of spiritual metamorphosis. What significance does the Qin dynasty possess?" Ling Huang commences with extraordinary excellence, overflowing with assurance and articulate expression. He neglects self-cultivation, perceiving me as a frog confined in a well, gazing at the moon overhead, regarding me as a mere mote aspiring towards the boundless heavens. Conversely, Su Huai directed his finger at you and exclaimed with fury, "Elder Li, during the Qin dynasty, he was cast out from his clan, nurturing a profound resentment. He sought retribution on our behalf, avenging the injustices inflicted upon his junior disciples. Upon concluding the discourse, I lifted my gaze to behold you, and a wave of elation surged within me. In the epoch of the Qin dynasty, do not cast reproach upon me. For what reason do you maintain your tranquility, even in the wake of betrayal by those in whom you place your trust?" Su Huai's visage betrayed a fierce and tumultuous spirit. Within his heart, he declared that he, Su Huai, could categorically not endure your apathy. You must acquiesce. Nevertheless, the enraged elderly paid no heed as he stormed past the two, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon them, branding them as presumptuous simpletons, and proclaiming, "Where do you believe you can elude?" Su Huai was taken aback. "Are you blind? How can you fail to perceive such a formidable culprit? Elder Fong, this way. Qin Shi is right here." Su Huai cried out in utter despair, yet Elderly seemed impervious to his anguish, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Su Huaidai gestured towards you, his tone ascending with a trace of unease. What on earth is transpiring? The Elder Council is undoubtedly fixated upon you. They will not permit your evasion unpunished. You responded with an air of indifference. He has certainly aimed his ire at me. Yet after I delivered a thorough thrashing, he has since become entirely submissive. As you conclude your utterance, your breath erupts. Your essence illuminates with the brilliance of the sun, like an everlasting celestial furnace ignited. Moisture ascends in a vaporous form. A thick haze envelopes the atmosphere. The mountain summits are completely obscured. In a fleeting moment, Su Huai's pupils widened abruptly, quivering with intensity. The arcane energy surged forth. You have ascended to the fourth realm of moist pleasure. How could you possibly achieve the realm of moist pleasure? It is inconceivable. Su Huai whispered softly to herself. This utterly shattered her comprehension, not daring to even entertain the notion of fleeing. Su Huai's form was shrouded in a frigid atmosphere of sword energy, an array of intent blades emanating their lethal sharpness, compelling every fiber of his being to acutely sense the ominous specter of demise, as trepidation surged to the very summit of his head. Qin, my revered elder, shall you deliver me from this abyss of despair? Perched on the precipice, as tender and soothing as jade. You would not, would you? Is it mine, is that so? Su Huaichan quivered. Sweat trickled down like beads. Yet upon encountering your frigid stare, all aspirations vanished into nothingness. Su Huaichan abruptly sank to his knees, imploring, I hold a lead to a treasure. Perhaps it springs forth from the river of nihility. I am prepared to exchange this knowledge for my very existence. Your gaze, however, experienced a delicate shift, for that is the river of time, a conduit for divine beings. Su Huai swiftly declared, I am the sovereign of the information hall. It is I who have seized the tidings. Cultivators uphold their oaths with the highest gravity. To breach them frivolously inflicts anguish upon the soul, while a serious transgression summons divine retribution. Please provide the coordinates. This time it is not you. Yet if our paths cross again, Su Huaiwei stirred, a deep longing to articulate further. Yet there existed no scope for discourse. You derided and countered. Su Huai displayed a palpable sense of indecision. To the north of Qinlan City, one can find the serene Yingxin Lake. Upon hearing this, you arch an eyebrow. It is truly a fortuitous coincidence. As I behold you, immersed in profound reflection, Su Huai gracefully withdraws, deftly eluding the barrage of sword energy. Why do you withhold your genuine essence from me? Were you to unveil it, I would unquestionably revere you as a divine being, and how could I then regard you in any other way? Hastening towards the sect, muttering curses beneath my breath. What of your coordinates? I shall broadcast this revelation far and wide. I shall guarantee that you face the repercussions. And when the moment arrives, I will obliterate your entire lineage. Su Huai found himself engulfed in a tempest of wrath. However, in the fleeting moment that followed, the fervor ebbed away, yielding to a frigid stillness that seeped into his very bones. His expression, too, underwent a metamorphosis, evolving into one of remarkable clarity and tranquility. At the entrance of the mountain, a figure reminiscent of a demon loomed, languidly poised in its stance. Upon perceiving Su Huai, a derisive smirk blossomed upon its visage, further emphasized by a lifted brow. This marks our second encounter. Amidst the echoes of jest, a head departs, within the revered Ling Tian sect. In the absence of any objections from the esteemed elders, let us begin. Ling Huang elegantly gestured with her hand, and a mystical jade plate ascended gracefully into the air. This is the jade emblem of the sect's heritage. The names of distinguished elders and disciples will be exquisitely inscribed within, representing their deep-seated affiliations with the Ling Tian sect. The elders shared glances, a trace of remorse lingering in their hearts. However, after a fleeting moment of indecision, they summoned a wave of spiritual energy, allowing the name of Qin to dissolve into the void. Despite the presence of regrets, Elder Chuan Gong exhaled a sigh. It was but a fleeting moment in the era of the Qin dynasty. The other elders acquiesced with solemn nods. How could he ever measure up to the esteemed Ling Huang of the Qin dynasty? Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of miles distant, the otherworldly energy within the remnants of the celestial palace ascends like a delicate fog. In the palace, weathered by the relentless march of time, a matchless warrior awakens. An immeasurable power unfurls. What troubles you? The venerable gentleman with silver hair delivered an extensive report. This document pertains to the celestial observations conducted by the Qin Shi Academy, Ling Huang sect, a sect destined for infinite splendor in the days to come. In the blink of an eye, its fortune vanished. The celestial star of destiny turned askew. It is destined to face a formidable calamity of dread. The dean surveyed the report and gradually commenced to articulate his thoughts. The esteemed elder continued, "At the precise moment when the celestial star altered its trajectory, we had already summoned our resolve to delve into the matter. According to the intelligence we have amassed, it seems a young man named Qin Shi was cast out from the sect, precipitating these occurrences. The existence of a single individual has the power to avert disaster for an entire community, or it may usher in an extraordinary era of triumph. Such events are truly uncommon." The dean contemplated profoundly for an extended period. "Such remarkable fortune is ample to endow the Creation Society," proposed the elder. On this day, within the esteemed halls of the Academy of Creation, a mysterious beam of radiant light ascended into the heavens. Wherever it traversed, an ethereal aura enveloped the surroundings, imbued with auspicious colors and vibrant hues. Subsequently, it metamorphosed into a divine rainbow that pierced the realms of heaven and earth, vanishing into the void, disappearing without a trace. The disciples of the Academy of Creation soar upon cranes, fervently pursuing the startled steeds with impassioned cries. This epitomizes the highest edict of creation. Those who embody this unity may gain direct access to the esteemed academy. In the eastern wilderness, myriad prodigies flourish, yet those fortunate enough to achieve this distinction are exceedingly rare. Consequently, the terrain of the eastern wilderness stands on the brink of metamorphosis, sparking a passionate discourse within the academy. Why must I, a prince of the illustrious Great Yin Empire, be subjected to trials to gain entry into the academy, while he is favored with such extraordinary fortune? The prince of the ancient city conveyed his discontent, exclaiming, "How fascinating! I am most eager to uncover the identity of the one who holds such distinction." In the very core of the expansive Wanshan Mountains, a fearsome entity emerges, akin to a divine harbinger of turmoil. Its gargantuan silhouette looms like a mountain, and with every breath it draws, the surrounding ethereal energy is wholly devoured. The diminutive creatures beneath it have long been diminished to naught, but mere dust under its immense presence. The rear mountain of the Ling Huang sect. Ling Huang surveyed the horizon, her hands elegantly clasped behind her. Behind him, the youthful disciples of the sect, guided by the junior brother, sat in profound meditation, earnestly nurturing their inner tranquility. She proclaimed with a sense of pride, "Indeed, this is an extraordinary location for cultivation. In merely half a day, the prodigies of our sect have subtly begun to exhibit signs of a breakthrough. Father, when you finally step out from your solitude, I shall unveil a delightful surprise for you and illustrate that the decisions rendered during the Qin dynasty were, in truth, your misjudgment." Ling Huang's demeanor became ever more arrogant. Yet, far beneath the earth's surface, an unusual sound echoed, and the tumultuous atmosphere faded away. In the epic of the Qin dynasty, anticipate my ascent from a seal, that you may witness the authentic magnificence of the dominion. The following day, you made your arrival in the illustrious city of Qinglan. This quaint little town is serene, bereft of spirit stone veins, and devoid of the formidable cultivation prowess of illustrious clans. The Ling Huang sect regards this matter with complete indifference. Frequently, the genuine authority resides with the lord of Qinglan city. The Qin family, once your ancestral lineage within the city, failed to instill in you any semblance of belonging. From an early age, you were raised by your uncle's family, who, in their relentless quest to monopolize the scant resources available for cultivation, relegated you to a position of utter marginalization, leaving you bereft of options. In your despondency, had it not been for the diligent care of my sister, Wu Qitong, you would most certainly have succumbed to the perils of the streets and would never have found yourself in the current situation, a remarkable consequence of your temporal voyage. You remain shrouded in uncertainty concerning the location of your biological parents. Perhaps their most significant legacy is found in the act of adopting your sister, which has afforded you the opportunity to bask in the embrace of familial warmth. In a tranquil courtyard not far from the Qin residence, the moonlight poured down, casting a luminous glow upon a young woman in her 20s, whose beauty was nothing short of extraordinary. Dressed in simple linen garments, she stood before an incense altar, beside which rested a delicate statue of a deity. Tendrils of fragrant smoke spiraled upwards, mingling with a deep concern and anxiety mirrored in her gaze. She gently ignited 3 incense sticks, the flickering flames casting a glow upon her face. With a prayer for divine protection, I am willing to exchange all my blessings for my brother Qin Shi's safety and peace. May he encounter fortune in every circumstance. Upon positioning the incense burner, she joined her hands in reverence and gently shut her eyes, devoutly proclaiming, "May I bear the burdens of suffering, only yearning for his safe and untroubled voyage." On a serene, breezy evening, a wave of melancholy envelopes your soul. Your eyes shimmer with unfallen tears. Unable to remain any longer, you softly utter, "Sister, I have come back." As the woman pivots, upon catching sight of you, a joyous astonishment ignites in her eyes akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. Tears briefly obscure her vision. Nevertheless, an unforeseen barrage of swift sounds disrupted this moment of tranquility as a torrent of yellow earth suddenly surged forth, unyieldingly assaulting you. Your eyes shimmer with a fierce intensity, and you subtly elevate your presence. The earth trembles in trepidation, rendering it fragile and on the verge of collapse, yet it steadfastly remains resolute before your sister. Indeed, you expressed your admiration. Wang Qitong tenderly caressed the head of the sizable golden retriever, elucidating, "This is my brother, Da Huang, a cherished member of my family." She remarked with a smile, "During the previous winter, I chanced upon it and embraced it. Da Huang is exceedingly vigilant in safeguarding me." That night, you engaged in a lengthy conversation with your sister, continuing until the initial light of dawn graced the horizon. Wang Qitong prepared breakfast. "What duration do you plan to remain?" Though plain and unembellished, it captivates your attention profoundly. "Sister, this time I have returned with no desire to leave once more." You spoke while relishing your meal. A fleeting glimmer of panic darted across her eyes, yet it was deftly masked. A serene smile continued to adorn her visage. "By the way, I plan to take a leisurely walk by the enchanting Ingsin Lake shortly." She inclined her head ever so slightly, a subtle expression of remorse flitting across her ethereal countenance. Ingsin Lake is nestled to the north of the city, embraced by grand mountains, cloaked in a delicate veil of mist. As you stand by the tranquil lakeside, you gently close your eyes, allowing your senses to unfurl and embrace the environment. In an instant, you are captivated by a vision. Nestled within the profound depths of the lake, there exists an enigmatic undulation, a convergence of realms. You find it impossible to restrain the exhilaration that swells within your heart. Nevertheless, this spatial node remains in a state of instability and shall necessitate a measure of time before it ultimately fractures. Nonetheless, numerous signs imply that the precious treasures referred to by Su Huai may indeed exist in reality, potentially unveiling themselves in the near future. When a node disintegrates, perhaps the invaluable treasures shall cascade forth from the river of nothingness. Meanwhile, in the quaint courtyard, the melancholic silhouette of your uncle, Qin Dao, made his entrance. "Wang Qitong, I urge you to heed my warning. The young master has turned his gaze towards you. Harbor no illusions of evasion. Simply acquiesce and proceed with the marriage as anticipated." His tone was as frigid as a cutting winter breeze. Sister Wuqi's gaze seemed wan, a delicate shiver traversing her being. Qin Dao continues to wield his immense influence. Though the women he has favored have encountered misfortune, what if you were to defy that fate? Do not entertain notions of escape, for Xing shall unleash calamity upon the entire Qin lineage, and potentially the entire city. His apprehensions are not unfounded. The young master's notorious cruelty is celebrated across the land. Last year, a woman in Starry City abandoned her wedding, provoking the ire of the nobleman. The consequences were grave, leading to the lamentable anguish of numerous innocent bystanders. The spectacle, akin to a river coursing with sorrow, bore resemblance to a hellish landscape upon the earth. Unexpectedly, in a dance with a languorous gaze, tears flow like cascading waterfalls. In those purported accidents, every woman endures a profound anguish where lies the essence of survival. Under the captivating gaze of Wu Qitong, she instinctively brushed against the concealed scissors nestled within her sleeve. Once, she had contemplated the notion of relinquishing her own life in pursuit of freedom. Yet now, you have returned. Should she genuinely decide to end her own life, the young master would undoubtedly vent his wrath upon you. Upon this contemplation, Wu Qitong found herself trembling uncontrollably, her heart engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. No, Wang Qitong, you must not succumb to such selfishness. Wang Qitong reflected inwardly, her heart brimming with unwavering despair. Even for the sake of the child, you are compelled to marry. Her untamed locks cannot diminish the determination that resides within her heart. Uncle, I am to wed. Yet he has resurfaced from his youth. Should he become aware, he would fervently challenge the young master. I cannot permit him to come to any harm. What? Qin Dao was astonished. He contemplated for a brief moment. 3 days from now, I shall conduct a ceremonial ancestral worship within our clan to commemorate my son's formal appointment to the Lord's manor. Both you and Qin Shi are cordially invited to partake. I shall ensure his placement, and considering the present stature of the Qin family, he will undoubtedly be inclined to stay. Wang Qitong inclined her head slightly, indicating her assent. In that moment, her sole desire was to safeguard you. Regardless of the price, it is a sacrifice I am prepared to embrace. Since your return to Qinlan City, both your body and spirit have at last discovered tranquility. For the preceding 3 days, in addition to your routine examinations of the spatial nodes at Yingxin Lake, you have been indulging in nostalgic reflections with your sister in the quaint courtyard. Dear sister, you embody an abundance of benevolence. You direct a dissatisfied gaze toward the vacant rice jar. It is one matter for the corpulent aunt to indulge in sumptuous feasts, yet it is an entirely different affair for her to depart with an entire half-barrel of rice. Wang Qitong delicately observed that her family is blessed with 3 children, and that procuring additional boxes would guarantee that the young ones are adequately nourished. On the morrow, the Qin family shall pay tribute to their forebears. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me? Wang Qitong regards you with the utmost vigilance. You originally planned to refuse, yet upon beholding her imploring and optimistic eyes, you could only release a weary sigh. Very well. Who could possibly deny you, my sister? As you leisurely savor the delights of existence, the Ling Huang sect is mired in turmoil. What is the upheaval occurring in the secluded mountainous region? Ling Huang asked, filled with astonishment. Indeed, the messenger disciple responded, a trace of apprehension evident in his voice. Today, for reasons unknown to me, the ferocious creatures within the den have inexplicably gained audacity and are vehemently attacking us. Where have the elders gone? Have they departed to extend their assistance? Ling Huang asked with palpable concern. The elders have all ventured to the distant mountains, yet the beastly insurrection has arisen with startling swiftness. The disciples find themselves dispersed across myriad locations, leading to futile attempts at rescue. The voice of the disciple delivering the message quakes with a sense of urgency. Soon, the tidings arrived. A tumultuous upheaval unfolded in the southern region, culminating in the tragic demise of 13 disciples. Their remains completely annihilated. A sudden outburst of restorative energy surged forth from the heart of the western dense forest, ensnaring 8 disciples who found themselves in dire need of salvation. The news struck Ling Huang's heart with the force of a mighty hammer. How could this possibly be? Then came the more harrowing news. The elders were abruptly engulfed by a monstrous surge, enduring the loss of numerous disciples and sustaining severe injuries to 3 of their own in their desperate bid for escape. As dusk falls, the magnificent hall is illuminated with radiance, yet the ambience retains a weighty and stifling quality, presenting the report on the battle's devastation. Ling Huang's voice quivered as she articulated her words. Shortly thereafter, the battle report was presented, indicating that 3 elders had sustained grave injuries, 5 had incurred minor wounds, and a total of 156 disciples were either unaccounted for or injured. The loss is undeniably catastrophic. Ling Huang whispered with deep sorrow, her fists clenched tightly, the color draining from her knuckles. At present, only the rear mountain is subject to closure. Nest 7. Prohibited. The foreboding nest has surfaced. There are sages who have imparted their wisdom. The elder, instinctively responding, soon released a deep sigh. The untamed creatures inhabiting the remote mountains, coupled with the existence of spirit stone veins, constitute the very foundation of the sect. A temporary cessation may be bearable, however. If the sect were to forfeit access to these veins, an extended seclusion would unavoidably culminate in devastation. This scenario is akin to a slow and inexorable decline. As the words resonated, the ambience within the magnificent hall became progressively more melancholic. The teachings of the Elder of Transmission are familiar to all. Nevertheless, how ought we to react to the present circumstances? Were I to express that, had Brother Qin been present, we might have been able to avert this looming catastrophe, a voice arose from the assembly. Absurd, Ling Huang declared, her eyes narrowing with outrage. Nest eruption. We have devoted every ounce of our strength to the rescue endeavors. Even the elder was on the brink of being lost. What influence could Emir Qin Shi possibly wield? It is indeed a verity that Brother Qin shall dispel the ferocious beasts ere they congregate, thwarting their formation into a relentless tide. A disciple, emboldened by courage, dared to offer a retort. Upon hearing these words, the disciples replied in harmonious accord. The manner in which Senior Brother Qin has accomplished this feat remains shrouded in mystery nonetheless. The undeniable truth persists. The feral beasts seem to be authentically apprehensive of him. Even the most formidable creatures exhibit a demeanor as gentle as that of kittens in his presence. Voices swelled and receded like a tempest, slicing through the air like a rapier aimed at Ling Huang, draining her countenance of color. In an instant, Ling Huang remembered the words of Qin Shi, who proclaimed that only his daily inspections of the rear mountains could stave off disorder. Otherwise, the sect would inescapably encounter disaster. What he uttered was undoubtedly the truth. Ling Huang's heart brimmed with bewilderment and astonishment. Yet, how could such a modest disciple from the remote mountain attain this? It may be prudent to extend an invitation to Master Qin from the annals of history to make his return. This proposition has been put forth by Elder Shichia. Might I request a disciple from the rear mountain to make their way back? Ling Huang struggles to come to terms with this. Nevertheless, after a moment of reflection, Ling Huang gradually articulated, I acknowledge that Qin Shi is advantageous to the sect. However, he engages in the unscrupulous theft of the sect's prized tea and audaciously appropriates female disciples, fabricating deceitful lies. Such a morally corrupt individual, if extended an invitation once more, in an ephemeral instant, Ling Huang deftly concocted numerous rationalizations for her actions, while simultaneously suppressing the flicker of remorse that stirred within her heart. It remains an unwavering truth. A woman can never besmirch her own virtue to malign another. The elders exchanged knowing glances and, in harmonious unison, bowed deeply, urging the sect master to contemplate the greater good while earnestly beseeching Qin Shi to return to the fold of the sect. Immediately thereafter, the disciples unitedly knelt and beseeched, Please, Brother Qin, return to the sect. Their voices reverberated throughout the entire realm of the sect. You all. Ling Huang's visage grew ashen. Is this a conspiracy? What a glorious epic of Qin. You must have been aware of the disaster and plotted vengeance in the shadows, subtly inciting the elders and disciples to conspire against me. Ling Huang's heart ignited with wrath. Her silver teeth gritted in agitation. Finally, she spoke a few words. For the sake of the sect's future, I shall, with great reluctance, extend an invitation for his return. Chapter 7. Ling Huang's first bow within the Ling Tian sect. The atmosphere was laden with tension. The elders and disciples held their breath, their gazes collectively fixed upon the sect leader, Ling Huang. Leader, the law enforcement elder implored earnestly. Intelligence from various sources indicates that Qin Shi has made an appearance in Changlan City. It is imperative that you bring him back. Indeed, sect leader. Another elder chimed in, his face etched with anxiety. When we meet Qin Shi, let us adopt a more humble stance and a courteous demeanor. The current Ling Tian sect cannot afford to be without him. Ling Huang let out a cold snort, waving her hand impatiently. With a haughty tone, she declared, If I personally invite him, how could he possibly refuse? Humph. Outside of the Ling Tian sect, Where could he possibly find a better place? There is no need for concern. As long as I take the initiative, Qin Shi will undoubtedly return with me, for that is precisely what he desires. With her words hanging in the air, Ling Huang elegantly waved her hand, summoning the divine vessel. She gracefully stepped aboard, and the vessel instantly radiated brilliant light, speeding forth towards Qinglan City like a streak of flowing light. Meanwhile, in Qinglan City, the Qin family, renowned for their prestige, was hosting a grand ancestral worship ceremony that drew the city's elite to celebrate. Outside the Crimson Gates, luxurious carriages arrived in succession, showcasing opulence. Qin Shi accompanied the enchanting Wu Qitong to the Qin residence, and under the guidance of the servants, they smoothly entered the grand hall. Inside, the hall was teeming with guests, all adorned in splendid attire, their every gesture reflecting their noble status. A fleeting glance at Qin Shi's attire caused their interest to wane, and they resumed their jovial banter with their affluent companions. Qin Shi, however, relished the tranquility, leaning against a crimson pillar while leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. "Isn't that my brother Qin Shi?" A chubby boy with dark skin bounced over with enthusiasm. This was Qin Dali, the sole son of his uncle's family. Clad in a vibrant red satin robe that accentuated his round figure, rendering him quite comical. "Brother, I'm starting work at the city lord's mansion tomorrow," the chubby boy boasted, jangling the token at his waist. "Oh, this token is so heavy, it's almost bending my waist." "Bending your waist?" Perfectly suited for picking up guests at the Rabbit Tavern in the west of the city, Qin Shi remarked nonchalantly as he flicked away a sunflower seed shell. Wu Qitong, overhearing, burst into a fit of giggles. "You." The chubby boy pointed in exasperation, trembling with indignation. "What of it?" Qin Shi suddenly reached out, pinching the boy's face. "Qin Dali, after all these years, have you learned to flaunt your wealth?" Despite their strained familial ties, they had always been playful with one another. The boy's face contorted under the pinch, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry. I won't flaunt anymore, I promise." Releasing him, Qin Shi noted the 2 red marks left on the boy's cheeks. As the boy rubbed his face, catching his breath, he leaned closer to Qin Shi and whispered, "Actually, I came today to ask if you would accompany me to the city lord's mansion tomorrow." "Forget it." Qin Shi tossed another sunflower seed into the air. "You go to your job. I still have to pay a visit to the Rabbit Tavern's matron in the west." At this moment, Uncle Qin Dao approached with his hands clasped behind his back. "Qin Shi, after a decade apart, what have you learned during your time away?" Before Qin Shi could respond, he continued, "The Qin family is currently thriving, frequently interacting with the city lord's manor. Now that you have returned, you should accompany Dali to the city lord's manor and take up a position there. It would provide you with a stable place to reside." "Brother," the plump little boy, Xiao He, chimed in with an ingratiating smile. "Our city lord of Qinglan is a cultivator. I've heard he can ride the clouds and mist." "Uncle, when will the banquet begin?" Qin Shi abruptly interrupted. "Qidong and I are famished. The spatial node of Yingxin Lake is becoming increasingly fragile after dining with my sister. We must head to Yingxin Lake to keep watch. We cannot afford to waste time here." "Eat, eat, eat," Qin Dao exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot. "All you think about is food. The esteemed guests here are all prominent figures in the city. You should." His words were cut short as Qin Shi, with an arm around Wu Qitong, strode away. "By the way, uncle," Qin Shi suddenly turned back. "You asked what I have learned. Your nephew has a slight understanding of the ways of plants and trees. I see your steps are unsteady, and your vitality is lacking. It would be wise to exercise moderation in your endeavors, or else, even if a celestial being were to arrive in 6 months, it would be of no help to you." "You." Qin Dao's face flushed crimson, resembling liver, utterly enraged. "Ah, uncle, you've become quite shameless." Wu Qitong teased with a smile. "Not at all." Qin Shi replied earnestly, "What I say is true. Uncle should indeed practice moderation." At that moment, a clamor of clashing armor echoed from outside the Crimson Gates. 2 battalions of soldiers clad in heavy black iron armor marched in unison into the courtyard, their chests emblazoned with the emblem of Qinlan City. The once boisterous guests fell silent as if struck dumb. "It is the black iron guards of the city lord's manor." A guest whispered, "Could it be that the city lord has arrived?" Before the words faded, the city lord of Qinlan strode boldly across the threshold. Qin Dao hurriedly approached him. "My lord, what brings you here?" "Everyone, step back," the city lord urged in a low voice, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "I have just received word that the leader of Ling Tian's sect, Ling Huang, is on her way, seeking someone." "Ling, the leader of Ling Tian's sect." Qin Dao's voice trembled. that sect commanded the surrounding cities. A commotion erupted in the hall as several ladies dropped their hairpins in shock. Yet none dared to bend down to retrieve them. In the eyes of the common folk of Qinlan City, Ling Tian's sect was akin to divine beings. With its leader standing high above, no one could have anticipated that she would visit the humble Qin family today. In the skies above, a brilliant light suddenly pierced through the clouds, descending rapidly. Ling Huang, riding a divine vessel, descended, causing the armor of the black iron guards to crack under the pressure of her presence. After surveying the crowd, she inquired, "Where is Qin Shi?" Everyone gasped. This was the leader of the sect, and she was here to find Qin Shi? In the hall, Qin Da stammered, pointing towards the main chamber. Ling Huang swept aside the crowd with her sleeve and entered. Upon entering, she spotted Qin Shi cheerfully pouring sunflower seeds into Wu Qidong's palm. Although the woman was clad in coarse fabric, she emanated an aura of ethereal grace. Witnessing this, Ling Huang's expression darkened. Indeed, Qin Shi was as incorrigible as ever. Could he not survive without a woman by his side? Chapter 8. Is Qin Shi a cultivator? Qin Shi paid no mind to the appearance of Ling Huang, instead turning his face away to continue his light-hearted banter with Wu Qidong. Witnessing this scene, Ling Huang's chest heaved with intensity. Once their laughter subsided, she deliberately lowered her voice. "The Ling Tian sect shall temporarily retract the order to expel you from the sect." Her tone trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Before Qin Shi could respond, Ling Huang's face displayed palpable impatience as she waved her hand dismissively. "All right, are you satisfied now? You have one day to return to the sect. Otherwise, do not blame the sect for changing its mind." With that, Ling Huang turned her back to Qin Shi, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Were it not for the survival of the sect and the safety of countless disciples, she would rather perish than seek the return of this despicable man. Yet, this rogue had resorted to underhanded tactics, forcing the sect to compromise, compelling her to lower her proud head. Qin Shi looked at Ling Huang with a mixture of astonishment and bemusement, sensing that she might be somewhat unwell. It was clear that trouble had befallen the Ling Tian sect after his departure, and he could understand Ling Huang's displeasure in inviting him back. Although he would never return to the Ling Tian sect, was this truly the attitude of someone making an invitation? For heaven's sake, this was clearly an attempt to create a scene. With a crack, Wu Qidong's fingers crushed a sunflower seed, her smile gradually fading. The implication was clear. Her brother seemed to have suffered some grievance in the Ling Tian sect. A flicker of coldness passed through her eyes. She was fiercely protective of her own. Qin Shi smirked with irony. "Ling sect master, I made it abundantly clear when I was expelled from the sect that I would never return." Ling Huang's gaze sharpened as she lifted her chin, coldly stating, "If you find my sincerity lacking, feel free to stipulate your conditions." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi chuckled lightly, casually flicking a seed shell into the air. "Then let Ling's sect master publicly shed her outer robe and perform a dance for us." A gasp rippled through the crowd, and an elderly gentleman collapsed to the ground. Fear etched in his eyes, while members of the Qin family trembled uncontrollably. Had Qin Shi lost his mind? Impudent! Ling Huang erupted, a chill radiating from her, causing the armor of the Xian guards to frost over instantly, while several guests found icicles adorning their beards. Qin Shi brushed the frost off his shoulders. "See? I proposed a condition, yet you refused to comply." Ling Huang's face turned pale with rage as she shouted, "Qin Shi, do you truly not understand your own worth? Remaining in this remote town, what success could you ever hope for? Then there's no need for you to concern yourself." Qin Shi replied calmly, "I only ask that you, Ling sect master, do not trouble me again in the future." "Very well, Qin Shi." Ling Huang bit her silver teeth in anger. "I shall never seek you out again. Moreover, you will surely regret this." With her words hanging in the air, Ling Huang flicked her sleeve, her spiritual energy surging, transforming into a streak of radiant light as she vanished into the horizon. Yet, as she turned away, a veil of mist appeared in her bright eyes, her heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of grievance. As the leader of a sect, coming in person to extend an invitation, only to be humiliated by a mere disciple from the back mountain, how could he not enter the sect? By what right? In the era of Qin. Let us observe, for in due time, you shall undoubtedly come to regret this. I shall await the day you seek my aid. The ethereal phoenix arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly, leaving behind a courtyard full of bewildered onlookers. After an indeterminate period, whispers began to circulate within the courtyard. It is indeed the Ling Tian sect, a sacred haven for practitioners in the eyes of us mere mortals. How glorious it is that the sect leader himself has come to extend an invitation. This is an opportunity we could scarcely dare to dream of. Why would one refuse such a chance? It is utterly perplexing. Qin Dao trembled as he approached Qin Shi, his lips quivering. Nephew, you are no longer connected to the Ling Tian sect in any way. Qin Shi interrupted him with a smile, turning to nod towards Wu Qitong. Uncle, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Before departing, he turned back to add, by the way, I truly have an understanding of the ways of nature. Do keep that in mind. As his words faded, he channeled his mystical energy, his figure dissipating like a gentle breeze above the courtyard. Just moments ago, Qin Shi sensed the sudden disappearance of a spiritual imprint he had laid at the bottom of Yingxin Lake. This signified the imminent activation of a spatial anchor point. The treasures of the River of Void. Are they finally to be unveiled? Gazing at the fleeting streak of light that pierced the air, the Qin family stood frozen in astonishment. Could it be that he can fly? Is he truly a practitioner? As the crowd erupted in exclamations, Wu Qitong gracefully glided into the rear courtyard. With a delicate flick of her finger, a flash of pure white darted from the eaves. It was a silver-white spirit fox. You witnessed everything that transpired. Wu Qitong's gentle hand caressed the back of the snow fox, her voice as frigid as ice. You must have suffered under her care in your youth. I do not favor her. The snow fox instantly bristled, emitting a suppressed growl from its throat. Do not rush. Wu Qitong's crimson lips curled into a chilling smile. After all, she is a true daughter of destiny. Should you act recklessly, you may return empty-handed at best. Or at worst, suffer the wrath of the heavenly laws, jeopardizing the entire plan. The white fox nuzzled against Wu Qitong's palm, letting out a plaintive cry. Wu Qitong lightly tapped its small nose, a glint of cunning in her eyes. While I cannot take her life, setting a heart's inquiry trap to disperse her fortune is indeed feasible. With that, her jade fingers danced, and greenish-blue runes flowed like fireflies before merging into the fox's brow. Wu Qitong whispered intently for a considerable time, and the snow fox nodded repeatedly. Wait, this is the jade pendant gifted to me in my childhood, imbued with his fortune. Wu Qitong called back the departing white fox and retrieved a warm jade from her bosom. Wearing this will suppress that woman's fortune, ensuring your safety. The snow fox carefully grasped the pendant and secured it around its neck, disappearing in a flash of white light. Once the heart's inquiry trap is set, it shall surely disperse some of your fortune, allowing you to taste the bitterness of misfortune. As she gazed in the direction where the spirit beast vanished, a predatory coldness glimmered in Wu Qitong's eyes. Chapter 9. The Heart's Trial. Ling Huang navigated the flying vessel, cleaving through the clouds like a bolt of lightning. The scenes of Qin Shi's recent humiliation lingered incessantly in her mind. Without you, Qin Shi, the Ling Tian sect remains the Ling Tian sect. Ling Huang clenched her fists tightly, a flicker of fury igniting in her eyes. But without the Ling Tian sect, you, Qin Shi, will forever be but a frog at the bottom of a well. As her words faded, a resplendent light suddenly burst forth from the clouds ahead. What is this? A divine artifact descending from the heavens? Ling Huang was momentarily taken aback, but without further contemplation, she leaped from the vessel, plummeting swiftly towards the source of the radiance. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountaintop, the white fox sat in stillness, a cerulean mark on her forehead emanating a gentle glow that enveloped the entire valley. A mirage quietly unfurled within the veil. At that moment, the white fox abruptly gazed skyward, her golden pupils reflecting a soaring ice phoenix, gracefully circling the heavens above. This magnificent creature, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, was a tangible manifestation of Ling Huang's destiny. Soon after, the white fox removed a warm jade pendant from around her neck and cast it forth. The pendant transformed into a stream of luminescence, soaring into the clouds, colliding thunderously with the ice phoenix. Two immense forces of fortune clashed violently in the heavens, astonishingly. In the blink of an eye, the ice phoenix was subdued by the emerald light emanating from the pendant. Merely a personal item, the white fox murmured in surprise, its inherent potential effortlessly overpowering the ice phoenix. No, it was more akin to a complete obliteration. Who exactly is this young Master Qin? Unbeknownst to Ling Huang, her own fortune was being suppressed. As she stepped into the valley, she officially entered the heart's trial, guided by the celestial radiance. She soon discovered a bronze, ancient mirror nestled within the basket of an elderly herbalist, the source of the light. The mirror's surface shimmered with runes, subtly exuding an aura of antiquity. This is no ordinary object. Ling Huang descended in a radiant arc, approaching the elderly woman. I have taken a liking to your bronze mirror. What is your asking price? The elderly woman's frail form suddenly tensed, her arms tightly guarding the bamboo basket. Kind immortal, This is a talisman bestowed upon my grandson by the mountain god for his protection. The white fox observed coldly from the mountaintop. Should Ling Huang resort to violence to seize the treasure, her fortune would surely dissipate. There are countless paths to safety. Why cling to this object? Ling Huang stood with her arms crossed, her voice laced with pride. If you are willing to part with it, I shall grant you a wish. Not gold or silver. The elderly woman's murky eyes suddenly brightened with clarity. As long as the immortal uses her blood to draw a safety talisman on my grandson's forehead. Just that? Ling Huang raised an eyebrow, astonished. With this talisman, my grandson shall surely turn misfortune into fortune. The elderly woman bowed deeply, her silver hair rustling in the mountain breeze. Very well, Ling Huang readily agreed. Drawing a talisman with blood is but a trivial matter for her. Please follow me, immortal. The elderly woman, hunched over, led the way. After traversing a path obscured by vines, they finally arrived at an old wooden cabin halfway up the mountain. My grandson is napping. The elderly woman pointed to the cabin, hoping the immortal would proceed to draw the talisman. Naturally, Ling Huang nodded, and, upon pushing the door open, was met with a pungent mustiness that assailed her senses. There, on a dilapidated straw mat, lay a boy of around 10 years, sleeping soundly. Ling Huang's fingertips stiffened as she summoned her essence, preparing to draw a talisman. However, as she approached the child and beheld his features, a wave of profound discomfort surged within her. The boy's left cheek was marred by centipede-like scars, and a large dark red birthmark obscured his right eye, an appearance that was exceedingly grotesque. Ling Huang's essence, which had coalesced at her fingertips, suddenly tightened, and a flicker of disdain crossed her delicate face. Such a repugnant creature dared to sully the blood of this sect leader? Hesitating momentarily, she withdrew some spiritual stones and elixirs from her spatial ring and placed them on the table. This elixir could cleanse marrow and expel impurities. The spiritual stones would suffice for your family's expenses for 3 generations. A cold smile, akin to that of a benefactor, graced Ling Huang's lips. The ancient mirror shall return to me, and consider this a substantial favor. She retracted her fingers, repeatedly wiping them with a silk handkerchief, as if she had touched something foul. As Ling Huang exited the thatched hut, the eager voice of the old woman followed her. Have you completed the drawing, immortal? Ling Huang flicked her sleeve dismissively, her brow arching in disdain. I have left you ample fortune. Do not be insatiable. In the next instant, she waved her sleeve, and the ancient mirror spiraled upwards, transforming into a streak of radiant light that vanished into the clouds. On the mountaintop, the white fox gazed at the fading light in the sky. If you were willing to draw a safety talisman for the child, you could preserve your fortune and acquire this ancient mirror. Yet you choose to remain arrogant. A cold smile curled at the corners of the white fox's mouth. Everything is an illusion, save for the ancient mirror, which is real. The master has calculated the heavens and knows of your pride. This heart-searching trial is tailored specifically for you. Above the clouds, Ling Huang, holding the ancient mirror, traversed the winds, the gloom that had enveloped her after being humiliated by Qin Shi gradually dissipating. In truth, I am the one who commands the fortune. Ling Huang's fingertips caressed the mirror's surface, where azure light danced, as a proud smile curved her lips. Even without you, I can lead the sect to the pinnacle of glory. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. A 5-colored divine thunderbolt descended without warning from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous roar. As the thunder exploded in her ears, Ling Huang was jolted, and the ancient mirror slipped from her grasp, plummeting into the turbulent river below. Simultaneously, a mournful cry of an ice phoenix echoed through the void, its radiance dimming abruptly. The divine thunder had shattered its primordial strength. For an entire night, Ling Huang searched along the riverbank, but as dawn broke on the horizon, she had found nothing. Staring at the relentless flow of the river, she felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost a part of her very soul. In the depths of her being, she sensed that what she had lost was something of great significance, yet it was certainly not the ancient mirror. Very well, I shall return to the sect for now. Chapter 10. The Lively Maiden. Meanwhile, as Qin Shi hurriedly approached the shores of Yingxin Lake, the surface of the lake appeared as tranquil as a mirror, showing no signs of spatial rifts. The young man furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, the spatial node remains intact. Yet the warning spiritual energy I left behind has vanished. Just as Qin Shi was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly heard the faint sound of cracking water, and a slender figure emerged from the depths. The maiden, clad in a damp, gauzy garment, leaped gracefully from the water, the moonlight-hued fabric clinging to her skin, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Gleaming droplets cascaded down her swan-like neck, tracing over her delicate collarbone and disappearing into the alluring contours below. The expanse of her flawless, snow-white skin at her waist shimmered under the sunlight, resembling exquisite jade, radiating an enchanting glow. Qin Shi was momentarily entranced, his mouth slightly agape, his gaze fixated on the young lady. Upon sensing the intensity of his stare, the maiden's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and in a mix of indignation and annoyance. She exclaimed, "You little thief, what are you staring at? Do you seek a beating?" As her words fell, she raised her delicate hand, and a dazzling beam of light erupted instantaneously, shooting toward Qin Shi like a resplendent rainbow. The light contained formidable power, and as it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Is she serious? Qin Shi's heart sank, and he dared not underestimate her. He lifted his fingertips, unleashing several razor-sharp sword energies that burst forth like silver serpents, shattering the radiant beam. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a massive crater in the center. Dust billowing into the air, and the surrounding atmosphere distorted by the shockwave. I did not expect to encounter someone with magical prowess in such a remote place. The maiden uttered in surprise, her eyes widening. She sensed that the young thief was practicing a common technique, devoid of any notable background. Yet, to have reached the nirvana realm at such a young age with merely ordinary skills, he must possess extraordinary talent or have stumbled upon some rare fortune. But what of it? With her array of magical artifacts and techniques, subduing this young thief was merely a matter of time. As she contemplated this, the maiden began to form a new spell. However, at that moment, the once calm lake surface suddenly roiled, churning like boiling water, sending rippling waves outward. Oh no! The earlier attack must have caused a disturbance in the spatial node. If we continue to fight, it could shatter, bringing forth unknown dangers. The maiden's brow furrowed in concern, and she halted her impending assault. In the vast, timeless river of history, treasures and opportunities arrive at the right time and place. Should they be prematurely disrupted, it might summon great peril and terror. By now, Qin Shi had come to a realization, exclaiming, "So it was you who disrupted the warning spiritual energy I left at the bottom of the lake. Very well, little thief." The maiden blinked playfully, a smirk forming at the corners of her lips. "Not only did you spy on me, but you also covet my fortune." "Nonsense!" Qin Shi shot back, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I have guarded this spatial node for a full decade, a decade. When did it become your opportunity? What does it matter if one has waited 10 years? The young girl wrinkled her delicate nose and declared with unwavering confidence, "All treasures in this world belong to me. Little thief, depart swiftly today, and when I ascend to the realm of immortals, I shall take you with me." How does that sound? With a smirk playing upon his lips, Qin Shi chuckled lightly. "I have cultivated in this barren land for a decade, and now, standing at the same level as you. It is evident that your talents are rather mediocre. If that is the case, why do you not withdraw? When I achieve immortality, I shall bring you along for the ascension." Qin Shi spoke without averting his gaze. The girl, hands on her hips, pouted defiantly. Despite being hailed as exceptionally gifted throughout her cultivation journey, she found herself at a loss for words before this little thief. Originally, she had her hands crossed modestly over her chest, but now, with her hands on her hips and her anger causing her bosom to rise and fall, she appeared even more captivating. In Qin Shi's eyes, the drenched girl resembled a celestial being descended to earth, or perhaps a beguiling enchantress, utterly mesmerizing. "Oh!" the girl exclaimed, slapping her smooth forehead, her lively eyes reflecting a moment of realization. She swiftly gathered her magical energy, causing a mist to rise, which instantly dried her delicate garment, concealing her youthful allure. Beside the heart mirror lake, the water gradually settled, the surface resembling a vast mirror, shimmering under the sun's embrace. The two figures on the shore stared at each other, locked in a silent confrontation, neither willing to retreat. Creak, creak. The girl glared fiercely at Qin Shi. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly, producing a series of grinding sounds. "Uffed, childish," Qin Shi murmured, dismissing her with indifference. His brows furrowed as he contemplated how to subdue the girl and claim the treasure for himself. Just then, a crimson hue rose in the distant sky. Qin Shi's brow furrowed. Despite the distance, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of bloodlust. That location is, with a spring of his foot, he leaped into the air, gazing far into the distance. In the next moment, His expression shifted dramatically. The spot where the blood-red glow emanated was unmistakably near the Qin family's territory. His sister should be there now. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. His sister, being but a mortal, could not withstand any peril. No treasure could rival her worth. Oh dear, the spatial nodes could open at any moment. Leaving now would be foolish, the girl scoffed. Speaking of which, while the white fox prepared the heart-mind formation, the chubby boy tugged at Wu Qitong's sleeve, saying, Sister Wu, I've heard of the Blood Young Master's affairs. You should persuade my brother to join the Ling Huang sect. With the protection of a sect, I believe the Blood Young Master would no longer dare to press you. And you wouldn't have to marry him. The chubby boy's suggestion was not without ulterior motives. If Qin Shi could rejoin the Ling Huang sect, perhaps the disciples of the Qin family could leverage this connection to reach their own sacred land. Wu Qitong, upon hearing this, suddenly chuckled lightly. Little chubby, how do you know this sect will definitely provide protection? Should this provoke the Blood Young Master? She suddenly leaned closer, whispering, he could very well annihilate the entire Qin family. Sister Wu, the plump boy was startled into retreating 3 steps, his complexion as pale as parchment. Oh dear, frightened are we? Wu Qitong chuckled playfully. Do not fret. Dear sister has merely extricated you from a perilous situation. The boy swallowed hard. But why? Do you not comprehend? Wu Qitong's eyes crescented with mirth. Sister's willingness to wed is, of course, due to. Suddenly, she twirled and stepped back 2 paces. Sister possesses a benevolent heart. Abruptly shifting her tone, her voice turned icy. However, should you dare to scheme against your elder brother again, I shall have the Blood Young Master steep you in a vat of wine as an elixir. With that, Wu Qitong hummed a light melody and turned to leave, calculating in her mind. Today marked the final deadline bestowed upon her by the Blood Young Master. At the street's end, a figure clad in a crimson robe billowed like a fierce flame, the hem swirling dramatically, with a face as pale as ivory. A pair of scarlet eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and a chilling smile graced his lips. The Blood Young Master has arrived. Chapter 11. What is true evil? From your expression, I discern no trace of fear, despair, or obsequiousness. You exude an unsettling calmness, as though you are an observer detached from the unfolding drama. Yet, it is precisely this tranquility that deprives me of considerable enjoyment, rendering me quite discontented. The Blood Prince approached with an elegant gait, his demeanor suffused with displeasure. Such a pity, he remarked. Wu Qitong smiled gracefully, attempting to mask a myriad of emotions, yet fear eluded her efforts. She chuckled lightly, unable to master that tremulous demeanor. I found myself intrigued. Among the countless women in this world, why had the prince chosen to focus solely on me? Wu Qitong twirled a strand of hair around her finger, retorting, is it because my very essence is tinged with compassion? The Blood Prince leaned closer, his voice low and ominous. Last month, you distributed porridge in the southern part of the city. Just days ago, you shielded an old beggar from a beating. This morning, you even fed a limping yellow dog with meat paste. His tone darkened. Your sickly sweetness of goodwill nauseates me. At the street's end, a drunken man staggered and fell, his wine gourd rolling across the cobblestones. The most ludicrous of all, the Blood Prince pointed at the drunkard. The very same man you rescued last winter. Guess what? Just last night, he conspired to abduct you in exchange for wine money. Oh, Wu Qitong's eyes sparkled with mirth. If I could be exchanged for 10 jars of fine wine, I suppose that would be a good deed. Rage ignited in the Blood Prince's gaze. I pride myself on my malevolence, while you persist in your altruism. In this ravenous world, who are you truly trying to impress with your kindness? Do you not cherish goodness? Very well. The Blood Prince licked his lips and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 6 colossal blood serpents materialized from within him, their immense forms shrouded in a fog of crimson mist that swiftly enveloped the entire street in a terrifying haze. The Blood Prince is here. Run. A bystander was the first to react, attempting to flee. But in the next heartbeat, a blood serpent lunged forth, devouring him whole. With a sickening glurp as he transformed into a pool of blood, chaos erupted in the street, cries of anguish and pleas for mercy intertwining, obliterating the earlier serenity. Quick! Send word to Lord Qinglan. Summon him for aid. Someone screamed in desperation. But before the sentence could complete, a serpent's tail swept across, dragging the individual into its maw, blood dripping from its fangs and staining the ground. Lord Qinglan, what of this so-called heavenly being? A worthless creature. Do you think he dares to appear before me? The Blood Prince's scornful voice shattered any lingering hope among the crowd. As the pandemonium and slaughter unfolded before him, the Blood Prince's previous displeasure evaporated, revealing a twisted smile. Moments later, the cacophony of cries and wails faded into a deathly silence, blood pooling into streams that meandered upon the ground. The survivors, like lambs awaiting slaughter, lay prostrate in terror, their faces ashen. With a cold, steely gaze, the Blood Prince casually seized a woman clutching a child, drawing her closer. Two enormous serpents appeared instantaneously, ensnaring a woman and a young girl with unwavering tenacity. "Come here." The demonic voice of the Blood Prince echoed in Wu Qitong's ear. "Are you not benevolent? I present you with a chance to save a life. Choose one to live, and that one shall survive, while the other, without a doubt, will perish." The Blood Prince, savoring the pungent scent of blood in the air, wore a look of satisfaction upon his face. "Your wanton slaughter will only tarnish my goodwill," Wu Qitong remarked with a frown. "I predict a most tragic end for you, one that concludes with 1,000 swords piercing your flesh." "Ha! In this realm, who dares to lay a finger on me?" The Blood Prince laughed maniacally before fixing his gaze upon her. "You have 3 breaths to decide, should you fail to choose. The entire street shall accompany you to the grave." The Blood Prince closed his eyes, relishing the moment. Such senseless killings are the epitome of the basest evil. Wu Qitong smirked disdainfully. "You fancy yourself the embodiment of evil, yet have you ever witnessed true malevolence?" The Blood Prince opened his eyes slightly, intrigued. "True evil is never embodied by those who indiscriminately spill blood." Wu Qitong smiled broadly, her pupils gleaming with a sinister crimson light. "Behold my first 8 lifetimes." The Blood Prince's form abruptly froze. The heavens and earth before him tore apart and reassembled, and in the next instant, the scenery transformed dramatically. This was Wu Qitong's first life. A moonlight as frosty as jade bathed a desolate mountain village. A petite, delicate girl of around 12, with a calm demeanor, was quietly casting mesmerizing herbs into the village's ancient well. Once the villagers had succumbed to slumber, she dragged each of the 100 individuals to the village's open space. Clutching a rusted kitchen knife, she approached the cowering elder. Fear reflected in the elder's murky eyes. "Child, do not commit sins." "Sins?" The girl suddenly giggled, pressing the rusted blade against the elder's throat. "You said to ensure the village's safety, I must be offered to the mountain spirit as a concubine." She began to inscribe blood symbols upon the knife's back. "Yet I believe that if I sacrifice the entire village, perhaps the mountain spirit will serve me as a servant." A glint of cold light flashed, and hot blood splattered upon the girl's pale face, yet not a single eyelash quivered. As the last drop of blood was shed, the entire village's soil turned a dark crimson hue. The heavens and earth abruptly darkened, and torrents of blood surged into the girl's body like rivers converging into the sea. She retrieved an ancient, yellowed tome from her bosom. The cover boldly inscribed with, "Sacrificing 100 souls can cleanse one's marrow and pave the path to immortality." A chilling smile flickered in the girl's blood-red eyes. "Thus, the first step in cultivation is to ascend upon the living." Before the Blood Prince could detach himself from the sanguine illusion of the first life, the scene before him shattered like a broken mirror and reformed. The second life commenced. Within a fog-laden demonic cultivation sect, thousands of cultivators, akin to puppets bereft of souls, engaged in mutual slaughter. Wu Qitong, clad in crimson, sat regally atop a mountain, her 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a waterfall of blood. The blood-colored threads entwined around her delicate fingers were the source of the control over the demonic cultivator's carnage. "You claim you will lead me to slay living beings, asserting that the more we kill, the greater our cultivation shall be." Her fingertips tightened suddenly, blood surging through her veins. "Yet if it were to slay you," her crimson lips curled into a cold smile, "to gain boundless merit while absorbing your cultivation, why not?" Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the carnage fell into a profound silence. Wu Qitong rose slowly, her aura terrifying like a churning sea of blood. She stepped over the bodies littering the ground, her blood-soaked embroidered shoes crushing the skull of an elder. "Those who obstruct my path as a cultivator shall be reduced to ashes." The Blood Prince widened his eyes in shock, fear flickering in the depths of his gaze. Yet before he could gather his senses from the crimson mist of his second life, the scene before him shattered and reassembled. In the third life, Wu Qitong had become a formidable figure of the demon realm, pursued by 3,000 righteous cultivators to the source of the celestial river. The hypocrites, ever eager to use righteousness as a veil for their shame, elicited her disdainful laughter. In the next moment, her fingers traced intricate demonic symbols in the air, igniting the world-destroying array that had lain dormant at the riverbed for millennia. The celestial river erupted, torrents of water imbued with annihilating power cascading down like a deluge. The cultivator's cries were drowned by the roar of the water. She spread her arms to embrace this calamity. Today, I shall use the wails of these hypocrites to celebrate my soul's liberation. The scene shifted abruptly to the fourth life, where divine artifacts hovered around her like bait, luring 27 prodigies into a slaughtering array. In the next instant, she wielded the killing formation to entomb the contemporary elite. I wonder, with your skulls, if they could elevate the steps to my ascension, Wu Qitong's blood-stained lips whispered, strikingly alluring. The images flickered by like a revolving lantern through the fifth and sixth lives, each marked by her emergence from blood-soaked thorns to carve new paths. In her seventh life, she refined the life-bound artifacts of 100,000 righteous cultivators into bone flutes, their melodies causing stars to fall. Until the eighth life, Wu Qitong, the world-destroying demoness, stood atop a high platform built from the bones of countless cultivators, her delicate hand raised, reducing 700 great cities to dust. She strung together the wailing souls into a necklace, which jingled upon her arm. This was the battle of heavenly weeping. Wu Qitong's voice resonated softly. I shall cleanse the North Sea of all life, solely to forge a cauldron of ascension elixirs. The imagery faded to an end. Chapter 12. The convergence of sword. Qi blood young master felt his knees buckle, crashing down onto the blood-soaked blue bricks, his nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. A chill coursed down his spine, while beads of sweat incessantly rolled down his forehead. Could this truly be the revered figure from Qinglan City? His trembling fingers pointed towards Wu Qitong, the one hailed by the people as a living bodhisattva. Do you understand, young master? The concepts of ultimate good and ultimate evil are but two sides of the same coin. Wu Qitong blinked her eyes, elucidating that virtuous individuals covet the glory of salvation, while the wicked revel in the ecstasy of slaughter. She chuckled lightly, asserting that in this world, there exists no absolute good or evil, merely a difference in strength. Evil. You embody true malevolence. Blood young master suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, tinged with a sobbing undertone. You must discern the truth. Wu Qitong took a half-step back, feigning grievance. The person standing before you has been performing acts of kindness from the very beginning. Impossible. This is an illusion. You are deceiving me with your soul-capturing techniques. Blood young master felt on the brink of madness. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. In the next moment, 6 blood serpents surged towards Wu Qitong. He could not accept what he had just witnessed. It must be a fabrication. If the heinous acts of her previous 8 lives were indeed true, then with her capabilities, he would have long since been obliterated, unable to stand here now. As Wu Qitong beheld the approaching blood serpents, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in her eyes. For she had spotted a beam of sword light slicing through the sky, racing towards them with alarming speed. Faster than I anticipated, Wu Qitong murmured to herself, a warm sensation blossoming within her. Well done, my dear boy, you certainly did not suffer in vain. Faced with the imminent emergence of a prized treasure, you showed no hesitation. Just as the blood serpents were about to engulf Wu Qitong, the sword light flashed like lightning, cleaving through the air with a shrill whistle. With a swift motion, the sword she swept through, instantly annihilating the blood serpents into a mist of crimson vapor. Qin Shi had arrived. Sister, are you unharmed? He trembled as he approached Wu Qitong, scrutinizing her to ensure her safety. As he surveyed the surrounding area, the horrific scene, reminiscent of hell itself, flooded his senses, invoking an indescribable terror within him. He dared not imagine the dreadful consequences had he arrived even a moment later. Xiaoshi. Wu Qitong suddenly threw herself into Qin Shi's embrace, her voice laced with urgency. You must leave at once. He is blood young master, a merciless killer. I'm sorry. Sister, I arrived late. Qin Shi wrapped his arms tightly around her, repeatedly offering comfort. It's all right, don't be afraid. I shall slay him at once. At that moment, Qin Shi felt a pang of worry. His sister must have been terrified. Xiaoshi, I've heard he is a third-realm cultivator. Wu Qitong clutched the hem of Qin Shi's garment, insisting, you are no match for him. I understand. Qin Shi replied gently, then with resolute conviction declared, I am a fourth-realm cultivator. I can defeat him. Wu Qitong was momentarily taken aback, not feigning surprise, but genuinely astonished. In her pursuit of their ultimate goal, she had sealed her own cultivation and failed to notice Qin Shi's advancement in realm. No. you have cultivated in the desolate sect of Ling Huang, devoid of any resources or fortuitous encounters, and yet you claim to have reached the fourth realm? What are we to make of this? According to the calculations, it was supposed to be Blood Young Master who would lead Qin into the eternal scheme. Yet a mere fourth realm cultivator should be able to dispatch him with a mere flick of the wrist. It appears that while the predictions can encompass the grand design, they fail to account for variables. Truly, you are one of the chosen, possessing an extraordinary talent for cultivation. By the heavens, I shall end you. Qin, indifferent to such matters, turned, his eyes ablaze with furious wrath, his voice laced with an icy chill that could corrode bone. My sister is but a mortal, pure and kind-hearted. How dare you lay a venomous hand upon her? You are truly damned. Act. Continue your performance. Blood Young Master suddenly threw his head back in laughter. One feigns weakness like a delicate lotus while the other masquerades as a prodigy of the fourth realm. Do you think I would believe such folly? Do you truly think the fourth realm is as common as cabbages, that you can simply declare it? If in such a remote place one could encounter a peerless genius of the fourth realm, then surely my luck must lead me to the forbidden lands of the great abyss, to shatter my blood-colored serpent with a single strike. I will concede you possess some skill. Blood Young Master shouted fiercely, but do you know who my ancestor is? He is, before he could finish, a radiant sword light, as brilliant as the sun, surged forth, the speed causing it to magnify in his vision, the massive sword shadow descending upon him like the weight of Mount Tai. Faced with this sudden assault, Blood Young Master had no time to react. He attempted to evade, yet the sword shadow was locked onto him, leaving him no avenue of escape. In this moment of life and death, a jade pendant on Blood Young Master's person suddenly erupted with intense brilliance. The light swiftly formed a solid barrier, encasing him in a protective cocoon. Boom! The sword shadow struck the barrier, causing a tremor, yet it failed to breach the defense. It actually activated the protective spirit jade. Blood Young Master's eyes widened in disbelief. The protective spirit jade is a life-saving artifact, only triggered at the brink of death. In other words, had it not been for the jade, he would have perished just now. How is this possible? How could he kill me in a single strike at such a young age? Nirvana, you truly are a fourth realm cultivator. Blood Young Master exclaimed in shock. To reach the fourth realm at such a tender age in this remote locale, not the great ancient city, where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that he disregards all conventions, caring not for his background, and strikes with a sword right away. A madman, he is simply deranged. You speak far too much. Qin's eyes glinted with murderous intent, emanating a palpable aura. His energy surged anew, and with a swift motion of his arm, a fresh wave of sword energy howled forth, propelled by an unstoppable momentum toward the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous sound reverberated through the surroundings, dust being stirred up to form a cloud of obscurity. Yet, as the mist dissipated, the barrier, save for a slight dimming of its hue, remained utterly unscathed. As the scene unfolded, the Blood Young Master revealed a renewed arrogance upon witnessing the situation, laughing heartily. You must only possess the early stage of nirvana. Yet my protective barrier can withstand the assaults of late nirvana warriors. I stand here, what can you possibly do to me? With this, he made some provocative gestures, exuding a sense of complete nonchalance. There was no fear, not an ounce of trepidation. The moment his protective talisman was activated, his ancestor sensed the disturbance and was already en route. In a mere quarter of an hour, at most, once his ancestor arrived, it would be the end for this young man. Just a turtle shell. Qin Shi's murderous intent remained unwavering, his expression growing ever more austere. Immediately, the power within him roared like thunder, resonating with a formidable force. As he raised his hand, a brand new sword aura coalesced into existence. Though it appeared diminutive, it inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation within the Blood Young Master, shielded as he was. With a swift motion, the sword light surged forth at an astonishing speed. And in that fleeting moment of contact, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Then, with a resounding boom, the brilliance of the protective barrier began to fade rapidly, tiny fissures spreading across its surface like a spider's web. The once manic grin on the Blood Young Master's face froze in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you possibly damage the barrier? He shrieked, his limbs suddenly turning cold and numb. This feeling of despair was an unprecedented experience for him. In a frantic search within his spatial ring, he finally retrieved a communication crystal and crushed it with fervor. Before long, a shadowy figure resembling an elderly man materialized. Ancestor, come quickly. The barrier is about to break. It's going to shatter. The blood young master screamed in a frenzy. Already on my way. The blood demon ancestor furrowed his brow, casting a casual glance at Qin Shi, his voice tinged with astonishment. Such a young fourth realm cultivator is indeed a rarity. A fine candidate for refining blood slaves. Though merely in the early stage of nirvana, there is no need for alarm. However, before he could finish, another wave of Qin Shi's assault struck with tremendous force against the barrier, causing the cracks to spread even further, densely interwoven like a spider's web. Is that sword energy overlapping? The blood demon ancestor's pupils widened in shock as he gasped. It's overlapping sword energy. This boy has combined over 100 strands of sword energy, exponentially increasing his combat power. His comprehension of the sword path had reached an unfathomable level. The blood demon ancestor felt a deep sense of dread. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely have believed it. He was no stranger to overlapping sword energy, having seen some swordsmen manage to combine a few strands to unleash power beyond their realm. Yet, the notion of overlapping 100 strands was beyond anyone's comprehension. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Ancestor, save me, please. The blood young master wailed, shedding his prior arrogance in sheer panic. The blood demon ancestor's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Qin Shi, declaring in a somber tone, I am a sixth realm cultivator of the myriad phenomena. Extinguishing you would be as effortless as turning my hand. If you cease your attack, I shall not pursue today's incident and will provide you with ample resources for cultivation. Having spoken, he glanced once more at the gruesome scene behind him where blood flowed like a river, and continued, Furthermore, I shall impose a punishment upon him, confining him for a full month. In this way, it may serve as a form of justice for the deceased. What do you think? A hint of derision crossed Qin's face, as he regarded human life as mere straw, indulging in wanton slaughter. To him, was a month of confinement truly a monumental punishment? As his words fell, another surge of sword energy erupted, its might surpassing the previous one. The gossamer veil of light could no longer withstand the force, shattering with a resounding crack, dispersing into luminous points that vanished into the ether. Once I have severed your progeny, I shall willingly confine myself for a year. If it pleases you. Qin's voice was frigid. Child, do not overestimate your worth. The blood demon ancestor bellowed fiercely. The life of an ant cannot be compared to that of my grandson. To exchange their lives for my grandson's is, for them, an immense honor. Qin ceased his words, focusing on consolidating the sword light. Yet, to the blood young master's eyes, the resplendent radiance appeared akin to a death warrant, causing his very soul to tremble. I cannot die. I must not perish. He murmured frantically. In the next moment, his face contorted with madness and ferocity. How much longer will you hide? If I perish, I shall ensure the entire city is buried alongside me. I will turn Qinlan City into a ghost town, staining every inch of land with blood, making the wails echo through the heavens, transforming this place into a living hell. Chapter 13. The sword chi pressing down on Qinlan City. Young Master Qin, think thrice. The Lord of Qinlan City could no longer contain himself and finally revealed his presence. Young Master Qin, I know this is not the time to advise you, he said with a bitter smile, but the fate of the 100,000 souls in Qinlan City rests entirely on your decision. The blood demon ancestor possesses unparalleled powers and has already entered the sixth realm. If he truly seeks to massacre the city in a fit of rage, who in this world could stand in his way? For the sake of the city's populace, I implore you, young Master Qin, to temporarily set aside personal grievances and spare his life. The Lord of Qinlan City spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow. Do you not think of your sister, young Master Qin? At this moment, a timid voice emerged from the shadows. The speaker was a cultivator from the city, trembling in the corner, who had heard of the deep bond between the young master and his sister. If blood young master were to be harmed, your sister would surely. This statement was akin to publicly exposing young Master Qin's vulnerability before the blood demon ancestor, a treachery that could not be forgiven. Ultimately, it was merely the death of some lowly commoners. Why must young Master Qin pursue this relentlessly? If Qinlan City were to fall by your hand, you would become a sinner of the ages. A chorus of cold remarks emerged from the crowd, mingled with indifference and selfishness. You dare not speak against the blood young master, yet you cast the blame upon me? Young Master Qin's gaze swept over the crowd like a blade. You refrain from criticizing the blood young master because you know he would truly kill. But when you accuse me, his tone suddenly turned icy. How do you know I would not dare to kill? His formidable spiritual power surged within him like a tumultuous tide, countless sword chi coalescing into a tangible form, instantly locking onto the aura of the one who had just spoken. "Spare me, young master. I am but a fool blinded by greed. I only wish to please the blood, young master, and seek your mercy. I regret having provoked the god of death." The trembling pleas for mercy echoed, but young Master Qin remained unmoved. Though he was reluctant to cause needless bloodshed, he was never afraid of bearing the weight of karma. With a swift stroke of his sword technique, the air was filled with piercing cries, as those cowards hiding in the shadows exploded into a mist of blood. Yet, when young Master Qin beheld the mocking visage of the blood young master, the murderous intent swirling in his eyes inexplicably diminished. The sword chi that had gathered at his fingertips stilled in midair as he hesitated. When the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens and his sister surged to his mind, even the sharpest sword could become tarnished. A cultivator must never be indecisive. A warm breath suddenly brushed against his ear. Wu Qitong had unknowingly moved close to his side. "Do you know why I always tell you stories of sword cultivators?" Young Master Qin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Because they can eradicate all injustices in the world." "Wrong." Wu Qitong gently placed her hand on his, pointing towards the blood young master. "Because they dare to first sever the shackles within their hearts. You, as a sword cultivator, must forge ahead without hesitation. The malice of this world is 100 times more perilous than snake venom. If you leave even the slightest opening today, you shall be torn apart tomorrow." Her voice was soft, yet it shocked young Master Qin, causing his pupils to constrict. The youth turned in disbelief, only to see that familiar face illuminated in the blood's reflection, emanating a chilling light. Where was the slightest hint of frailty? "Damn it, just now, my sister must have been frightened by the blood young master, which is why her demeanor was so drastically different from her usual self. However, she is right. I understand now," Qin murmured. In the next instant, the young man's fingers danced with the sword, and a torrent of sword light cascaded down like a galaxy, dazzling and resplendent. The countless beams of sword light descended, overwhelming the entire Qinlan city. The sword energy crisscrossed, slicing through the air with a chilling trajectory, charging towards the blood young master, who was paralyzed with terror. "Ah!" The screams soared to the heavens as the blood young master's body twisted in agony, instantaneously engulfed by the sword energy. This sword energy would carve your flesh inch by inch, shattering every bone within you. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin's mouth. The sword energy danced in rhythm with his words, allowing him to savor the hundredfold pain he inflicted upon others before being utterly obliterated. Each wave of sword energy brought forth a spray of blood, as the blood young master seemed to be caught in a swirling meat grinder. "Ancestor, save me. I was wrong." His cries, once high-pitched, gradually turned hoarse, reduced to intermittent whimpers. "It hurts so much, listening to the weakening wails." The blood demon ancestor's figure flickered with shock and fury. "You insolent wretch, how dare you? Cease this at once." He could hardly believe that Qin was truly willing to disregard his own safety to slay his grandson. As the final whisper dissipated amidst the roaring sword energy, the blood demon ancestor's eyes blazed with rage as he severed the connection. He raced towards Qinlan City with all his might. He vowed to turn Qin into ash. In the far-off horizon, a powerful energy surged forth, infused with boundless wrath. This energy resembled a burning crimson flame, distorting the air in its wake. It was none other than the blood demon ancestor, desperately racing towards this location, closing the distance to Qinlan City in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Wu Qitong suddenly spread her arms wide, enveloping the young man in her embrace. Her hair brushed against Qin's neck as she whispered, "To be a bodhisattva, one must practice silence. To wield a sword, one must shun the incense. Where killing is warranted, one must kill." Qin stiffened. His sister's behavior today was far too abnormal. Just as he was lost in thought, Wu Qitong's fingertips flickered, and a green mark appeared on Qin's back. This mark would ensure Qin's safety. In the next instant, a white shadow swept past, and Wu Qitong's figure vanished into thin air. Qin's pupils contracted sharply. The white shadow moved with astonishing speed. He could barely catch a glimpse of its blurred outline. It was the white fox raised by his sister. This white fox was no ordinary creature. So be it. If the white fox could take his sister away, it would sever his last lingering attachment. Without further hesitation, the young man transformed into a radiant beam of light and soared into the sky. In the face of a sixth-tier cultivator's pursuit, seeking a glimmer of hope, The only choice was to flee to the Reflection Heart Lake. Preemptively triggering the spatial anchor point might invoke an unknown calamity, perhaps allowing him to grasp a sliver of survival amidst despair. On the city wall, a crescent-shaped smile graced Wu Qitong's lips. You see, has the game not already begun? Chapter 14. The Wrath of the Ancestor. At the horizon, blood-red clouds surged, as if soaked in crimson. The roar of the blood demon ancestor reverberated, laden with overwhelming demonic energy. Those who harm my grandson shall become my blood slaves, tormented day and night. The sight of his progeny being cruelly severed before him nearly drove him to madness. Ignoring his own vitality, the blood demon ancestor began to burn his essence. Employing the blood escape technique, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance by several miles. Qin, summoning every ounce of power within him, felt the wind whip past his ears like a blade, as the scenery around him twisted into streams of light. 10 breaths. Only 10 more breaths until he would reach the Mirror Heart Lake. Whoosh! A flash of rainbow light flickered, becoming elusive, surpassing the limits of human perception. Yet even so, he could not evade the relentless pursuit of blood energy. 2 breaths later. You cannot escape. A sinister voice boomed like thunder in his ears. The blood demon ancestor's speed was far beyond Qin's expectations. A formidable pressure bore down upon his back, sending chills down his spine, compelling him to instinctively sidestep. Boom! A surge of magic erupted beside him, searing the air with a hissing sound, exuding an aura of annihilation. Indeed, you are nimble, the blood demon ancestor's voice echoed. But how many of my strikes can you evade? Boom, boom, boom. The assaults intensified as the ancestor's hands danced, unleashing streaks of crimson light like lightning toward Qin. Each beam harbored immense power, shattering mountains and rending the earth, creating deep chasms in its wake. Waves of destructive energy descended, thickening the air around him, rendering his escape nearly impossible. Only 6 breaths left. Gritting his teeth, Qin unleashed a torrent of sword energy, slicing through the rippling waves of force. In that moment, however, the blood demon ancestor had already locked onto his energy signature. Qin held his breath, his heart thundering in his chest, each beat threatening to burst forth, a singular thought echoing in his mind. Escape, escape, escape. As if ignited by sheer will, his speed surged dramatically. Only 3 breaths remaining. Amidst the blurred scenery, Qin glimpsed the tranquil, mirror-like surface of the lake glimmering under the sunset's afterglow. Child, this is where it ends. The blood demon ancestor's voice hissed ominously in his ears. In the next instant, a multitude of blood serpents surged forth, lunging at Qin. Old fool, Qin cursed internally, realizing he had nowhere to flee. Even if he could vanquish the serpents, it would undoubtedly slow him down, allowing the blood demon ancestor to catch up. Resolutely, he braced himself, channeling all his energy into a sturdy protective barrier, ready to face the oncoming onslaught. Boom! The tremendous force crashed down like a shattering mountain. In the instant the barrier shattered, a flash of azure light darted past, intercepting the lethal blow. Yet, the overwhelming impact sent Qin flying, hurtling like a meteor toward the Mirror Heart Lake. What a reckless fate! The blood demon ancestor let out a cold snort, muttering, to dare withstand my blood river divergence. One must have their physical form utterly shattered. He felt a twinge of regret. With the body destroyed, the creation of a blood slave was rendered impossible. Yet, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left the blood demon ancestor in astonishment. The body that should have been obliterated floated upon the lake's surface, beginning to coalesce sword energy. I am certain I struck him, but how is this possible? The blood demon ancestor murmured, incredulous. To withstand a blow from a master of myriad forms at the nascent stage of nirvana? Who would believe such a tale? What a mystery! What on earth was happening? The blood demon ancestor was perplexed. However, having endured his strike, surely the opponent had lost their ability to escape. What of this unparalleled genius? Could they truly grow stronger? The blood demon ancestor surged forward, emboldened by overwhelming blood energy, anticipating to witness the panic and terror on Qin Shi's face. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he was met with Qin Shi's serene demeanor. This is not good. An ominous premonition surged within him, compelling the blood demon ancestor to instinctively retreat. But in the next instant, he saw Qin Shi swing his arm, unleashing a nearly tangible sword radiance that ruthlessly sliced towards the lake's surface. With a thunderous crash, a colossal curtain of water was thrust upwards, followed by a deafening explosion. Within that curtain, a mysterious black light flickered, dark and profound. Subsequently, a terrifying gravitational force akin to that of a primeval beast, emanated from the black light, as if seeking to devour all existence. The blood demon ancestor's pupils constricted in horror as he exclaimed, "A spatial rift!" Before he could finish his sentence, two figures were mercilessly engulfed by the rift, like leaves caught in a tempest. Within the lake, a brilliant golden light flashed, repeatedly attempting to break free from the binding force. Alas, after several attempts, it ultimately succumbed, being inexorably dragged into the spatial rift. Faintly, a voice of indignation could be heard. "You thief! How despicable! Woe is me!" Time passed, and the tumultuous waves of the lake gradually calmed, returning to their pristine state, reflecting the resplendent hues of the evening sky. The flora along the shore swayed gently, as if nothing had ever transpired. Meanwhile, within the distant Ling Huang sect, an entirely different scene unfolded. Ling Huang stepped with steady poise into the revival courtyard, where the potent scent of medicinal herbs surged forth like a tidal wave. Inside, disciples wore grave expressions as they tended to the medicinal cauldrons, the air occasionally pierced by sounds of anguish. Ling Huang stood with hands clasped behind her back, surveying the chaos strewn about, her gaze ultimately resting on Chung Lin, who was bent over examining the medicinal concoction. "How are the injuries of the elders?" she inquired, pausing to emphasize, "especially those gravely wounded. They are the pillars of our sect, and we must spare no effort to preserve their lives. The elders must not falter, for their loss would deal a tremendous blow to the reputation and strength of the Ling Huang sect." Startled by her commanding presence, Chung Lin took a step back, her lips moving as she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Has senior brother Qin returned?" "Humph." Ling Huang let out a cold snort, a flicker of irritation flashing in her eyes. Despite personally inviting him, she found this individual ungrateful, audaciously refusing to return to the sect. After a moment, her expression softened slightly as she continued, "However, there is no need for concern. I have devised a comprehensive plan capable of alleviating the peril of the sinister lair in the back mountain. You need only focus on healing the elder." As she spoke, Ling Huang exuded a formidable confidence, as if everything were well within her grasp. "Rest assured, sect master," Chung Lin responded respectfully, suppressing the anxiety that churned within her. "I have already seen results on my end, and will spare no effort moving forward." Ling Huang's taut jaw finally relaxed a fraction, her gaze piercing. "Excellent, Chung Lin. You truly live up to my trust." Abruptly, she turned her attention to the exterior of the hall, a chilling smile curving her lips. "I shall make it clear to everyone in the sect, without that lad who meddles with plants, the Ling Huang sect remains as solid as ever." A cold smirk played on her lips, as she vowed that one day he would regret his refusal today. With that, Ling Huang strode away. Now that the severely injured elder and disciples were no longer in immediate danger, it was imperative to address the crisis of the sinister lair in the back mountain. "We bid you farewell, sect master," Chung Lin said with reverence, her gaze lingering on the direction Ling Huang had departed until her figure vanished from sight. At that moment, a glimmer of resentment flickered in her eyes as she muttered under her breath, unable to even invite a single person. "What a useless being. Qin Shi refuses to return. How am I to save anyone?" At this thought, Chung Lin felt a throbbing headache. She had initially believed that the path of herbalism and pharmacology was not overly complex, merely requiring a thorough reading of medical texts and the preparation of spirit herbs according to prescribed methods. After all, during her time of injury, she had asked Qin Shi, "Senior brother Qin, where did you learn your pharmacology?" He had replied, "The sect has a collection of texts on herbs. While they are quite elementary, they are sufficient for use. With just a day of dedicated reading, one can grasp the concepts." Indeed, those were his exact words. However, when she truly set about studying, she was struck by the realization that herbalism was infinitely variable, complex, and profound. For instance, the purple lotus flower and the azure scale fruit both possess healing properties when used individually, yet if improperly combined, they could clash and produce dreadful toxins, eroding the victim's meridians and organs. It was only after she had inadvertently caused the demise of several disciples that this truth dawned upon her. Additionally, mastering the timing was of utmost importance, especially with precious materials like dragon blood ganoderma and spirit ginseng. They required gentle heat. Even a slight increase in flame or an extension of time could instantly incinerate their essence. Conversely, if the heat was too low or the time insufficient, they could not be absorbed by the body. She had already squandered numerous precious herbs from the sect, yet she remained unable to concoct the necessary remedies. Despite the fragrant aroma of herbs wafting through the courtyard, the elders and disciples had received no effective treatment upon delivery. They were merely clinging to life by sheer will, relying on their own efforts to survive. Repeated failures had driven Cheng Lin to the brink of madness. She had thought her talent not significantly inferior to Qin Shi's. He required a day, and she could afford 3 to 5 days at most, surely managing to understand the techniques in due time. Yet, it was only upon actual engagement that one realizes the futility of pursuing mastery without the passage of many years, the squandering of countless medicinal herbs, and the demise of numerous cultivators, leaving oneself unable to even attain the most rudimentary level of entry. Can this be attributed to one's own shortcomings? The blame can solely be placed upon Qin Shi. Had Qin Shi elucidated his innate talent for herbalism earlier, there would have been no need for me to boast so grandiosely before that inept sect leader. At that moment, a frail voice emerged from the room. Alas! Cheng Lin, why do I feel increasingly weakened after consuming this medicine? A flicker of panic crossed Cheng Lin's eyes, yet she quickly masked it with an air of composure. Elder, there is no need for concern. This is a normal response. The medicinal properties are adjusting within your body, and with the passage of time, you shall improve. Is that so? The elder inquired with uncertainty. I distinctly recall that during my previous treatments with Qin Shi, my injuries would heal rapidly after each application of his medicine. If the elder harbors doubts about my words, you are free to seek out Qin Shi at this very moment. Cheng Lin retorted as she stepped into the room, her countenance dark and foreboding, her eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The elder felt a chill creep into his heart. He had never witnessed Cheng Lin in such a state. Instinctively, he reached for the spatial ring on his hand, intending to retrieve a communication stone for assistance. However, he was taken aback as Cheng Lin swiftly snatched it away. To ensure your focus remains on your treatment, free from the distractions of sect affairs, I shall take charge of your spatial ring for the time being, Cheng Lin declared, a twisted smile creeping across her face, instilling a sense of dread within. Chapter 15. The Marriage Certificate. 2 days have elapsed since the earth-shattering battle between Qin Shi and the blood demon ancestor. During this time, the Qin family estate has remained enveloped in a profound silence, with everyone still ensnared in the overwhelming shock of the event. The chubby boy has been consumed by a loss of appetite, his gaze vacantly fixed on the horizon. Father, how could my brother be so formidable? He is, after all, a legendary cultivator. I have no idea, Qin Wu replied with a bitter smile. Even someone like young Master Shui can be easily slain. He is truly powerful. Alas, he did not know how to temper his brilliance, and ultimately, it led to his demise. Qin Wu's voice was laden with regret. If Qin Shi were still alive, with their connection, the Qin family might have had a chance to stake a claim to the position of city lord of Qinglan. Suddenly, the chubby boy sprang to his feet. His fists clenched tightly. I have made my decision. I shall cultivate just like my brother. Startled by his son's sudden outburst, Qin Wu sighed deeply. Silly child, your talent has been measured multiple times by me. It is exceedingly rare. If you were capable of cultivation, even a sow could climb a tree. The chubby boy's expression dimmed instantaneously, yet he persisted with his inquiry. Then how can a sow climb a tree? Qin Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long contemplation, he finally spoke. If you are truly determined to pursue cultivation, there may be a way. I possess something that might assist you. The boy's eyes ignited with fervor. What is it? The marriage certificate. Qin Wu enunciated deliberately, referring to the marriage certificate belonging to Qin Shi, which had been bequeathed by his parents. Since he is no longer with us, let it be you who takes his place. The marriage certificate? The chubby boy gasped in shock, his face contorted with anger. Father, as the saying goes, one must not toy with a friend's wife, let alone my brother's. Although I, Qin Li, may have my flaws, I would never engage in such despicable acts. Qin Wu regarded his son as if he were a fool, offering no further explanation as he silently led him to a secret chamber. Inside, the walls were ancient and weathered, devoid of any furnishings, save for a solitary marriage certificate resting quietly on a stone platform at the center. This certificate, crafted from a material reminiscent of time-worn silk, emanated a subtle sheen. With utmost care, Qin Wu lifted the marriage certificate and slowly unfolded it. Before them, lines of archaic runes materialized, shimmering with a mysterious radiance akin to resplendent stars. Strangely, despite their lack of knowledge regarding runes, the father and son could instantly grasp the meaning contained within. In the primordial chaos, as the universe began to take shape, two sentient beings encountered one another, giving rise to all things. Now, the son of the Qin family, Qin Shi, and the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingwei, are fated to be united. May Qin Shi and Mingwei forge a beautiful bond. This marriage certificate is established, witnessed by heaven and earth, blessed by the innate deities, and celebrated by the ancient gods. With a single glance, both felt as though their souls had transcended to the ancient times, where the innate deities stood in majestic authority, and the ancient gods gazed down upon humanity, creating a magnificent tapestry that stirred the very core of their beings. The chubby boy's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long silence, he finally stammered, "Father, does this marriage certificate imply that our family has descended from ancient lineage? For some reason, we have taken refuge in this remote little town. Indeed, it must be so. The aura of this marriage contract is steeped in an ancient mystique. Blessed by primordial deities and ancient gods, our family's lineage must be extraordinarily formidable." The chubby boy's excitement grew with each thought, his breath quickening as he could not help but let out a howl towards the heavens. "I have always known that I, Qin Dali, am no ordinary being. My current tribulations are merely a prelude to my future ascendance. Once I reclaim my ancestral heritage, I shall harness the power of my family to overshadow all of eternity. Ha ha ha. Surely the Qin family is destined to produce a great emperor." Qin Dao watched quietly, and after a long pause, he spoke with a complex expression, "My son, this is not the glory of the Qin family. Rather, it is a relic of the Qin era." Without giving his son a chance to ponder, Qin Dao continued, "The parents of that Qin Shi are not of our lineage. They merely share the surname Qin." "What? It is the Qin Shi family, not our family." The chubby boy's eyes brimmed with tears. How could there be such a vast disparity, despite sharing the same surname? "Therefore, you must take this marriage contract and seek out someone named Jiang Mingwei." Qin Dao confidently stated that, according to the records, she would surely annul the engagement. At this point, the corners of Qin Dao's mouth struggled to contain a grin. Once she calls off the engagement, she will undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt and might casually offer some precious elixirs or treasures. Just think, what could emerge from an ancient family's intervention? A mere trifle could transform you and our Qin family beyond recognition. Qin Dao spoke with unwavering certainty. "Is that so?" The chubby boy hesitated, his face a mask of conflict. "But what if she insists on marrying me?" Qin Dao gazed at his short, dark-skinned, and rather stubborn son, feeling a wave of helplessness. "Worry not. As long as she is not blind, she will never choose to wed you." That is reassuring. Awaiting the annulment, obtaining compensation, undergoing a transformation, and transcending social classes. The chubby boy finally set aside his doubts, his face alight with excitement. "Yes, transcending social classes," Qin Dao emphasized emphatically. With his belongings packed, the chubby boy set forth with the marriage contract and the hopes of his entire family. As for Jiang Mingyue's whereabouts, that is simple. Head to the great wilderness main city and inquire about the Jiang family. Chapter 16. The Divine Concealment of the River of Nihility. In the depths of the courtyard, Wuchidong gently caressed the soft fur of the white fox, whispering, "The time has come. The schemes of this lifetime are finally at the moment of fruition. You may return to the Qingqiu demon kingdom." The white fox raised its head, emitting a soft whimper, its eyes brimming with affection. The woman tenderly groomed the fur between its ears, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "This is not a farewell forever. Once I complete the inheritance, I shall seek you out for our reunion." The snow-white fox nodded obediently. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she produced a list. Among those she had sheltered over the years, some truly deserved punishment. "You will cleanse them for me." Her voice carried a hint of coldness. The white fox understood, grasping the list in its mouth. Before leaping away, it nuzzled her palm one last time. Wuchidong stood silently, gazing in the direction where the fox had vanished, before igniting a fire that consumed the home she had lived in for many years. Illuminated by the flames, she made her way towards the Reflection Heart Lake. The following evening, by the shores of Reflection Heart Lake, Wuchidong's pristine white dress was stained with mud, twigs and grass falling from her hair with each unsteady step. Leaning against an ancient locust tree by the lake, she gasped for breath. Raising her gaze, she beheld the vast expanse of the lake, its tranquil surface mirroring the oppressive, leaden sky. Standing at the water's edge, her fingers brushed against the jade pendant at her chest, and suddenly, she looked skyward with a sorrowful smile. The lake reflected her fractured visage, blood seeping through the twilight. "When you were young, your sister came to bring you home." As the final words lingered, she leapt into the lake. A bone-chilling cold enveloped her. the water piercing her veins like 1,000 icy blades. She floated amidst the waves like a fallen leaf. Yet she resolutely plunged against the dark currents towards the lake's depths. Her fingers grazed the frigid water plants and rocks, each scratch blooming crimson on her skin. The deeper she descended, the thicker the darkness became. On her 7th descent to the lake's bottom, her limbs had grown numb, and the breath within her chest was but a faint whisper. Wu Qitong was dying. Just as her consciousness began to fade, a reflective surface emerged on the lake. The mirror revealed her past, abducted as an infant by human traffickers, crying in a damp corner, chained on street corners. Named Wu Qitong after the identification number of the 5th beggar child, until the Qin couple liberated her shackles and clothed her in her first floral cotton jacket. As scenes unfolded, she recalled ladling the first bowl of warm porridge at the soup kitchen, carrying ailing elderly women through torrential rain, and delivering coal to beggars in the frigid winter. The final scene froze her in the moment she set the small courtyard ablaze, resolutely heading towards Reflection Heart Lake to find her brother. Suddenly, the images in the mirror trembled violently, and an ancient, compassionate sigh echoed from the lake. A tragic past. A life of utmost virtue. Then, an ancient voice resounded. In the river of time spanning millions of years, I have finally awaited your arrival. The world has wronged you. Yet you still harbor compassion. The heavens are indifferent, yet your innocent heart remains unchilled. The light at the lake's bottom surged brilliantly, accompanied by the sigh of an ancient deity. My lord's legacy is one of ruthless detachment. Only with your pure nature do you hold the right to inherit. The interplay of light and shadow coalesced into a translucent, ethereal figure, gazing down upon the gradually fading vitality of a young girl. I am the spirit of legacy. Do you wish to inherit the mantle of your master? In the midst of her chaotic consciousness, a singular obsession acted as an anchor, to search, to find her brother. Do not fret. He is endowed with great fortune. Not only is he unharmed, but he shall also encounter a miraculous transformation. The once still gaze of the girl, Wu Qitong, suddenly sharpened. Thank you, thank you. May your purity and resilience shine like the brilliant stars, illuminating the long years to come. As the final words resonated, the divine treasury of the river of void opened with a resounding crash. In that very moment, a smile flickered within Wu Qitong's consciousness. In her previous 8 lifetimes, she had vanquished countless foes, yet she had never ascended to the celestial path. Now, in this 9th reincarnation, she resolved to exchange her utmost purity and goodness for the chance to inherit the Celestial Palace's legacy. A lifetime of cunning designs had finally led her to this moment. This was the 9th cycle of rebirth. The voice of Wu Qitong's consciousness was chillingly resolute. If I cannot attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality, I shall incinerate all beings within these 5 realms. Chapter 17. Star Gathering and Array Refinement. A sweet resonance lingered in the mouth. It was the potency of the elixir, swiftly spreading throughout the body upon ingestion. The injured physique was mending at an astonishing pace. Yet, the excruciating pain coursing through his arm jolted Qin Shi from his subconscious stupor, awakening him with a start. "Curse it, are you a dog?" he exclaimed, gazing at the bloody bite mark on his arm and the furious expression of the girl beside him. Anger surged within him. What folly was it to bite someone in the first place? "You little thief, what do you have to say for yourself?" the girl retorted, her brows furrowed and teeth clenched. "Because of you, I not only lost my opportunity, but was also dragged into the river of void. Biting you is the least I could do." Her chest heaved violently, clearly agitated. "Ah," Qin Shi sighed in resignation. "Who would have thought you were hiding at the bottom of the lake? Had I known, I surely would have." "Bah," she spat, cutting him off. "Even if I were by the lakeside, you would have shattered the spatial node regardless." Qin Shi offered an awkward smile, choosing not to argue further. Channeling his energy, he felt his wounds healing significantly under the influence of the elixir, and gratitude welled up within him. "Thank you for the precious medicine." "Humph." The girl rolled her eyes disdainfully. That red-haired old monster was also drawn in. "I certainly do not wish to face him alone. This is not for your sake." Qin Shi nodded, recognizing the bond they shared. Unnecessary words were superfluous. As he surveyed his surroundings, the vista before him left him utterly astounded. It resembled a forsaken realm, forgotten by the cosmos, indeed, a sensation akin to being amidst the universe itself. Gazing upward, the starry sky unfolded like a vast ocean of stars. Countless diminutive celestial bodies twinkling incessantly, moving along their designated trajectories. Upon closer inspection, the intricate and profound patterns of the supreme array flickered into view upon the void beneath his feet. The treasures of the River of Void would emerge at specific times and locations. Should they be prematurely disrupted, they would confront the lethal mechanisms left behind by some transcendental figure. The atmosphere here is grave, the girl remarked, her expression solemn. At present, we seem fortunate. This should be a grand formation, yet it harbors no intent to harm outsiders. She continued to observe and analyze their surroundings. Otherwise, we would have perished the moment we entered. A grand formation? Qin Shi exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his face. Indeed, she elucidated. Look at the stars above. They are all refined by supreme beings, coalescing into this array to simulate the cosmic state, thereby resisting the erosion of time. Qin Shi marveled at this revelation, realizing that the myriad stars were, in fact, the result of star-gathering refinement. In contrast to Qin Shi's astonishment, the girl maintained a calm demeanor. After all, those who could leave their mark in the River of Void were all figures of unparalleled renown, possessing extraordinary abilities. The pair proceeded along the path of the void, the surroundings unsettlingly tranquil, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Qin Shi keenly sensed something amiss in the starry sky above. Several stars had dimmed, losing their luster, casting a pall of eerie silence over the entire firmament. Even the celestial formations of a simulated universe shall inevitably succumb to the relentless erosion of time. Qin Shi could not help but exclaim. The two continued their journey, where time had lost all significance. At the edge of the starry sky, Qin Shi beheld a magnificent palace that flickered in and out of view. It was so immense that it rivaled a city, its surface marred by rust, imbued with the essence of ages past. This is. The maiden furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, and then exclaimed in astonishment. Could this be the legendary bronze immortal palace recorded in ancient texts? I understand now. What is revealed at the right time and place is not merely a treasure, but a legacy, a heritage from the bronze immortal palace. Are you suggesting that despite breaking the spatial node ahead of time, we have still discovered the palace's legacy? A flicker of anticipation crossed Qin Shi's face. What are you thinking? The maiden shot him a reproachful glance. The bronze immortal palace lies beyond the formation. Though it may seem close, it is as distant as the horizon. To traverse that distance would require at least 10,000 years. This involves the rules of time, which are complex and elusive. In any case, breaking through early signifies that we have crossed the river of time, selecting artifacts from a different era. Qin Shi nodded, grasping the implication that the formation he inhabited was separated from the bronze immortal palace by the chasm of time. He had heard that within the palace resided the power to transform mortals into immortals, yet the palace would autonomously select its inheritor, and would only choose those of mortal form. The maiden continued, but I suppose I have no chance. At this, she let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief. To transform mortals into immortals? Qin Shi felt a yearning, pondering who might possess such fortune to be chosen as the successor of the bronze immortal palace. Just then, a roar akin to thunder reverberated from afar. The palace is the bronze immortal palace. The voice was filled with astonishment and greed. Oh, that was my destiny. My chance to ascend to immortality. The voice of the blood demon ancestor echoed through the haze, filled with rage and dissatisfaction. Damn it. I am not of any special constitution. Had it not been for someone breaking the spatial node early, how could I have missed such a heavenly opportunity? My chance at immortality. You little beast, I shall kill you. I must kill you. The voice resonated in the void, rife with resentment and bitterness. Qin Shi's expression turned grave, and he quickly gestured for silence, then tightly grasped the maiden's hand as they stealthily departed. What should we do? At this rate, we will inevitably be discovered by that old monster. After some distance, the maiden's brow furrowed, her exquisite countenance adorned with worry. Saying this, she hurriedly rummaged through the spatial ring on her hand. Let me see what I have, for we may soon face a fierce battle. I won't mention the spiritual herbs. They are of little use. I possess a replica of a divine artifact that can enhance my combat powers several-fold. Additionally, I have mastered a pinnacle technique of the divine path, but since my practice has been brief, I cannot yet fully unleash its power. The girl's fingers swiftly danced within the ring, her eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. Yes, there is indeed a family heirloom that can safeguard my soul from eternal demise in critical moments. Oh, what is this? She unexpectedly unearthed a sheet of paper radiating a soft luminescence, adorned with mysterious runes that flowed gracefully. Ah, divine parchment. How splendid. This is truly a precious find. The girl continued her search, murmuring to herself, let us see what else I can find. The armor of kings, capable of withstanding multiple fatal strikes. However, it seems rather futile here. Wearing such armor would render me a living target. Despair washed over her. Alas, this is all I have. Had I known, I would have brought more with me, she lamented. Meanwhile, Qin Shi stood by, utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Imitation divine artifacts? Legendary techniques of the divine path? Divine parchment? Armor of kings? In my eyes, these are all relics of myth. Any one of them could incite a fierce struggle throughout the eastern wilderness. Were it not for my principles, I would likely be contemplating how to seize these treasures for myself. By the way, little thief, what trump card do you possess? Do reveal it. We must confront our foes together, the girl urged. Qin Shi's lips twitched, his silence stretching into a long pause. I possess a heart that never concedes defeat. What? The girl was taken aback. You possess no trump card at all, and yet you dared to provoke this ancient monster? Qin Shi rubbed his forehead, feeling a tinge of shame. Yet, there was little he could do, compared to the girl. The resources of the Ling Huang sect were woefully meager. Even the mystic spirit T, regarded as a treasure by his entire sect, would hardly pique her interest. At that very moment, a voice filled with unbridled fury resonated. So, this is where you are. The blood demon ancestor had arrived. Chapter 18. Divine paper. The blood demon ancestor's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, moving with a madness that was palpable. Upon their initial encounter, he unleashed a ferocious assault. Several enormous, frenzied blood-colored serpents lunged forth, their forms almost tangible, exuding a menacing aura, with each scale glimmering ominously with the light of death. Upon witnessing this, the young maiden's expression hardened, and she cast the divine paper from her grasp. Simultaneously, her ruby lips parted as she began to chant in a mysterious tongue reminiscent of the ancient era of the saints. In an instant, the divine paper radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its resplendent light blossoming like a blazing sun piercing through the darkness. The paper unfurled slowly, revealing an ancient rune that erupted in radiant golden light, resembling a towering divine mountain pressing down upon the blood demon ancestor. The blood-colored serpents swiftly dissipated like spring snow, and the blood demon ancestor stumbled, nearly succumbing to the oppressive force above him. Although these characters were merely the casual strokes of a divine being on paper, they were far beyond the capabilities of the blood demon ancestor to withstand. This is effective, the maiden remarked, a smile gracing her features, revealing two charming dimples. However, the next moment, the brilliance that should have been cataclysmic dimmed at an alarming rate, its potency waning. What is happening? Qin Shi inquired, his eyes widening. Has it expired due to the passage of time? Don't be ridiculous. The maiden shot a fierce glare at Qin Shi. I just remembered that the divine paper requires the support of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. There is none here, rendering its power ineffective. This paper won't hold for long. You must think of something. Concern flickered in her gaze. Observing this, the blood demon ancestor erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! You shall all perish today. The maiden furrowed her brow and shouted at the blood demon ancestor, Old monster, we are all in dire straits. Why not temporarily cease our conflict and confront this stellar formation together? Confront what nonsense? The blood demon ancestor roared. I have spent over a century mastering formations. I can kill you and still find my way out. Just the thought of you still being alive infuriates me to the point of spitting blood. His twisted visage, contorted by rage, bore deeper crimson veins. My celestial fortune, all destroyed by you. He felt suffocated, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood, having lost his progeny and the fortune of the celestial beings. It's over. The negotiations have collapsed. The maiden sighed in exasperation, rubbing her forehead, and called to Qin Shi, little thief, let us engage in battle directly. Yet, Qin Shi seemed unperturbed, his brow furrowed deeply as he sank into profound contemplation. The formation, he murmured, a complete formation necessitates several smaller formations to sustain it, such as a killing formation for offense, a life formation for preservation, a trapping formation to ensnare foes, and a locking formation to restrict movement, among others. Moreover, these smaller formations must interact and support each other to maintain unity and continuity. Although the stellar formation does not primarily govern slaughter, it must delineate the functions of other smaller formations. If we can navigate to the next domain of the formation, we may temporarily evade the blood demon ancestor. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Qin Shi's eyes as he seemed to grasp the crux of the situation. So, what now? The young girl anxiously inquired. In the sect I previously resided in, the elder guardian had gifted me an ancient tome on formations. As she spoke, Qin Shi hurriedly rummaged through her spatial ring. Soon, a severely worn and yellowed book emerged. Perhaps from this ancient text, I could discern the principles governing the operation of the stellar array. Qin Shi flipped through the pages rapidly, yet I require time. No. Are you even reliable? The girl stamped her foot in frustration, a headache mounting. Only now did she realize the urgency of her search for the book. Silence. I found it. Indeed. It aligns perfectly with my conjectures. Qin Shi pointed to the fragmented text, confirming it against her memory, then closed her eyes to center her mind. Meanwhile, the blood demon ancestor frantically assailed the divine parchment. Each strike was infused with his entire magical power, the surging crimson energy crashing against the divine paper like a tempest. Under his fierce onslaught, the runes grew increasingly dim, and a corner of the paper had already begun to tear, teetering on the brink of collapse. This girl undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary origin, if she were in the outside world, bolstered by the aura of heaven and earth. I would likely have been subdued by this paper by now. The blood demon ancestor, increasingly alarmed by his own attacks, felt a deepening trepidation towards the girl. Nevertheless, this only strengthened his resolve to eliminate them both here. One with heaven-defying talent, the other with a terrifying background. If these two survived, it would spell his doom in the future. At this moment, Qin Shi had sealed her senses, dispersing her entire consciousness like countless invisible threads exploring the enigmatic space of the formation. She understood clearly that within this enclosed space, their combined strength could not hope to match the blood demon ancestor. Escaping to the next formation domain was the only path forward. According to the ancient text, the operation of any formation is tied to a specific frequency. If she could discover this frequency, allowing her magical power to resonate with it, she could grasp the operational laws of the formation. Qin Shi pondered quietly, recognizing that while the principle appeared simple, it required certain conditions. First, the formation must be unowned, so that she would not be consciously detected or expelled upon her intrusion. Second, the formation must not be inherently destructive, meaning it would not actively seek to eradicate her probing, thus granting her the opportunity to make mistakes. Third, the formation must be incomplete, unable to form a complete cycle, leading to disjointed frequencies. Remarkably, all three conditions were met. It was worth a try. Qin Shi's thoughts became increasingly lucid. As her consciousness expanded, her mind conjured an immense celestial map. Among the myriad stars, a slender thread of light traversed a specific trajectory, shimmering as it moved. If she could replicate the frequency of this light with her magical power, she could momentarily control the formation. Qin Shi silently affirmed this. She began to seal her senses, gradually using her magical energy to simulate the frequency of that mysterious light. As for the cacophony of battle and the thunderous sounds of spells outside, Qin Shi was blissfully oblivious. Did I owe you something, Jiang Mingyue? Awaken swiftly. I can barely withstand this any longer. The young girl cried out desperately to Qin Shi, her eyes glistening with tears as she struggled against the relentless onslaught of the blood demon ancestor. What manner of person are you? It was you who provoked this ancient fiend, yet I am left to bear the brunt of the assault. Jiang Mingyue felt her strength rapidly dwindling, the radiance of her armor flickering ominously. With each flicker, it signified an encounter with the gates of death. Crack, crack, crack. Another lethal strike shattered her armor like mere paper, while the blood demon ancestor's attack loomed once more, an ominous aura of death enveloping her heart. This is infuriating. You little thief, in the next life, I shall subdue you and thoroughly trounce you into a pig's head. Jiang Mingyue's voice quivered with a sob, filled with deep grievance. At that moment, Qin Shi's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, his gaze sharp as lightning. Simultaneously, a new beam of light emerged within the celestial map. In the next instant, Qin Shi embraced Jiang Mingyue's delicate waist, and as the formations beneath them illuminated, the pair vanished from their location. You wretched soul. Had you awoken any later, I would have been destined to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. I apologize. I promise it won't happen again. Chapter 19. Enlightenment against the heavens. The incomplete grand formation is divided into internal and external components, and through the resonance of frequencies, the two successfully entered the inner formation. It resembled an extraordinarily brilliant nebula world. The sun, moon, and stars were all visible, with the dual forces of yin and yang gently flowing, intertwining the radiance of life and death in a harmonious display. The breathtaking scene made one feel as if they were present at the dawn of the universe. Here, the sun and moon stood in stark contrast to the external world. The moon was yang, and the sun was yin. Qin Shi, fully immersed in his surroundings, remarked. It seems this place exists as a realm unto itself, shielding against the erosion of time. Little thief, can't we just teleport out? Jiang Mingwei, resembling a startled kitten, slightly retracted her delicate neck, gripping Qin Shi's garment tightly. I don't want to stay here. Using the formation as his eyes, Qin Shi observed the outside world, which was a void of space. To venture out recklessly might lead to becoming lost in the river of time. Qin Shi shook his head, his expression grave. Oh, Jiang Mingyue pouted, her eyes filled with helplessness, yet she stubbornly clung to Qin Shi's clothing, unwilling to let go. It seems we must explore further. Indeed. Qin Shi nodded in agreement. By the way, little thief. After walking for a while, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Jiang Mingyue's eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips. Your ancient formation book is truly remarkable. Where did you acquire it? Qin Shi chuckled softly and replied. I traded it with the elder of the pavilion for my sword-chi overlapping technique. According to him, he found it in an ancient ruin but couldn't comprehend it. So he simply let me have it. Ancient ruins? Jiang Mingwei keenly seized upon this key point, her eyes sparkling like adorned stars. Little thief. Shall we make a trade? I can exchange something for your formation book. Sounds good. Qin Shi responded promptly, nodding in agreement. I believe that the golden light technique you cultivate, which allows you to burrow underground, is quite impressive. How about we trade that? It is worth noting that this girl had left a deep impression on him with her ability to manipulate the golden light. Previously, when he shattered the spatial node, the terrifying suction force had even drawn in the blood demon ancestor without resistance. Yet, the golden light she wielded had repeatedly escaped that force, almost breaking free from the dreadful black hole. This made Qin Shi exceedingly envious. If he could master it, he would not have been pursued so helplessly by the blood demon ancestor, nor would he have been forced to detonate the node. No, that is a divine technique passed down in my family, golden light of the earth. Without the family insignia, you cannot cultivate it. Jiang Mingyue shook her head vigorously, like a rattling drum. How about this? I possess a technique, the supreme gateway to unlocking the eye technique, which is exclusive to non-core members of my Jiang family. With that, Jiang Mingyue presented a piece of jade. This is the clear wind eye technique. Through the cultivation of this technique, one can unlock the eye abilities of the human body, which would be immensely beneficial in battle. Trading it for your formation book would be a worthwhile exchange. Qin Shi understood in his heart that anything recorded by this young lady's family was certainly no ordinary object. Moreover, he had only encountered the term eye technique in ancient texts. Being able to see through illusions and seek out objects and spirits would serve as excellent assistance in cultivation. However, to exchange such a supreme technique for a mere ancient array tome, Qin Shi found it somewhat perplexing. Could it be that the methods recorded within this ancient text for breaking formations were truly unparalleled? Yet soon he found solace in his thoughts. He had thoroughly comprehended the array tome, and thus it would be more advantageous to acquire a pupil technique instead. It was rumored that formidable pupil techniques were akin to powerful divine abilities, exceedingly rare. The exchange was made. Qin Shi passed the ancient array tome over and deftly took the jade stone from Jiang Mingyue's hands. Oh, Jiang Mingyue gingerly accepted it, her eyes twinkling with delight. If her intuition served her correctly, this was undoubtedly an ancient array book passed down from antiquity. Regrettably, the precious gem had gathered dust, having traversed through many hands, eventually falling into the grasp of this unappreciative little thief. Otherwise, one could hardly fathom how a mere book could unravel a grand formation simulated by an existence as lofty as the stars. Although her own clear wind pupil technique was also a cherished method, the ancient array tome held far greater scarcity for her family. Such an exchange was indeed a fortunate gain. Jiang Mingyue, you truly are a little genius. If you were to take this home and study it diligently, perhaps you could access the ancient Luoshui Grand Array and venture into that divine land. With this thought, Jiang Mingyue eagerly opened the weathered book, her movements gentle and reverent. Moments later, her pupils constricted, and her face was awash with astonishment. She flipped through the pages rapidly, the sound of rustling paper echoing as her earlier caution dissipated. Steadying her racing heart, Jiang Mingyue closed the book and, under the moonlight, began to discern the blurred cover. There, in faint letters, she made out the words Complete Guide to Basic Arrays. At that moment, she stood frozen, her adorable face a canvas of shock and disbelief. The Complete Guide to Basic Arrays. Indeed, this was merely a book that was hardly worth a glance, one that could be discarded without a second thought. Meanwhile, Qin Shi had already shattered the jade stone, a torrent of runic information flooding his mind, causing the sound of Tao reverberations to roar within him. Clearly, the transaction could not be undone. Vile rogue, I shall bite you to death, Jiang Mingyue exclaimed in rage, her teeth clattering as she unceremoniously seized Qin Shi's arm and sank her teeth into it. Ouch! Qin Shi gasped, furrowing his brow in pain. Without uttering a word, he swiftly tapped the girl's smooth forehead. Jiang Mingyue winced, a glimmer of tears appearing in her eyes as she glared at Qin Shi, instinctively covering her forehead with her small hand. Have you lost your mind? Why are you biting someone for no reason? Qin Shi complained, rubbing his arm. Now, both arms bore symmetrical bite marks. Why did you deceive me? Jiang Mingyue blinked, her eyes misty with tears that trickled down her exquisite face. I offered you a complete technique, yet you presented me with a basic array to fool me. What do you mean, fool you? Qin Shi replied, perplexed. It is indeed the complete guide to basic arrays. Indeed, Jiang Mingyue retorted, her cheeks flushed in anger. The path of formations is intricate and multifaceted. Do not tell me you merely simulated the operation of a stellar grand formation using this basic array book. Her face grew redder, her cheeks puffing in indignation. To comprehend the magnitude of the challenge at hand is akin to attempting to reconstruct an entire forest solely from the intricate veins of a single leaf, an utterly impossible endeavor. Is it truly that arduous? Qin furrowed his brow, filled with bewilderment. Can you not achieve this? Perhaps it is beyond your capabilities, Qin mused to himself. Scoundrel! Do not attempt to deceive me. Jiang Mingyue, resolute in her disbelief, retrieved a piece of jade from her spatial ring. This is a unique spirit-gathering array exclusive to the Jiang family, comprising a total of 1,821 array patterns. Should you manage to comprehend even a fraction of it within 3 hours, I shall believe you. Yet, merely after the burning of a single incense stick, she beheld the flawlessly engraved spirit-gathering patterns. Wow! Jiang Mingyue wept even more fervently. If her memory served her right, the fastest record for her family to carve such an array was 3 days. At that moment, Jiang Mingyue felt her understanding of reality completely upended. Scoundrel! Let us engage in another transaction. Well then, speak. Chapter 20. Deities fall like raindrops. A year later, you arrived by the banks of the Luoshui River to assist me in unraveling the Luoshui Great Formation. Tears glimmered in Jiang Mingyue's beautiful eyes. Should we succeed, my Jiang family shall offer abundant treasures in gratitude. If we fail, I shall not impose upon you. What say you? Very well, Qin Shi replied without hesitation. This was an opportunity too promising to pass up. Setting aside other considerations, the eye-attracting technique the young lady had previously demonstrated was already enough to stir his interest. Moreover, upon completion, there would be rich rewards awaiting him. The two continued along the resplendent Milky Way, where light began to emerge ahead, the convergence of the sun and moon. Radiant and shimmering. Look, there appears to be inscriptions over there. Jiang Mingyue pointed toward the edge of the starry river, her voice laced with astonishment. Before them lay a patch of dark red characters, blurred yet imbued with an indescribable charm. This is. Qin Shi focused intently to decipher. Hate, hate, hate. The 3 characters struck the eye with an alarming intensity, as if infused with the essence and spirit of an unparalleled powerhouse, deeply imprinted in this place. Enduring the ravages of time, exuding a disquieting power. Gazing at the inscriptions, Qin Shi was suddenly overcome with a profound discomfort. An inexplicable emotion coiling around his heart like a thread, causing his brow to furrow. Do you feel it? Jiang Mingyue unconsciously leaned closer to Qin Shi. Indeed, he nodded. It was a tumultuous blend of resentment, fury, lamentation, and regret. What could have transpired to evoke such deeply resonant emotions from a supreme being? What happened here? Jiang Mingyue murmured softly, her eyes filled with confusion. Let us proceed. Qin Shi collected his thoughts, aware that the inscriptions seemed to possess a certain enchantment, continuously eroding and influencing his emotions. They moved onward. Crossing the threshold of the sun and moon's brilliance, they beheld a vast starry cavern, at the center of which stood an altar. It was adorned with various ancient carvings, depicting the vastness of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the majesty of primordial deities and demons. Upon the altar rested a crystal-clear skeleton. It appeared that the owner of this skeleton was the creator of the celestial formation. Inscribed upon the altar were 3 lines of text: gather the essence of the ancient gods, forge a fearless soul, and guard the righteous path of humanity. I willingly ignite the flames of my soul to pave the way for future generations. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The name of the sinner, Zhang Tiandao, echoed ominously. A wave of desolation surged anew in their hearts. Zhang Tiandao. Jiang Mingwei covered her red lips in disbelief. A name considered taboo in the ancient chronicles of the Great Wilderness had appeared here. A taboo name? What does that mean? Qin Shi inquired, his expression one of perplexity. A figure deliberately erased from ancient history. I gleaned but a few lines from my family's ancient texts. Jiang Mingyue managed to steady her emotions as she continued. Zhang Tiandao was the lord of the Great Wilderness Divine Palace a millennium ago, who, bearing the heritage of countless years, ignited a cataclysmic war. A cataclysmic war? Qin Shi's brow furrowed, his confusion deepening. Who did he fight against? I do not know. Jiang Mingyue shook her head helplessly, for the ancient texts bore no record of it. Or perhaps someone was unwilling to document that segment of history. What was the state of the battle? Qin Shi inquired. A look of horror flickered in Jiang Mingyue's eyes. After a prolonged silence, she slowly replied, according to ancient records, during the Battle of the Celestial Fall, deities fell like raindrops. What? Qin Shi's body trembled violently. Deities. Those who had transcended the mortal realm and grasped the laws of heaven and earth were peerless beings. What a gruesome conflict it must have been. And what a terrifying enemy to slay deities as if they were mere insects. Jiang Mingyue's expression darkened. That was a tragic era, the Great Wilderness Divine Palace. With its vast heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, was completely obliterated. The sacred ground of inheritance was destroyed, and the auspicious golden dragon of fate was severed in its prime, sacrificing the fire of one's own soul to pave the way for future generations. Qin Shi murmured, if all this is true, then who severed that path? He found it unimaginable. That was the Great Wilderness Divine Palace, a resplendent beacon across the 5 domains, flourishing amidst the endless wilderness. Jiang Mingyue sighed, however. After the Battle of the Celestial Fall, the ancestral artifact shattered, and the 3,000 divine arts scattered across the wilderness, becoming a forbidden topic. Qin Shi nodded. From the few words exchanged, he could sense the boundless glory of the Great Wilderness Divine Palace in its heyday. This elder Zhang Tiandao must have been an invincible figure in the wilderness during his lifetime. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Shi resumed his examination of the bones. The power of the sun, moon, and stars in this grand array had all converged upon the altar, coalescing upon the skeletal remains, preserving them until this day. Yet, why expend such effort to preserve one's own remains? Qin Shi pondered in confusion. Suddenly, a flicker of azure flame ignited within the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton, exuding an ancient and profound aura that permeated the entire starry cave. Could it be that the master of the array had not perished? Qin Shi hastily retreated, startled. 10,000 years. Unless one achieves the fruit of an emperor, who can withstand the relentless passage of time? Jiang Mingyue explained. This is the manifestation of the deity formed from the lingering obsession of Elder Zhang Tiandao after his death. It possesses no consciousness and operates solely on instinct. What do you mean? Qin Shi asked. It means that Elder Zhang Tiandao had regrets before his demise. If someone's actions could rectify those regrets, then this deity would respond. Jiang Mingyue tilted her head and clarified after some contemplation. I understand. Qin Shi stepped forward, his expression grave, and without a moment's hesitation declared, I am Qin Shi, and I vow to uphold justice in this life, to support the path of humanity. I implore the elder to illuminate the way forward, to contribute to the future of our human race. At that moment, the light of the sun and moon alternated brilliantly, casting radiant beams upon Qin Shi, enveloping him in a glorious glow. In an instant, the youth stood tall and imposing, resembling the very embodiment of righteous path in the mortal realm. Jiang Mingyue, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. It seemed there were indeed such audacious individuals in the world. He had not even hesitated, speaking with such bravado. What a little rogue. Spouting nonsense and conjuring names so effortlessly, Jiang Mingyue scoffed. She now harbored serious doubts about the boy's claim of having guarded the Reflection Heart Lake for a decade upon their first meeting. It was undoubtedly a fabrication. What do you know? Qin Shi's face flushed with embarrassment as he rebuked. This is merely pandering. Without divine power, how can one escape this void? He then emphasized with a serious expression, it is not entirely fabricated. I frequently employed this name during my tenure as the guardian of the sect. Huh. If you are called Qin Shi, then I shall be known as Jiang Shanyang, Jiang Mingyue retorted skeptically. Qin Shi disregarded Jiang Mingyue's jest, focusing intently on the skeletal remains. However, the flickering ghostly flames revealed no further response, indicating that this guardian of the right path was not a lingering regret of the esteemed Zhang Tiandao before his demise. What then could have been Zhang Tiandao's regret before his passing? Qin Shi inquired with a furrowed brow. Perhaps it relates to the cataclysmic battle of Ur, Jiang Minghua speculated. But if that is indeed the case, such a conflict is beyond our capacity to amend. Had I known, I would not have come here. Alas, there is no turning back. Jiang Minghua lamented, her frustration palpable. Speaking of which, what brings you to the desolate Qinlan city? Qin Shi asked curiously. Jiang Minghua sighed, her expression rife with resignation. It is all due to that marriage contract. As a future celestial maiden, how could I be bound by such a document? It is nothing short of a disgrace on my path to immortality. A marriage contract? Qin Shi's eyes gleamed. So you have come to annul it? This is quite the scandal, albeit a rather kitsch one. What are you thinking? How could I possibly annul the marriage? Jiang Minghua shot a glare at Qin Shi, muttering softly, how could one annul a betrothal witnessed by ancient deities? With that, Jiang Minghua's eyes glinted with menace as she coldly declared, annulment is out of the question. I, Jiang Shanliang, shall not withdraw from this engagement. Only, the death of a spouse. Qin Shi silently prayed, wondering which unfortunate soul had the misfortune of being wed to this young lady. It was truly a stroke of bad luck. By the way, that person's surname is the same as yours, Qin, Jiang Minghua said, pursing her lips. Oh, what is his name? Do share, Qin Shi inquired with intrigue. His name is. Chapter 21. Do not venture into the abyss. He called. Jiang Minghua was about to speak when she was abruptly interrupted by Qin Shi, who fixed his gaze intently on the skeletal remains before them, his pupils constricting. Following the direction of Qin Shi's gaze, Jiang Minghua turned to look. The radiant light of the sun and moon had shifted onto the bones, casting shadows that danced through the crevices, as if awakening ancient memories. Suddenly, a myriad of inscriptions surged forth from the skeletal remains. The sheer volume of the characters was overwhelming, yet their content was strikingly uniform. Each stroke reiterating the same 5 words, do not go. Jiang Minghua instinctively attempted to articulate them. However, halfway through, an overwhelming terror gripped her heart, causing her body to tremble as if she were facing a blade. Buzz. Behind Jiang Minghua, an expansive sea of glass emerged, with a towering ancient tree rising above its surface, emitting a gentle luminescence that stilled the tumultuous waves. This was the manifestation of the Jiang family's divine body. A warning from the divine body. Jiang Minghua's heart raced in alarm, and she hastily sealed her lips. The latter 2 words were ones she dared not utter under any circumstance. The divine body's warning indicated that should she forcibly speak those words, she might forfeit even the chance of reincarnation. Yet, how could this be happening? In contrast, Qin Shi furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Minghua. Why can't we go? Hearing only part of the statement, Jiang Minghua's expression changed dramatically, and she sought to intervene, but it was too late. Why can't we go to the abyss? Qin Shi inquired with curiosity. What lies within? Jiang Minghua stared at Qin Shi, bewildered. You feel nothing? Qin Shi replied, puzzled. It seemed as though a supreme existence had altered the laws of heaven and earth. Anyone who spoke of the secrets inscribed upon the bones would face unimaginable horrors. Jiang Minghua, her face pale with fear, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Did you not sense anything just now? Not at all, Qin Shi replied, looking utterly confused. Jiang Minghua's eyes widened in disbelief. The Jiang family's divine body ranks within the top 10 across the endless cosmos, yet even so, I can only utter the first 3 words. What manner of constitution do you possess that allows you to articulate the secrets in their entirety, unbound by the laws? Jiang Minghua's heart was greatly shaken, her gaze now tinged with awe and curiosity. Only the invincible physiques among the top 3 in the universe could surpass the divine body. Yet, such physiques, if they do not falter in their journey, are destined to dominate an era. I do not know. Qin Shi shook his head. Subsequently, under Qin Shi's probing, Jiang Minghua cautiously revealed the matter of the abyss. The abyss opens once every millennium. Only the pinnacle of the younger generation can qualify for entry. It is said that within lies the emperor's cache, and those who obtain it may seize the opportunity to become an emperor. Thus, the abyss has always been regarded as a place of divine treasures in the hearts of the top prodigies, a coveted realm they ardently pursue. I truly cannot comprehend, Jiang Minghua remarked. Did Senior Zhang Tiandao utilize his own skeletal remains as a vessel to draw upon the celestial bodies merely to convey such tidings to the outside world? The Great Abyss Emperor's treasury has always been a hallowed sanctuary in my heart, yet now I am cautioned against approaching it. This leaves me in profound bewilderment. Qin Shi furrowed his brow, diverting his gaze from the bones to the distant horizon. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Only the most exceptional prodigies are permitted entry. What, then, became of those who have entered in the past? After a moment of recollection, Jiang Mingyue's brow furrowed as she struggled to remember. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. It appears that all those who entered were ultimately obliterated, without exception, coupled with the notion that a supreme existence has deliberately altered the laws of this realm. As this thought coursed through her mind, a chilling sensation surged from her feet, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. The Great Abyss. This legendary emperor's treasury seemingly conceals an enormous conspiracy unknown to humanity. Little thief. It seems we have unearthed a formidable secret, entwined with great karma. Jiang Mingyue tugged at Qin Shi's sleeve, speaking with a bitter tone. However, at that moment, Qin Shi's eyes were vacant, devoid of any response. Little thief, little thief. Qin Jingyi, what has befallen you? The scene shifted to a vast, white expanse, pure and immaculate. Upon entering, Qin Shi felt an imminent threat, summoning all his magical power as boundless sword energy enveloped him. This is merely a remnant of a conscious space. You need not fear, for I harbor no malice, came a voice steeped in antiquity. The space before him began to ripple like water, and an ancient figure clad in simple garments emerged from within. The old man's facial contours were strikingly defined, his eyes deep and abyss-like, yet his form flickered in and out of existence, akin to a candle in the wind, poised to vanish at any moment. Are you Senior Zhang Tiandao? Qin Shi inquired tentatively. The remnants of my soul have endured for millennia. Zhang Tiandao's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of relief and contentment. I sought one who could evade the constraints of this reality, and at long last, I have found you. Young man. Zhang Tiandao's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. Fixating intently on Qin Shi, his voice tinged with anticipation. Do you wish to inherit my legacy? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shi resolutely declared, I do not wish to. What jest is this? In a battle of celestial magnitude, where gods fall like rain, to be ensnared in the great abyss emperor's machinations and sway the laws of the heavens, such formidable foes, I possess the wisdom to recognize my own limitations. Though inheritance may be valuable, if one loses their life, all is rendered moot. Living is paramount. Very well. I have not misjudged you. Zhang Tiandao's face lit up with delight. From this day forth, you shall be the last master of the great wilderness divine palace, and also my chosen successor. What? Qin Shi's countenance darkened, his tone rising in pitch. I said I do not wish to. Ha ha ha. You speak true. Zhang Tiandao laughed heartily. As cultivators, we must be daring and relentless. How can we be intimidated by such trifling adversaries? Zhang Tiandao. Qin Shi seethed, gritting his teeth. You old scoundrel. Well said. Zhang Tiandao swayed unsteadily, his words infused with uncontrollable excitement. What of death? Even if the body perishes, the path endures. What right do we have to dictate the fate of the beings of the vast wilderness? Your realization is truly beyond my expectations. Zhang Tiandao wore a look of satisfaction. Qin Shi fell into silence. He too had not anticipated that the unparalleled figure who had initiated the Grand War a millennium ago would be so utterly shameless. Before Qin Shi could respond, a flicker of soul fire, like a wraith, surged into his mind. In an instant, countless mysterious runes spread like a tide, and the resonating sounds of the Tao reverberated in his brain like thunder, causing him excruciating pain, nearly rendering him unconscious. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the pain subsided, Qin Shi discovered 9 flickering flames within the ocean of his consciousness. Each flame, diverse in hue, was associated with a specific divine repository. This was a contingency plan left by Zhang Tiandao for the continuation of the divine palace of the vast wilderness before the initiation of the Grand War. Also known as the Seed of Fire Plan, 9 seeds of fire, encompassing myriad legacies, awaited your awakening to illuminate the path to enlightenment. Otherwise, Zhang Tiandao's gaze grew desolate, his voice frail, akin to the last sigh of the wind. Otherwise, when the day of the convergence of heaven and earth arrives, they will surely seek you out. And at that time, he did not continue, but his meaning was abundantly clear. Indeed, as he had surmised, accepting the legacy meant confronting formidable foes directly. Qin Shi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had truly been forced into the acceptance of this inheritance, passively welcoming terrifying adversaries. Alas! Zhang Tiandao let out a long sigh, echoing like the tolling of a distant bell. Qin Shi endeavored to steady his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, who is this great enemy? Child, there is no need to weep or to worry for me. Zhang Tiandao's voice softened, revealing a tender affection in his eyes. I have long since perished. I should not linger in this world. Damn it, why should I cry for you? Qin Shi was on the verge of madness. I ask you, who is this great enemy? All right. I never expected to have such a beloved disciple before my demise. No need for reverence. Rise quickly. Zhang Tiandao's soul fire flickered wildly, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Then why can't we go to the abyss? Surely you must tell me that. Qin Shi wore an expression of despair. 3 years. A hint of urgency crossed Zhang Tiandao's face. Remember, 3 years from now, they will descend upon the vast wilderness. Though there are rules to restrain them, if you cannot ascend to divinity, you will be utterly defenseless. Gather the essence of the ancient gods, forge an indomitable spirit, and uphold the righteous path of humanity. Ha ha ha. I, Zhang Tiandao, shall not submit. I shall defy this fate. His voice rose in fervor, madness glimmering in his eyes. Even in death, I have my disciple. He is valiant and fearless, having willingly embraced the consequences. One day he shall overturn this realm. The righteous path of humanity is fraught with trials. With that, Qin Shi's figure vanished from the space. Consciousness returned. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the exceedingly worried visage of Jiang Mingyue. She was pouting her petite lips, the sound of her grinding teeth audible, fixated on Qin Shi's arm, poised as if to bite down. Yet in the next moment, Qin Shi pulled her up by her hair. You are awake? Jiang Mingyue's eyes sparkled with surprise. What just happened? Nothing, I was lost in thought, Qin Shi replied, his expression calm and inscrutable. Humph. Jiang Mingyue snorted lightly. Never mind. But who can be lost in thought for several hours? Qin Shi chose not to respond. The matter of the Zhang Tiandao inheritance was far too significant. He would not divulge a single detail. His countenance grew serious as he suddenly exclaimed, They are coming. Who is coming? Jiang Mingyue instinctively inquired. The blood demon ancestor. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a torrent of ominous crimson energy surged forth. This time, you shall all perish. A vast river of blood rolled in, accompanied by chilling and ruthless voices. The blood demon ancestor had finally broken through the formation. Chapter 22. The Grand Art of Creation at this moment. The blood demon ancestor was consumed by unparalleled fury. A mere fourth-tier cultivator had persistently evaded his attempts to vanquish him, leaving the proud master of formation arts utterly humiliated. The more he pondered, the greater his ire grew. Did this individual believe himself to be the child of fortune? The blood demon ancestor was profoundly skeptical of such superstitions. Before entering the Star Cave, he had already prepared a devastating blood river attack, intent on inundating the area. He would grant his opponent not a sliver of opportunity. Boom. A vast expanse of blood river surged forth, warping the very fabric of space in its wake. In the next moment, it threatened to engulf them entirely. It was over. Jiang Mingyue's complexion turned ashen. She feared there was no escape this time. Qin Shi, however, remained unfazed, fixated on the skeletal remains atop the altar. In an instant, the divine power within the bones erupted, radiating like the blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings with resplendent brilliance. The light possessed a purifying essence, rapidly dissolving the advancing blood river. The blood demon ancestor's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of sheer terror. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, whoosh! The divine power transformed into a luminous arrow, piercing through his form in an instant. Ah! With a piercing scream, the sixth-tier great cultivator was obliterated in a heartbeat. Jiang Mingyue was momentarily stunned, then erupted with excitement. Little thief, did you see that? The deity has made its move. But why did the deity suddenly unleash such power? Oh, I understand now. It was because of your earlier. Jiang Mingyue seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling as she intended to elaborate, only to be interrupted by Qin Shi, who placed his hands gently on her shoulders. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Qin Shi spoke softly, Little girl, it is time for you to leave. We shall meet again in a year at the great wilderness Lord City, and I will do my utmost to assist you in unraveling the Luo Shui formation. Before Jiang Mingyue could respond, a mysterious star map materialized above Qin Shi's head, emanating formidable power. This force manifested as an invisible hand, shattering the barrier of void. A gentle radiance enveloped Jiang Mingyue, instantly transporting her away. Hey, wait, I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Mingyue's voice echoed within the star cave, gradually fading into the void. I was just contemplating that perhaps due to your diminished awareness, The deity acted solely on instinct. Or perhaps you had established a predetermined, conversational protocol, which led me to accept the inheritance. Qin Shi's gaze fell upon the skeletal remains, his tone calm. Yet, considering your recent actions, which did not align with my intention to send Zhang Shanshan away, everything appeared to be in order. The bones dimmed their brilliance, remaining still as they feigned death. Alas, Qin Shi sighed deeply, an expression of resignation in his eyes. Very well. He had never been one to dwell on grievances. With the die cast, he would strive to steer his own fate. What a formidable foes. If they were truly insurmountable, why would Zhang Tiandao have left behind 9 contingencies? With a bold resolve, who could assert that I could not reshape this realm? Upon contemplating, Qin Shi approached the blood demon ancestor and deftly removed his spatial ring. A layer of enchantment shimmered upon it, emanating a subtle aura. After a moment's reflection, Qin Shi effortlessly unraveled the seal, delving into the depths of the ring. He was greeted by a veritable mountain of spirit stones, their resplendent glow nearly dazzling his eyes. Over 200,000 spirit stones. A cursory examination left Qin Shi gasping in astonishment, for the entire treasury of the Ling Tian sect scarcely matched this quantity. All while sustaining the vast expenses of the sect, the blood demon ancestor alone surpassed the wealth of an entire sect. Indeed, the adage that bloodshed yields golden rewards rings true. Moreover, within the ring lay a blood-hued jade tablet and a collection of tomes. Qin Shi picked up the jade tablet. Inspecting it closely, it appeared to be a command token for a certain grand formation, though it held no immediate utility for him. The books, however, were invaluable texts on the art of formations and ancient medicinal recipes. They undoubtedly surpassed the comprehensiveness and profundity of the compendium of herbal lore from the Ling Tian sect. After a brief study, Qin Shi withdrew all into his spatial ring. In times past, he would have eagerly dedicated more time to their study, as it wouldn't require much effort. Yet, the present circumstances were different. The looming threat of an unknown enemy weighed heavily upon his heart, instilling within him a pressing urgency to enhance his strength. 3 years. To ascend to the 9th realm of cultivation, the divine spirit realm. Qin Shi inhaled deeply, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. Even those progeny nurtured by ancient and powerful lineages would find it difficult to achieve such a terrifying rate of advancement. Steeling his resolve, Qin Shi immersed his consciousness into his inner sea of awareness, where 9 clusters of mysterious flames danced gently. Let us examine the first seed of fire and its legacy, he murmured softly. With a faint pop, the first flame gradually extinguished. In that instant, ancient scriptures resonated with the sounds of the Tao, unveiling a myriad of profound runes within his consciousness. Each rune seemed to embody the primordial power of creation. Enigmatic and arcane, Qin Shi focused intently, observing as the flickering light appeared to channel the secrets of ancient deities crafting the cosmos. This was the legacy of the Great Wilderness Divine Palace, an ancient and formidable technique known as the Great Tao of Creation, one of the imperial scriptures of the human race. As Qin Shi delved deeper into his comprehension, threads of crimson mist flowed through his meridians, gradually enveloping him in an overwhelming, unfathomable aura. In that moment, the starry void within him surged with a tempestuous wind, and auspicious clouds billowed. Meanwhile, outside the library of the Ling Tian sect, tranquility reigned. Ling Huang stood with a posture of respect, her demeanor poised at the entrance of the pavilion. "Miss," inquired her maid, a Qing, with wide, worried eyes, "do you truly believe the elder guarding the pavilion can resolve our sect's dire nest problem? That nest is utterly terrifying." Undoubtedly, Ling Huang asserted with confidence, the beasts within the nest lack significant combat prowess. They are merely reckless and fearless, which has led to substantial casualties among our sect's disciples. However, should the elders be dispatched to accompany the guardians, the ferocious beasts would intentionally gather to form a tide, posing a threat to the elders. In other words, if any disciple can strike down a raging beast before it goes berserk, it could significantly reduce casualties and resolve the crisis, Ling Huang elucidated. The maid, a Qing, nodded in a semblance of understanding and tentatively inquired, "So, can the elders of the pavilion enable our sect's disciples to slay the ferocious beast with a single strike?" "Indeed," Ling Huang affirmed, her expression grave. "The pavilion's elders embody the essence of our sect, possessing unparalleled talent and insight. You cannot fathom that our sect's foremost combat technique is a creation of the pavilion's elder." "The foremost combat technique?" the Qing recalled, saying, "Miss, do you refer to the overlapping sword aura?" "Precisely," Ling Huang exclaimed, lamenting, Alas, within our sect, only a singular layer of the overlapping technique exists, which is far from sufficient to confront the imminent peril. However, I have heard that the elder has developed multiple layers of sword or overlap. Thus, the pavilion's elder will surely resolve our sect's crisis. Hope flickered in Ling Huang's eyes, but a Qing bit her lip, hesitantly expressing, I have heard that the technique of overlapping sword aura seems to have been created by one of our sect's disciples. Humph. Ling Huang scoffed, her demeanor dismissive. Such absurdity. Without decades of immersion in the sword path, how could one conceive of the overlapping sword aura technique? A Qing. You do not comprehend cultivation and cannot fathom the immense enhancement this technique brings to combat prowess. Ling Huang grew increasingly fervent in her discourse. When I first practiced, I was profoundly shaken by this technique. The pavilion's elder is truly a prodigy of our sect. His presence is a boon to us. Well, then I shall wait with you for the pavilion's elder, a Qing said. Chapter 23. The extraordinary talent of the Ling Tian sect. Moments later, within the loft, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow stepped forth, his eyes sparkling with vitality and wisdom. Upon seeing Ling Huang, he immediately bowed respectfully. Mistress, pardon my oversight. I was engrossed in my cultivation and failed to notice your arrival in a timely manner. It is truly my fault for making you wait. There is no need for such formalities. I have only just arrived. Ling Huang quickly interjected, raising her hand to halt him, her gaze brimming with reverence. Surely, elder, you are aware of my purpose here? Ling Huang, though proud, tempered her demeanor in the presence of this remarkable elder of the sect. Only those who have practiced the sword qi overlapping technique can truly appreciate the unparalleled talent of its creator. Upon receiving your message, I was already aware, the elder nodded. But I must inform you that I possess only a rudimentary version of the technique, capable of overlapping a limited number of sword qi. Rudimentary? Ling Huang paused, a flicker of delight crossing her features. Are you implying that there exists a method capable of overlapping even more sword qi? Indeed, there is. The elder replied with a gentle smile. One can overlap dozens of sword qi. These words struck Ling Huang like a thunderclap. You have indeed developed a method that allows for the overlapping of dozens of sword qi, she exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of deep respect. The ability to master such a combat technique would render her invincible among peers, and even crossing boundaries in battle would no longer be a mere fantasy. Ling Huang felt a momentary cessation of breath, her heart pounding fiercely. The elder truly was an extraordinary genius. You seem to misunderstand, the elder interjected, shaking his head. This technique is not my own creation, but rather the remarkable work of one of our sect's disciples. Thus, I fear I may disappoint you. Our sect's disciple? Ling Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling. Who is this individual? Pray tell, who could it be? A tempest of emotion surged within her. Could it be true that Ling Tian's sect harbored such a prodigy? With such talent among them, the sect's future prosperity was assured. Elation flooded her heart, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ling Tian's sect had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune by welcoming such brilliance into its ranks. What future lay ahead for the sect? Reaching beyond mere mountains and rivers? A cold smile graced her lips as a familiar figure flickered through her mind. Qin Shi, do you think that in your absence, I cannot confront the dangers that lurk? What a laughable notion. Once I cultivate this talent, you shall surely regret your departure. Who is he? Ling Huang's voice quivered, almost bursting forth in haste. Ah, he is. The elder's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. His name is Qin Shi, and he has been in quiet meditation on the back mountain for many years. You may seek him out personally. After a brief pause, the elder added, by the way, the initial method I exchanged for a tattered tome on formations to obtain the sword qi overlapping technique was indeed an incredible stroke of luck. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Ling Huang felt a resounding buzz in her mind, as if struck by lightning, rendering her momentarily unfocused. Qin Shi? How could it be him? How is this possible? She murmured in disbelief, her fingers digging deeply into her palm. The very sword qi overlapping technique, which she regarded as her ultimate trump card, had emerged from the hands of Qin Shi. The color drained from Ling Huang's face, rendering her as pale as a sheet, her delicate form trembling violently, almost unable to maintain her stance. Master, what troubles you? Elder Shudge, witnessing her distress, hurried to support her, his expression filled with confusion. Our sect has acquired such a remarkable talent. This should herald great prosperity. Why does your countenance betray such distress? Having spent years in seclusion at the library, he was blissfully unaware of the recent turmoil concerning Qin Shi within the sect. Ling Huang stumbled out of the scripture pavilion, the name Qin Shi echoing relentlessly in her mind, striking her heart like a relentless hammer. Absurd. Truly absurd. Ling Huang murmured to herself, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palm. I have driven away the most brilliant prodigy of our sect with my own hands. Her maid, a Qing, quickly grasped her trembling arm, her eyes brimming with concern. Miss? Ling Huang raised her gaze, her eyes swirling with tumultuous waves. A Qing, do you not understand? That technique, devoid of any barriers, could amplify a cultivator's strength immensely. When I first practiced it, I could hardly believe such a miraculous method existed in this world. Ling Huang's throat tightened. I had always thought it was the culmination of the elder's lifelong efforts, yet it was created by Qin Shi. How young is he? A Qin. Do you think I was mistaken? Ling Huang spoke with a sense of bewilderment. Miss, you are not wrong. A Qing interjected urgently, her tone resolute as iron. Even if he possesses remarkable talent, his character is flawed. To steal the sect master's token is already a grave transgression. And to dare to trespass into Sister Chang Lin's chamber for nefarious purposes, how can such behavior be tolerated? A Qing's brows furrowed tightly, anger igniting in her eyes. We are both women. How can you overlook Sister Chang Lin's suffering for the sake of his mere talent? A Qing's words struck Ling Huang's chaotic thoughts like a hammer, and soon her gaze began to crystallize. Chang Lin, that adept disciple of herbalism, who tirelessly brewed medicinal herbs day and night during the sect's perilous times, contributing immensely. It would not be long before the injured elder fully recovered. Cheng Lin had exerted herself for the sect, and if I turned my back on her for a mere Qin Shi? Ling Huang closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she had regained some of her authoritative composure. A Qing was right. Some wrongs cannot be overshadowed by talent. Even without Qin Shi, what would it matter? Ling Huang centered her thoughts, taking a deep breath. I can still seek him out. Him? A Qing, puzzled, soon seemed to grasp the implication. Could it be the him that dwells in your heart, miss? A rare flush graced Ling Huang's cheeks. Indeed, it is he. With his talent, he can undoubtedly innovate upon the sword chi overlapping foundational technique. Her fingertips suddenly clenched, her tone resolute. What Qin Shi can achieve, he will surely surpass. I am curious about what he truly looks like. The one who occupies our Mrs. thoughts so profoundly, a Qing remarked playfully. I. Ling Huang slightly tilted her head, gazing into the distance, a hint of longing shining in her eyes. I am curious as well. Her thoughts drifted back to a decade prior. At the tender age of youth, little Ling Huang, distracted by play, inadvertently strayed into the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. As she pursued a resplendent butterfly, a roar akin to the shattering of stone echoed through the air. In an instant, she turned, only to find a blood-eyed beast looming perilously close, the stench of decaying flesh enveloping her. Instinctively, the child curled into a ball, her trembling fingers sinking deep into the earth, just as the creature's claws were about to rend her fragile garment. A familiar fabric brushed against her cheek. The boy who often wielded his sword in the back mountain had spread his arms to shield her. Do not be afraid, he assured, his hair still glistening with morning dew, his amber eyes radiating warmth in the sunlight. It cannot harm you. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, the fearsome beast emitted a whimper, its massive frame trembling as though struck by lightning, before it fled in a panic, crashing through 3 ancient trees. The golden sunlight outlined the boy, as he smiled and brushed the grass clippings from Ling Huang's hair. In that moment, his smile shone purer than the snow atop the mountain peaks. My name is Qin Shi, he said, scratching his head with a simple grin, Zheng meaning justice, and Yi also representing righteousness. This name resonated in the girl's innocent heart like the thunder of spring, rippling with newfound awareness. Each time midnight dreams returned, she would envision the boy standing against the light, shielding her and softly whispering, do not be afraid. Yes, Qin Shi, that name. That boy, Ling Huang would come to understand in the days that followed that this feeling was known as affection. She had cherished him for 10 years. An enduring memory etched in her heart. I have loved him for a decade, never able to forget, Ling Huang confessed, her gaze brimming with deep emotion. Her disdain and prejudice towards Qin Shi stemmed largely from her father's repeated attempts to arrange her marriage to him. Later, upon assuming control of the Ling Tian sect, Ling Huang sought out this name, yet she could find no trace of him. Perhaps he was never truly a member of the Ling Tian sect, she lamented. However, it was fortunate that they had exchanged communication stones back then. Ling Huang paced anxiously, her steps fraught with uncertainty. After much hesitation, encouraged repeatedly by her maid Qing. She took a deep breath, mustered all her courage, and activated the communication stone to reach out to Qin Shi. After a brief interval, Qing tiptoed closer, noticing her mistress staring blankly at the stone, and could not help but whisper, "Has he responded?" Ling Huang's complexion suddenly turned pale, her voice trembling as she replied, He has blocked me. How could this be?" Qing gasped in shock, hastily supporting the faltering Ling Huang, who leaned against the cool corridor pillar, slowly sliding down to the ground. Chapter 24. Journey westward for 6,000 miles within the Star Cave. After several days of rigorous cultivation, Qin Shi slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting, cryptic rune shimmered between his brows. "I can no longer continue my practice," he murmured, an expression of profound shock lingering in his gaze. This was not due to a lack of comprehension or an inability to grasp the imperial scriptures. Rather, it was because the great Tao transformation technique was overwhelmingly potent and tyrannical. It established a foundation for the Tao through a method that nearly plundered the very essence of the heavens and the earth, unlocking the divine reservoirs within the human body and elevating one's realm. At its pinnacle, the practice could even devour the essence of the 9 heavens and absorb the spirits of the 10 earths, truly a terrifying prospect. In contrast, the cultivation methods he had previously practiced in the Ling Huang sect were feeble and insipid, akin to a trickling stream, merely passively awaiting the influx of spiritual energy from the cosmos, unable to forge a solid foundation, an abyssal disparity indeed. This had resulted in his body being inherently deficient, with an exceedingly poor foundation. Although the refinement through the imperial scriptures could help him contain his essence and remedy his shortcomings, the absence of ancient medicinal essences rendered his efforts futile, akin to cooking without rice, impossible to continue his forging. He needed to find sufficient ancient medicinal essences to restore his innate abilities and mend his past deficiencies. "It is time to depart," Qin Shi declared softly. He gazed at the skeletal remains with a complex expression. "If you still exist in this world, take care of yourself. Perhaps one day, I may be able to help you reconstruct your form. Yet," he added with a hint of bitterness, "of course, if you pass before I arrive, I won't mourn your absence." There was a trace of resentment woven into his words. "We have little more to discuss, so let it be, you pitiful minor." Qin Shi's lips moved slightly, hesitating for a long moment before continuing, "Pitiful master." As his words fell, Qin Shi knelt and bowed 3 times. The jaw of the skeleton moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Only a gentle force enveloped Qin Shi, transporting him away. "Despite my ridicule, he still regards me as his master. How commendable," he thought. "One day, you will understand, possessing the foremost physique in the universe, even without accepting the inheritance, you will inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, plunging you into an abyss of despair." The Tao encompasses 50, and the heavens transformation, 49. We are not without our opportunities. The voice of the ages reverberated within the Star Cave, imbued with both solace and concern. Upon his return, Qin Shi found himself at the Mirror Heart Lake, the surroundings unchanged as before. "I wonder how my sister is faring," he pondered, his brow furrowed with anxiety and urgency. Just then, a flicker of spiritual light suddenly appeared on the tranquil surface of the lake, enveloping some information that surged into Qin Shi's mind. "My sister has been chosen as a disciple by the Bronze Temple?" He gasped in astonishment. Previously, he had contemplated guiding her onto the path of cultivation, but her mortal body and unresponsive spiritual acumen had rendered such aspirations futile. He never imagined that she would possess such celestial affinities, though the news was likely true. The matter concerned his sister, prompting Qin Shi to decide on a personal investigation. On this day, he stood poised in the air above Qinlan City, his form resembling that of an ethereal being. He then strode directly into the city lord's mansion, according to the account of the lord of Qinlan City on that day. After Wu Qitong set fire to the small courtyard, she indeed made her way to Yingxin Lake. Regrettably, the guards dispatched for her protection ultimately lost her trail. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi nodded and took his leave. Considering the information presented, it seems that his sister must have acquired the celestial destiny. At present, the pressing matter for Qin Shi is to seek out ancient herbs imbued with life essence. 6,000 miles to the west lies Wuyin City. Due to its proximity to the Misty Mountain Range, this city serves as a supply station for numerous cultivators, where precious spiritual herbs occasionally surface for sale. He resolved to head there first in hopes of fortune. If unsuccessful, he would devise alternative plans. After making up his mind, Qin Shi transformed into a streak of light and surged into the vast, boundless forest in the distance. Before long, the forest appeared to be swept by a tempest, with numerous birds and beasts fleeing in panic, plunging the entire area into chaos. Suspended in midair, Qin Shi's gaze was piercing as he meticulously searched. In the distance, he spotted a Qing Tian Peng bird, radiating a mysterious azure glow, its wings spanning roughly 30 feet, soaring gracefully through the sky. To encounter a half-step Nirvana realm ping bird in such a remote area is indeed fortuitous. Qin Shi's lips curled into a smile as he conjured a massive hand of magical power, reaching out toward the Qing Tian Peng bird. Sensing the impending grasp, the Peng bird's feathers bristled in alarm, yet before it could react, the enormous hand firmly ensnared it, rendering it unable to struggle. Qin Shi flickered before the bird. "Become my steed and carry me 6,000 miles, and I shall grant you your freedom. What say you?" "Ka." As a sovereign of the skies, how could the Qing Tian Peng bird submit so easily? Its piercing gaze burned with azure flames, and its sharp beak glinted with a chilling light, brimming with demonic power, seeking to break free from its confinement. Reluctant, are we?" Qin Shi's expression shifted, and he said, "If it truly burdens you, you may depart freely. I shall not compel you." With that, he gently withdrew the oppressive hand. The Qing Tianping bird, eager to spread its wings, was confronted by the treacherous void around it, where fierce sword qi intertwined like a web of death. A shiver coursed through its body, and an instinctual fear blossomed within. With a glance filled with reluctant resignation, the bird folded its wings and descended, choosing submission. The Qing Tianping transformed into a streak of azure light, sweeping across the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds in its wake. "Ah, what is this? Is someone sending me a message? From Ling Tian's sect?" Amidst the howling winds, a gentle murmur floated through the firmament, dissipating into the vastness. Chapter 25. The hidden peril of the sect. As Qin Shi grasped the communication stone, the moment Ling Huang's voice uttered a single word, he crushed the stone in his hand, disregarding its content entirely. This communication stone was no longer of any use to him. Subsequently, Qin Shi closed his eyes in contemplation, delving into the clear wind-eye technique residing within his mind. This technique nurtures the dual pupils with spiritual energy, and upon reaching a certain level, one may unlock the martial arts heavenly eye. Naturally, should one discover rare celestial treasures and assimilate them, the attainment of even higher spiritual eyes, such as the holy eye, would not be out of reach. Every moment was exceptionally precious for Qin Shi. Within Ling Tian's sect, Ling Huang had been in a daze for several days, gradually coming to accept the harsh reality. Surely, he must have accidentally deleted her, otherwise, how could he have blacklisted her? Yes, that must be the case. She resolved to seek an opportunity to explain in person. Ling Huang lowered her gaze to the untouched spiritual tea on her desk, with droplets of condensation forming on her eyelashes, indistinguishable as mist or tears. Fortunately, an abbreviated version of the sword qi overlapping technique created by Qin Shi was available from the elder guarding the pavilion. Although it could not stack dozens of layers to combat beyond realms, it was sufficient to significantly enhance a cultivator's combat power. Ling Huang took a deep breath, pressing the yellowed jade slip into her palm, as the spiritual power ignited at her fingertips. Annotations she had observed in the scripture pavilion suddenly materialized. This was created by Qin Shi at the age of 16, when he proclaimed, "If the sword qi possesses spirit, it shall naturally overlap and become peaks." Regaining her focus, Ling Huang dispelled her distractions and began to experiment with stacking sword qi according to the foundational technique from the elder. Buzzing, the sword qi within her surged. But as the technique operated, the sword qi coursing through her meridians was guided, gradually compressed and refined. It was effective. Ling Huang's eyes brightened. With her meridians freed, she could condense more sword qi. She exhaled softly. In the past, she could only stack one layer, but now, with the aid of this technique, Ling Huang's gaze sharpened as she formed the sword technique with her hands. With a whoosh, a nearly tangible sword qi erupted forth, resembling a brilliant arc of light, violently striking the mountain wall outside, leaving a profound scar. In an instant, stone shards flew, and dust engulfed the air. 8 layers. Ling Huang could hardly believe it, joyously exclaiming that she could now successfully stack 8 layers of sword qi, more than doubling her combat strength. And this was merely a foundational technique. However, the exhilaration of her doubled power soon ebbed like a receding tide, leaving a bitter realization on her tongue. Such astonishing martial prowess originated from the hands of Qin Shi, whom she had once dismissed. Despite her previous denials, Ling Huang murmured, this resonance of spiritual veins during the technique's operation clearly taught her to confront reality. Suddenly, she bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Qin Shi's talent truly was extraordinary. Regret seeped into her heart. Perhaps she had indeed been mistaken. The once proud Ling Huang had ultimately been slapped by the harshness of reality. Notify the elders of each peak, she declared, rising abruptly. She immediately inscribed the sword Qi overlapping technique into the Ling Tian sword art, summoning all sword disciples to the training grounds at the break of dawn each day. 3 days later, the training grounds echoed with the thunderous roars of sword Qi. 30% of the disciples have now successfully stabilized the ability to merge 2 sword energies. And it is believed that soon they will be able to cultivate 3 sword energies, at which point they may venture into the perilous lair of the back mountain. Even the esteemed elders, after their studies, could not help but express their astonishment at the significant enhancement in combat strength. This martial technique is truly invincible. In order to expedite progress, Ling Huang has even opened the summit of the back mountain, allowing numerous disciples to cultivate in that sacred ground. While this side flourishes, turmoil has erupted at the Revitalization Institute. What did you say? 3 injured elders are unconscious and hanging by a thread? Ling Huang's figure suddenly swayed, overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Each elder is a pillar of the Ling Tian sect. The loss of even one would shake its foundation, jeopardizing its dominance across 3,000 miles. Moreover, now it is 3. How could this happen? Just a few days ago, during her visit to the Revitalization Institute, Cheng Lin had clearly informed her that the elders' conditions had improved. Without a moment to ponder, Ling Huang, in a state of desperation, hurried to the Revitalization Institute. Upon stepping through the gate, she exclaimed anxiously, Cheng Lin, what on earth is happening? Reporting to the sect master, it is all Cheng Lin's fault. I implore the sect master to mete out punishment. Cheng Lin knelt, her face filled with sorrow, her expression pitiful. Cheng Lin, Ling Huang's voice turned cold. A few days ago, you claimed there was improvement. How has it come to this? It is due to Cheng Lin's lack of medical expertise. Cheng Lin responded in anguish. I am willing to accept death as punishment. With that, she closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. At that moment, a disciple from the medicinal team, seemingly unable to bear the sight, hesitated before also kneeling. This matter is not Cheng Lin's fault. No one anticipated that the medicinal herbs within the sect were mere shells, their essence completely lost. What do you mean by this? Ling Huang furrowed her brows, inquiring. Previously, someone had stealthily stolen the essence of the medicinal herbs, fearing detection, and thus employed special methods to conceal the truth, resulting in the herbs being left as empty husks, the medicinal disciple explained. Ultimately, it is my lack of medical acumen that led to this oversight. Cheng Lin gently shook her head. I still hope the sect master will punish me. The medicinal herb store was managed by senior brother Qin, and it seems he alone would possess the knowledge to extract the essence. Could it be? The medicinal disciple spoke again. Upon hearing this, Ling Huang's heart brimmed with indignation. Qin again. Always Qin. Do not speak without solid evidence, Cheng Lin interjected, in any case. If the elder's conditions have worsened under my care, then I shall bear the responsibility. Gazing at the kneeling Cheng Lin, Ling Huang could not help but feel a surge of compassion. Even after suffering deeply at the hands of Qin, she refused to cast blame upon him, instead shouldering the burden herself. What a commendable disciple she is. Enough, Cheng Lin. Ling Huang helped her rise, offering gentle words of comfort. No one could have anticipated that Qin would steal the essence of the medicinal herbs. Is there any remedy available now? If we can locate an ancient herb containing life essence, there may still be hope for the elder's recovery. Cheng Lin replied. Very well, I understand. Ling Huang nodded slightly. You continue to care for the elders, and I shall seek the ancient herb containing life essence. The urgent matter at hand is to save the elders, Ling Huang declared. As she gazed at Ling Huang's departing figure, Cheng Lin's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Foolish woman, as dull as a pig. It is evident that she loses her wits at the mere mention of Qin Shi. Once you retrieve the ancient medicine, it shall mark my departure from the Ling Tian sect. The value of life-related ancient medicines is substantial. The spirit stones garnered from their sale will suffice for my cultivation needs, rendering my continued stay at the Ling Tian sect unnecessary. With that, she cast a sidelong glance at the accompanying disciple and remarked, You performed admirably. Your family's lives are preserved. The disciple faltered, engulfed in confusion. If one seeks the swiftest location to find ancient medicines imbued with the essence of life, it would undoubtedly be Misty Hidden City. After a brief period of preparation, Ling Huang resolved to set forth to Misty Hidden City. Master, at that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached. What is it? Ling Huang inquired. The individual, named Wu Yi, was among the first batch of exceptional disciples sent to cultivate on the back mountain. I report to you, Master. During my recent training at the summit of the back mountain, I have discovered that it is not a land of cultivation, but rather a cursed place that influences the mind and incites slaughter. Huh, a cursed place. Ling Huang scoffed skeptically. Let me ask you, how long did Qin Shi cultivate there? At least several years. Wu Yi replied. Precisely. Qin Shi regarded it as a treasure trove, yet you deem it a cursed land? How absurd. As an esteemed disciple of the sect, are you truly inferior to a mere disciple of the back mountain? Ling Huang's words were sharp as daggers. But Wu Yi attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by Ling Huang. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall discuss this upon my return. With that, she vanished in a flash, ascending to a divine vessel suspended in the air, disappearing from sight in an instant. But how can I possibly compare to a prodigy like senior brother Qin? Wu Yi murmured to himself. I possess an innate sensitivity to spiritual awareness. It truly is a cursed place. If I continue to cultivate there, it will surely lead to calamity. Master, why do you not believe me? He lamented. Chapter 26. Ancient Medicines of Life. The city of Misty Hidden stood majestically, its towering walls constructed from massive stones, exuding an aura of antiquity and solidity. After days of arduous travel, Qin Shi finally arrived at the foot of Misty Hidden City. Brother Peng, I am deeply grateful for your companionship over the 6,000-li journey. Qin Shi beamed, acknowledging their agreement. You may now return at your leisure. Throughout their travels, the azure-feathered Peng bird had exerted itself tirelessly, showing no hint of selfishness, and occasionally offering servile gestures in an attempt to please. The bond between man and bird was harmonious, sharing meals and moments alike. Perhaps it is my charm that has captivated you, Qin Shi mused to himself. With a sharp cry, the azure Peng bird expressed a blend of resignation and indignation, its eyes rolling in exasperation. Oh, how could I forget? Qin Shi chuckled awkwardly, dispelling the sword energy that had lingered above the Peng bird's head in recent days. Here, brother Peng. He offered a few golden corn cobs, his tone imbued with concern and regret. I've noticed you have lost some weight. Do eat more to replenish your strength. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Peng bird inhaled deeply, seized the cobs, and soared into the sky, its pent-up fury nearly erupting from its eyes. It ascended into the far reaches of the heavens. Suddenly, a retching sound echoed, as the azure Peng bird expelled the entirety of its recent meals, feeling as though a tempest raged within its belly, utterly distressed. All I had were roasted flatbreads, corn cobs, and boiled greens. Does this fool not realize that my kind thrives on flesh? It seethed internally, forced to feign enjoyment of such meager fare. What a tremendous humiliation. The more the Peng bird contemplated, the angrier it became. Enough of this. I shall devour a few humans to assuage my grievances. At the city gate, cultivators came and went in a bustling flow, and Qin Shi merged into the throngs, entering Misty Hidden City. The apothecary was the largest establishment for selling spiritual medicines within the city, renowned even in neighboring towns. With branches that boasted a stellar reputation, this was the destination of Qin Shi's journey. Nestled in the heart of the city, the apothecary was easily located. Upon stepping inside, a delicate yet potent fragrance of herbs enveloped him, refreshing his spirit. The interior was spacious, with tall cabinets lined in perfect order, each filled with an array of medicinal boxes intricately engraved with protective runes. As Qin Shi surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settled upon an elderly man clad in a simple robe, sporting a beard. Esteemed elder, might there be any ancient medicines containing the essence of life available here? Qin Shi inquired politely. Indeed, there are, the elder replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. However, such ancient medicines infused with the essence of life are exceedingly rare. I have only 3 remaining. Qin Shi's eyes brightened at this revelation, for this quantity exceeded his expectations. Ancient medicines of life require an exceptionally demanding environment for growth, nourished by spiritual veins and the essence of the earth, taking 300 years to mature. They possess the ability to mend injuries, replenish vitality, and extend one's lifespan slightly, thus serving a multitude of purposes. Even though they are costly and seldom seen, it was unexpected to find 3 here. Excellent. Qin Shi calmly spoke. Old sir, I will take them all. Oh. The elderly man slightly turned his gaze, scrutinizing Qin Shi. dressed in plain garments, devoid of any extraordinary artifacts or spiritual adornments. He exuded a demeanor of congeniality, lacking even a trace of the arrogance often associated with the privileged offspring of cultivators. It was evident that he was a genuine commoner cultivator. "Hey, young man," the elder chuckled lightly, "my ancient herbs are not inexpensive. They are 50,000 spirit stones each. Can you afford them?" Unfazed by the elder's demeanor, Qin Shi produced a storage ring and tossed it onto the table with a resounding clink. "Old sir, feel free to count," Qin Shi remarked nonchalantly. The elder, though skeptical, picked it up and probed within. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet, visibly shaken. Inside the ring lay a mountain of spirit stones, an astonishing total of 150,000. The elder couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Goodness, what a substantial sum." Such a quantity of spirit stones is beyond the reach of most mid-sized sections. One cannot judge a person by appearances. The elder, Wu Tian, introduced himself respectfully, bowing slightly. "I am the owner of the Miracle Herb Shop. The ancient herbs are in the back room. Please wait a moment while I fetch them." Of course, Qin Shi nodded. Before long, 3 ancient herbs were presented. They resembled green tree branches, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense a tremendous force pulsating within. The herbs emanated a gentle aura, flickering with a subtle radiance, clearly harboring an immense and pure vitality. "This is Qingmu Xianhua." Qin Shi's eyes brightened with delight. "Your discernment is commendable, young master." "Indeed, it is Qingmu Xianhua," Wu Tian praised sincerely. "These were recently brought back by a cultivator from the Misty Mountains. It seems fortune smiles upon you." Qin Shi nodded, carefully placing the ancient herbs into his storage ring. There are numerous types of life-based ancient herbs, and Qingmu Xianhua is one of them, while its effects are generally similar to other herbs of its kind. Qin Shi's excitement stemmed from a specific ancient recipe left by the blood demon ancestor, which included a formula for the Qingmu Lingyun pill, with Qingmu Xianhua as its primary ingredient. If he could refine it into the Qingmu Lingyun pill, the efficacy would surpass direct consumption by a substantial 50%. Qin Shi pondered quietly, realizing that the art of alchemy is merely about discarding the dross and retaining the essence. It should not be too difficult, especially with a complete recipe at hand. Perhaps I could give it a try. With this thought in mind, Qin Shi inquired, "Shopkeeper Wu, does your herb shop have a place for alchemy?" "Indeed, we do," Wu Tian replied. "You wouldn't be considering using such precious ancient herbs for alchemy, would you?" "That is correct. Please prepare a suitable place for me," Qin Shi stated, "and also gather some complementary spiritual herbs, ling sui grass, fire ji flower." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but gently remind him, "Young master, the path of alchemy is by no means simple, especially with life-based ancient herbs. The process is fraught with complexities. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of both the herbs and the elixir." Wu Tian's concern was genuine. He truly felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. "In my heart, I am well aware. You may proceed with your preparations," Qin Shi remarked. Should the young master wish to experiment, it would be prudent to begin with the more affordable elixirs. Wu Tian, still unwilling to relent, contemplated further persuasion. However, upon noticing the impatience etched upon Qin Shi's countenance, he could only sigh in resignation and silently lead him to the alchemical chamber in the back hall. The supplementary herbs were plentiful within the marketplace, and it did not take long to gather them, amounting to a total value of 10,000 spirit stones. As for the alchemical chamber, its use was graciously provided free of charge. Good heavens, merely moments after acquiring 200,000 spirit stones, only 40,000 remained. Qin Shi couldn't help but lament. In the pursuit of cultivation, wealth, partners, techniques, and land were paramount, with wealth holding the foremost position. Indeed, there lies wisdom in this notion. As the defensive array activated, sealing the alchemical chamber, Wu Tian let out a cold snort. Surely, this must be some scion of a prominent family seeking a taste of life. The ancient medicines for life are exceedingly precious. And this is nothing but sheer waste. What a pity. As for whether Qin Shi had any chance of success in his endeavors? Wu Tian had never even entertained such a possibility. Master Su, the foremost alchemist of Misty Hidden City, had immersed himself in the art of alchemy for 180 years. Even he would not dare to attempt concocting life-related ancient medicines lightly. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, 15,000 spirit stones at stake. Should the endeavor fail, regret would come swiftly. With a flick of his hand, Wu Tian departed, striding away. Before he even reached the main hall, voices echoed forth. In the grand and illustrious medicine pavilion, no one was attending the hall. Where were they? Come forth at once. Do not keep my lady waiting. Wu Tian hastened out. His eyes fell upon two women. The foremost was clad in resplendent brocade, adorned with a radiant artifact at her wrist, and her hair embellished with shimmering spiritual ornaments. Accompanying her was a maidservant, carrying a black divine whip. Her demeanor exuded pride, and her maid's words dripped with arrogance. Indeed, one could discern the unmistakable aura of a second-generation cultivator, a potential major client. Upon witnessing this, Wu Tian instantly donned a smile. Ah, here they come. Here they come. The esteemed guests have arrived. What may I assist you with? I shall prepare it forthwith. The woman replied, ancient medicines infused with the essence of life. The visitors were none other than Ling Huang and her maid, a Qin. Chapter 27. A surge of phenomena. A tremor. Are you also seeking ancient life elixirs? Wu Tian glanced at the leading woman in astonishment. With a wry smile, he remarked, Miss, you have come too late. The last 3 ancient life elixirs in the shop have just been purchased for alchemical refinement. Refinement? Ling Huang paused in surprise, then exclaimed with joy, could it be Master Su, the foremost alchemist, who is within crafting elixirs? If that were the case, acquiring the finished elixirs would surely bolster the chances of treating the elder's injuries. Ah, if only it were Master Su. Wu Tian shook his head, a look of helplessness crossing his face. It is a young lad, reckless and ignorant, who dares to attempt the concoction of ancient life elixirs. One could say this is a gross misuse of resources. Wu Tian's expression darkened with resentment. What? Ling Huang's complexion paled, her hopes for the elixirs dashed. She hurriedly inquired, do you know of any other places where such ancient herbs can be obtained? To my knowledge, such rare and elusive herbs cannot be found. At least not in this misty hidden city, Wu Tian replied truthfully. Infuriating. We were so close. A Qing exclaimed indignantly from the side. If you truly require ancient herbs, perhaps you could afford to wait a while, Wu Tian suggested after a moment's contemplation. That young man possesses 3 ancient herbs. I imagine that after exhausting one, he would likely hesitate to refine another. At that point, you might be able to procure it from him. In Wu Tian's view, it was far preferable for the ancient herbs to be in the hands of the women rather than squandered by that youth. Very well. We shall wait outside the alchemical chamber. After a brief deliberation, Ling Huang nodded, recognizing the merit in this plan. Inside the alchemical chamber, Qin Shi meticulously placed the ingredients into the alchemical furnace, forming hand seals. As his magical energy infused, the furnace gradually radiated a luminous glow, the flames roaring as they began to refine the spiritual herbs. Under the intense heat, impurities were slowly eliminated, dissipating as wisps of black smoke through the small openings at the top of the furnace. Meanwhile, the essential components began to meld, forming a vibrant liquid that exuded an otherworldly glow, swirling and pulsating within the vessel as if it possessed its own life force. Quite smoothly, this is not difficult. Qin Shi mused as he observed the forming elixir. At this moment, he prepared to introduce the Qingmu Xianhua, anticipating that its integration would catalyze a transcendence of spiritual resonance. Soon, the Qingmu Xianhua was introduced, and with an overwhelming surge of life energy, the light within the furnace sharply contracted. The entire alchemical furnace began to tremble violently, its runes illuminating brilliantly as they seemed to resist the surging potency of the herbs. Witnessing this, Qin Shi nodded to himself. The essence of alchemy lies in the initial removal of the dross to retain the essence, followed by a careful merging dictated by the intensity of the flames and the quantity of magical energy. The state of the elixir indeed transforms ceaselessly. However, the myriad transformations do not stray from their core principles. As long as I remain attuned to every subtle change, I can adjust in time, achieving perfect integration. This is not a challenge for me, as every alteration in the elixir is vividly present within my perception. As expected, with Qin Shi's methodical adjustments, the once tumultuous furnace gradually calmed, returning to stability. Time flowed on. The essence of Qingmu Xianhua transformed from the searing liquid back into a solid form. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light burst forth, penetrating the furnace lid, illuminating the entire alchemy chamber with its radiant glow. Within this beam, a perfectly rounded pill slowly ascended, surrounded by a halo of ethereal light. Each ray of this celestial glow danced like sinuous spirits, coiling around the pill, accompanied by harmonious, auspicious sounds resonating in the air. The Qingmu Lingyun pill had been successfully forged. Qin Shi's heart remained as tranquil as a still pond. This outcome was entirely expected. Since one had been successfully created, it was only logical to refine the remaining ones as well. He calmed his mind and immersed himself once more in the alchemical process. Outside the alchemy chamber, Ling Huang and her maid, a Qing, waited with a sense of helplessness. The surroundings were eerily silent, the stillness only occasionally broken by the soft whisper of the wind, which barely eased their mounting anxiety. "Miss, what if he were to recklessly use up all 3 ancient herbs at once? What then?" A Qing furrowed her brow, her voice laced with worry. "I do not know," Ling Huang replied, shaking her head gently, her expression grave. "Alchemy is not a pursuit suitable for someone of his age. I can only hope he possesses the wisdom to know when to stop. Indeed, I truly cannot fathom where such a prodigal has emerged from, squandering precious ancient herbs so carelessly." A Qing pouted, her heart brimming with complaints. "And that Qin Shi, how despicable. He even dared to steal the essence of our sect's spiritual herbs." Qin Shi, Ling Huang's gaze sharpened. Her teeth unconsciously clenched as a wave of uncontrollable hatred surged within her. Everything that had transpired lately was entwined with Qin Shi. He was a harbinger of misfortune. Thankfully, she had acted decisively in expelling him. Otherwise, the chaos within the sect would have escalated to a catastrophic level. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly burst forth from the alchemy chamber, casting a glow that illuminated the surrounding area. Faintly, auspicious sounds could be heard emanating from within, sending a shiver of astonishment through their hearts. Ling Huang and a Qing exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of disbelief and shock, as an incredulous thought quietly began to take root in their minds. "Mississippi, do you think it's possible?" A Qing's voice trembled slightly, tinged with both anticipation and dread. "It shouldn't be." Ling Huang instinctively held her breath, forcing herself to remain composed. The apothecary said he was merely a young man. How could one easily create a life-altering pill without a century of dedicated research and accumulation? But before she could finish her thought, a figure darted out like lightning, zipping through the air. Perhaps due to the overwhelming speed, the individual stumbled and tumbled to the ground. Yet, completely undeterred by their own disheveled state, they scrambled to their feet, trembling with excitement, and shouted at the top of their lungs. "An extraordinary phenomenon. It's done. The life-altering pill has been successfully forged." "What? You mean he succeeded in refining it?" Though she had harbored doubts. Hearing this definitive answer filled Ling Huang's eyes with astonishment, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. He succeeded. How did he manage such a feat? At such a young age? How could he have accomplished this? Even the foremost alchemist in the city, Master Su, struggled to achieve such a result. How did he accomplish this? Yushin murmured to himself in a state of bewilderment, his hands frustratedly striking his own head. How had he found himself in the main hall just moments ago? Such a remarkable spectacle. Missing even an instant of it would be a grave disrespect to the elixir. The three were momentarily stunned, frozen in the wake of this unexpected shock. After a considerable time, they gradually regained their composure, silently awaiting the emergence of the individual within. Yet, after an extensive wait, there was still no sign of him. Why had this esteemed figure not yet appeared? A Qin could not help but swallow hard, his tone turning humble, his demeanor respectful. Gone was the earlier arrogance in his words. Yushin gazed at the inner chamber where the radiant light had just retracted, only to witness flickers of flame subtly illuminating the space. A realization dawned upon him. He intended to ignite the furnace and concoct a second ancient elixir. Good heavens! He had commenced without making any adjustments. Subsequently, anxiety etched on his face. Yushin thought, crafting elixirs is immensely taxing on one's spirit, requiring several days of tranquility before one can commence a second furnace. Such a prodigious talent in alchemy must not be allowed to suffer mental fatigue. Yushin was engulfed in urgency. At that moment, he deemed the life-sustaining ancient elixirs to be trivial in comparison to this young individual's potential. A Qing and the other novices comprehended the significance of the situation. A Qing's eyes sparkled with yearning. Imagine if he were one of us in the Ling Huang sect. With him here, the injuries of the elders and disciples would surely be remedied. A Qing, stop dreaming. Ling Huang sighed softly, still displaying traces of astonishment on her face. Such a prominent figure must be a prodigy nurtured by an ancient family with utmost dedication. How could the Ling Huang sect possibly accommodate him? If we could befriend him, it would indeed be a boon for our sect, but to hope for him to join us is sheer folly. Although she spoke these words, the glimmer of uncontainable longing in Ling Huang's eyes betrayed her true feelings. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if he were one of us in the Ling Huang sect. Ling Huang's heart raced, Unable to settle, the prospect of expanding their influence not merely 3,000 miles, but perhaps 30,000 miles, was not beyond the realm of possibility. A uniquely gifted alchemist, his skills surpassing even those of Master Su. Most importantly, he was so young, with boundless potential. Should he choose to join the Ling Tian sect, Ling Huang, would certainly await him with the utmost respect. Chapter 28. Is Qin Shi a master of alchemy? As time progressed, the sky gradually darkened. The twilight cast a gentle golden hue upon the ground outside the alchemy chamber, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Soon, the remnants of daylight faded, and the moon ascended, pouring down its cool, silvery light. At that moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted within the alchemy chamber, more intense than the previous day, illuminating the surroundings as if it were noon. "Miss, look, it's done," a Qing exclaimed with wide eyes, filled with joy. "The second batch succeeded again." Ling Huang nodded, unable to conceal her own excitement. Achieving consecutive successes in such a short time transcended mere talent in alchemy. However, relief washed over Wu Tian as he sighed, his expression relaxing slightly. The successful creation of the elixir signifies that the mind remains unscathed. Heaven be praised. Yet, before he could fully catch his breath, the flames within the alchemy chamber flared up once more, and that young man was about to commence the third batch. My goodness. Wu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. This is utterly insane. Even the most accomplished alchemists would not dare to refine batch after batch in such rapid succession. As night passed, the first rays of dawn broke, and the brilliance within the alchemy chamber surged for the third time, dispelling the morning light. It worked again. The staggering success rate left Wu Tian in a state of shock, murmuring to himself. Among the three present, he was perhaps the only one who understood the true worth of the young man's alchemical prowess. The consecutive success of 3 batches merely represented the limit of ancient herbs, not the limits of the young man's abilities. As the formation within the alchemy chamber gradually dimmed, the long-closed door to the chamber creaked open. Bathed in the morning light, a figure stepped out amidst the interplay of light and shadow. When they recognized the figure as Qin Shi, both Ling Huang and a Qing were momentarily stunned. "Qin Shi? What is he doing here?" a Qing exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Could he possibly be? Absolutely not. Ling Huang's gaze faltered, but she quickly shook her head with conviction. He can only manage some rudimentary herbal techniques. How could he possibly understand alchemy? He must be an apprentice to that alchemical prodigy. Qin Shi, a talent in alchemy? What an absurd notion. Yet, a flicker of envy and jealousy stirred within Ling Huang. How fortunate Qin Shi was to be associated with a prodigy nurtured by an ancient family. How fortunate it would be for me if I were in his position. A Qing nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, a scene unfolded that astonished everyone. Wu Tian sprinted forward, his expression brimming with excitement and respect. "I am Wu Tian from the marvelous elixir workshop, and I humbly pay my respects to the master of alchemy." With that, Wu Tian placed his right hand over his heart and knelt on one knee, performing a formal salute reserved for esteemed elders and the highest form of respect among alchemists. Witnessing this, Ling Huang and a Qing stood frozen, their expressions locked in incredulity. What? Qin Shi is a master of alchemy? After a prolonged silence, Ling Huang finally managed to respond. How is this even possible? Ling Huang found it difficult to accept the situation, exclaiming, "Shopkeeper Wu, have you mistaken him for someone else? He is a disciple expelled from my Ling Tian sect. Not to mention, how could he possibly afford a rare medicinal herb priced at 50,000 spirit stones?" Her voice trembled, unable to reconcile the scene before her. Beside her, a Qing wore an expression of sheer terror, as if witnessing a ghost. Qin Shi cast a sidelong glance at Ling Huang, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "What is it? Does Miss Ling wish to accuse me of pilfering your Ling Tian sect spirit stones?" The joy he felt from concocting the elixir was significantly dampened by Ling Huang's presence. "I may not know the history between you and the master alchemist," Wu Tian replied, his tone growing stern, "but the master conducted his transactions and alchemical work right before my eyes, so his identity cannot be in question." Upon hearing this, Ling Huang's hope flickered as she leaned towards the alchemy chamber, ensuring no one else was present. Suddenly, she staggered back, her balance faltering. Her mind buzzed, as if the entire world were spinning. Thoughts raced through her head. Qin Shi is a master alchemist? Good heavens, he is indeed a master alchemist. Such a figure, coveted by various factions for his elixirs. If the Ling Tian sect had a master alchemist, it would stand as an indomitable pillar and a legacy to rely upon. This was a person my father and I could only dream of inviting. Ling Huang stood there in a daze, her hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing, her face a mask of regret. I actually expelled this prodigy from our sect. Her gaze reflected profound self-reproach and astonishment as she murmured to herself. How absurd. Truly absurd. Just moments ago, I was fantasizing about inviting him to join our Ling Tian sect. How wonderful that would have been. But now, As she spoke, Ling Huang's body seemed to lose its support, swaying slightly. Observing this, a Qing hurried forward to steady her. Yet Ling Huang's eyes remained fixed on Qin Shi, as if she sought to peer into his very soul. Her mind echoed with confusion, thoughts in disarray, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. The distant murmur of conversation between Qin Shi and Wu Tian reached her ears, yet the words eluded her comprehension. Finally, as Qin Shi prepared to depart, Ling Huang instinctively stepped forward, attempting to grasp his arm, only to be brusquely rebuffed. Qin Shi, she stammered, her lips trembling. You can concoct elixirs, yet why have you not shared this? The sect remains unaware. Her tone, once haughty, now bore an unintentional respect. And what does that have to do with you, Miss Ling, or the Ling Tian sect? Qin Shi replied curtly. Could you perhaps return to the Ling Tian sect? Ling Huang ventured cautiously. If you do, the entire sect shall honor you and offer you the highest regard. Qin Shi chuckled softly, if memory serves. Just a few days ago, Miss Ling visited Qinglan City and declared that you would not invite me back, even suggesting I would regret it. Ling Huang lowered her head in silence, her face burning with shame. Qin Shi's lips curled into a smirk as he shifted his feet, preparing to leave. Wait. Ling Huang forcibly steadied her mind and spoke once more. You may not return to the Ling Tian sect, but could you possibly sell me the life-enhancing elixirs you have refined? I am in urgent need. Oh, you seek elixirs? Qin Shi replied with a smile that held a hint of irony. I can sell them to you. With a wave of his hand, 3 resplendent elixirs floated in the air like ethereal birds. Wu Tian, inform her of the market value of these 3 Qingmu Lingyun Dan. Qin Shi remarked casually. From his earlier conversation with Wu Tian, Qin Shi had already discerned the exceptional quality of these elixirs, which was indeed a delightful surprise. They were worth a sum that the entire financial resources of the Ling Tian sect could not afford. Wu Tian hurried over, his face filled with reverence. To him, these vibrant elixirs were treasures of the world. The quality of elixirs is categorized as flawed, flawless, perfect, and sacred. Wu Tian elaborated. Flawed elixirs have effects double that of the primary ingredient, flawless ones triple, perfect ones 9 times, while sacred elixirs must endure heavenly tribulations, and their effects remain a mystery. As for the Qingmu Lingyun Dan crafted by Master Chain, at this point, Wu Tian's breath quickened, his eyes filled with astonishment and respect. All are perfect grade elixirs, valued at 500,000 each, and they are priceless in the market. 500,000 each. A Qing exclaimed in shock. But we only brought over 70,000 spirit stones on this trip. This is already the limit our sect can muster. 500,000 each. Not to mention the decrease in sect income due to the dangers from the back mountain. Even in prosperous times, they could not possibly gather such an amount. Ling Huang's face turned pale. This price far exceeded her expectations. It seems Miss Ling cannot afford them, Qin Shi remarked nonchalantly. If that is the case, do not waste my time. Wait, Qin Shi, Ling Huang said urgently. This time, an elder of our sect is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Could you, considering the past favors the sect has shown you, lend a helping hand? Qin Shi replied coldly. No? Why are you so cold-hearted? You have 3 elixirs. If you would just part with one, it could save the elder's life. The entire Ling Tian sect would be grateful. After being rejected, Ling Huang's emotions flared, her words laced with indignation and reproach. If you can relinquish one, I will personally apologize to you as the sect master, and we will not mention your past transgressions. Upon hearing this, the calm expression on Qin Shi's face finally darkened. Chapter 29. I can still shine without him is my refusal to part with a pill worth 500,000 a sign of cold-bloodedness? Qin Shi's voice was as frigid as frost, each word cutting like a blade. Is this what you, Miss Ling, uphold as your principles? Is this the righteousness esteemed by Ling Tian sect? It is truly laughable. Ling Huang's lips trembled, rendered speechless. As for the so-called sins and sect loyalty, Qin Shi's gaze was as piercing as a cold star. Remember this, Ling Huang. It was your father who implored me to join Ling Tian sect. I have suppressed great calamities for the sect for a decade, nurturing the growth of its disciples. Yet you disregard the truth and expel me based solely on a few words from others. Who has wronged whom, I wonder? With each step forward, Qin Shi forced Ling Huang to retreat. However, Ling Huang bit down on her lower lip until it bled, defiantly asserting, "How could a virtuous woman tarnish her reputation to slander you?" Huh. Qin Shi let out a light laugh, no longer fixated on the matter, and walked away with nonchalance. Such ignorant beings could only be awakened by the emergence of an ancient calamity, one that would turn everything she cherished into a sea of blood and ruins. Upon exiting the apothecary, Qin Shi had a clear objective, the nearby Misty Mountain range, where the spiritual energy was abundant and ideal for absorbing the effects of the Qingmu spirit essence pill. The Misty Mountains were perpetually shrouded in dense fog, and from a distance, one could only discern the undulating outlines of the peaks. Before long, Qin Shi's figure had already entered the domain of the Misty Mountains. The thick fog enveloped everything like a veil, the rugged ground scattered with sharp stones and interwoven roots, while moss thrived on the mottled stone walls. A powerful and prolonged beast roar echoed from deep within the mountains, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Some withered branches and leaves fell with a rustle. Almost simultaneously, a flock of birds overhead was startled into flight, screeching in alarm. "Damn it, we were so close," one voice exclaimed. "Forget it. Had it not been for the battle between those two great beings, we might not have survived." Amidst the forest, hurried voices emerged as a group of cultivators swiftly navigated through the trees. Their footsteps were frantic, their garments stained with splattered blood. Upon spotting Qin Shi, they instinctively halted, gripping their weapons tightly and eyeing him warily. "May I inquire, fellow cultivator, what has transpired in these mountains?" Qin Shi greeted them with a cupped fist. One cultivator opened his mouth to respond, but was quickly restrained by a companion's grip on his sleeve. "Leave quickly, do not risk your life," he urged before hastily departing with his companion. Seeing this, Qin Shi contemplated. "First, refine the pill and enhance my strength, then consider whether to explore further." Resolutely, he began to search through the mist. After a period of searching, Qin Shi discovered a highly concealed cave, its entrance draped with lush vines that perfectly concealed it. Nestled at the base of a cliff, a waterfall cascaded from above like a slanted Milky Way, the rushing water crashing against the rocks and sending up layers of mist. "This is the place." As Qin Shi closed his eyes to sense the abundant spiritual energy of the place, he realized it was incomparable to that of the city. The cave, though modest in size, was ample enough to accommodate him. After clearing away the rubble and weeds, Qin Shi focused his mind and deftly moved his hands. Intricate and elaborate array patterns materializing at his fingertips, then accurately inscribing them onto the ground. Every detail of the patterns, be it depth or curvature, was meticulously executed. He then placed spirit stones at crucial positions, serving as the power source to activate the formation. This was the unique spirit gathering array of the Jiang family. In an instant, a low rumble echoed, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a crashing wave, sweeping away all the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, coalescing into delicate wisps of spiritual mist that floated within the cave. The effects of this spirit-gathering array, constructed solely with ordinary spirit stones, were astonishing, rivaling even the spiritual energy at the peak of the Ling Tian sect's back mountain. If one could harness the mountains as veins, rivers as networks, and the earth's meridians as power, then the array could condense into spiritual rain, bestowing blessings upon the region. Qin Shi pondered in amazement, contemplating the background of Jiang Shanyang. His thoughts drifted to the lively girl who often stirred trouble with her sharp tongue and playful bites. Subsequently, he meticulously selected a few array patterns with both warning and soundproofing functions from the ancient texts left by the blood demon ancestor, inscribing them at the cave entrance. This way, even if a creature inadvertently wandered into this place, he would be able to detect it in time. With everything in place, Qin Shi sat peacefully within the cave, his every breath infused with the rich spiritual energy. With the aid of the spirit-gathering array, he could accelerate the refinement of his elixirs. He took out a Qingmu Lingyun pill and placed it upon his tongue. The moment it touched, it rapidly dissolved, and a surge of vitality erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. As the great Tao creation technique operated, a warm and powerful force began to mend his inherent deficiencies, filling the voids of his past. Meanwhile, Ling Huang squatted on the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees, lost in thought. "Ah Qing, I regret it so much," she lamented. "Qin Shi's alchemical talent is unparalleled. He could be of immense value to the sect, yet I foolishly cast him out. I was wrong, truly wrong. A disciple who makes mistakes should be expelled. What fault have you committed, miss? If blame is to be assigned, It should be directed at the heavens for bestowing such extraordinary alchemical talent upon someone of low character. It is indeed unjust. Miss, you must pull yourself together. The sect still needs you, and Cheng Lin is waiting for our ancient herbs. Qing replied indignantly. Upon hearing these words, Ling Huang began to regain her composure. Indeed, Cheng Lin and the elders are still awaiting the ancient herbs. She murmured to herself, I cannot let them down. It is merely the heavens' injustice. What fault is mine? What does it matter that one is a master of alchemy? In this world, strength reigns supreme. The pinnacle of cultivation is dictated by power. I, Ling Huang, am an absolute prodigy of the third realm. Can I not surpass a mere disciple from the back mountain? Without Qin Shi, I can still lead the Ling Tian sect to the summit of the eastern wasteland. Gradually, the lost confidence returned to Ling Huang. The proud peacock lifted its head once more, its eyes brimming with defiance and determination. Manager Wu. Ling Huang re-entered the front hall, her tone indifferent. I urgently require ancient medicinal herbs for life. Can you devise a solution? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian replied with uncertainty, if Miss truly needs them, you might venture to the Misty Mountain range and try your luck. The 3 stalks of Qingmu Xianhua were previously obtained by cultivators there, but what? Ling Huang pressed for clarification. But the Misty Mountain range has recently become quite turbulent. Rumors abound of a significant treasure emerging. Various factions have gathered, and within the depths, ancient beasts roar. Moreover, a terrifying blue phoenix has appeared in recent days, specifically hunting human cultivators, devouring them with ferocity. If you choose to go, exercise utmost caution and do not overreach. Wu Tian relayed the information he possessed. Thank you, manager. I shall make my own decisions. Ling Huang expressed her gratitude and departed with a Qing. Miss, allow me to accompany you to the Misty Mountain range. A Qing stated with unwavering resolve outside the apothecary. No need. Your cultivation level is still too low. Remain in the city and wait for my return. With a flicker, Ling Huang vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 30. Ling Huang. The chosen daughter of destiny, it is said that after the azure sky rock had suffered a great indignity at the hands of Qin, it fled to the Misty Mountain range to frolic. This excursion proved fortuitous, as it unveiled a realm of unparalleled possibilities. By the heavens, the spiritual energy here is so abundant that one might wonder why even a dog would refuse to return to its humble abode. The azure sky rock flapped its wings with glee, the thick mist beneath it rendered inconsequential under its keen gaze. With a swift tuck of its wings, it dove down like a bolt of azure lightning, effortlessly ambushing and dispatching a hapless cultivator. Savoring the taste of blood and flesh elixirs in its belly, the rock felt an exhilarating joy. This flavor far surpassed any mundane fare it had hunted back home. With a bit more time to feast, a breakthrough to the Nirvana realm would be nothing short of inevitable. It sensed that fortune was finally smiling upon it, as it contemplated its newfound luck. 2 cultivators appeared in the mountains beneath its watchful eye. Old Zhang, I've heard whispers that a giant bird has recently emerged in the Misty Mountain range, preying upon cultivators. I can't shake this feeling of unease, remarked the leaner cultivator, his face betraying a hint of dread. Bah, what is there to fear from a mere bird? Scoffed the robust cultivator, waving dismissively. The truly formidable beasts lurk deep within the mountains. What threat could possibly exist out here? Besides, I've heard this bird prefers to strike from the shadows. Just think about it. How formidable can a cowardly creature really be? As the saying goes, great fortune lies in peril. Recently, treasures have been uncovered in these mountains with surprising frequency. If we happen upon some good fortune ourselves, who knows what we might acquire? The burly cultivator's confidence was palpable. The leaner cultivator nodded in agreement, recalling tales of a fortunate individual who had recently stumbled upon 3 life-giving elixirs, which he sold to the apothecary, thus achieving freedom from spiritual stones. How enviable! If only I could unearth a few treasures myself. Just as the lean cultivator immersed himself in dreams of grandeur, a swift sound sliced through the air, and a blue shadow tore through the mist with astonishing speed. The fearsome eagle head loomed large in his vision, and in the blink of an eye, it had descended upon him. Ah! The lean cultivator's terrified scream echoed as he was snatched into the air, vanishing without a trace. Damn it! It's that coward! The robust cultivator's eyes blazed with fury as he cursed vehemently. If you have the guts, face me head on. If I am devoured, let it be known that my cultivation was lacking and I deserved it. But to resort to treachery, what kind of creature does that? Show yourself. He brandished his weapon, his voice a tempest of rage and indignation. Yet, no matter how he raged, the mist remained eerily silent, as if the azure sky rock had vanished into thin air. leaving no trace behind. After a prolonged outburst of futile curses, despair washed over him as he watched his companion be consumed. A wave of sorrow surged within the robust cultivator, and the hand that wielded his blade gradually fell to his side, weakened. Old he, I have failed you, he lamented, grief-stricken. Rest assured, I shall care for your family as my own. Your son will be as dear to me as my own. And I will ensure that both you and your wife are well taken care of. The robust man was engulfed in sorrow, and in the next moment, at the critical juncture when he let down his guard, a swift azure shadow darted by like a wraith, causing the man to vanish from his spot in an instant. Through the thick mist, his curses could be faintly heard. Damn it, a half-step nirvana great demon, truly a terrifying realm. Killing me is akin to slaughtering a chicken. Yet you resort to ambush. How despicable. If you have the capability, go deep into the mountains and strike there. Meanwhile, the Qin Tianping bird was filled with a sense of pride, a euphoric feeling arising from the depths of its bloodline. If it could win, it would not fight. Instead, it chose to ambush. Simply for the thrill of it. Deep within the mountains, the Qin Tianping bird let out a satisfied burp and gazed towards the deepest part of the mist. Shaking its wings, it vanished from sight. Days later, in a secluded valley, a large azure bird lay sprawled on the ground, its body marred with bloodstains. Its once resplendent feathers were tattered and torn, notably a large patch missing from its posterior, revealing its sizable, plump rear, an utterly pitiful sight. The bird flapped its wings in frustration, cursing, a bunch of scoundrels. Devoid of martial ethics, only knowing how to ambush. Do they have no shame? Why not duel me face to face? Filled with indignation, it lamented. Striking does not entail humiliating. One does not pluck feathers from a bird. The bird turned to glance at its barren rear, a wave of sorrow washing over it. What a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. A few days prior, the Qin Tianping bird had ventured deep into the mountains, playing the role of a scoundrel. Initially, everything went smoothly. It ambushed with precision, feeling exhilarated. However, the emergence of the Yu-Yen viper, the sovereign of the misty mountain range, a great demon of Nirvana realm, changed everything. Yet, this was not a cause for concern, as the bird naturally possessed a bloodline suppression against the serpentine creature, and given that the foolish beast could not soar, it intended to exploit its aerial advantage for ambushes. Day and night, it harassed and ambushed, causing the long serpent to lose its peace. With diligence, it believed it could exhaust the great serpent and subsequently enjoy the precious essence it guarded, an essence birthed from the mountain that could transform life itself. Although the serpent concealed the essence within the mist, the bird could see through the obscurity. Today, as usual, it set out to ambush and encountered several human cultivators of lower realms along the way, thinking to consume them to replenish its energy. It was unprepared for the sudden onslaught of various formations and magical artifacts that activated to ambush it, illuminating the area with radiant light. Following this, a group of high-tier cultivators emerged, determined to capture it. The previous days had drained its energy significantly, and now, caught in an ambush, it nearly met its end. Deception, enticement, and ambush. The Qin Tianping bird gritted its teeth, realizing that the role of a scoundrel could be played so adeptly. Well, today it had learned a valuable lesson. However, as fate would have it, who could have anticipated that within this unremarkable, dilapidated valley, a life-giving ancient herb had sprouted from the underground river? Gazing at the clear spring, the bird beheld the ancient herb radiating an alluring glow, feeling immensely delighted. Once consumed, its injuries would heal, and then, the Qin Tianping bird shifted its body, making its way toward the ancient herb. Just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A whip-like shadow swept through, instantly carrying away the ancient medicine. It was a woman clad in resplendent attire, her figure ethereal. After successfully seizing the ancient medicine, she transformed into a radiant streak of light and swiftly departed. Caw! The azure sky rock was enraged. How dare anyone snatch food from its beak? Such folly. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a tempest and pursued with relentless determination, intent on devouring the woman. Boom, boom, boom within the thick mist. The sounds of fierce combat erupted, resonating like thunder rolling through the air, vibrating the very atmosphere. Occasionally, the brilliance emitted from magical artifacts and the fierce sword chi would illuminate the surroundings, creating deep, unfathomable pits upon striking the nearby stone walls. Damn it! Today, I shall devour you. The azure sky rock roared in fury, its body drenched in blood, flesh torn and bones exposed, a ghastly sight. The attacks from magical artifacts, though formidable, it could still withstand. Yet, this sword Qi, what sorcery was it? It coalesced and solidified, resembling layers of overlapping sword energies. When it struck, it felt as if sharp blades were slicing through its very being, unbearable to endure. The azure sky rock opened its massive beak and unleashed a stream of black energy, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness, momentarily dispelling even the ever-present thick fog. This black energy, imbued with a certain power, rooted the woman in place. It was a divine ability derived from the bloodline heritage of the azure sky rock, immensely powerful. Caw! With a sharp cry, the azure sky rock aimed to swallow the woman whole. Its over despair flooded Ling Huang's heart. Just moments ago, she had revealed all her hidden cards. Several precious magical artifacts had been destroyed, yet she still could not fend off the azure sky rock's assault. She had thought that although this great bird was a formidable demon at the half-step nirvana realm, it was gravely injured, and she was no ordinary cultivator. Having mastered the technique of sword chi accumulation, she had believed that seizing the ancient medicine would not be perilous, but it turned out to be a dead end. This was no ordinary bloodline demon. From where did such strength arise? Why was it so powerful? I am about to perish. It is a pity that I have yet to witness Qin Shi's regret and despair. I have not allowed him to feel the vast chasm of our realms. To end here, I am utterly unwilling. Ling Huang's thoughts raced, and for reasons unknown, she recalled Qin Shi. Just as the azure sky rock was about to engulf Ling Huang, a blinding light erupted from her. Instantly, an ethereal ice phoenix, soaring through the 9 heavens, materialized above. It radiated an icy aura, its azure light enveloping the entire area. A surge of mysterious and formidable power erupted forth, forcefully repelling the azure sky rock. The azure sky rock's eyes widened in astonishment, and it frantically searched through its bloodline memories for answers. An ice phoenix apparition? Could it be? The azure sky rock murmured. Could she be the rare ice phoenix fate daughter among humankind? What of the fate daughter? The azure sky rock quickly regained its composure. Its ancestors were no easy foes either. I shall consume you. What can you do about it? With this thought, the azure sky rock's body ignited with the blazing power of its bloodline, charging forcefully toward Ling Huang. Sensing the immense power of the opponent's bloodline, the ethereal silhouette of the ice phoenix enveloped Ling Huang tightly before turning to flee. I refuse to believe that your life force can be endlessly replenished. The azure sky rock shouted loudly as it pursued, a premonition stirring within it. If it were to devour this woman, its bloodline purity would soar to that of its ancestors, allowing it to roam the vast wilderness unchallenged. In the chase, time seemed to stand still, with only the flickering figure weaving through the mountains. After an indeterminate period, Ling Huang found herself at the foot of a cliff, with the ice phoenix's protective shadow gradually dissipating. Just before vanishing completely, the ice phoenix raised its wings and pointed toward a mountain wall shrouded in vines. Are you suggesting that my chance of survival lies within that wall? Sensing the local spiritual energy thickening almost to a tangible form, and through the vines, she could faintly perceive the glow of a formation. Ling Huang's mind raced with thoughts, leaving no room for hesitation. Kneeling before the wall, she implored, I, Ling Huang, am being pursued to this dire juncture. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to lend your aid. With that, she repeatedly bowed her head against the stone, her forehead oozing blood that dripped onto the rocky surface. At this moment, her will to survive surged to its zenith. Chapter 31. Compensating for innate weakness. The second cluster of flames in the heart of the mountains, time is but a fleeting notion. Qin had been cultivating in this secluded place for 5 days, depleting all 3 of his Qingmu Lingyun pills. He silently sensed the transformative changes within his body. Every cell rejoiced, and his meridians became increasingly resilient. The frailty stemming from his innate deficiencies gradually faded, replaced by vibrant vitality and formidable strength. I have entirely compensated for past shortcomings, establishing a remarkably solid foundation. My combat prowess has surged beyond previous limitations. Henceforth, I shall no longer be shackled by innate weaknesses, embarking on my path of cultivation with renewed vigor. Qin's gaze was resolute. Nirvana manifests in 9 transformations. With each metamorphosis, strength is enhanced. Previously, he had only reached the first transformation of nirvana. But with the absorption of the medicinal effects, he had now ascended to the 3rd transformation. I have fully grasped the inheritance of the first cluster of flames, and I am free from any lingering concerns. Qin murmured softly, filled with anticipation. What might the second cluster of flames entail? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin's consciousness began to delve into the second cluster of flames. However, with a sudden rebound, his awareness was repelled, unable to extinguish the flames. Immediately, a surge of information was conveyed. The inheritance of the second cluster of flames lies within the Academy of Creation? Qin was taken aback. He had assumed that the 9 clusters of flames encompassed all the legacies of the Great Wilderness Divine Palace. It turns out that the second cluster of flames primarily serves as a key to unlock a certain legacy. It makes sense. If Zhang Tiandao were to perish, then all his contingencies would naturally vanish, and only by storing them separately could they be passed down to a greater extent. It is time to depart. Qin contemplated quietly. Then, with a decisive wave of his hand, a force surged forth, obliterating the formations on the ground and extinguishing all arrays. He pushed aside the layers of vines and stepped out cautiously. Yet, the scene before him rendered Qin momentarily bewildered. Previously shielded by soundproof arrays, he was unaware of the events occurring outside. Upon emerging, he beheld a woman, her garments tattered, streaks of blood oozing from her exposed skin, some having already congealed into dark crimson scabs. The woman was prostrating on the ground, trembling in distress. With a flick of his sleeve, a refreshing breeze surged forth, lifting the woman. However, upon recognizing her visage, Qin's expression darkened. How could he encounter this woman wherever he went? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin pressed his palm down. A surge of power coursing through him. With a resounding thud, the woman uncontrollably fell to her knees once more, an agonizing pain radiating from her knees. Yet, in comparison to this, Ling Huang appeared to be utterly shattered. She had anticipated that a senior expert would emerge from within the stone wall to rescue her from peril, never imagining it would be Qin. "Qin, what are you doing here?" Ling Huang exclaimed, clutching her bloodied forehead as she struggled to rise, astonished. "Are you out of your mind?" Qin retorted sharply, "What does it matter where I am?" Ling Huang was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Little girl, did you think finding a helper would suffice?" The boisterous voice of the Qingtian Peng bird resonated, merely a promotion of buy one, get one free. Before the last syllable faded, the bird transformed into a streak of light, diving downwards. Upon witnessing this, Ling Huang's face was immediately etched with despair. "So be it. I, Ling Huang, having just awakened my destiny, with limitless potential for future cultivation, never anticipated that I would perish alongside you." However, before she could complete her thought, the descending Qitianping bird seemed to have encountered the most terrifying sight in existence. "By the heavens!" the Qitianping bird exclaimed, its remaining feathers standing on end. Appearing utterly disheveled, with a sudden halt, it abruptly veered, its body nearly scraping against the stone wall, forcibly altering its flight direction, and then fled with the panic of a lost creature. Ling Huang stood bewildered, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. How could such a formidable bird turn tail and flee? Could it be? Ling Huang's gaze shifted toward Qin Shi, an incredulous notion surging within her. Qin Shi too was momentarily taken aback, staring at the retreating azure glow for an extended period, and then suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning. Hey, isn't that Brother Ping? It was no wonder he had not recognized it at first. Who could have imagined that the once majestic Qingtian Peng bird, adorned with abundant feathers, could now be reduced to a featherless wretch? Since it had arrived, let them reminisce before departing. A smile crept upon Qin Shi's lips as he transformed into a divine rainbow, pursuing the bird. He had intended to delve into the depths of the mountains. Was this not the perfect steed? "Oh, Brother Lu, you thief of my ancient herbs, not content with that, you lead me here, expecting me to toil." The Qingtian Peng bird lamented in the air, painful memories flooding back. Those were indeed dark days of struggle for survival. Filled with anxiety as it bore the weight of the sword energy above, gnawing on the unpalatable corn cobs and leaves, all while feigning an innocent demeanor. Heavens! The psychological torment and humiliation were akin to an unspeakable violation. Sensing Qin Shi closing in, the Qitianping bird willed its bloodline power to surge once more, accelerating its speed. At that moment, it had completely shed its previous arrogance of devouring foes. All that occupied its mind was the desire to distance itself from this calamity named Qin Shi. As one fled and the other pursued, Ling Huang stood alone at the cliff's edge, having just escaped a life-and-death crisis in such a dramatic turn of events. Why would such a terrifying bird be so fearful of Qin Shi? Ling Huang furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. Could it be that Qin Shi's cultivation was superior to that of the great pink bird? As this thought emerged, Ling Huang shook her head vigorously. She was exceptionally gifted, nurtured by her sect's abundant resources, destined to reach the third realm of cultivation. Yet, Qin Shi, merely a disciple from the back mountains, could he possibly be at the fourth realm? Such a notion was utterly implausible. It must be that Qin Shi had fortuitously possessed something that instilled fear in the great pink bird. Qin Shi. You shall never know that relying on external forces is but a path of mediocrity. Only through the enhancement of one's own strength and cultivation can true power be attained. And I shall make you acutely aware of the vast chasm that lies between us, Ling Huang declared resolutely, her gaze fixed upon the direction in which Qin Shi had departed. Having escaped the peril of pursuit, Ling Huang felt a modicum of relief. At that moment, a cool breeze wafted by, prompting her to instinctively lower her gaze. The sight that met her eyes nearly rendered her unconscious. Her garments lay in tatters, with glimpses of spring beauty starkly juxtaposed against the bloodstains. It suddenly dawned on her that she had recently found herself in such a wretched and pitiable state, desperately prostrating herself before Qin Shi in a plea for salvation. As this realization struck, waves of shame and indignation surged within her, drowning Ling Huang in an overwhelming tide of emotion, nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. With a gasp, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her tightly clenched fist striking the water's surface with force, sending icy droplets cascading onto her face, mingling with her tears. Qin Shi. Ling Huang's voice was frosty, her eyes brimming with resentment and humiliation. Chapter 32. The Swaggering Rock. Originally, the rock, flying at the speed of the azure sky, should have easily distanced itself from Qin Shi. However, due to its injuries and tattered feathers, its flight was severely hampered. Soon, a dazzling radiance emerged from the clouds ahead, revealing a colossal sword aura extending over 10 meters, resembling a great sword poised to cleave the heavens, aimed directly at the rock. The chilling intent emanating from the sword aura caused the surrounding air to tremble. In an instant, the rock's gaze sharpened with clarity. This technique of manifesting sword energy resembles that of my elder brother, it mused, filled with perplexity. Could it be? The rock gasped in astonishment, realizing that the formidable figure pursuing it was none other than its elder brother. With that revelation, the rock swiftly turned around, its eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions: surprise, shock, and joy. Ah, it truly is my brother, it exclaimed, transforming into a streak of lightning as it dashed towards Qin Shi, affectionately rubbing against the hem of his garment, its expression dripping with flattery. So it is indeed you, Brother Peng. Qin Shi chuckled. I was beginning to think I had mistaken you and nearly intended to slice you into pieces. As his words fell, the sword aura intensified, sealing all avenues of retreat for the rock. The bone-chilling cold and overwhelming pressure caused the rock to shudder involuntarily, and the fear in its eyes towards Qin Shi deepened. Internally, it marveled at the rapid growth in Qin Shi's strength since their last encounter. Damn, where did this prodigy spring from? The pace of his advancement is terrifying. The rock muttered anxiously. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. The rock's voice quivered with urgency. Earlier, while I was at the cliff base, I suddenly saw a figure, its presence akin to that of a divine being, dazzling enough to blind me, preventing me from recognizing you at once. Oh, I see. Qin Shi sighed in relief, smiling. I knew it. Having shared meals and shelter, our bonds are as close as brothers. Why would you intentionally avoid me? However, I believe I heard you mention something about ancient medicine earlier. What was that about? Suddenly recalling something, Qin Shi inquired. Brother, the ancient medicine was stolen by your female companion. You wouldn't ask me for it, would you? The rock gasped, its voice tinged with despair. What? Qin Shi paused, his smile faltering. You mean the ancient medicine was with that woman? Yes. The rock nodded affirmatively. Qin Shi's jovial demeanor shifted dramatically as he struck the rock's head with a resounding slap, the force rendering it momentarily dazed. You foolish spendthrift. If it was stolen, then you should retrieve it. It's a life-altering ancient medicine. If I could refine it into a pill, I might undergo a rebirth and ascend to the fourth transformation. What? The rock finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Did that mean brother and that woman had no ties? Had I known this beforehand, I would not have rushed so recklessly. The reason for my frantic haste was my fear that, given our camaraderie, Qin Shi might take advantage of me. As this thought crossed his mind, the Qing Tianping bird felt a pang of regret, wishing he could slap himself. That was the fate of the ice phoenix. If only he could consume it, it would signify a transformative leap. In such a case, he could easily suppress Qin Shi, rather than being in such a humble position. At that moment, both man and bird hurried back to the bottom of the cliff, only to find that Ling Huang had already departed. Brother Peng. Qin Shi's expression was impassive, and as the saying goes, a true brother accounts clearly. You have misplaced my ancient medicine. How should we settle this? What do you mean? Your ancient medicine? The Qing Tianping bird silently cursed within, recognizing that he was already shameless enough, yet this fellow was even more brazen. This was outright theft. The Qing Tianpeng bird's eyes rolled as a plan began to form. Brother, the matter of the ancient medicine is trivial. I must feign calmness. Deep within these mountains lies a pool of spiritual liquid. I almost managed to procure it for you before. Spiritual liquid? Qin Shi's eyes brightened, and his warm smile returned. Brother Peng, do elaborate. Soon, the Qing Tianpeng bird recounted the tale of the Yu Yin viper lurking deep within the mountains. His willingness to share this information was not out of generosity but rather a self-serving motive. Both Qin Shi and the Yu Yin viper were in the nirvana realm. When they inevitably clashed, he could simply consume the spiritual liquid and escape. After all, the world is vast. Where could he not go? However, brother, the Qing Tianpeng bird said seriously, I am currently gravely injured and may not be able to assist you in battle. Oh? Qin Shi did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at the Qing Tianpeng bird. Brother Ping, why do you appear so disheveled? My brother. The Qing Tianpeng bird's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing your noble presence, I often engaged with human cultivators to learn their language, but I never anticipated. At this point, he sighed. Alas, here I am, the Qing Tianpeng bird, with a life of integrity. Yet I fell victim to a conspiracy by a group of devious cultivators, nearly losing my chance to see you again. Qin Shi nodded. It was evident that the Qing Tianpeng bird had made significant strides in his linguistic skills since their last encounter, adopting a cheeky demeanor befitting a rogue cultivator. Come, Brother Ping, Qin Shi proclaimed cheerfully. Let us delve deeper into the mountains together. Certainly, brother. The Qing Tianpeng bird playfully wiggled his bare bottom and lowered his posture in a gesture of camaraderie. Together, they ventured into the depths of the mountains. As they progressed, the dense fog thickened. Qin Shi focused his thoughts, channeling spiritual energy into his pupils, and in an instant, his vision cleared. He could see through the fog, faintly discerning the outlines of the earth and its flora. The clear wind-eye technique was indeed remarkable. Within just a few days of nurturing his vision, he had achieved such clarity. Qin Shi felt a surge of joy within. After traveling several hundred miles, they reached the heart of the mountains, where the sounds of fierce combat echoed in the air. Let us investigate, Qin Shi said, gently patting the great Peng bird. With a whoosh, the Qing Tianpeng transformed into a streak of azure light, landing steadily atop a nearby peak. Through the art of gazing. At the entrance of the valley, chaos had already ensued, with cries of battle and the roar of thunderous sounds intertwining in a deafening cacophony. Oh, what could that possibly be? Exclaimed the astonished voice of the Qing Tianpeng bird nearby. Chapter 33. Strategize, bait, and wait for the hook. It was none other than the sovereign of smog, the spectral flame viper. The azure sky rock proclaimed. Qin nodded, keenly observing the battlefield. At this moment, various factions converged. With hundreds of cultivators launching a coordinated assault against a massive black serpent measuring several dozen meters in length. The creature writhed in fury, its thick tail lashing out violently, striking the crowd with tremendous force. Boom. In an instant, over 10 cultivators were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Rocks crumbled. And the scene was one of grotesque carnage. With each breath, a cultivator perished. This black serpent was exceedingly ferocious. A figure emerged from the mist. A young noble whose narrowed eyes glinted with cold determination. We of the Scorching Sun sect shall form the Scorching Sun formation and vanquish this beast, he declared. The Scorching Sun sect was the mightiest sect within an 8,000-mile radius, and this young man was none other than its heir, Yang Feiwu. At merely 30 years of age, he had already attained the threshold of semi-nirvana. The Scorching Sun sect was also the most formidable force in this endeavor against the Black Serpent. As Yang Feiwu's voice echoed, a throng of over 30 uniformed spirit transformation cultivators soared into the air, forming hand seals. Radiant red lights flickered and coalesced in the sky, gradually shaping into a brilliant sun of the Scorching Sun boom. The sun, imbued with immense power, struck the Black Serpent, shattering its thick scales and causing dark green serpent blood to gush forth, pooling on the ground and corroding it into small, smoking craters. A charred scent permeated the air. The Black Serpent emitted a low growl, its vigor waning, far from its earlier ferocity. It is indeed the Scorching Sun's heir, a blue-clad rogue cultivator remarked in admiration. We know we are unworthy of the spiritual liquid within the valley, but after we slay this vile creature, might we be permitted to take its remains? The Black Serpent was a treasure trove, its body composed of high-grade alchemical materials. Should they bring it back to the city, they could exchange it for precious breakthrough pills from Master Ke. Bring it back? Yang Feiwu scoffed with a smirk. Do you believe yourself worthy? The rogue cultivator's expression froze. Yet he dared not utter another word, awkwardly retreating back into the crowd. That is the spectral flame viper, and it is under siege. The azure sky rock exclaimed from a distance. Brother, what an opportunity. Now is the time for you to slip in and claim the spiritual liquid for yourself. Oh, is that so? Qin replied softly, his right hand already resting upon the rock's neck, a surge of sword energy gradually emanating. In that moment, the azure sky rock felt a wave of dread wash over it, its body trembling uncontrollably. The various factions below were all astute, having previously set up warning formations and hidden sentinels throughout the valley's dense fog. At this juncture, should anyone attempt to stealthily infiltrate and seize the spiritual spring, they would surely be besieged by the multitude. Perhaps this is not the most opportune time. The azure sky rock hesitated, fear flickering in its eyes. Further observation was warranted. As they spoke, the battle in the valley took a new turn. A shadow darted like lightning, breaking through the encirclement and halting before the black serpent. It was a young man clad in black, wielding a broken sword, his demeanor grim and his gaze laced with disdain. Is this young man courting death? How dare he approach the spectral flame viper? Has he lost his wits? Ah, the impetuousness of youth, blind to the perils that lie ahead. Even if the infernal flame viper were injured, it was beyond his capacity to contend with. Mocking voices arose from the encircling cultivators. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Upon catching sight of the youth, the infernal flame viper seemed to undergo a transformation, and its fierce vertical pupils flickered a hint of reverence. And its head lowered submissively. What is happening? Is the infernal flame viper bowing to the boy? Or perhaps, the viper is in fact the youth's pet? Madness. This is the sovereign of the Misty Haze Mountains, yielding to a mere boy. Such prowess indicates that this youth's origin is anything but ordinary. A wave of gasps echoed among the cultivators. Indeed, a hero of his age, boomed a hearty voice as the young master of the Withered Sun leapt into view. I am Yang Feiwu, the young master of the Withered Sun sect. Might I inquire your esteemed name? The cloaked youth regarded Yang Feiwu with a frigid stare. In the next instant, a resplendent sword aura erupted from the broken sword, cascading like the waters of the celestial river. Yang Feiwu instinctively attempted to defend himself. But the sword light enveloped him, binding his limbs and rendering him utterly powerless. Following this, the terrifying sword energy effortlessly cleaved Yang Feiwu in twain. A mere waste elevated by pills dares to seek my companionship? The cloaked youth coldly remarked. Do you deem yourself worthy? This spectacle left the onlookers in utter shock, their bodies tensing as a chill coursed up their spines. That was Yang Feiwu of the Withered Sun sect, even with a realm attained through the accumulation of elixirs. He had reached the threshold of nirvana. How could he be slain by a single sword strike? This implied that the youth must be at least at the nirvana stage himself. Realization dawned upon many, their gazes momentarily frozen in astonishment and dread. How old could this boy be? Yet he has already attained the fourth realm of cultivation. Incredible! The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Some cultivators even felt their legs weaken, instinctively retreating a few steps, fearing that Ning Fei might next target them. I recognize him now, exclaimed a middle-aged cultivator, his voice laden with disbelief. There is a rumor of a top prodigy from the eastern wastelands, a youth wielding a broken sword, possessing a body of sword heart clarity, dedicated to the sword path. It is said that his sword aura can be layered up to 72 times, hailed as the contemporary little sword saint, unmatched in his comprehension of sword energy. He is the sword cultivator Ning Fei. After a prolonged silence, the revelation sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Heavens, is this the might of a top prodigy? A young nirvana practitioner, with sword energy layered 72 times. It is utterly unprecedented, truly terrifying. To encounter such an invincible figure, Yang Feiwu's demise is not unwarranted. Whispers circulated among the cultivators, their eyes reflecting awe and envy. Just then, from the depths of the fog, a voice imbued with a powerful aura resonated, shattering the brief tumult and unease. What of the heavenly prodigy? An outsider dares to covet the treasures of our Misty Haze Mountains? Soon, I, the Sunless sect, shall take the lead, and together we shall annihilate him. It was evident that the elder of the Sunless sect sought to incite the crowd against Ning Fei. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the cultivators in the area gradually shifted from fear to a fierce determination. Various factions had gathered here, including several cultivators of the fourth realm, and with Ning Fei and the infernal serpent, they indeed could not withstand them. They were all seasoned fighters, well aware that fortune favors the bold. Who claims that I wish to monopolize the spiritual liquid? Ning Fei's countenance remained composed, his tone indifferent. If you all desire the treasure, feel free to venture forth. I shall not impede you." With that, Ning Fei stepped aside, clearing the path into the valley. For a moment, the gathered cultivators were taken aback. "Heh, if any of you are hesitant, allow me to pave the way for you." The previously blue-clad rogue chuckled ominously, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed into the valley. Soon after, the second, the third, the thick mist surged and roiled, as those who had been concealed within hastily rushed into the valley. Only the disciples of the Sunless sect remained, nervously gripping their weapons, their gazes fixed on Ning Fei. "The Sunless sect shall first claim the spiritual liquid." An elder in red emerged from the mist, his face twisted with malice as he glared at Ning Fei. "Humph. This matter is far from over. The Sunless sect will remember you." With a flurry of movement, the disciples of the Sunless sect followed the throng into the valley. Soon, tranquility returned to the area outside the valley. Observing this scene, Ning Fei's lips curled into a smile as he raised his hand to sprinkle a medicinal powder onto the wounded area of the infernal serpent. The infernal serpent emitted several sharp hisses. "Fear not." Ning Fei's smile widened, a barely audible whisper escaping his lips. "The stage is set, the bait is cast. Now we await the catch." Chapter 34. The Spirit Pool, Ambush. Upon the mountain peak, the celestial ping bird gazed eagerly at the multitude of cultivators streaming into the valley, an insatiable heat rising within him. "Elder brother, let us enter as well. Together, we shall surely seize a considerable amount of spiritual liquid." Qin Shi, however, paid no heed to the celestial ping bird, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Something feels amiss. Let us investigate further." With that, he darted toward the valley like a bolt of lightning. The celestial ping bird, seeing this, hastily spread his wings to follow. The valley was modest in size, with a stone pool nestled in its center. Ethereal light flickered within the pool, and spiritual energy swirled upward, enveloping the entire valley in a mist of enchanting spiritual essence. My heavens, what do I behold? It is spiritual liquid, an entire pool of it. The absurdity of the situation struck him. A single drop from the outside world could sustain months of arduous cultivation, yet here lay an entire pool. The eyes of countless cultivators gleamed with madness as they recklessly surged toward the stone pool, their shouts mingling with the clash of weapons, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, amidst the fray, the cultivators retained a degree of rationality, retreating swiftly after their skirmishes to fill jade bottles with the precious liquid. Some, endowed with robust physiques, even plunged directly into the pool to refine themselves with the spiritual essence. "Everyone, cease this at once." The celestial ping bird shouted in desperation. "Everything here belongs to me. You wretched thieves." After his outburst, he turned eagerly to Qin Shi. "Elder brother, what are you waiting for? We must seize this opportunity and charge forth." With a cautious demeanor, Qin Shi shook his head slightly. "Brother Ping, take a moment to observe the surroundings of the spirit pool. Do you not sense something unusual?" The celestial ping bird, upon hearing this, directed his gaze toward the shore. Despite the rich and vibrant spiritual energy within the pool, the banks appeared as though cursed by darkness. The vegetation was withered, and the ground cracked and desolate, presenting a stark and eerie contrast to the alluring sheen of the spiritual liquid. Logically, one would expect flourishing plant life under such abundant spiritual nourishment, perhaps even transforming into spiritual herbs. Yet, the scene before them defied all reason and exuded an air of the uncanny. Feeling the weight of this realization, the celestial ping bird instinctively retracted his wings, his mind sharpening considerably. "Moreover, you previously mentioned that the spirit pool is guarded by the infernal flame viper," Qin Shi continued. "So why has it not been offered to Ning Fei?" This revelation sent a chill through the celestial ping bird. "Elder brother, are you suggesting that there is treachery afoot?" Qin Shi did not respond, but continued to observe. In truth, there was another detail he had yet to share. Upon first entering the misty mountain range, he had heard a formidable beast roar from deep within, which had struck a chord of unease within him, even from a distance. It was precisely this that had led him to refrain from immediate exploration, opting instead to enter seclusion and refine the Qingmu spiritual essence pill to enhance his strength. That roar could not possibly have been produced by the infernal flame viper. As the cultivators continued to flood into the valley, the once dense mist gradually thinned. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged slowly from the haze. It was Ling Huang. Now clad in a flowing gown of moonlight satin, her graceful form appeared ethereal, a far cry from her previous disheveled state. Beside her stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in a black robe. Upon the appearance of Ling Huang, the azure sky rock's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Brother, that woman, Ling Huang, has stolen my ancient elixir. I shall devour her and reclaim the elixir to present it to you. Compared to the spiritual liquid, Ling Huang's ice phoenix destiny was the true fatal allure for him. If he could consume her, it would surely purify his bloodline and significantly enhance his ancestral traits, allowing him to easily suppress Qin Shi thereafter. Oh. Qin Shi gestured towards a stern-faced figure in a black robe standing beside Ling Huang. This man is Ding Zhong, a close friend of her father, Ling Wuji, and a Nirvana realm cultivator. It was he who just revealed Ning Fei's identity. If you are confident, Brother Ping, you may approach Ding Zhong for a confrontation. Qin Shi remarked with a subtle smile. Perhaps not, the Azure Sky Rock retorted, retracting his neck in hesitation. Just then, Ling Huang's gaze fell upon Qin Shi and the Azure Sky Rock. Recalling the humiliation of being pursued by the Azure Sky Rock, her previously composed and indifferent face flushed with anger, flames of indignation raging within her. With a swift motion, her fair hand turned, radiating with brilliant light. As she charged straight towards them, Ding Zhong followed closely like a shadow in black. Watch out. The wind is fierce. Sensing the imminent danger, the Azure Sky Rock transformed into a streak of azure light and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Damn, he runs fast. Ling Huang seethed, her frustration mounting as she turned to Qin Shi, though she initially intended to ignore him. The memory of her earlier submission ignited a wave of shame and fury within her, a moment she deemed utterly disgraceful. Qin Shi, Ling Huang spoke coldly. With that Azure Rock gone, given your cultivation level, I advise you to leave while you can. What does my departure concern you? Qin Shi replied with an unperturbed expression. Do you still not comprehend? Ling Huang lifted her chin, her exquisite features on display. Relying on external forces is ultimately a trivial path. Without strength, even with treasures from the spirit pool before you, you cannot possess them. Even if you manage to obtain some spiritual liquid, you would be incapable of bringing it out of the mountains. Ling Huang's tone brimmed with disdain as she raised her voice. Then there is no need for Miss Ling to worry, Qin Shi responded calmly. Humph, Qin Shi, Ling Huang declared proudly. You fail to grasp the chasm between us. I shall soon break through to nirvana, while you will forever look up at me from below, unreachable. Is she delusional? Qin Shi silently mused, taking a few steps back to distance himself from Ling Huang. This woman is utterly irrational. Observing Qin Shi's retreat, Ling Huang felt a flicker of satisfaction. Indeed, without external aid, even with treasures from the spirit pool, he dared not seize them. Such a timid disposition destined him to falter on the path of cultivation. Ling Huang, I shall clear the way for you. Go and retrieve the spiritual liquid. Ding Zhong's deep voice interjected. Yes, uncle. Upon hearing the call, Ling Huang immediately focused her mind, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the spirit pool. At this moment, the struggle within the valley had escalated to a fever pitch. Despite the abundant reserves of spiritual liquid, they could not withstand the relentless tide of arriving cultivators. A burly man swung a massive axe, each sweep of the blade whipping up a storm of blood mist. He bellowed, "Get out of my way. This spiritual liquid is mine." Before his words could fade, several poison projectiles pierced through his protective aura, blooming into crimson flowers upon his body. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to the pain, charging ferociously towards the spirit pool. An elderly cultivator with white hair casually tossed 3 self-made explosive pills, which detonated amidst the crowd, instantly engulfing several practitioners in a sea of flames. Seizing the opportunity, the old man darted towards the spirit pool, his murky eyes glinting with avaricious light. Such scenes unfolded continuously around the spirit pool, particularly as various factions formed battle formations to vie for the spiritual liquid, unleashing a merciless slaughter. In an instant, magical artifacts crisscrossed the sky, and the cries of battle reverberated through the clouds, transforming the valley into a hellish arena of carnage. Amidst the pervasive fog, no one noticed the splattering crimson blood being drawn by an invisible force into the crevices of the stones. As time progressed, the state of the participating cultivators began to exhibit strange transformations, their pupils gradually stained with blood, and their reason ebbed away like a receding tide, plunging them into a frenzied state of slaughter. What had begun as a fight for resources had now devolved into pure carnage, with everyone brandishing their weapons and indiscriminately hacking at those around them, unable to discern friend from foe. "Brother, something is awry," exclaimed the returning Qing Tian to Ping, its feathers standing on end, the tremor in its voice betraying its fear. They appeared to be under the control of some unseen force. Qin Shi gazed somberly at the chaotic battlefield, remarking, "They have all become machines of murder." The Peng nodded, still shaken, acknowledging that without his brother's timely warning, He too might have fallen victim to the madness. Did you enjoy the show? At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed behind the two. Chapter 35, The Ant Dares to Gaze at the Azure Sky. As the dense fog parted, Ning Fei's figure emerged, the ethereal flame viper coiling behind him, hissing ominously. The blood-red tongue flickered in and out, its slit pupils swirling with a murderous intent. It is rather uncommon to encounter someone who can maintain their composure in the presence of spiritual essence. However, this does not alter the inevitable, in my eyes. Your fate has long been sealed. Ning Fei toyed with the bloodied broken sword, droplets of crimson falling to the ground, expanding into a vivid scarlet. Clearly having just severed a cultivator. So this was all your design? Qin Shi gazed intently at him. An ant dares to question? Ning Fei flicked his wrist lightly. The broken sword slicing through the air with a chilling arc. A formidable sword aura tore through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing shriek. Qin Shi's fingers trembled slightly, releasing an equally potent sword aura into the void. The two brilliant beams of sword light collided in midair with a thunderous crash, radiating a blinding brightness, while energy ripples spread outward like surging waves. Oh, you can actually withstand my strike? Ning Fei's previously indifferent eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. It is worth noting that although he had merely unleashed a casual attack, the might contained within was beyond the capability of an ordinary cultivator to withstand. Furthermore, this youth before him appeared quite young, yet managed to effortlessly and nonchalantly deflect his assault, which genuinely astonished him. How intriguing. I never anticipated that such a talent could emerge from this desolate land. Ning Fei narrowed his eyes, appraising Qin Shi from head to toe, proclaiming, "Become my sword servant, and I shall elevate you to heights unattainable by ordinary mortals." The ethereal flame viper's eyes glimmered with admiration, remarking, "To be favored by my master is indeed a stroke of fortune for this lad." Ning Fei flicked a droplet of blood from his fingertip, crystalline and translucent, which then slowly descended before Qin Shi. "Use my blood as a medium and kneel to swear your allegiance." A smirk curled at the corners of Ning Fei's lips, self-deprecatingly noting, however, should those individuals discover that I have taken a lowly-born individual as my sword servant, I would undoubtedly become a subject of their mockery. Hiss. The ethereal flame viper interjected, "That would merely be this lad's fortune." Its serpentine gaze shifted toward the azure sky rock, venomously asserting, "As for this waste of a bird, it should be dispatched cleanly." Curse you. The azure sky rock flared in outrage, declaring, "If we were of equal standing, I could crush you as easily as slaughtering a chicken." Seeking death, the ethereal flame viper retorted coldly, "If not for the sake of my plans. Do you think you are worthy of inflicting harm upon me?" Before the words had fully escaped its lips, a shadow darted forth like lightning, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. The azure sky rock unfurled its wings, the tempest it conjured lifting it skyward. As the azure light and the shadow intertwined in a cacophony within the valley, Qin Shi chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing against the bloodied blade. How truly laughable is one's own presumption. As he lifted his gaze, the mirth vanished, replaced by a murderous intent that sliced through the clouds. "Ning Fei, is it? How many lives do you believe you have, to dare speak to me in such a manner?" With his aura surging dramatically, he transformed into a drawn sword, stirring the winds and clouds as the fog billowed. "An ant dares to gaze at the azure sky?" Ning Fei scoffed derisively. As the broken sword erupted with a blinding radiance, layers of sword energy cascading through the air. Sword energy accumulation? A faint smile graced Qin Shi's lips. It seemed he had inadvertently stepped into his own trap. With a delicate lift of his fingertips, layers of sword energy converged like a flowing river, intertwining with one another. Haraha! How audacious it is for such an insignificant being to compare their sword energy with mine. Observing this, Ning Fei could not help but burst into laughter. The stacking of sword energy is the most straightforward and formidable means of attack. It requires little finesse. It is merely a contest to see who can accumulate more. However, as one who possesses the enlightened heart of the sword, I have long since cultivated my sword energy to an unparalleled level. In this regard, I, Ning Fei, am confident that none can surpass me. The broken sword in Ning Fei's hands continued to shriek, the overwhelming sword energy coalescing, ready to obliterate Qin Shi at any moment. Yet, at that instant, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, boulders tumbling down, and the valley was instantly thrown into chaos. It was as if an invisible giant hand had torn through the spirit pool, fissures spreading like a spider's web, revealing an unfathomable abyss. The emergence of the mountain treasure is occurring much sooner than I anticipated. Ning Fei furrowed his brow slightly, and murmured to himself, "I shall spare your life for now, but I will come for you later." In the next moment, he resolutely abandoned the battle with Qin Shi and soared toward the center of the valley. Little did anyone in the valley know that he had orchestrated this for an entire year, expending tens of millions of spirit stones, all for this moment. Indeed, the true treasure of the mountain is not the spirit pool, that is merely bait, I said. A year ago, I condensed 30 million spirit stones into liquid and placed them here, allowing the ethereal flame viper to gestate and infuse its venom into the pool. This combined with the dense mist formed a toxic miasma. Once cultivators drew near, they would be ensnared by the toxins, becoming puppets of slaughter. Subsequently, utilizing the liquid spirit and the essence of countless cultivators' flesh and blood, I would hasten the emergence of the mountain treasure. Now that the fruits of my labor are manifesting, how could I let a mere creature from a borderland thwart me? On the other side, the fissure in the earth dispersed the miasma and toxins, finally granting a fleeting clarity to the cultivators engulfed in slaughter. Damn it, it's Ning Fei. He orchestrated this trap to slaughter us. I should have realized that with Ning Fei's prowess, how could he easily relinquish the spirit liquid? Regret washed over the cultivators as they glared in fury, their faces contorted with rage, shouting to the heavens. Witnessing the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood before them, they were consumed by sorrow and indignation. The betrayal among comrades and the slaying of brothers was utterly intolerable. Gazing up at Ning Fei hovering above the fissure, one cultivator struggled to muster their strength. Intent on confronting him, yet their injured body and depleted spiritual energy rendered them powerless to act. Ling Huang shimmered with a radiant light, enveloping herself and Ding Zhong within. This was the protective power of the Ice Phoenix, shielding them from the toxic miasma. Even so, they had just narrowly escaped a deadly ambush. Had it not been for Ding Zhong's desperate defense, Ling Huang would not have survived to this moment. How terrifying it was. We almost perished there. Ling Huang's complexion was pale, her heart still trembling with fear. To orchestrate a massacre of thousands of cultivators, how ruthless. Ding Zhong felt a wave of apprehension. Was this the means of a top-tier prodigy? There was no way to avoid it, no defense against it. Ding Zhong sighed. No defense against it? Ling Huang murmured to herself. For reasons unknown, the figure of Qin from the past emerged in her mind. Could it be that he had sensed from the very beginning that this was a trap? A thought flickered through Ling Huang's mind. She then shook her head. It was impossible. Qin lacked such discernment, and it was more likely that he was overwhelmed by fear, reluctant to advance, thus evading a deadly ambush. Yes, it must be so. Chapter 36. Why was the Qin period so powerful? In the unfathomable depths of an immense pit, a myriad of auspicious colors suddenly burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with a magnificent radiance. A lustrous orb began to ascend gracefully, its ethereal essence enveloping it. As the dense mist of the mountain range was drawn into the orb like a whale consuming its prey, soon, the entire mountain range was restored to clarity. The treasure of the mountain was born, and the thick fog dissipated. I understood. The extraordinary gem nurtured by the misty mountain range over countless ages was not a spirit pool, but this very orb. It was truly a rare and priceless treasure. An elderly cultivator exclaimed loudly. Undoubtedly, Ning Fei's previous scheming must have been for this. A middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with avarice. Ning Fei's body trembled slightly. A flush of unnatural crimson spreading across his face as he conjured a colossal hand to seize the precious orb. All his machinations had led to this moment. Just then, a shadow shot forth, its form moving with unparalleled swiftness, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages as it closed in on the treasure. Seeing this, Ning Fei's lips curled into a sinister smile. Such an audacious ant dares to covet this treasure. With that, he raised his hand and casually waved his broken sword. An action that seemed nonchalant, yet summoned the very essence of the heavens and earth, causing a torrent of spiritual energy to converge. A sword aura, like a streak of lightning, tore through the void, tracing a brilliant arc in the air. The black-clad cultivator's pupils constricted in horror. Just as he was about to activate his escape technique, he found himself irrevocably ensnared by the chilling sword aura. In the next moment, his body was effortlessly crushed, resembling decayed timber, as chunks of flesh and blood erupted into the air, filling the valley with a thick, acrid stench of blood. It was the wind shadow guest. A cultivator exclaimed in terror, pale-faced. Even he, renowned for his evasion techniques, could not escape the grasp of the sword aura. Ling Huang trembled. Uncle, are the top-tier prodigies truly this fearsome? Ding Zhong sighed and nodded. Huanger, one day, should you manage to leave this remote frontier, you will realize that what we have witnessed is merely a drop in the ocean. Observing Ling Huang's despondent expression, Ding Zhong gently reassured her. However, do not underestimate yourself. With your talent, if you can break free from the shackles of this place, you may very well contend with Ning Fei. In truth, not only you, but no peer among the cultivators in this frontier could withstand even a single strike from him. Ling Huang nodded in response, yet a self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips. Reflecting on her recent struggles against the Qin period, she now recognized the absurdity of her former perspective compared to true prodigies. What was the Qin period worth? It was the top-tier prodigies that I sought to emulate. As her thoughts swirled, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. Just as Ning Fei's hand was about to grasp the mountain treasure, an unforeseen change occurred. An invisible thread of magical power had, unbeknownst to anyone, entwined itself around the orb. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the orb shot backward like a meteor, landing steadily in Qin Shi's palm. Such audacity! Witnessing this scene, the cultivators shook their heads in disbelief. Even the wind shadow guest, famed for his evasion, could not escape the sword oar's grasp. How could this youth dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Ling Huang's brow furrowed slightly. She had initially believed Qin Shi to be timid yet cunning, but now it seemed he was merely a fool blinded by greed. Did he truly think that surviving one of Ning Fei's strikes granted him the right to compete with top-tier prodigies? Seeking death, Ning Fei's countenance darkened, and an overwhelming aura of sword energy erupted from his being. The dense rays of sword light, imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, surged towards Qin Shi. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Shi advanced rather than retreated. He raised his hand with a delicate flourish, unleashing a sword energy so concentrated it seemed tangible, which met Ning Fei's rain of swords head-on. In that instant, the sword energies intertwined, and the two figures flickered in and out of visibility amidst the tempest of energy. With a thunderous roar, Ning Fei staggered back several paces. Disbelief etched upon his face. In stark contrast, Qin Shi stood firm and immovable, akin to a pine tree steadfast in the snow. A profound silence enveloped the scene, a suffocating stillness. It was unclear who gasped first, but soon the entire valley was engulfed by waves of astonished exclamations. The top-tier prodigy had been forced back by this youth? Some cultivators stood in stunned silence, their voices trembling. Just now, Ning Fei employed a technique involving the layering of sword energies, didn't he? Upon counting, there were a staggering 72 layers of sword energy. Another individual, face aglow with shock, questioned how such might could be met head-on. Who exactly was this youth? With those words, the crowd erupted into fervent whispers. 72 layers of sword energy combined. And yet Qin Shi managed to contend with it, even gaining the upper hand. It was utterly insane. This thought surged within the hearts of the onlookers. My heavens! Where did this remarkable youth emerge from? Could he be a top-tier prodigy carefully nurtured by an extraordinary power? Some cultivators murmured to themselves. In contrast to the cultivators present, Ling Huang felt as though the world was spinning. She understood better than anyone that Qin Shi was merely an outer disciple expelled from the Ling Tian sect. Yet the strength he exhibited at this moment, how could it be so formidable? Ling Huang's heart was nearly shattered. Why did Qin Shi possess such terrifying prowess and battle capability? Why? She simply could not accept the scene unfolding before her. Ding Zhong was equally taken aback. That such a figure could arise from a borderland was truly unfathomable. He paused mid-sentence, questioning, "Are you certain he is truly a disciple of Ling Tian's sect?" Not saying anything would have sufficed, but with that statement, Ling Huang felt as though her heart was being torn asunder. "Are you certain?" she pressed. "I am indeed certain." Ling Huang forced a sorrowful smile. "Uncle, it seems I have made a grave error. I expelled a disciple of our sect capable of withstanding a blow from a top-tier prodigy." Ding Zhong sighed softly, his lips moving slightly. Yet he fell silent thereafter. To have emerged from such a remote area and withstand the full force of a top-tier prodigy's attack, the value of such an accomplishment was surely beyond measure. Ning Fei's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "I admit I underestimated you, but it is well known that I possess the sword-hard enlightened body, capable of condensing 72 layers of sword energy, striking fear across the eastern wilderness. However, what they do not know is that I have already layered my sword energy to 99. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd, all awestruck by the sheer number of powerful sword energies. In the next moment, Ning Fei's sword energy surged dramatically, resembling a blinding sun. The 99 layers of sword energy were akin to blades capable of rending the very fabric of the universe, howling as they rushed towards Qin Shi. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space itself shimmered with layers of distorted ripples, as if unable to bear the weight. Now, this is becoming interesting. Otherwise, if I were to simply unleash my 100 layers of sword energy, Wouldn't that be too much of an overreach? With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he whispered. Chapter 37. The Transformation of the Mountain Tortoise, Seizing the Treasure and Fleeing. Qin Shi deftly wielded his dual swords, his formidable magical energy surging through his meridians like a river breaching its banks, ultimately converging at his fingertips. The sword aura enveloped him in layers, forming a barrier to withstand Ning Fei's overwhelming assault. At the moment their sword energies clashed, a deafening roar resonated through the heavens, the blinding light compelling those present to shut their eyes. As the brilliance gradually faded, the onlookers beheld Qin Shi, though slightly breathless, still standing proudly. While Ning Fei bore numerous deep gashes upon his body, crimson blood trickling slowly from the wounds. Am I truly injured? In the realm of layered sword energy, how could someone wound me? Ning Fei stared incredulously at the fine scars adorning his flesh, his expression somewhat dazed. Your ability to harm me signifies that your mastery of layered sword energy indeed surpasses mine. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rasped. Yet the pinnacle of swordsmanship is 9. I have achieved the ultimate realm of the sword with 99 layers of sword energy. How have you surpassed me? The moment you regarded 9 as the ultimate limit, you shackled yourself on your path of swordsmanship, Qin Shi replied with a calm demeanor. Ah, I see. Ning Fei chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I once prided myself as a genius in swordsmanship, yet I inadvertently placed chains upon myself from the very beginning. To be defeated today by one such as you, a mere commoner, is not entirely unjust. His admission of defeat astonished the assembled cultivators, leaving them dumbstruck. As if time itself had frozen in that instant. The esteemed prodigy of a top-tier force, Ning Fei, had actually lost. Qin Shi emerged victorious? Ling Huang's lips trembled slightly, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes. She suddenly grasped Ding Zhong's sleeve, her voice choked with emotion. Uncle, what have I done in the past? Ding Zhong's gaze pierced through the crowd, resting upon the imposing figure in the arena. Let the past remain in the past. However, his voice turned somber. Even if he has won now, it does not alter the predetermined conclusion. Or rather, he paused, even in victory. He is destined to perish. What do you mean? Ling Huang's pupils constricted sharply. As if responding to Ding Zhong's ominous prophecy, the sky suddenly rippled. A golden figure, towering dozens of feet high, tore through the fabric of space, engulfed in the fiery essence possessed only by great beings, casting the entire sky in resplendent gold. The Guardian. Ding Zhong lowered his voice. As I suspected, the prodigies of top-tier forces are accompanied by such semi-divine beings during their expeditions. Their duty is to emerge in moments of life and death or critical junctures to provide protection. His tone turned icy. Ning Fei has schemed for years over this mountain treasure. How could the forces behind him allow others to reap the rewards? Qin Shi's talent was astonishingly extraordinary, and Ding Zhong's gaze flickered with regret. Such a prodigy, if not harnessed for one's own purposes, would only be. Ling Huang suddenly felt a chill coursing through her body, finally grasping the profound implications of Ding Zhong's words. Alas, Ding Zhong sighed deeply. What does it matter if one is an unparalleled prodigy? A rootless drifting weed shall ultimately be crushed under the wheels of time. He scanned the surrounding stunned cultivators, realizing that only those who had grown into true prodigies deserved the title. Otherwise, Ding Zhong chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Ning Fei gently caressed the scar on his chest with his fingertips, his gaze towards Qin Shi suddenly becoming intricate. He lowered his head with a soft sigh. Your talent in swordsmanship astounds me. Yet, a star too brilliant will inevitably be extinguished prematurely. Having spoken, he turned and lightly nodded towards the golden figure. Proceed. Allowing him to remain will only become my inner demon. The golden figure's flames surged violently, and a colossal hand tore through the void, descending with tremendous force. Qin Shi's pupils constricted. He could distinctly sense the cataclysmic force enveloped within the gust of the descending hand. This strike was undoubtedly lethal for him at this moment. Desperately deploying his agility, Qin Shi witnessed countless golden shadows enveloping the space within a 10-mile radius, sealing it completely. Just as the giant hand was about to crush his body, a flash of azure light split the sky. The azure rock, ablaze with its life essence, enveloped Qin Shi as it forcibly tore through the folds of space, narrowly escaping this fatal blow. With a thunderous crash, mountains swept away by the gust were reduced to powder, the shockwave sending nearby cultivators flying dozens of feet away. It was merely a desperate struggle. Ning Fei flicked his fingers, and a sword chi precisely struck the azure rock's wings. The injured bird let out a mournful cry as it plummeted, creating a deep crater upon impact. The golden figure slowly advanced. each step causing the space to ripple with spiderweb-like fractures. Qin Shi supported the rock, his fist clenched tightly. What did it matter that he was invincible among his peers? In the face of absolute power, all pride turned pale. Brother, my bloodline's strength can only be used this once. The rock's feathers faded to a ghostly white, yet its eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Qin Shi took a deep breath, gathering all his magical energy. Even if destined to fall, he would fight with all his might. At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled as if seized by convulsions, and the entire mountain began to sway violently. A deafening, beastly roar erupted from within the mountain, the sound waves materializing into shock waves that spread outward. The nearest cultivators were the first to bear the brunt, spewing blood and being thrown back, some even dying instantly as their bodies contorted under the sonic impact. As the roar continued, the very rocks beneath their feet began to writhe, as if alive, and in the distance, a mountain shaped like the head of a mysterious tortoise slowly rose. The giant tortoise's eyes resembled unfathomable abysses, emanating an oppressive aura that suffocated all. This entire mountain was, in fact, a slumbering tortoise. The tortoise raised its head just as the golden figure's colossal palm descended. At the point of their collision, blinding light erupted, and the violent energy ripples made the very space hum ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? A mountain transformed into a terrifying being? One cultivator screamed in terror. No, we have always been on the back of this mysterious tortoise. Another trembled, his teeth chattering. Witnessing this, the cultivators' souls were gripped by fear, and they scattered in a frenzied retreat, disregarding everything. Ning Fei inwardly lamented the dire situation. He had orchestrated a strategy to lure out the ancient treasure, intending to seize it before the primordial tortoise awoke. However, it seemed that the recent attack had fully roused it. Meanwhile, Qin Shi took advantage of this unforeseen turn of events, swiftly fleeing upon the back of the Qing Tianpeng bird. The treasure was pivotal to the survival of his family, and it must be reclaimed. Ning Fei's expression turned grave. He commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Pursue with all your might. Regardless of the cost, we must eliminate that brat. He cannot escape." The golden figure spoke with unwavering confidence before tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing from sight. Chapter 38. Who says I have no background? Beneath the vast and boundless sky, the Qi Tianpa bird soared with Qin Shi, racing like a fleeting glimmer. The wind howled past their ears. Gazing at the Qi Tianpa bird that was desperately fleeing with him, Qin Shi spoke solemnly, "Brother Ping, I am eternally grateful." "Brother." The Qi Tianpa bird flapped its wings vigorously, responding, "While I may not be the noblest of birds, I understand the principle of shared fortune and misfortune. We are, after all, comrades in adversity. Damn it. If I can't win, I'll call for help. This is truly a breach of martial ethics." The Qing Tianpeng bird spat vehemently. Qin Shi's expression darkened, feeling immense frustration. Despite believing in his own talents, the lack of a powerful background made it exceedingly difficult for him to thrive. Just then, the surrounding space abruptly twisted and contorted, as if ripped apart by invisible colossal hands. A figure radiating blinding golden light stepped forth. In an instant, a powerful aura locked onto the pair, and a voice filled with disdain echoed, "Do you truly believe you can escape, you insignificant ants?" As the words fell, the golden figure casually waved its hand. A brilliant attack, as dazzling as the sun, surged forth with the intent to annihilate. Sensing the impending wave of death, the Qing Tianpeng bird felt its bloodline power surge wildly. A searing light erupted from within, enveloping its entire form in a resplendent crimson glow. With a mighty flap of its wings, it propelled Qin Shi like a blazing arrow, skillfully threading through the gaps of the overwhelming assault from the golden figure. However, the cost of such a forced breakthrough was exceedingly severe. The Qi Tianpeng bird's body instantly weakened, and torrents of blood gushed forth, staining the clouds below, its breath becoming alarmingly faint. "Damn it! If I survive, I shall surely unearth the ancestral graves of your Ning family." The Qi Tianpa bird gritted through its pain, cursing vehemently. Then, its eyes dimmed, and it sorrowfully turned to Qin Shi, saying, "Brother, it seems we cannot escape today." The golden armored figure paused momentarily, astonished, for the second time, in such a short span. This creature can unleash its bloodline power consecutively. Its origins must be extraordinary. Capturing it could unveil secrets of inheritance. While contemplating, the golden figure altered its strategy, swiftly forming seals with its hands. A golden light chain, akin to a sinuous serpent, slithered forth. The chain seemingly transcended spatial limitations, instantaneously entwining around the Qing Tianpeng bird, binding it firmly in place. In the next moment, Without uttering a word, the figure raised its hand, intending to crush Qin Shi beside it. But just then, a beam of purple-gold light streaked across the horizon and halted before Qin Shi. It was a token, shimmering with brilliance, and upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the character's creation inscribed upon it. Behind the token followed a woman clad in palace attire, her hair loosely gathered, a few strands damp with sweat clinging to her forehead, and at her waist hung a wine gourd that swayed with her every step. The woman staggered as if she had just awoken from a drunken stupor. As she walked, she let out a loud belch, the scent of alcohol wafting around her. Blinking her bleary eyes at the chaotic scene before her, she muttered, "What is going on? It's such a mess." With a casual flick of her wrist, her palm facing outward, she exerted an invisible force that shattered the golden energy and chains surrounding her. Upon seeing her, the armored figure was momentarily taken aback. However, once he recognized her, he exclaimed in astonishment, "So it is the drunken moon venerable from the Academy of Creation. What brings you here?" The venerable, still swaying, glanced at him and after another belch replied, "Young one from the Ning family, why are you not guarding your heirs back at home? What business do you have here?" He replied, "This Qin Shi has a grievance with my Ning family, and I must take him away. I hope the drunken moon venerable can grant us this favor and refrain from meddling." The armored figure's expression turned serious as he spoke. "That will not do. He is a student favored by our Academy of Creation and has already received an invitation." The drunken moon venerable shook her head, pointing a finger at Qin Shi, her intoxicated demeanor blurring her words. "He is now one of ours, and you cannot take him." The purple gold creation order? The one that stirred the East wilderness not long ago, that is him. The armored figure's heart trembled with realization. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected, considering he was the prodigy capable of easily defeating their own young master. Ignoring the armored figure, the drunken moon venerable turned to Qin Shi with a cheerful smile and said, "I should have arrived days ago. I was worried when I suddenly couldn't sense your presence. It drove me to drink heavily in a neighboring city for a few days. I apologize." As she spoke, she sheepishly scratched her head, her hair becoming even more disheveled. Qin Shi nodded inwardly, realizing that during those days, he had been lost in the river of nothingness, thus unperceivable. Yet, the logic of resorting to heavy drinking due to not sensing someone was curiously amusing. Regardless, it seemed that hope for survival had emerged. Student Qin Shi has met with the esteemed elder. He quickly bowed in respect. The drunken moon venerable, her eyes sparkling with appreciation, remarked, "Well done, young man. You are quite well-mannered." Afterward, she glanced at the armored figure and lazily said, "All right, descendant of the Ning family, you may leave now. I am tired." The armored figure's discontent was palpable as he struggled internally before finally gritting his teeth and stating, "This matter is of great importance. My Ning family will not give up, nor will I back down." No sooner had he finished speaking than the drunken moon venerable raised an eyebrow, waved her hand, and summoned the power of heaven and earth, forcing the armored figure back. "Is that all you can muster? Are you even worthy? Bring your Ning family's ancestor to speak with me." With the armored figure's face twisted in anger, the drunken moon venerable enveloped Qin Shi and the sky-ping bird in the force of heaven and earth and departed. After traveling for a while, she inquired, "Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, come with me back to the Academy of Creation." Qin Shi promptly responded, "There is nothing else. I am willing to set forth immediately." The Qing Tian Peng Miao, with a glimmer of cunning in its eyes, stepped forward with an ingratiating smile and said, "Sister, do you lack a steed? My flying speed is exceptional." The Zui Yuzunja's gaze shimmered with fleeting runes, as if it had glimpsed the hidden secrets within the depths of the Qing Tian Peng Miao's bloodline. "You, oh you," Zui Yuzunja remarked with a semblance of a smile, "you are not yet worthy. Perhaps when you evolve into a golden-winged great Pong, I shall reconsider." Just as this was said, Zui Yuzunja's expression suddenly shifted, the effects of intoxication dissipating rapidly, and fixating its gaze on Qin Shi, inquired, "What exactly have you done to provoke the Ning family?" "Alas, sister, we have not instigated any significant trouble," the Qing Tian Ping Miao hastily interjected. "It was merely a skirmish with the young master of the Ning family, and now we are merely disliked." "A skirmish?" Zui Yuzunja scoffed. "Even if you had slain him, it would not have warranted the joint intervention of the 10th and 13th ancestors of the Ning family." As the last words lingered in the air, it felt as though the atmosphere had frozen, the temperature plummeting. The ancestors of the Ning family, 2 in number. Their arrival spells trouble. Zui Yuzunja murmured to itself. Chapter 39. A a fortuitous windfall upon hearing the words of the drunken moon master. Both Qin Shi and the azure sky rock's expression shifted dramatically. Sister, could there be a misunderstanding? We merely seized a pearl. Is it truly worth causing such an uproar? The azure sky rock exclaimed, a woeful countenance adorning his face. The drunken moon master paused momentarily, a look of confusion crossing her features. A pearl? What sort of pearl? In haste, Qin Shi retrieved the mountain treasure from his bosom. This object, roughly the size of a palm, was perfectly round and lustrous, its surface shimmering with a radiant halo reminiscent of a starry river. Upon beholding this object, the drunken moon master's eyes widened in astonishment, and she gasped. Such a treasure! Turning her gaze towards Qin Shi, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, you are the bearer of the purple gold creation mandate, a person of great fortune, capable of acquiring such a rare gem. It is no wonder the Ning family has become so frantic. Senior, what exactly is this treasure? Qin Shi inquired earnestly. It is an artifact from ancient times. The specifics are somewhat unclear, but it is said to aid beings in cultivating their physical forms, the drunken moon master explained. However, I suspect it serves purposes beyond that. Continuing, she elaborated, there are only a handful of prominent figures in the eastern wilderness, each under the surveillance of various factions. It seems the Ning family, in a bid for secrecy, dispatched their juniors to contend for it, never anticipating that you would fortuitously seize it. Qin Shi furrowed his brow, realizing that this unexpected windfall had turned into a proverbial hot potato. You now face two choices. First, surrender the pearl. If you do so, you shall assuredly remain safe. Second, you may risk everything and attempt to return to the Academy of Creation before the two elders of the Ning family arrive. Once you enter the Academy, it will provide you with protection. However, should you be discovered along the way, we will undoubtedly incur the wrath of the two elders. Contemplate this and decide for yourself. The drunken moon master advised solemnly, her gaze fixed upon Qin Shi. Lowering his head, Qin Shi pondered for a considerable time before finally speaking. Senior, I choose to take the risk. This declaration was not made lightly. Setting aside the reluctance to relinquish a hard-won opportunity, it was inherently contrary to his nature. Moreover, burdened with the karma of the great wilderness divine palace, he could not afford to abandon this chance so readily. In the face of such a significant opportunity, to shy away would only hinder his ability to confront future crises. Having spoken, Qin Shi turned to the azure sky rock. Brother Peng, it is time for us to part ways. Brother, do not say that. The azure sky rock retorted loudly. If you choose to surrender the pearl, I will turn and leave, but now that you have resolved to fight, I wish to stay. At this juncture, the azure sky rock had come to a realization. Qin Shi was undoubtedly the child of destiny, and to remain by his side was a stroke of good fortune for him as well. He recalled how his own ancestor had once followed a master of fate, leading to the evolution of their bloodline to its zenith, marking an era of splendor. Very well. Let us, as brothers, strive with all our might for this, Qin Shi declared resolutely. Seeing this unfolding scene, the drunken moon master nodded slightly. I shall send word to the Tianji Academy, requesting their assistance in concealing our fate stars. Yet, even so, this merely delays the inevitable. For the Ning family possesses numerous methods, and will undoubtedly find you. With that, she concluded. The revered drunken moon waved her hands, summoning the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to envelop and conceal their forms. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an important matter slipping from her memory, though she could not recall it at that moment. Nevertheless, with the urgency of their predicament, she had no time for contemplation and hurried onward with Qin Shi and the azure sky rock. Senior, can we not use the teleportation array? Qin Shi inquired. No. She replied. The teleportation array is fixed to certain coordinates and can easily fall prey to ambushes. Amidst the mountains, rivers, and seas, three figures darted across the land. After several days of arduous travel, the trio paused atop a perilous peak shrouded in mist. The revered drunken moon closed her eyes in meditation to recuperate her spiritual energy, a faint halo shimmering around her. Qin Shi, with his eyes half closed, remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. As for the azure sky rock, having consumed a medicinal pill bestowed by the revered drunken moon, its azure feathers had begun to flourish, and its vitality was considerably restored. Brother, you cannot imagine how valiant I was at that moment, the azure sky rock exclaimed with enthusiasm. With a single use of swallowing the world, I immobilized the infernal flame viper, and in an instant, I summoned all my divine strength to vanquish it. A half-step into nirvana, conquering a nirvana beast. Impressive. Isn't it? The rock boasted proudly. Qin Shi rolled his eyes, silently scoffing, setting aside the natural predator-prey relationship between the rock and the serpent. Had the infernal flame viper not been severely weakened from a prior assault, it was doubtful the azure sky rock could have triumphed so easily. The azure sky rock was about to continue its bragging when suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar echoed, as if from the dawn of chaos itself. The sound approached rapidly, growing ever more intense, causing the mountain beneath them to tremble violently, with boulders tumbling down, producing a cacophony of noise. Before them appeared a colossal, mountain-like black turtle. Each step it took shattered the peak, causing cities to crumble, its might awe-inspiring. Its massive head resembled a fortress, with eyes ablaze with fury. Locking onto the position of Qin Shi on the mountain. Oh no! The revered drunken moon smacked her forehead, her face etched with regret. Now I understand why I felt something was amiss. It is the guardian beast. Until it is refined, the divine beast will follow like a shadow, tracking its prey across thousands of miles. A sudden alarm surged through Qin Shi's heart, and he tentatively asked, "Is there still time for me to refine it now? This is a treasure of heaven and earth. Even if I were to refine it personally, it would take 3 days and nights." The revered drunken moon replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. Moreover, such commotion from the ancient black turtle would have surely alerted the 2 ancestors of the Ning family, who were likely rushing here at full speed. What shall we do? The azure sky rock drooped its wings in despair, its voice tinged with a whimper. The revered drunken moon sighed deeply. "Accept your fate, young one. Such opportunities cannot be forced. Neither the ancestors of the Ning family nor the ancient black turtle are entities we can contend with." Gazing at the orb swirling in his palm, a flicker of unwillingness passed through Qin Shi's eyes. Must I truly surrender so easily? Preserve the green mountains. And you shall not worry about firewood, the revered drunken moon advised. You carry great fortune. There will be ample opportunities in the days to come. Perhaps. There is still a glimmer of hope. In a moment of inspiration, Qin's eyes suddenly sharpened. Could you assist me in holding off for just a quarter of an hour? Just a mere 15 minutes. The drunken moon master displayed a look of skepticism. What are your intentions? I refuse to resign myself to fate. Qin gritted his teeth and declared, what if it is the Ning family I face? Fortune favors the bold. I am willing to stake everything on this gamble. Chapter 40. The mountains form the array, and the calamity is diverted eastward. 15 minutes? The esteemed drunken moon frowned, casting a skeptical glance at Qin Shi. The ancient black turtle possesses an overwhelming power. If you expect me to hold it off for a quarter of an hour, you must reveal your strategy. Otherwise, I shall not indulge in your folly. Could a mere 15 minutes alter a predetermined fate? The drunken moon was far from convinced. Qin Shi nodded and retrieved a gem emanating a mysterious aura, saying, the ancient black turtle's target is this gem, not us. In essence, it perceives whoever possesses the gem as its adversary. The drunken moon raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the same thing? Brother Ping, hand me the venom sac of the spectral flame viper. Qin Shi instructed the equally bewildered Skyping bird. Oh, although the Skyping bird was perplexed, it complied and produced the venom sac of the spectral flame viper. The moment the sac appeared, a faint metallic scent wafted through the air. It was a trophy. The most refined essence of the spectral flame viper. As Qin Shi's magical energy surged, the gem and the venom sac momentarily fused in their essence upon contact. Realizing the feasibility of his method, Qin Shi then said, Elder, have you heard of the spirit breath concealment array? This formation can merge and conceal multiple distinct energies. This array was acquired from the blood demon ancestor. Its complexity is not exceedingly high. The spectral flame viper is a bonded spirit beast cultivated by the Ning clan. Thus, the venom sac naturally contains the bloodline aura of the Ning family. So, you intend to merge the venom sac with the gem, using the array to create the illusion of the Ning bloodline refining the gem? The drunken moon's eyes sparkled with understanding. Thus, diverting the calamity eastward and directing the ancient black turtle's wrath towards the ancestor of the Ning clan. Precisely, Qin Shi affirmed. Your idea is commendable, but ultimately too naive. The drunken moon sighed, a strand of hair falling gently. The spirit breath concealment array is merely a rudimentary third-tier formation, and while the ancient black turtle may lack high intelligence, its sensitivity far exceeds the ordinary. Such a simple array could hardly deceive it. I am well aware of the array's low grade. Qin Shi replied calmly with a smile. But what if I inscribe the spirit breath concealment array using the mountains as the veins, rivers as the threads, and the earth's essence as the driving force? Inscribing the array with the grandeur of the mountains? The drunken moon was momentarily taken aback, marveling at Qin Shi's audacious concept. However, after a moment's contemplation, he cautioned. Theoretically, it is feasible, but do not forget, typically, an array master would struggle to inscribe even a complete third-tier formation within a quarter of an hour, let alone using the mountains and earth as a foundation. It is an impossible task. As the drunken moon gazed towards the horizon, the booming sound of the ancient black turtle's approach grew increasingly deafening, its colossal form resembling a moving mountain, distorting the space around it. The ancient black turtle drew ever closer. Qin Shi's gaze burned with determination as he declared, "Elder, how can we know it is impossible if we do not attempt it?" He then patted the skyping bird beside him. "Brother Ping, we must hasten to the northwest, 3,000 meters away." The azure sky phoenix nodded, its wings unfurling as it enveloped the two in a brilliant azure light, propelling them towards their destination with the swiftness of lightning. The drunken moon elder gazed at their departing figures, shaking his head in resignation. Though this young lad possessed commendable talent and fortune, he remained, after all, too youthful and unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. To inscribe formations using the power of the universe is an endeavor that even the most skilled formation masters spend their entire lives striving to achieve, let alone under time constraints. Alas, the youth must endure hardships to truly comprehend the expanse of existence. With that thought, the drunken moon elder clenched his silver teeth, unleashing a surge of magical energy that transformed into a resplendent curtain of light as he advanced towards the dark turtle. Roar! The dark turtle, incensed by the audacity of a living being to obstruct its path, unleashed a furious roar that shattered the surrounding clouds. It violently swung its colossal head, akin to a battering ram, charging towards the drunken moon elder. The elder's expression grew serious. With a mere flick of his jade hand, an ethereal blue radiance coalesced instantly. Like a delicate orchid blooming on a frigid expanse, it emanated an aura of piercing cold as it surged towards the dark turtle. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the air, each collision sending ripples through the void, causing massive boulders on the surrounding peaks to tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Shi and the azure sky phoenix arrived at their destination. Qin Shi swiftly unsheathed his longsword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced through the air, moving like a phantom across the earth, carving deep furrows in its wake. Simultaneously, he extended his perception, the spirit stone in his hand flickering with a subtle glow as he sought the traces of the earth's veins. Boom! Qin Shi suddenly swung his sword, cleaving a small mountain, which promptly collapsed on one side, revealing a hidden earth vein. Following that, he cast out formation flags from his spatial ring. As they landed, they shimmered with light, merging into the earth vein, becoming pivotal in guiding its power. He then redirected the adjacent river, compelling its waters to carve a new path, sending forth a spray of water high into the air, 2,000 meters to the southeast. Qin Shi called out. With a whoosh, the azure sky phoenix accelerated once more, carrying Qin Shi towards their goal. In the skies above, the drunken moon elder, while fending off the dark turtle, diverted a portion of his focus to Qin Shi. Observing the young man's unwavering resolve in cleaving mountains and severing rivers, he could not help but feel a pang of foolishness for his own actions. It is well known that any formation requires meticulous crafting by a master, with precision in depth, length, and orientation being paramount. Yet look at this. He attempts to lay out formations based on the topography of mountains and rivers without regard for the landscape, hastily seeking the earth veins and carelessly inscribing formations, heedlessly altering mountains and rivers, utterly disregarding the foundational principles of formation crafting. Is this mere folly? This lad must believe that having perused a few tomes on formations grants him mastery over the art. The drunken moon elder shook his head inwardly, harboring no hopes for Qin Shi and beginning to contemplate his own retreat. At that moment, the dark turtle's might grew increasingly formidable, each strike causing her blood to surge tumultuously. Furthermore, relying on its invincible defense and adopting an offensive stance, any attack she landed upon the dark turtle felt like mere tickling. At this rate, it would be difficult to endure for even a quarter of an hour. As time gradually passed, the figure of the drunken moon's sovereign appeared increasingly disheveled, her garments billowing and rustling in the fierce wind, while beads of sweat the size of mung beans incessantly rolled down her forehead. The consumption of her magical energy was swift, and her breath began to grow erratic. Each attempt to fend off the assaults of the ancient tortoise felt akin to bearing the weight of a colossal mountain. Her arms gradually grew numb, and her steps became unsteady. The tips of her fingers trembled slightly as a jade-hued breaking talisman materialized in her palm. Biting her silver teeth, she was poised to forcibly tear apart the fabric of space to whisk Qin Shi away. Yet, At the moment her fingertips were about to crush the talisman. The ancient tortoise emitted a thunderous roar, its massive head suddenly lunging towards a distant peak. This unexpected turn of events caused the drunken moon sovereign's pupils to constrict. Her delicate hand suspended in midair as she momentarily forgot her intended action. At that instant, a thought struck her, and her beautiful eyes were flooded with sheer terror. Could it be? Chapter 41. The Setup, inviting the ancestor of the Ning family to join the game. The esteemed Zuiyu elder raised his gaze in search and soon spotted Qin Shi seated steadily upon the back of the Qing Tianping bird. Concealed within the depths of the clouds, Qin Shi swiftly formed hand seals, manipulating the breath within the formation as it surged wildly. This breath at times roared towards the mountain peak, at other times darted to the northwest, and then leaped to the northeast, leaving one utterly perplexed. Zuiyu elder's figure flickered into the clouds, his astonishment unabated. So, the array patterns you inscribed were not mere random carvings? Huh? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hint of confusion. In a life and death crisis, how could I possibly make random inscriptions? You did not meticulously observe the terrain nor carefully hone the array patterns. Zuiyu elder furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet how can the formation succeed? Ah, esteemed elder. Qin Shi chuckled softly, elucidating. You may not be well versed in formations. A third-tier formation is inherently simple. It merely requires transforming it into the topography of mountains and rivers. Although it may be somewhat tedious, it is indeed not difficult. I dare say that even an apprentice in formations, with some diligence, could accomplish it. Zuiyu elder's lips twitched involuntarily as he turned away, gazing into the distance, falling silent. To be candid, he felt somewhat despondent. Have my years of research into formations been for naught? Beneath the clouds, the ancient mystical turtle could distinctly sense that the pearl seemed to be undergoing refinement right beneath its eyelids. This enraged the already dim-witted turtle, which vowed to track it down and crush it. The turtle's massive paw suddenly slammed down onto the adjacent mountain peak, causing a thunderous crash. The mountain crumbled, shattering, and a cloud of dust was thrown into the air. Yet in the next moment, the breath of the pearl bizarrely manifested within the very ground beneath it. Without hesitation, the turtle charged upward. Boom. The earth, unable to bear the burden, cracked deeply, and the surrounding mountains crumbled under the force, shaking the ground violently. This formation cannot last much longer. If the Ning family's ancestor does not arrive before it collapses, then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Zuiyu elder remarked with a frown. Indeed, Qin Shi replied with a grave expression. Let us wager against the Ning family, and see who is favored by fortune. Even if I fail, I would rather return the pearl to the ancient turtle than leave it to the Ning family. A glint of ferocity flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. As the mountain shattered and the earth split, underground rivers gushed forth, and with the shifting terrain, a corner of the formation began to crumble. Hasn't it arrived yet? Qin Shi murmured, his face displaying reluctance. The formation was on the brink of collapse when suddenly, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted from the distant horizon. A colossal divine vessel, resplendent like a brilliant star, tore through the void, descending with overwhelming majesty and pressure. Upon the vessel, two ancestors of the Ning family stood like unyielding deities, side by side, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to command life and death itself. At long last, we have arrived just in time, our family's treasured vessel. The divine skiff, having been summoned, and vast resources expended to enhance our speed. The urgency in the gaze of the 13th ancestor eased somewhat, his voice tinged with relief and a touch of pride. Indeed, had we not arrived early, how could we have witnessed the life and death struggle between the mystic tortoise and the drunken moon? The 10th ancestor nodded slightly, gazing into the distance where the earth lay shattered. Energy swirling chaotically, remnants of the auras of the mystic tortoise and the esteemed drunken moon still lingering. Although the mystic tortoise possesses limited intelligence, its formidable strength is undeniably terrifying. Perhaps we may seize the moment too. The voice of the 13th ancestor trailed off. It is no easy feat to slay a revered figure. The 10th ancestor's gaze turned cold, and he slowly spoke. Inflicting severe injury upon it is not without its possibilities. With that, the two elders exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly moved towards the battlefield ahead. At this moment, upon witnessing the appearance of the Ning family's ancestors, Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with delight, for it seemed fortune favored him. Thus, let us invite the esteemed elders of the Ning family to join the fray. Cautiously, Qin Shi manipulated the formation, deftly redirecting the disguised aura of the orb towards the two powerful beings. Meanwhile, the drunken moon also employed his techniques to obscure the trajectory of the aura's flow even further. The mystic tortoise, previously frenziedly searching for the source of the orb's aura, suddenly detected its presence upon the two formidable beings. This bloodline aura felt strikingly familiar. Indeed, it was this very essence that had sought to refine its guardian object, having toyed with it for quite some time. Realizing the truth, the mystic tortoise became enraged, its enormous eyes ablaze with fury, and without a moment's hesitation, it charged madly towards the two ancestors. The two elders of the Ning family were taken aback. Logically, the ancient mystic tortoise should not possess a strong desire to attack them, let alone abandon its search for the orb. Moreover, where had the drunken moon gone? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They hastily employed their abilities to defend against the mystic tortoise's frenzied onslaught. Observing the plan unfold smoothly, Qin Shi let out a long breath and once more activated the formation, thoroughly concealing the orb's aura. Although the concealment would only last a brief moment, it would suffice. With the earth as the chessboard and mountains and rivers as the pieces, we orchestrate the backdrop, inciting a battle amongst the revered ones. Gazing at Qin Shi beside him, the drunken moon's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Who could fathom, without first-hand experience, that he was but in the nirvana realm? Let us depart. The drunken moon cast a complex glance at Qin Shi, waved his sleeve, and vanished from sight. On the other side, sensing the disappearance of the orb's aura, the mystic tortoise completely lost its wits, resorting to a desperate struggle. What is happening? Why does this beast abandon its search for the orb and engage us in a life-and-death battle? The 10th ancestor's face shifted between emotions, his voice laced with fury. I do not know either. The 13th ancestor's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. This was somewhat perplexing. Yet, faced with the mystic tortoise's frenzied assault, they could only brace themselves for the confrontation. Time passed, and they soared through the skies, unaware of how long they had flown. In a secluded valley, the party led by Qin Shi came to a halt. With a mere wave of his hand, the esteemed Zuiyu master invoked a secret technique, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to shroud the valley in concealment. You have truly opened my eyes, remarked Zuiyu master, her gaze fixed upon Qin Shi, brimming with admiration. I never anticipated that we could successfully escape from such a dire predicament. Upon finishing her words, she raised a wine jug and took a hearty swig, the liquid cascading down her chin and soaking her garments. Zuiyu master then extended the jug towards Qin Shi, signaling him to partake as well. Qin Shi hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Sensing his reluctance, Zuiyu master feigned indignation, exclaiming, "What? Do you find me distasteful? Drink when I offer?" Relenting, Qin Shi accepted the jug and took a generous gulp. Instantly, a potent spiciness erupted in his mouth, followed by a searing warmth that coursed down his throat and ignited a fervor within him, causing his blood to boil. Senior, Qin Shi's face flushed crimson, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Zuiyu master chuckled heartily at his discomposure, saying, "Having tasted my wine, you are now one of my own. Upon returning to the academy, you must join my faction and refrain from aligning with others. It is only fitting that I join your esteemed faction, for you have safeguarded me on this journey." Qin Shi replied, striving to endure the burning sensation within. Enough. Zuiyu master quelled her laughter, adopting a serious tone. This is a precious wine brewed from rare celestial ingredients. A single sip will greatly benefit you, aiding in the rapid refinement of the treasure orb. In the ensuing days, while battles raged on around them, you must hasten to refine the orb, and I shall protect you here. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi settled into a meditative posture, focusing his mind on the task of refining the orb. Meanwhile, Ling Huang was consumed by urgency, her spiritual energy surging as she rushed towards the sect's direction. News had just arrived. The Ling Tian sect was in turmoil. Chapter 42, Chaos in the Sect, Blood Stains the Mountain Gate. Ling Huang returned to the sect in a state of frantic urgency. As she crossed the mountain gate, her eyes fell upon the blood-soaked ground, punctuated by scattered broken weapons and uncollected corpses that reeked of death. The disciples lining the path wore expressions of bewilderment and horror, their former vitality extinguished. It was evident that the sect had recently endured a brutal massacre. What on earth has transpired? Ling Huang hurriedly entered the main hall, her voice tinged with anxiety and authority. At that moment, an elder could no longer contain his tears, lamenting, "Sect master, the disciples from the rear mountain have rebelled, ruthlessly slaughtering our sect's members and creating a bloodbath." Led by Han Chun, these elite disciples took advantage of the others' unpreparedness, resulting in devastating losses for our sect. It cannot be. Ling Huang gasped, her body trembling with disbelief. I am well aware of Han Chun. I permitted him to cultivate in the sacred grounds of the rear mountain and bestowed upon him the technique of sword energy amplification. There is no reason for him to betray the sect. Ling Huang vividly recalled the transgressions of Qin Shi, who had monopolized the sacred grounds of the rear mountain, causing inequity within the sect. Her actions had only aimed to establish a fairer system. Why then did they choose rebellion? Should they not support me? Sect Master. This matter is indisputable. Our investigation is conclusive. The transmission elder stepped forward, his expression grave. The cause lies in that group of elite disciples who, while cultivating, were seduced by a strange voice. This voice claimed that by instigating bloody slaughter, they would be granted immense power. These disciples, lacking mental fortitude, ultimately succumbed to temptation and rebelled against the sect. Seduction of the mind? Ling Huang shuddered, grappling with the shocking revelation. How could this be? The rear mountain is a place of cultivation. How could it harbor such a voice? Furthermore, Qin Shi spent an extended period there without incident. Ling Huang bit her lip, stubbornly countering. Even so, what of the Xianying tea? It is a fact that Qin Shi stole our sect's treasures. And what of Cheng Lin's innocence? This was the true reason I expelled Qin Shi from the sect. That is enough. The elder of the guard hall strode into the main hall, his voice filled with fury. How long will you remain in confusion? He once held great hope for Qin Shi and even exchanged the complete array techniques for Qin Shi's sword energy accumulation, thereby adding a new combat technique to the sect. Recently, after the turmoil within the sect, he emerged from the scripture pavilion. This incident was nothing short of catastrophic. The newly appointed sect leader, that fool, actually expelled Qin Shi from the sect. Before his demise, Han Chun and I had jointly employed the soul-searching technique on him. The elder guarding the pavilion exclaimed angrily. From the remnants of his soul, we learned that the theft of the Xianling tea was entirely fabricated, a conspiracy orchestrated to seize control of the Back Mountain's treasures. Upon hearing this, Ling Huang's mind erupted in shock, staggering backward several steps. And look, this is the consequence of your decision to drive away Qin Shi and allow elite disciples to cultivate in the so-called treasure land. The elder furiously cast aside a blood-stained list, which arced through the air before gently descending. Ling Huang's trembling gaze fell upon the list, densely filled with names. Zhao Qi, Sun Yin, Qian Feng. A series of names, some unfamiliar, some familiar, yet all had perished in battle. Suddenly, Ling Huang's eyes landed on the first name, that of an elder named Suen. Elder Suen. How could this be? He too has sacrificed his life? Ling Huang's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. The other elders also bore expressions of profound sorrow. Yes, sect leader. One elder choked back tears. Elder Suen was ambushed and killed by Han Chun using the sword energy accumulation technique. But it was precisely Elder Suen who, in his final moments, exerted his last bit of spiritual energy to warn us. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With those words, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. The elder guarding the pavilion trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, pointing at Ling Huang and demanding, because of your personal bias, you expelled Qin Shi without investigating the truth. How many disciples of our sect have perished as a result? Sect leader, do you not see your mistake? Ling Huang's lips quivered, her face as pale as paper. After struggling to utter a single word, she found herself unable to continue. Humph. The elder guarding the pavilion scoffed. I have faith in Qin Shi's character. He is certainly not the sort to tarnish another's reputation. If the sect leader remains so obstinately convinced of Cheng Lin's words, then we shall confront Cheng Lin together and ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated. Ling Huang took a deep breath, her brow furrowed, as if desperately seeking justification for her stance. Cheng Lin has devoted herself tirelessly to the sect, diligently concocting spiritual medicines. Is it too hasty to cast suspicion upon her? If we do not reach a resolution today, then I implore the sect leader to expel this old fool from the sect as well. The elder guarding the pavilion stated resolutely. Yet, the trembling of his body unmistakably revealed his inner sorrow and a sense of exasperation towards Ling Huang. Before my arrival, I had instructed the maid A Qing to bring life-restoring ancient herbs to assist the elder. Ling Huang's eyes reflected a hint of unease. Since you all wish to uncover the truth, let us proceed to the rejuvenation pavilion together. With that, she led the assembly of elders towards the rejuvenation pavilion. Long before the return to the sect, the maid A Qing had sought out Cheng Lin, clutching a box containing ancient medicinal herbs vital for life. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned A Qing's forehead as she extended the box towards Cheng Lin, imploring, Sister Cheng Lin. This precious elixir was procured by my mistress at the peril of her life. You must use it to save the elder. Cheng Lin was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She was surprised that the seemingly foolish sect leader had indeed managed to acquire such a rare and invaluable remedy. Fear not, she assured, her voice laced with an uncontrollable thrill. With this ancient medicine, the injuries of the three elders will surely mend. Return to the sect leader with this news. There will be no issue. I cannot leave. Qin shook her head resolutely. With turmoil erupting in the sect, my mistress is beside herself with worry. I wish to witness you administer the elixir to the elders, and once they show signs of recovery, I shall promptly report back to her. After a brief pause, she added, I believe that knowing the elders are on the mend will bring her some solace. At this, a fleeting glint of malice flashed in Cheng Lin's eyes, though she quickly masked it with a smile, gesturing for Qin to follow. The elders are inside. Let us proceed together. Very well. Qin nodded and stepped forward. Yet, after only a few strides, she was suddenly seized by a searing pain in her chest. In disbelief, she looked down to see a sword piercing her abdomen. Slowly, she turned to find Cheng Lin, sword in hand, her expression twisted with malevolence. Sister Cheng Lin, why? Why have you done this? Qin's eyes widened in shock as she gasped in agony. I never wished to kill you, but you meddled in affairs that were not your own. The three elders have long since met their demise at my hands. How could you expect me to nourish them? Cheng Lin's face contorted into a cruel smile. How could this be? Qin could hardly fathom the betrayal. In her memory, Cheng Lin, despite having suffered humiliation at the hands of Qin, had been actively involved in the healing of the elders and disciples. Wasn't she a compassionate and beautiful soul? Why had she transformed into such a terrifying figure? You can only blame your own foolishness, Cheng Lin sneered, looking down at Qin with disdain. Seeing you on the brink of death, I shall reluctantly reveal the truth, she said coldly. Meanwhile, a group of elders hurried toward the rejuvenation hall. Ling Huang felt a surge of anxiety, yet she clenched her hands tightly, whispering to herself, I trust Cheng Lin. I am not mistaken. After all, no woman would risk her own purity to frame another. Chapter 43. Should I grow powerful? A great sage shall advocate for my teachings. Cheng Lin withdrew the bloodied longsword from Qin's chest, and her lifeless body collapsed. Upon opening the box, a radiant ancient herb caught her eye, exuding a rich, almost tangible essence of life. With this life-giving herb, an abundance of spirit stones could be acquired. Cheng Lin's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of greed illuminating her countenance. With spirit stones in hand, she could utilize the interdimensional teleportation array to reach the great wilderness's main city. As she spoke, Cheng Lin retrieved a delicate mirror from her sleeve, reflecting her exquisite yet somewhat fierce visage. With my enchanting beauty, I shall effortlessly garner the protection of formidable beings within the great wilderness city. There, my future shall be boundless. Having concluded her thoughts, Cheng Lin stepped into the room, entering a pre-prepared small teleportation array. In an instant, a blinding light flashed, and Cheng Lin vanished from Ling Tian's sect. Not long after her departure, Ling Huang and her companions finally stepped into the rejuvenation courtyard. The sight before them plunged their hearts into despair. Qin lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the shocking crimson spreading relentlessly. Qin. Ling Huang's eyes widened in horror, her face pale as a ghost, her voice trembling. She rushed to Qin's side, enveloping her in an embrace, channeling her spirit energy into Qin's body. Over the years of companionship, though they were master and servant by title, their bond had grown akin to that of sisters, compelling Ling Huang to do everything in her power to save Qin. As the spirit energy surged within her, Qin's eyelids fluttered slightly, slowly opening her eyes, though the once bright orbs now appeared dim and devoid of life. Qin, who has done this to you? Was it Cheng Lin? The elder guarding the pavilion inquired first, his tone laced with lethal intent. However, Qin paid no heed. Instead, she mustered her strength to grasp Ling Huang's sleeve tightly. Miss, we were wrong. We were truly wrong. We have wronged Qin Shi. Qin's voice was feeble, imbued with regret. Yet each word struck Ling Huang's heart like a hammer. Before Ling Huang could recover from this sudden shock, Qin continued, Qin Shi indeed entered Cheng Lin's chamber, but it was to tend to her injuries. Once Cheng Lin healed, she fell in love with Qin Shi, even attempting to offer herself to him multiple times, only to be rejected. Thus, driven by love turned to hate, Cheng Lin sought to frame Qin Shi. As Qin finished, tears streamed down her pale cheeks. Qin, is this truly the case? Ling Huang stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. It is true, it was Cheng Lin who confessed, Qin weakly affirmed. Moreover, that deranged woman further harmed the elder, and when I was unprepared, she attacked me and stole the ancient herb. It became apparent that a woman could indeed resort to defamation of her own virtue, driven by such absurd motives. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. That I could ever place my trust in a woman of such malevolent intent, thereby leading to the downfall of Qin Shi. I was wrong, profoundly wrong, irrevocably mistaken. Ling Huang's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly choked with emotion, her body swaying as if it had lost its center of gravity. Her gaze becoming hollow and dazed. Convey my orders, seal the sect. We must locate Cheng Lin. The countenance of the law enforcement elder flushed crimson with rage. It is unnecessary. The transmission elder emerged slowly from a nearby chamber, her face a portrait of helplessness and despair. She had already fled. The remnants of the activated teleportation array lingered, indicating that Cheng Lin had meticulously plotted this escape. We were merely a step too late. Mississippi. A Qing's life force dwindles. Barely a whisper of breath remains. If there is a next life, I would still serve as your maid. She continued. And if I have the chance to meet Qin Shi, could you please convey my apologies? I was in the wrong. A Qing, do not speak. You will be fine. Ling Huang, frantic, sought to find medicinal herbs to heal a Qing, only to be met with the shocking realization that the entire medicinal store had been emptied by Cheng Lin. Sect Master, now the truth is laid bare. Do you acknowledge your error? The elder guarding the pavilion gazed at Ling Huang, sorrow evident in his eyes. I was wrong. Ling Huang's expression was vacant and dazed as she mechanically replied. Alas. The elder exhaled a long sigh, his heart heavy with sorrow. With Qin Shi's banishment, not a soul in our sect remains innocent. Had even one person stood up at that moment, even if merely a lowly disciple, proclaiming unwavering support for Qin Shi, then Cheng Lin's conspiracy would have faltered, for with Qin Shi's formidable prowess, if he chose to remain, none could compel him to leave. It was the fickleness of the human heart that drove him away. The elder's voice trembled, despondency filling his chest. I have heard that after Qin Shi's departure, he proclaimed a great calamity looms over our sect. Without him, we are doomed. Is this true? The elder's gaze fixed on Ling Huang, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. I can see that I wrongly accused Qin Shi before, but the notion of a calamity befalling the sect is pure nonsense. Ling Huang raised her head slightly, her eyes clouded with confusion. If such a thing were true, my father would have informed me upon my ascension to the sect master position. Yet, what he conveyed was that the sect stood as firm as a mountain. Ling Huang asserted with conviction. Yet that strange voice, which bewitched the disciples. An elder spoke with concern. Elder Mo. Do you suspect that voice originated from an ancient calamity? Ling Huang interjected. If it were indeed the voice of an ancient calamity, it could easily have toppled our sect without resorting to such underhanded tactics. Ling Huang collected her thoughts and continued. Our Ling Tian sect is founded upon the ruins of an ancient epoch. That voice must merely be a remnant of the ancient war of the demon gods. Given the passage of so much time, as long as we do not venture to the summit of the back mountains, we should remain unaffected. Nevertheless, a shroud of unease still lingered upon the faces of the elders. Ling Huang took a deep breath and surveyed the crowd. Furthermore, I wish to announce something. Henceforth, I shall relinquish my position as the sect leader. I implore the elders to deliberate and make decisions regarding the sect's affairs. Her words fell upon the assembly like a stone in still water, not eliciting even a ripple. The elders bowed their heads, clearly acquiescing to Ling Huang's resolution. Observing this, Ling Huang felt a bittersweet smile emerge within her. Had her prestige and dignity within the sect truly dissipated with the expulsion of one Qin Shi? Half a month later, after completing the transition of sect affairs, Ling Huang stood alone at the pinnacle of the mountain. The biting mountain wind howled past her, lifting her hair to dance wildly. Qin Shi, have you been waiting for this moment? Waiting for me to acknowledge my mistakes? Do you long to hear me express regret? But can you await my apology? No, you have perished and shall never receive it. Ling Huang murmured, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She could hardly believe that offending the formidable Ning family would leave Qin Shi with any chance of survival. As for the ominous matters concerning the sect, her belief remained steadfast. She would forever remain unconvinced. And I, Ling Huang. Before she could finish her thought, an ice phoenix materialized from thin air, circling gracefully above her head. I am the embodiment of the ice phoenix, blessed with fortune. With my presence, our sect shall undoubtedly achieve unparalleled glory. Ling Huang proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Her thoughts drifted back to the misty mountain range where her uncle, Ding Zhong, had solemnly advised her. Ling Huang, you are the destined daughter. Your future does not lie here. The Academy of Creation will commence enrollment this year. and I hope you will participate in the trials to become a student there. The Academy of Creation, one of the premier powers of the Eastern wilderness. At the thought, a surge of excitement ignited within Ling Huang, her gaze resolute. I shall join the Academy of Creation. Once I am empowered, esteemed scholars will elucidate the scriptures for me, and every wrong shall be rendered right. My lost dignity and prestige shall be restored in their entirety. From the base of the rear mountain, an ethereal whisper echoed. With so much malice and blood to aid me, the day of my liberation is surely not far off. The witch's voice faltered slightly, a barely perceptible smile escaping her lips. Qin Shi, we are about to meet. I shall show you whether I am indeed the harbinger of doom. Meanwhile, at a distant location, an exuberant voice resounded. Elder brother, we have truly turned misfortune into fortune this time. Not only have we successfully refined the precious orb, but the esteemed Ziyu has personally promised you the position of head of the new academy. Moreover, I have heard that this head will oversee the enrollment of new students this year. We can finally hold our heads high. Indeed, a calm voice replied. But our true strength is paramount. All else is but an illusion. You must intensify your training as you accompany me into the academy. Chapter 44. The mysterious tortoise blocks the door and curses, joining the Academy of Creation. Deep within a concealed valley, bolstered by the precious wine of the esteemed Ziyu, Qin Shi not only succeeded in refining the precious pearl, but also elevated his cultivation to the fifth transformation of nirvana, his magical power becoming increasingly robust. Meanwhile, after enduring life and death trials during this time, the Qing Tianping finally entered the nirvana realm, its wings stirring with an ominous force of wind and thunder, achieving a terrifying speed. What benefits does the refined pearl confer upon you? Ziyu inquired, observing Qin Shi intently. Qin Shi raised his palm, and a pearl radiating a mysterious aura slowly ascended from his hand. With a mere thought, he channeled his magical power into the pearl, resulting in an extraordinary phenomenon. The pearl acted as a wondrous energy nexus, absorbing his power and bestowing a brand new strength in return. This energy coursed through his meridians, refining his physical form, tightening his muscular lines, and causing his bones to emanate a bluish-golden glow, his physique transforming visibly. Indeed, Ziyu exclaimed, his eyes brightening. This surpasses even the legacy treasure of the Little Western Heaven, the golden body liquid. However, he cautioned, the mysteries of this pearl are far from simple. Do not reveal it lightly to avoid calamity. Ziyu's expression became serious as he continued, you need not worry about the Ning family. As long as they seek to reclaim this treasure from you, they will remain tight-lipped. Qin Shi's expression grew solemn. With such a formidable entity as the Ning family coveting him, the days ahead seemed fraught with peril. Sensing Qin Shi's unease, Ziyu chuckled softly. There is no need for excessive concern. Once you officially join the Academy of Creation, they will no longer be able to act against you with impunity. After a pause, he elaborated, there are rules among the forces of the Eastern Wild. Conflicts among peers are to be settled without interference from elders. Otherwise, today you slay my descendant. Tomorrow I shall slay yours, and chaos would ensue in the Eastern Wild. Focus on your cultivation, ensuring your invincibility among your peers. Qin Shi nodded, yes, master. Don't call me master, it feels too distant. Ziyu said, casually throwing an arm around Qin Shi's shoulder, disregarding all formalities. My name is Shinshoyue from now on. You shall call me Qin Shi. After all, you are to be my designated chief disciple. Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Yes, Qin Shi. After a moment's thought, Shinshoyue produced a communication stone. After a brief inquiry, a smile graced his lips. I just received word that the Ning family is currently blocked at their mountain gate by an ancient tortoise. Though it cannot speak, it is bellowing incessantly, and a practitioner fluent in beast language has translated its curses, which are quite vulgar. Reflecting on this, Shinshoyue felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The Ning family's strongest sword attacks were utterly ineffective against the tortoise's defenses. Although the tortoise possessed low intelligence, it was stubborn and had now concluded that it was the Ning family members who had refined the pearl, thus blocking the mountain gate to hurl insults. The Ning family had become the laughingstock of the Eastern Wild. Aha! Upon hearing this, the azure sky rock fluttered its wings in excitement, yearning for the mysterious tortoise to directly invade the Ning family, creating chaos to its heart's content. Yet, such a notion is far from simple. Shinshoyue gently shook her head, for the Ning family is indeed a formidable force in the Eastern wilderness. Were it not for their reservations and unwillingness to engage in bloodshed, they would have long since unleashed their hidden powers to compel the mysterious tortoise to retreat. However, this may work to our advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Shinshoyue remarked, "Previously, I was concerned that the Ning family would lay in wait, thus refraining from utilizing the teleportation array. But now, that concern has dissipated. Come, let us proceed to Xingyu City, where a cross-domain teleportation array awaits. We can conveniently use it to approach the Academy of Creation, thereby saving us months of travel. The Eastern Wilderness is vast and unbounded. Even a being of venerable strength would require months to traverse it solely through flight." A solitary azure cloud floated in the air, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the heavens in an instant, leaving no trace behind. In the heart of Xingyu City, a majestic cross-domain teleportation array stood tall. The ancient patterns intertwined like ethereal serpents, and its foundation was constructed from massive spirit crystals, pulsating with immense spiritual energy. As Qin Shi and his companions stepped into the array, they quickly sensed several divine consciousnesses sweeping over them silently. Humph. Shinshoyue let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. Her voice carried a certain force, reverberating through the air in an instant. Soon after, muffled groans followed, accompanied by apologetic voices. "We were unaware of your esteemed presence. Forgive our transgressions, we implore your magnanimity." Shinshoyue chose to ignore them, turning instead to Qin Shi and saying, "Though it is a cross-domain teleportation array, it cannot directly reach the Academy. Several transfers are required." With that, she elegantly raised her jade hand, revealing a collection of spirit crystals radiating pure, high-purity light. She gently placed them at the core of the teleportation array, then deftly tapped her finger to input the coordinates for the first transfer. Boom. The teleportation array erupted with a thunderous roar, the fabric of space torn asunder, revealing an abyss of darkness. A tidal wave of light surged forth, enveloping the group, followed by a dizzying whirl of sensations. A day later, after enduring multiple transfers, Qin Shi and his companions arrived at a tranquil mountaintop. This continuous cross-domain teleportation is utterly unbearable. The azure sky rock had long since lost its composure, appearing despondent. "Sister, where are we? Have we arrived?" "Indeed, just ahead." Shinshoyue's expression remained serene as she held a jade token emanating a gentle glow. With a graceful wave of her hand, a soft radiance emerged. Before long, the scenery before them appeared to be distorted by an invisible hand, transforming dramatically. Before their eyes stood a colossal mountain gate, soaring like a spike into the clouds, rivaling the heavens themselves. The words Academy of Creation were inscribed upon the gate in bold, powerful strokes. Within the gate lay a majestic expanse of verdant mountains, crowned with flowing golden mist and entwined with a great dragon of purple qi, a sight of grand magnificence. Amidst the crevices of the mountain cliffs, rare ancient herbs thrived, their leaves lush and abundant, while auspicious beasts soared, cleaving the skies. The lofted courtyards are clustered together, built against the mountainside, where a massive azure bell hangs serenely in midair, gently swaying and producing a melodious chime. Good heavens, compared to this place, my birthplace could only be described as a doghouse, lamented the sky-piercing rock. Qin Shi wholeheartedly agreed. Even at the outskirts of the Academy, the density of spiritual energy was far more potent than that at the summit of the Ling sect's back mountain. This was indeed the periphery. "Let us proceed," murmured Shinshoyue, taking the lead as she stepped towards the interior of the Academy. Within the Academy of Creation, disciples soared on flying swords, their sword energy manifesting as splendid rainbows that tore through the heavens, while others gracefully rode cranes, their figures ethereal and unearthly. Master Shun. Upon sighting Shinshoyue, numerous disciples hurried to pay their respects. Shinshoyue paid them little heed, her expression slightly anxious as she hastened deeper into the Academy alongside Qin Shi. "What? You say Shinshoyue has returned with a disciple?" A commanding voice resonated from a nearby courtyard. "Indeed, Master Yu, they have just proceeded to the Huachang courtyard," a disciple reported. "This is bad. That must be the bearer of the Zijin creation order." Master Yu's expression shifted, realizing Shinshoyue's intent to intercept. "Quickly, to the Huachang courtyard. Such a promising talent cannot be lost to that madwoman." Master Yu waved his sleeve and darted towards the direction of Huachang courtyard. Chapter 45. From this point on, I shall bear the banner of the Academy. Shinshoyue stepped forward gracefully. Introducing Qin Shi as she walked, the Academy of Transformation is divided into 4 major halls in accordance with the sequence of Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, namely, the Hall of Heavenly Wisdom, the Hall of Earthly Stability, the Hall of Mysterious Spirit, and the Hall of Yellow Garments. I am, in fact, The head of the Hall of Yellow Garments. As previously mentioned, once you join the Hall of Yellow Garments, I shall bestow upon you the title of Chief Disciple, allowing you to stand out among the many disciples. With her enchanting gaze drifting towards the azure sky rock, she added with a smile, furthermore, this azure sky rock may accompany you as your spirit beast, remaining within the Hall of Yellow Garments. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Master Shin. Haha, big brother, I knew following you would be the right choice. Fortune has truly come my way. The azure sky rock let out an excited cry. However, do not dwell on trivial matters. Let us hasten to the Hall of Yellow Garments. I shall grant you the title of Chief Disciple forthwith. Shin Xiaomei waved her hand lightly, her demeanor casual. The trio continued onward, yet as they ventured deeper into the Hall of Yellow Garments, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate and forlorn. Along the path, there were scarcely any other disciples to be seen, and the silence weighed heavily upon them. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Shi inquired, Master Shan, why is the Hall of Yellow Garments so deserted, with no other disciples in sight? The Hall of Yellow Garments is quite unique among the 4 halls. You shall understand the reason once you formally join, Shin Xiaomei replied, her expression stiffening slightly. Betraying an unnatural air, Qin Shi nodded slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. After traversing a stretch further, they entered an even more dilapidated courtyard. The pavilions within, though still retaining a hint of ancient elegance, were thickly coated with dust on their doors and windows. In the center of the courtyard stood an ancient stone tablet, surrounded by a ground marred with cracks. Shin Xiaomei halted, her expression solemn. This is the place. With that, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, activating a formation that enveloped the entire courtyard. Qin Shi was taken aback, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Shin Xiaomei explained. This formation is to prevent any nefarious individuals from causing disturbances. Time is of the essence. You must quickly let your blood fall upon this stone tablet. Thus you shall officially become the chief of the Hall of Yellow Garments. Understood. Qin Shi glanced at Shin Xiaomei with a complex expression, then without hesitation. He drew a cut on his finger, and blood flowed forth. However, at that moment, boom, a thunderous sound erupted from outside, shattering the protective formation. Amidst the broken light, 2 figures dashed in like lightning, Yu Shi, the head of the Hall of Earthly Stability, and Yu Shi, the head of the Hall of Mysterious Spirit. Shin Xiaomei, you have gone too far, Yu Shi exclaimed, fury etched upon his face. The master of the purple gold transformation token emerges only once in many years. They should be allowed to choose their own hall, not be monopolized by you. Beside him, Yu Shi wore a grave expression as he turned to Qin Shi and spoke gently, you must be Qin Shi. As a newcomer to the academy, there are many matters you are yet to comprehend. The Hall of Yellow Garments has long since fallen into decline, and it has been many years since a new disciple has joined. The resources for cultivation within the academy have been nearly depleted, consumed by other departments, leaving little behind. You possess great fortune and should rightfully have a better platform for development, one far beyond what this Yellow Robe Academy can offer. Master Yu coldly snorted and continued, indeed, if the Yellow Robe Academy fails to recruit disciples this year, it will face dissolution. This is why Shin Xiaoyue stealthily followed the decree of creation to meet you in advance, hoping to lure you into joining. Observing Shin Xiaoyue, Master Yu could not help but feel a sense of smugness, grateful for his timely arrival to unveil the truth. Otherwise, once that blood was shed, there would be no turning back in terms of identity. Master Shin. Qin Shi was about to say something but was gently interrupted by Shin Xiaoyue. Enough, enough, she said, her expression tinged with melancholy. What they say is true. The Yellow Robe Academy indeed has no one left, and its resources have long been divided among other institutes. As for the position of chief disciple, you are the only one left in this Yellow Robe Academy, which holds little real significance. After a brief pause, Shin Xiaoyue continued, among the 4 major academies, Tianji Academy has extremely strict requirements for disciples, necessitating unique talents in astrology and divination. Thus, we are left with only the Earth Kuan Academy, led by Master Yu, and the Xianling Academy, led by Master Yu. You may ponder and choose one to accompany. Ah, Xiaoyue, Master Yu sighed. It has been many years. That matter has long been clarified, and you ought to let it go. I know my disciple well. She would never betray the academy. There must be a conspiracy at play, Shin Xiaoyue declared resolutely. For years, you have been entangled in this issue, your cultivation has stagnated, and the dissolution of the Yellow Robe Academy has stripped you of your authority to investigate. This is also for your own sake, Master Yu said earnestly. A bittersweet smile crept upon Qin Shi lips as she tilted her head back and took a hearty gulp of wine. Even without the identity of the academy leader, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter, clear my disciple's name, and restore justice to the Yellow Robe Academy. This exchange cast a heavy atmosphere over the surroundings. Master Qin. Qin Shi stepped forward and called out. The Earthkuan Academy excels in physical training and combat techniques, while the Xianling Academy focuses on magical arts. You may choose according to your own circumstances. Qin Shi patted Qin Shi's shoulder, a flicker of regret in her eyes. Master Yu and Master Yu exchanged glances, secretly relieved. They were genuinely worried that Qin Shi would cling to this issue and pressure Qin Shi into a corner, leaving him with no alternatives. That would complicate matters significantly. Master Qin, that is not what I am asking. Qin Shi shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. What I meant to inquire was whether dropping my blood onto the steel would officially mean I have joined the Yellow Robe Academy. As his words hung in the air, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd. Master Yi became visibly agitated. Alas, I thought you simply lacked understanding. But can you truly not see that the Yellow Robe Academy has long since lost its disciples? It is in ruins and impoverished. Do not be foolish. I could tell that just on my way here. Qin Shi responded. Then why are you so insistent on choosing the Yellow Robe Academy? Master Yu asked. His brow furrowed in concern. Had it not been for Master Qin's timely intervention, I fear I would have long since lost my life, Qin Shi solemnly remarked. Master Qin has bestowed upon me the gift of salvation, thus, I cannot remain indifferent. With that, Qin Shi turned to Master Qin and declared, if you trust me, I shall bear the banner of Huangchang Courtyard from this day forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shi's blood-stained fingertips grazed the stone tablet, and in an instant, a radiant brilliance illuminated the entire courtyard. Subsequently, a line of characters emerged upon the stone tablet. Disciple of Huangchang Courtyard, Qin Shi. Foolish child, you are truly misguided. Even though you possess a deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, it is unwise to act so impulsively and recklessly. Master Yu exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. While I admire your sense of duty, I must say that such a hasty decision will surely lead to regret in the future. Master Yu also shook his head with a sigh, his eyes filled with sorrow. I shall never regret my choice, Qin Shi stated resolutely. In truth, his decision to join Huangchang Courtyard was not solely out of gratitude. More importantly, it provided a veil for his secrets to remain concealed, thus facilitating his pursuit of the Second Flame's legacy. You young rascal. Master Qin gazed at Qin Shi with a complex expression. After a moment, he slowly turned away as sunlight cascaded down, revealing glistening tears in his eyes. Chapter 46. Strive, compete, and claim the resources of the academy. Before long, Qin Shi retrieved a pristine set of academy garments and a jade token symbolizing the identity of a freshman in the Huangchang Academy from her spatial ring. She extended them toward Qin Shi, signaling him to acknowledge ownership with a drop of his blood. As Qin Shi accepted the jade token and let a droplet of blood fall upon it, a torrent of information erupted within his mind. This deluge detailed the foundational information of the Academy of Creation, important notes, and daily behavioral guidelines, even imprinting a rough map of the Academy, outlining the divisions and functions of various areas. If you ever have second thoughts, simply inform me, and I shall personally dissolve the Huangchang Academy, Qin Shi said, her gaze toward Qin Shi imbued with a hint of complexity. In this way, you may seamlessly transfer to another academy. Rest assured, Master Qin, Qin Shi replied resolutely. Having joined the Huangchang Academy, I will not waver, nor will I allow its dissolution. Upon hearing his words, a subtle smile graced Qin Shi's lips, a testament to her satisfaction. Very well, you are indeed worthy of my regard. Although resources are currently scarce in the Huangchang Academy, it is not an insurmountable predicament. You may fight and seize what belongs to our academy. Unlike other academies, where even if you dominate your peers, you must share a portion of the resources with other disciples. In Huangchang Academy, everything you contend for will belong solely to you. You shall enjoy the exclusive resources of the entire academy. Qin Shi's eyes brightened at her words, a notion he had not previously considered. Moreover, in 10 days, the academy will hold its enrollment conference, and you shall represent Huangchang Academy there, Qin Shi added, winking at him. This is a coveted opportunity, a fiercely contested position in other academies. Qin Shi remained calm, showing little interest in the enrollment. Master Qin, he suddenly interjected. I have intentions of joining the Holy Academy in the future. Might there be any channels for this? According to the information from the Second Flame, its legacy resided within the Holy Academy. However, the Jade Token-S information had not encompassed any details regarding the Holy Academy. The Holy Academy is the cornerstone of the Academy of Creation, led personally by the Academy's president, and very few in the outside world are aware of its existence. As she spoke, Qinshu cast a dubious glance at Qin Shi. It was not surprising for a scion of a prominent family to possess some knowledge. But why did he seem to know so much? Qin Shi merely lowered his head, offering no response. Qinshu did not press further, but continued. Gaining entry to the Holy Academy is not overly difficult. After you have spent 3 years in Huangshan Academy, I shall recommend you for admission. 3 years? Qin Shi furrowed his brow. Bearing the fate of the great wilderness divine palace, he needed to reach the divine realm within that time frame. Without inheriting the legacy of creation, this would be utterly impossible. 3 years is already the Academy's stipulated minimum, Qinshu explained. Without my recommendation, you would have to endure for at least 5 years and achieve invincibility within your academy. Is there truly no other way? Qin Shi's expression revealed his distress. To enter the sacred academy, one must contend with a time constraint, and time is what I currently lack the most. There are, however, alternative methods. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qinshu spoke slowly. If you can accumulate a contribution value of 1 million, you may challenge the trials of the ancient path, ascend the heavenly ladder, and gain entry to the sacred academy. In other words, it is akin to paying an admission fee to enter the academy. Yet, in the past century, many have ascended the heavenly ladder, but only Bailingsu has successfully entered the academy. At this point, a subtle smile graced Qinshu's lips. During that time, the Huangshan Academy stood tall, solely due to Bailingsu, who rendered the other 3 academies unable to raise their heads, allowing Huangshan Academy to shine brightly within the institution. Those days were truly splendid. However, it was later reported that Bailingsu had rebelled against the academy, and the thought of this brought a shadow of sorrow to Qinshu's eyes. 1 million contribution points? Is that merely the admission fee? Qin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. From the information within the Jade Tablet, he learned that contributors held significant importance within the academy. They could acquire contribution points by completing tasks, hunting demon beasts, and submitting resources. Once contribution points were obtained, one could exchange them for resources such as medicinal elixirs, spells, and training grounds. Simply put, even if you gain entry to the Academy of Transformation, without contribution points, you will not receive any training resources and may even face expulsion from the academy. This delineates the distinction between sects and academies. The academy primarily provides a platform for cultivation, necessitating that you exchange your efforts for resources. As a newcomer to the academy, do not aim too high, Qinshu advised patiently. Let me first find you a training ground to help enhance your strength. With that, Qinshu took out a communication stone to contact Master Yu and Master Yu. Moments later, Qinshu's expression turned exceedingly grim. Those 2 rascals have clearly occupied the spiritual valley of Huangshan Academy, and now they refuse to relinquish even one spot. The Academy of Transformation boasts 4 major spiritual valleys, each a sanctuary for cultivation, belonging to the 4 respective academies. However, since Huangshan Academy fell into decline, its spiritual valley had been usurped by disciples from the Dikun Academy and the Xianling Academy. I shall confront them now, Qinshu declared angrily. Master Qin, let it go. Qin Shi shook his head. Even if you go, they want to yield. Qin Shi, you do not understand, Qinshu sighed. The most favorable resources available in the initial stages are the training grounds, which are of utmost importance. If you give up, you will fall behind others significantly. This is non-negotiable. Who says I intend to concede? Qin Shi lifted his gaze slightly, smiling as he spoke. I mean, let the disciples resolve their own grievances. You wish to resolve this yourself? Qinshu gently shook her head. That place is dominated by many senior students, and with your current foundation, it is utterly impossible to reclaim it. Moreover, fighting and provoking others privately within the academy can have severe consequences. Do not worry, Master Qin. I am well aware of my limits. Qin Shi replied calmly. Very well, since you are insistent, then let us see how it goes. Should you encounter an insurmountable problem, return to me promptly. Understood. Observing the retreating figure of Qin, Qinshu could not help but shake her head, reflecting on his youthful exuberance. A single spiritual valley could accommodate hundreds of cultivation positions. In other words, facing over 100 disciples from rival academies simultaneously rendered any chance of reclaiming them utterly futile. Nevertheless, enduring some hardships could serve to temper one's character. Even if you were to create some troubles, I would still ensure your safety. Qinshu murmured softly to herself, but a glimmer of concern evident in her eyes. Chapter 47. Not giving? Then I shall retrieve it personally. Guided by the map etched in his mind, Qin Shi and the Qing Tianpin bird hastened their journey, soon arriving at the outskirts of the Academy's Spirit Valley. Before they could draw near, the surging spiritual energy rushed towards them like tumultuous waves, instantly leaving Qin Shi in astonishment. Gazing into the distance, he observed 4 spirit valleys, each positioned at a cardinal point. The scenery was a lush and vibrant expanse, with spirit trees densely rooted throughout the valleys. These spirit trees appeared almost sentient, gently swaying as they continuously absorbed the surrounding impure energies, subsequently exhaling pure spiritual essence. Could this be the legendary spirit source trees, known for their ability to ingest and exhale spiritual energy? Qin Shi marveled, realizing that even a single tree could establish a sect in the outside world. Yet here, so many flourished. This revelation deepened his admiration for the foundation of the Academy of Creation. Within the Spirit Valley, cultivation platforms were scattered throughout, numbering in the hundreds. As they approached the valley's center, the spiritual energy grew denser, resembling a tangible mist that gracefully ascended. Numerous disciples sat cross-legged, immersed in their cultivation. The Qing Tianpin bird, brimming with excitement, produced a bandit mask from somewhere and handed it to Qin Shi. Big brother, I just noticed that this spot is perfect for an ambush. Let's take down one of them first, then disguise ourselves to seize a cultivation platform. Amused by the mask, Qin Shi chuckled. Where did you acquire this? Hee. The Qing Tianpin bird scratched its head. It was a friendly sponsorship from a wandering cultivator in the misty mountain range. Put it away, Qin Shi said, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. Leaving aside whether we can silently take down an academy disciple, even if you manage to infiltrate, how long can you maintain that charade? What I seek is a long-term path of cultivation, not a fleeting moment. Qin Shi continued calmly. Moreover, such a breach of academy rules would only bring trouble to Master Shun. What should we do then? The Qing Tianpin bird's spirits drooped at this. Cultivation is not merely about fighting. It requires an understanding of human relations, Qin Shi stated with solemnity. Since they are unwilling to return the Huangchang Spirit Valley, let them be. What? The Qing Tianpin bird's eyes widened in disbelief, regarding Qin Shi with suspicion. It knew all too well that Qin Shi possessed a cunning nature, suspecting he was concocting some scheme. Let us proceed, Qin Shi remarked, casting a deep glance ahead. Shortly after the duo departed, a few voices echoed within the valley. Brother Qin Feng, these two are not coming in. How dull. Indeed, I was hoping for a dispute to entertain myself. Huh. I initially thought the new disciple from Huangchang Academy would be formidable, but it turns out he is a coward. The voices exchanged banter, laughter punctuating their words, filled with mockery and disdain. Never mind. Qin Feng, seated at the center, suddenly opened his eyes, his tone dripping with contempt. Let them be. They are but useless disciples in a wasteful academy. Just moments ago, they received a message from Master Yu, cautioning them to keep an eye on the disciples of Huachang Academy, as they might attempt to seize the position of the Spirit Valley. However, it appears that one feeble individual poses no threat. After departing, Qin Shi lifted his foot and leaped into the air. Following a brief survey, he fixed his gaze upon the central area of the 4 valleys. This is the place, Qin Shi murmured, and then transformed into a streak of radiant light, descending into the heart of the valley. Before him lay a lush expanse of forest, perhaps nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy over the years, with towering trees whose branches intertwined, forming a dense canopy. Venturing into the depths of the thicket, Qin Shi's fingers morphed into a sword, and in an instant, streams of sword energy erupted forth. Immediately, a resounding crash echoed as the once majestic trees succumbed to the onslaught of the sword energy, collapsing and subsequently being shattered into dust that scattered through the air. Before long, a vast clearing emerged. Go! Qin Shi commanded softly, and the sword energy dispersed, leaving behind a series of varied scratches on the ground in a remarkably orderly manner. This is an array pattern? The azure sky rock's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Qin Shi nodded slightly. This is a spirit-gathering array. Once successfully established, it would absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. With that, a faint smile graced Qin Shi's lips, curving into a delicate arc. Since they are unwilling to provide, I shall take it myself. The azure sky rock, upon hearing this, expressed an air of knowing satisfaction. The sudden plundering of spiritual energy from the 4 valleys even extended to Tianji Academy, which had no conflict with Huangchang Academy. Well, is this the social etiquette you have taught me? However, the azure sky rock then voiced a concern. Brother, I observe that the spirit valley is encircled by a protective formation to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Can your spirit gathering array truly work? It should be feasible. Qin Shi mused. I acquired this knowledge from a friend of mine who hails from an extraordinary lineage. Surely, her family's creations are not of ordinary quality. As he thought of Jiang Shanliang's lively and playful demeanor, he added, moreover, I have enlarged this spirit-gathering array by over tenfold. I believe it will pose no issues. Ah, that is reassuring. The azure sky rock replied with eager anticipation. Amid their conversation, the intricate and colossal array pattern had already been inscribed. With a wave of his hand, countless spirit stones floated into view, sequentially aligning themselves in their designated positions. As the final spirit stone settled into place, a resounding boom echoed. The immense spirit-gathering array gradually activated, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant glow. In the next moment, a violent surge of energy emitted from above. The once contained spiritual energy within the four valleys, now seemingly drawn by an irresistible force, broke free from its numerous seals, transforming into a tumultuous storm of spiritual energy that rushed forth like a flood breaching a dam. In an instant, the skies above the four valleys overflowed with spiritual energy. A truly spectacular sight to behold. What is happening? Could it be that there is an issue with the Spirit Valley's formation? A disciple within the valley cried out in alarm. It is impossible. Even if there were an issue, at most, the spiritual energy might overflow. But it would not be entirely siphoned away, a disciple retorted. Everyone, do not panic. Let us venture out together to investigate, Qin Feng, the central figure, declared loudly. In an instant, over 100 figures surged forth like phantoms. Upon exiting the valley, they discovered that hundreds of figures were already gathered outside, all gazing skyward in bewilderment as the spiritual energy twisted and was furiously drawn away. Meng Yu Wang Yuan, Qin Feng called out, his gaze sweeping over two familiar figures. Has there been a disturbance in the Tianji Spiritual Valley and the Xianfeng Spiritual Valley as well? Indeed, just moments ago, all four valleys experienced an inexplicable anomaly simultaneously. Wang Yuan replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Draped in a flowing black robe that concealed her head, revealing only her delicate and fair visage, Meng Yu extended her slender fingers, deftly calculating. After a brief moment, her beautiful eyes fixated on the epicenter of the gathering spiritual energy. The spiritual energy is concentrated at the center of the four valleys. Let us proceed to investigate, she spoke in a voice that was both cold and melodious. The group of disciples moved forward in a grand procession toward the central area. I just noticed that the new student from the Yellow Garment Academy headed in this direction. Do you think he could be responsible for this? One disciple pondered aloud. Humph. Qin Feng scoffed disdainfully at the suggestion. Him? A cowardly fool, timid as a mouse? Do you truly believe he could accomplish such a feat? You have a point, the disciple conceded. Chapter 48. A freshman slaps the faces of the third academy disciples at this moment in the epicenter of the scene. What initially seemed like mere wisps of air began to intertwine, gradually gathering an abundance of spiritual energy that coalesced into clouds suspended in midair. Soon after, this energy transformed into a gentle spiritual rain, delicately cascading down. Each droplet of this rain was imbued with immense spiritual energy as the raindrops landed upon him. Qin Shi could distinctly feel the energy penetrating through his pores, igniting a fervor within his cells, causing them to rejoice and divide. The great Tao creation technique thundered to life within him, and in an instant, a colossal vortex formed around Qin Shi. As the spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, subsequently converting into nourishment for his limbs and bones, facilitating a profound transformation of his being. The great Tao creation technique truly deserved its reputation as one of the imperial scriptures of the human race. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Qin Shi's eyes, as even confronted with such a rich concentration of energy, he found himself able to absorb it. It felt as though this was not even his limit. If he could remain bathed in this spiritual rain for an extended period, a single day of cultivation would equate to the arduous practice of over 10 days in the outside world, yielding a cultivation speed that was simply extraordinary. A throng of several hundred practitioners from the four valleys surged towards the epicenter like a dark cloud. Here, the spiritual energy roiled as if simmering water, wildly churning, while the spiritual rain cascaded down like a waterfall, drenching the garments of all present. Heavens! This is indeed spiritual energy manifesting as rain. I have only ever encountered such phenomena in books, exclaimed a disciple from the Xianling Academy in awe. To seize the spiritual energy of the four valleys and condense it into rain, could this be the work of a disciple from the Sacred Academy? Pondered another disciple contemplatively. Although disciples from the sacred academy rarely made appearances, the sheer magnitude of this display compelled such associations. Look, it's that azure pung bird. At that moment, a disciple from the Qin Academy casually glanced at a tree and spotted an azure pung bird perched nonchalantly on a branch, casting a mocking gaze over the crowd. It's him, that new disciple from the Huangchang Academy. A young man in purple exclaimed loudly. This must be his spiritual companion. I caught a glimpse of them together in the valley before. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions morphing into astonishment. A freshman. Seizing the spiritual energy of the four valleys? Are you certain you are not jesting? It truly is him. Qin Feng's muscles twitched violently. As he had initially perceived Qin Shi as a timid coward, never anticipating he would wield such prowess. With a grim expression, Qin Feng continued. The density of the spiritual energy in this blessed land could rival that of a small cave heaven. Upon hearing this, fervor ignited in the eyes of the onlookers. In this academy, although the Ling Valley cultivation grounds were precious, they were relegated to second place. The top honor belonged to the small cave heaven. Yet only the most exceptional prodigies of the academy could claim a spot there, while they were elite students among their peers that could only dream of such an opportunity, never daring to harbor expectations of the small cave heaven. Humph. Just then, a cold snort echoed through the forest. Ladies and gentlemen, you have forcibly taken over my Huangchang Ling Valley, leaving my brother and me with no choice but to cultivate outside the valley. Yet, we have already retreated to this point, and you still refuse to relent? Now, you come here in such a grand display. Is your intention to eradicate my Huangchang Academy altogether? The voice of Qin resonated, filled with anger and inquiry. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present darkened instantly. Many inwardly cursed, this fellow truly possesses the audacity to invert right and wrong. We have been diligently cultivating. Had it not been for your theft of our spiritual energy, would we have come to you in idleness? Shameless. Meng Yu's red lips parted slightly. To be frank, today, the Tianji Academy has been the most wronged. The incident of Huangshang Spirit Valley has nothing to do with our Tianji Academy. Yet, we find ourselves unwittingly embroiled in this unforeseen calamity. He has set up a spirit gathering array within, thus absorbing the spiritual energy from the four valleys to this place. Meng Yu's beautiful eyes gazed into the forest as she softly spoke. Spirit gathering array? Wang Yuan furrowed his brows and inquired, there are spirit confinement arrays guarding each valley. Can he truly achieve such a feat relying solely on a spirit gathering array? Perhaps he possesses other means, Meng Yu replied, equally puzzled. Logically, even a high-level spirit gathering array should not yield such astonishing results. It's truly bewildering how this individual accomplished it. Regardless of his methods, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. First, we shall destroy his spirit gathering array and sever the flow of spiritual energy to this location. He is merely a newcomer. Today, I shall teach him the rules of the academy. With that, Qin Feng signaled to a disciple beside him. Whoosh! The disciple transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing into the dense forest. However, moments later, a scream pierced the air. The figure that had rushed and emerged, disheveled and retreating, the fabric of his chest torn, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Qin Feng's expression changed. What transpired? The disciple, pale-faced and trembling, replied, the forest is filled with sword qi, intertwining. I could not penetrate. Incompetent fool. Qin Feng berated, you are already at the late stage of nirvana. He is merely a newcomer, at best your equal. You were only tasked with destroying the spirit gathering array, and you could not accomplish this simple task. The disciple's face was equally grim as he stammered. I utilized sword qi overlap, nearly 100 layers. In terms of attack, I was invincible among peers. Coupled with his concealment and terrain advantage, Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Nearly 100 layers of sword qi. Indeed, those who entered this academy are not to be trifled with. While our Huangshang Academy has retreated to the valley's outskirts for arduous cultivation, you seek to destroy my array. Is it not fearsome that upperclassmen bully newcomers? Do you not fear I will report this to the law enforcement team? Qin's voice rang out once more. At the mention of the law enforcement team, the crowd's expression shifted. Private duels were strictly forbidden within the academy, and violators would face severe penalties. In truth, had they been able to destroy the spirit gathering array effortlessly, it would have sufficed. However, it was clear that the individual inside was not weak. Attempting to dismantle the array would inevitably lead to a fierce conflict. If things escalated, they would find it difficult to manage the aftermath. Moreover, Qin, the instructor of Huangshang Academy, was notoriously protective of his students. Wang Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Today, hundreds of elite disciples from the 3 academies have been humiliated by a mere newcomer. Indeed, what a grand embarrassment. These words pierced like a sharp thorn, leaving the crowd in a state of profound embarrassment. Allow me to take the stage. Ming Yulian gracefully stepped forward. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten this extraordinary individual? The Qin Academy is shrouded in mystery, and Ming Yu is among its finest. With her exceptional abilities, it seemed that resolving this issue would pose little challenge. Sister Ming, please, Wang Yuan said with a slight bow. Ming Yu nodded gently, her fingers, as delicate as mutton-fat jade, deftly forming a series of intricate gestures. Her lips parted, and an arcane incantation flowed forth. In an instant, a resplendent beam of light, as if connecting to the heavens, descended and struck above their heads. This is the Starry Sky Spirit Locking Technique? One of the most challenging spells to master at Qin Academy. A female disciple exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that senior sister Ming had actually achieved it. The Starry Sky Spirit Locking, one of the divine techniques of Qin? The disciples were captivated by the spectacle, their eyes filled with curiosity. As the beam of light fell, the ethereal clouds and spirit energy in the sky became momentarily suspended. Raindrops appeared as if held by an invisible hand, and the mist ceased to swirl. It worked. Qin Feng observed with a slight smirk. A mere freshman dared to challenge the divine techniques of Qin Academy? The other disciples felt relieved as well. In any case, their dignity as senior students had been preserved. Faced with such results, Ming Yu felt no surprise. Next, she would seal this place and restore the spirit energy to normal. Having said that, Ming Yu once again gestured to cast her spell. Yet, at that moment, a low hum resonated, and the restrained spirit energy erupted like a beast breaking free from its cage, surging wildly into the forest. The spirit rain fell like threads, pouring down and swiftly engulfing the area. Ming Yu stood frozen in place, her exquisite face filled with disbelief. The divine technique of Qin Academy, the Starry Sky Spirit Locking, had been broken. How did this individual accomplish such a feat? Chapter 49, Contest of Powers, shattering the livelihoods of hundreds of seniors. Within the dense forest, where once there lay only a vast array for gathering spiritual energy, there now unexpectedly appeared more than a dozen smaller arrays. These diminutive formations were interconnected, voraciously absorbing the ethereal clouds suspended in the air. Qin Shi felt a sense of relief wash over him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If one array cannot counter the divine art of Qin, then let us add 10 more. Outside the forest, Ming Yu, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained her composure, her voice ringing clear. Disciples of Qin Academy, join me in establishing the Tianqian Star Array. As her words fell, 35 disciples stepped forward in unison, their movements light and orderly, each taking a designated position in the formation. They swiftly gestured with their hands, weaving intricate threads of spiritual power that intertwined like silver serpents in the air, gradually constructing an ethereal array. With a focused gaze, Ming Yu invoked the Starry Locking Technique once more. Instantly, the previously tumultuous spiritual energies were ensnared by an overwhelming force, becoming stagnant in the air. Furthermore, bolstered by the array, the Starry Locking Technique began to gently draw the energies back. Observing this, Qin Shi felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly inscribed array patterns at the edge of the gathering formation, striving to enhance its suction. However, it seemed the array had reached a limit in both range and absorption capacity. Despite Qin Shi's fervent efforts, the results were negligible. All right, I retract my earlier statement. Divine arts are indeed formidable and should not be underestimated. Qin Shi shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile appearing on his face, realizing that reclaiming the stolen spiritual energies would be exceedingly difficult. His foundation was too shallow. Achieving this level was already commendable. Just as Qin Shi lamented silently, a sudden thought struck him. He flipped his palm, revealing the mysterious bead from the Xiangui. Let us give this a try. Perhaps it will prove beneficial. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the bead onto the gathering array. In an instant, a powerful vortex of suction erupted from the array, manifesting a storm of spiritual energy in the air that forcefully reclaimed the surrounding energies. The 36 disciples of Qin Academy, including Ming Yu, simultaneously let out muffled groans, their vital energies feeling drained. The Tianqian Star Array above began to crack, ultimately collapsing and dissipating into the ether. Have we failed? A disciple's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Yes, we have failed. Ming Yu's face was etched with disappointment and reluctance, her lips pressed tightly together. I apologize, everyone. We of Qin Academy have done our utmost, yet we could not prevail. Her words undoubtedly stirred a tumultuous wave among those present, leaving them exchanging glances, their expressions frozen in shock, enveloped in a profound silence. 36 elite disciples of Qin Academy. Among them, Sister Ming Yu had even reached the soul realm. They had collaborated to form a grand array, employing divine arts, yet it was shattered by a mere newcomer. Who would believe it had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? This utterly shattered their understanding, plunging the entire assembly into a profound silence, wherein even the fall of a pin could be heard. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Finally, a bitter voice broke the stillness. What shall we do now, esteemed seniors? What can we do? Wang Yuan sighed and shook his head. If we cannot contend in this duel of magic, what other recourse do we have? We must summon our elders. With that, Wang Yuan produced a transmission stone and, after much hesitation, began to contact Master Yu of the Xianling Academy. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, his expression dark as a storm cloud, commenced his own communication with Master Yu of the Dequan Academy. The humiliation was palpable, yet one could not forsake their cultivation. Could they? The individual inside not only trampled upon the dignity of the senior students from the 3 academies but also shattered their very livelihoods. Moments later, both transmission stones erupted almost simultaneously with voices of ire. Master Yu, known for his fiery temper, unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke upon Qin Feng, concluding with a sharp retort. I have just rejected Master Xin's request for the location of the Spirit Valley, and now I have no face to approach her again. You must figure this out on your own. Qin Feng's countenance darkened, casting a resentful glance towards the dense forest. He replied with resignation, Understood, Master Yu. I will find a way. Before Qin Feng could inquire further, Wang Yuan, with a look of helplessness, stated, Master Yu has made it clear. Do not contact him again regarding this matter for a month. He cannot afford to lose face. A month? Does this not imply that the disciples of the 3 academies will be unable to cultivate in the Spirit Valley for at least a month? Qin Feng frowned, stating, In the pursuit of cultivation, one misstep leads to a cascade of missteps. To a certain extent, the academy encouraged competition. For instance, if Huangshan Academy could not compete, it would have to relinquish the Spirit Valley and seek alternative methods. Similarly, the hundreds of senior students from the 4 academies had been dealt a resounding slap by the newcomers. Even if it meant halting their cultivation, they would not easily intervene. Exchanging glances, the two turned their attention to Ming Yu. Junior Sister Ming, it seems we must call upon the Star Master, otherwise the cessation of cultivation for a month among the 3 academies would yield consequences too grave to bear. Ming Yu could not help but roll her eyes. Once again, they bore the brunt of injustice, entangled without cause, though dissatisfaction brewed within her. She saw no alternative and took out her transmission stone to relay the situation to the Star Master. Oh, even your starry sky locking spirit technique has faltered? It appears I have underestimated him. A voice, slightly aged, resonated. However, the tone shifted abruptly. The Star Master's voice continued. This is a contest between academies. There is no need to adhere to the rules of the arena. Directly summon your disciples, set up the Tianquan Star Duel formation, and then stabilize the situation. Ming Yu, while your talent is commendable, you still lack adaptability, the Star Master added with a chuckle. Star Master. Ming Yu surveyed the room. Noticing that everyone else was staring at the ground, their faces flushed with embarrassment, as if wishing to disappear into the earth. A blush crept across her own cheeks as she stammered, Star Master. What I meant was that the opponent was defeated while under the enhancement of the Tianquan Star Duel formation. With a crash, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed within the transmission stone. The Star Master had not responded for quite some time, seemingly rendered mute. After a considerable interval, I still had guests to attend to, so I would speak later. The Star Master conveyed a message, then communication ceased. Within an observatory perched atop a verdant mountain, the Star Master, I humbly beseech you today, Shun Shuyue earnestly implored. Grant me the location of a celestial valley for my disciple, even if it is merely at the valley's entrance. He chuckled lightly, saying, Do not rush. Partake of some tea first. I am truly at my wit's end. Those 2 scoundrels, Master Yu and Master Yu, seem intent on deriving amusement from my plight, obstinately refusing to provide the location. A glimmer of anger flickered in Shun Shuyue's eyes. Observing her expression, the Star Master sighed. A location is trivial, yet morally and logically, it should not fall upon the Tianji Academy. If I were to relinquish this position today, how would the children in the academy perceive it? They have not encroached upon your Huachang Valley. Granting it would imply that your Huachang Academy is incapable of reclaiming its own valley and instead bullies my Tianji Academy. The Star Master conveyed his dilemma. Shinsho Yue understood this reasoning, yet regrettably, Master Yu and Master Yu remained obstinate. They merely stated, if Qin Shi truly desires the valley's position, he must procure it himself. Seeking our assistance is hardly commendable. If he can retrieve it on his own, we shall not utter a word. Damn, those two rascals. Qin Shi is merely a freshman. How could he possibly contend with hundreds of seniors? Forcing him to reclaim it himself is utterly unfeasible. Observing the Star Master leisurely sipping tea, Shinsho Yue sighed in resignation and turned to depart. Just then, the communication stone of the Star Master emitted a resonant hum. Chapter 50. The Shock from Shinsho Yue. Within the star-picking tower, tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the gentle bubbling of tea as it simmered in the pot. Shinsho Yue sat composedly, her previously dim gaze now replaced by intense astonishment. Her crimson lips slightly parted, her expression frozen in a moment of disbelief. The Star Master was not faring much better. His usual calm demeanor had vanished, leaving him deep in thought with his head bowed. Shinsho Yue's hand, which held the teacup, began to tremble, her eyes darting restlessly. After a brief moment, she gently set the teacup down, furrowing her brow and softly chiding, this Qin Shi is truly an unreliable child. It would have been one thing to seize the spiritual valleys of the earth and the mysterious wind, but why provoke the celestial valley out of the blue? When he returns, I shall certainly insist he apologize to you, Star Master. Enough, the Star Master interjected, casting a resigned glance at Shinsho Yue and raising his hand to halt her words. There are no others here, so spare me the theatrics. Look at you. You can hardly suppress a smile. Upon hearing this, Shinsho Yue ceased her pretense and broke into a genuine smile. Star Master, how do you suppose that child managed to accomplish such feats? Your disciple? Yet you inquire of me? The Star Master feigned anger, glaring at Shinsho Yue while also expressing his own bewilderment. 36 elite members of the Celestial Academy collaborated to set up the formation, enhanced by the Academy's divine arts. Yet it was shattered by a single individual. Where did this anomaly emerge from? Shinsho Yue nodded slightly, her lips pressed together in silence. Yet, her eyes sparkled with delight. For many years, the Huangshan Academy had been suppressed and targeted, and now witnessing the other three academies falter brought her immense satisfaction. With her spirits lifted, her internal energy began to resonate, and the long-sealed barriers of her realm subtly started to loosen. Observing this, the Star Master stroked his beard thoughtfully. Nodding to himself, perhaps Qin Shi is the catalyst for this foolish girl to release her pent-up frustrations. In the realm of academia, competition is encouraged, even if it is unequal. The Star Master spoke, however, Qin Shi's audacious seizure of the spiritual essence from 4 valleys clearly crosses a line. Shinsho Yue took a sip of fragrant tea, remaining silent. She understood the rationale. Now was the time for both parties to negotiate and exchange leverage. The spiritual essence of the 4 valleys may temporarily belong to Qin Shi, but there must ultimately be a time limit. After pondering, the Star Master continued. When the time is up, the essence must be returned, though I shall reserve the central position of the Huangshan Valley for Qin Shi. Shinsho Yue did not respond directly, but instead inquired, I have heard that recently, the one on the heavenly list has been courted by the Sacred Academy? The Star Master raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. Are you considering a small celestial domain for yourself? We have but one disciple in the Huangshan Academy. Why should we not occupy a small celestial domain? Shinsho Yue asserted with unwavering conviction. Yet, a look of hesitation crossed the Star Master's face. Given his current strength, could he truly protect it? Shinsho Yue maintained her composure, replying, I have made my plans. I shall pave the way. As for whether it can be sustained, that will depend on Qin Shi's own fortune. Thus, I shall communicate with the other 2 academies. I trust they will acquiesce. For the matter of severing the flow of spiritual energy is of great consequence. The Star Master nodded slightly. Within the dense forest, as Qin Shi was absorbing the spiritual energy for cultivation, he suddenly received a message from Shinsho Yue. Qin Shi, there are 3 matters to discuss. First, dismantle the spiritual formation and restore the spiritual energy within the 4 valleys. Tomorrow, arrangements will be made for your entry into the small cave heaven for cultivation. Shinsho Yue's voice resonated. Master Qin Shi replied with reluctance, the spiritual energy of the 4 valleys condenses like rain. Can the small cave heaven you speak of compare in terms of concentration? It is not a matter of comparison, she retorted. Currently, they are in the wrong. Hence their inaction. However, as time progresses, mentors will inevitably intervene, and you will find it impossible to retain the spiritual energy of the four valleys. It would be wiser to transition to the small cave heaven. Although the spiritual energy therein cannot condense into rain, it possesses superior quality. You will understand once you arrive. The effects are by no means inferior to that of the four valleys. Shinsho Yue's tone held a hint of exasperation. Imagine that. The small cave heaven. Countless disciples yearn for it. Yet this lad dares to be choosy. Understood, Master Shun, Qin Shi nodded. The second matter. I have received word that Ning Fei will participate in this recruitment trial. A family of such stature lacks for resources. His reasons for coming are evident. Even if I do not voice them, Shinsho Yue remarked. Understood, Qin Shi replied, glancing at the orb in his hand. In truth, Ning Fei's arrival was a fortuitous turn. At the very least, the Ning family was stepping into the open, which was preferable to scheming in the shadows. Since they have drawn the line, it is only fitting that I step forward. As I have always said, within the same realm, I fear no one. After a prolonged silence, with no further response, Qin Shi could not help but inquire through the communication stone, Master Shin, is there not a third matter? Well, regarding this third matter, the message stone soon responded. I find myself increasingly fond of you, young man. Accompanying her words was a series of melodious, tinkling laughter. Qin Shi's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, no one was nearby, or he would have felt mortified. Cutting off the communication stone, he took a deep breath, raised his hand, and with a swift motion, shattered the formations on the ground with a fierce sword aura. In an instant, the spiritual clouds in the air seemed to be dispelled by an invisible hand, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The spiritual rain, once cascading like a curtain of pearls, ceased, and the spiritual energy of the four valleys no longer overflowed. By tomorrow, everything would return to its original state. Qin Shi stepped steadily out of the forest, only to find hundreds of disciples from the three academies standing silently, their expressions unfriendly as they gazed upon him. Newcomer from Huangchang Academy, what is your name? Wang Yuan asked, stepping forward with a look of exasperation. Before Qin Shi could respond, the Qing Tian Peng bird eagerly swooped down from the tree, haughtily proclaiming, listen well. Everyone, my esteemed elder brother has neither changed his name nor his surname. He is none other than Qin Shi. As for me, you little minions may address me as Lord Peng. However, before the words of the Peng bird could fully escape his lips, he was impatiently interrupted by Wang Yuan. Enough, your identity is of no consequence. With that, Wang Yuan gently shook his head, taking a step forward, his body slightly leaning. And with a complex expression, he declared, I am Wang Yuan from the Xinling Academy, accompanied by my fellow disciples. I pay my respects to junior brother Qin. The melodious voice of Meng Yu soon followed. I am Meng Yu from the Tianji Academy, accompanied by my fellow disciples. I pay my respects to junior brother Qin. Finally, it was Qin Feng's turn, his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of having swallowed a fly. He clenched his teeth and resentfully stated, I am Qin Feng from the Dikuan Academy, accompanied by my fellow disciples. I pay my respects to junior brother Qin. Surrounding them, hundreds of disciples echoed in unison, bowing. We pay our respects to junior brother Qin. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shi furrowed his brow slightly, confusion evident in his eyes, as he could not comprehend the situation. Within the Academy of Creation, there exists an unwritten rule. The defeated in a duel must bow to the victor until the next opportunity for retribution arises. Noticing Qin Shi's bewilderment, Meng Yu softly elucidated, therefore, do not let your pride swell too much. We shall see how things unfold. With a sullen expression, Qin Feng, after delivering his ominous words, turned away with his companions. After walking a short distance, Qin Feng, filled with resentment, remarked, Brother Wang Yuan, I truly cannot swallow this indignation, yet alas, we are not in the same academy, and I wonder how long it will be until I can seek retribution. Brother Chun, do not be so hasty. A faint smile played at the corners of Wang Yuan's lips as he gently replied, seeking retribution is not a difficult task. An excellent opportunity presents itself at this very moment. Oh, I hope Brother Wang Yuan will not hesitate to impart his wisdom. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Currently, in the Huangshang Academy, he is the sole new student. Thus, in the upcoming recruitment competition, Huangshang Academy can only send him as their representative to compete. At that moment, before Wang Yuan could finish his sentence, Qin Feng's eyes brightened, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. A recruitment competition? Now, that is indeed a splendid opportunity. Chapter 51. Fame resounding through the Academy of Creation. As numerous senior students departed one after another, Qin Shi slapped the Qing Tian Peng bird with a palm and glared, "You foolish creature. How could you naively announce your name? Do you think they are friendly?" Only then did the Qing Tian Peng bird realize, forgetting that it should have mentioned Ning Fei's name instead. Qin Shi shook his head in resignation. "Well, the next time you offend someone, remember to report his name." While they were exchanging words, Meng Youyan gracefully approached, saying, "I did not expect it to be you, Qin Shi." Before Qin Shi could express his confusion, she continued. "About a month ago, while observing the stars at the stargazing platform, I chanced upon a sect named Ling Tianzhou. Its fate star unexpectedly reversed, plummeting from destined glory to impending doom. I reported this to the Star Master and subsequently discovered that the cause was your expulsion from the sect. Hence, the Academy issued you the decree of creation." Meng Yu's voice was gentle as she recounted the past. In this vast wilderness, where countless sects were as numerous as the stars, it was indeed a stroke of fate for her to witness the fate star's change of Ling Tianzhou. "So that is why I was perplexed about why the Academy of Creation would send me this decree," Qin Shi mused. "It seems to be your merit, senior sister Meng." Meng Yu's lips parted slightly. "I have just communicated with the Star Master and learned that for the release of the 4 valleys of spiritual energy, the Academy's condition is to grant you a small cave heaven." Qin Shi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. While a small cave heaven is splendid, I must caution you. Junior brother Qin," Meng Yu hesitated before speaking, "if possible, it would be best to forego the small cave heaven and request something else." Qin Shi raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Oh, and why is that?" "Within the entire Academy, there are only 8 small cave heavens," Meng Yu explained. "Ever since the first on the heavenly ranking was admitted to the Holy Academy, the cave heaven he resided in has become vacant. Typically, it would be inherited by the one ranked 9th, Yin Feng. However, you unexpectedly emerged and seized the small cave heaven, thereby creating a formidable enemy for yourself." "9th on the heavenly ranking?" Qin Shi crossed his arms, recognizing the predicament. "But do you think I would shrink back in fear of Yin Feng?" The heavenly ranking is an internal list used by the Academy to assess the strength of its disciples, comprising only 10 individuals, excluding the Holy Academy. Only the 10 most powerful disciples in the entire Academy can ascend to this ranking, each a prodigy among prodigies. "That is not the issue," Meng Yu shook her head, her hair flowing in the wind. "If it were merely the heavenly ranking, it would be manageable. The problem is that this time, it is Yin Feng who will be imparting techniques to the new students. I fear he may play tricks. When the time comes, if you cannot comprehend the techniques, it may hinder your progress in cultivation. Upon entering the Academy, new students are bestowed with the Academy's techniques, which are crucial for their subsequent practice of spells and combat skills. So that is how it is," Qin Shi nodded. "The way should not be lightly passed on, especially top-tier techniques. Generally, there are 2 methods for their transmission. The first method of transmission is akin to that of Zhang Tiandao, who unreservedly imparts his profound insights on martial arts to his disciples, a practice known as the inheritance of the robe and bowl, reserved exclusively for his closed-door disciples. Despite Zhang Tiandao's previous betrayal, deep within, Qin still wishes to acknowledge him as his master. The gravity of this inheritance is immense, once established. It binds the master and disciple in a lifelong relationship. The second mode of inheritance involves the use of specific mediums to convey one's understanding of martial principles. Compared to the first method, this approach shares only a fragment of the insights, yet it allows for dissemination to numerous disciples simultaneously, broadening its reach. Should one face suppression due to this method, I shall delve into my own understanding of martial arts, Qin declared resolutely. He was unwilling to yield, even in the face of the 9th-ranked individual on the heavenly ranking, who held the key to the inheritance of martial arts. "Why do you fail to comprehend?" Meng Yu lamented. "This is merely a temporary retreat. With time and diligent practice, you could ascend the heavenly ranking and seize the small cave heaven." She continued, "Moreover, regarding your independent understanding of martial arts, are you aware that the Academy's Jingtian Zhao Huagong is derived from the supreme imperial scripture of the eastern wilderness, Didao Zhao Huaju?" Meng Yu's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Qin as she continued, "I recognize your formidable talent, yet the Jingtian Zhao Huagong, being a derivative of imperial scripture, is not as simple as you presume. Without guidance from others, your entry into its practice will be exceedingly arduous, and in the journey of cultivation, falling behind, even slightly, could lead to the loss of many resources to others." Qin looked at Meng Yu with an odd expression, inquiring, "Did you just say that the Academy's Jingtian Zhao Huagong is derived from the imperial scripture Dao Zhao Huaju?" "Indeed," Meng Yu replied with a serious expression. The first dean of the Zhao Hua Academy was a core disciple of a certain imperial palace. Regrettably, that palace met its demise due to cataclysmic events, preventing the dean from acquiring the complete Dao Zhao Hua Ju. Consequently, he sought a lesser path and created the Qingtian Zhao Hua Gong. Even so, it is still a derivative of imperial scripture, and the difficulty of entry is thus evident. Upon hearing this, Qin's expression grew increasingly peculiar. So there exists such a profound connection. A slight smile graced his lips as he stated, "As for the matter of the small cave heaven, I have already made my resolution. I am grateful for your good intentions, Meng's sister." With that, Qin summoned the Qi Tianping bird and departed. "Ah, you." Meng Yu watched Qin's retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh, murmuring to herself, such lofty aspirations will inevitably lead to trials. Over the years, she had encountered numerous individuals who, overestimating their talents, acted stubbornly. When you truly engage with the Qingtian Zhao Hua Gong, you will understand that regardless of one's innate comprehension, facing such a top-tier technique derived from imperial scripture, without guidance, entering its practice within a short time frame is akin to scaling the heavens. As the crowd dispersed, news of Huang Chang's overwhelming victory over hundreds of senior students from 3 academies, claiming the spiritual energy of the 4 valleys for himself, began to sweep through the entire academy like a tempest. The name of the Qin dynasty began to disseminate through the academy for the very first time. Chapter 52, The Enchanting Countenance, displaying the dog for its master as dawn's first light illuminated the sky. Qin Shi gracefully embarked on the path leading to the hidden cave of Xiaodanshan, accompanied by the majestic Qing Tianping bird. This secluded haven lay nestled within a charming little mountain, rumored to harbor a sleeping golden dragon of destiny at its base. Such tales have drawn the convergence of spiritual veins from the heavens and the earth, giving rise to a land of extraordinary beauty and talent. The Academy, in accordance with the flow of these spiritual veins, established 8 caverns, with Qin Shi's designated abode named Purple Cloud Cave. Before his departure, Qin Shi had particularly emphasized that the ownership of this small cave was determined by the heavenly rankings, and with merely 3 months until the next update. The urgency was palpable. In essence, should he fail to ascend into the top 8 of the rankings within this period, he would have to relinquish his claim to the cave. Notably, all those on the rankings were prodigious beings who had attained the 5th realm of cultivation, the soul realm. Qin Shi exhaled a heavy breath. The pressure of breaking into the heavenly rankings within 3 months was indeed formidable. At that moment, a woman clad in a delicate lavender gown approached, her figure graceful, her face possessing a captivating allure, and her eyes sparkling like autumn waters filled with emotion. She paused a few steps away from Qin Shi, her arrogance evident in the arch of her eyebrows and the glint in her gaze. "You are the new student from Huangshan Academy?" Qin Shi halted his steps, his countenance composed. "What is it?" The enchanting woman appraised him with a disdainful smirk. "You are merely in the Nirvana realm." With that, she produced a small box containing a fragrant pill. Raising her chin, she declared, "This is a spirit essence pill, which will aid your cultivation. It is a gift from my master to you. Accept it and abandon any thoughts of the hidden cave. Instead, seek a reward from the academy. My master will overlook your previous transgressions." The surrounding students were drawn to the commotion, gathering curiously, their whispers filling the air. "Look. It's the new student from Huangshan Academy. He is the one who caused such a stir yesterday. Yesterday, he was in the spotlight, but today, he has encountered the maid of Yin Feng, ranked 9th in the heavenly rankings. It seems he cannot retain his claim to the hidden cave and must comply." Some astute individuals within the crowd discerned the underlying dynamics clearly. It appears Yin Feng sent his maid to publicly suppress Qin Shi's spirit, forcing him to recognize his place. And what of it? Who among the rank dare provoke them? If they choose to diminish your standing, what can you, Qin Shi, do but accept your misfortune? Listening to the discussions, Qin Shi stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. "Are you not a disciple of the academy?" "Certainly not." The enchanting woman replied, her tone laced with haughtiness. As she spoke, her aura surged, revealing her own cultivation at the Nirvana realm. "We are of the same realm," she asserted, her disdain intensifying. "Yet, I am merely a maid to my master. Do you comprehend the disparity between you and my master?" However, Qin Shi remained unfazed. "A mere maid," he murmured. In the next moment, his expression sharpened, and an overwhelming force of spiritual energy erupted from him as he raised his hand, striking towards the enchanting woman's cheek. Despite being of the same realm, the disparity in cultivation methods resulted in an astonishing difference in the depth of their powers. The fox-faced woman felt as though she were confronting an immense ocean, The overwhelming pressure washed over her before she could react, and with a resounding slap, she was sent flying. Her left cheek rapidly swelled, visibly reddening. "You dare strike me?" the fox-faced woman exclaimed, clutching her face, her eyes brimming with shock and indignation. "Do you not know that I am the maid of Lord Yin Feng? You have already admitted to being merely a maid," Qin Shi retorted with a cold snort. "Thus, what audacity do you possess to act so brazenly before me? If you were a disciple of the academy, I might have been compelled to consider the institution's decorum. But as a mere maid, what courage do you have? And what of being ranked 9th on the heavenly list? If Lord Yin Feng seeks to display his authority before me, then I shall strike the dog to demonstrate to its master." With a flick of his fingers, Qin Shi strode away with purpose. The audience was momentarily stunned. It was only after Qin Shi's departure that gasps of astonishment erupted. My heavens! Who does not know in the academy that Lord Yin Feng regards his maid as a matter of pride? Even senior students must show her some deference. Yet, Qin Shi has openly struck her. A grudge has undoubtedly been formed. Such impulsiveness, even if he were to voluntarily concede his small realm, it would not quell Lord Yin Feng's wrath. Let us not forget that this year, it is Lord Yin Feng who is responsible for imparting knowledge to the new students. I dare say Qin Shi will soon regret his actions today. Amidst the rising chatter of the academy's disciples, in a secluded courtyard at another corner of the academy, the fox-faced woman knelt in terror, her body trembling, her voice tinged with sobs. "My lord," he refused. "Oh, it matters not." A red-haired man seated on a stone bench in the courtyard responded with an air of calm. He was none other than Yin Feng, ranked 9th on the heavenly list. He produced a pouch of medicinal powder from his storage ring, delicately sprinkling some onto the swollen, vibrant features of the fox-faced woman. The woman, filled with dread, hastily waved her hands. "My lord, no need. I can manage myself." "Do not move," Yin Feng said softly. "Allow me to assist. I would be distressed to see your lovely face marred." The fox-faced woman's lips trembled uncontrollably, and she dared not stir. Before long, the swelling subsided swiftly, returning her visage to its former state. Observing this, Yin Feng exhaled slowly. However, the woman's heart remained in turmoil. As anticipated, in the next instant, Yin Feng's hand transformed into a claw, slicing through the air with fierce wind as it struck towards her abdomen. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed. The delicate waist of the fox-faced woman felt several ribs fracture, the excruciating pain forcing a muffled groan from her lips. Her complexion turned pallid, cold sweat cascading down her brow, her eyes filled with agony. "You have embarrassed me," Yin Feng stated with a calm demeanor. "You shall take this time to recuperate and refrain from showing your face publicly." "Yes, my lord," the fox-faced woman gritted her teeth, responding with difficulty. Before dragging her battered body away slowly, Yin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance towards the small green mountain, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. "You may occupy this modest realm for but 3 months, yet why do you fail to grasp the situation? Are you unaware that the subsequent techniques you will acquire are imparted by me? Is it worth risking your potential for the trifling advantage of this ephemeral sanctuary? However, as you have tarnished my reputation, our matter can no longer be resolved within the confines of this small paradise." As he spoke, a shadow passed over Yin Feng's gentle countenance. Before long, Qin Shi stood at the foot of the small green mountain, facing a mist-laden cliff. He retrieved a jade token, previously prepared, and infused it with his spiritual energy. The token instantly radiated a brilliant light, and a luminous portal gradually materialized upon the cliff face. Accompanied by the Qing Tian Peng bird, Qin Shi stepped through. The interior of the cave was remarkably spacious, encompassing approximately 100 feet in diameter. The ceiling soared high, adorned with numerous luminous starstones, illuminating the cavern as brightly as day. In the center lay a spring of spiritual water, bubbling forth silently. Above the spring, ethereal energy wafted upwards, transforming into delicate tendrils of pure mist that permeated the entire cave. The concentration of spiritual energy within surpassed even that of the 4 valleys. The Qing Tian Peng bird silently absorbed the ambience, exclaiming in delight, "It imparts an exceptionally smooth sensation." "Indeed, it is of superior quality," Qin Shi elucidated. "The spiritual energy of the outside world is often tainted with impurities, while that within this small realm has been purified by the spring, enhancing the efficiency of cultivation." "Ah, truly a privilege reserved for the top 8 of the heavenly rankings," the Qing Tian Peng bird remarked with awe. "The small sanctuary has been secured. Now, the question remains whether it can be preserved." Qin Shi murmured contemplatively. In the ensuing days, Qin Shi devoted himself to cultivating within the small realm. While after 2 days of practice, the Qing Tianping bird, feeling a sense of tedium, could no longer contain its restlessness and ventured outside. On this day, Qin Shi continued his training as usual when suddenly, a familiar voice called from outside, "Elder brother." Chapter 53, The Gift of the White-Clad Monkey Master. As a resounding call echoed from outside the cave, Qin Shi gradually withdrew his energy, rising to approach the entrance. "Brother, in these past few days, I have made the acquaintance of several friends in the Shaoqing Mountains," the Qing Tianping bird exclaimed with excitement. "If you have no pressing matters today, come with me to meet them." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi replied, "Very well." His recent period of concentrated meditation had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of the 5th transformation of nirvana. Perhaps it was due to the rapidity of his earlier breakthroughs that he had yet to step over the critical threshold into the 6th transformation. With that in mind, a stroll outside might present the opportunity he sought for further advancement. With a single leap, the two soared into the sky, racing towards the eastern expanse of Shaoqing Mountain. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and ethereal melodies surrounded them. Before long, they arrived at an expansive valley. There, 3 spirit beasts awaited their arrival. Leading them was a pure white creature, save for a tuft of red feathers atop its head, the scarlet-crested snow sparrow. Accompanying it was a mischievous, luminous stone monkey, and a large spiritual rhinoceros radiating a soft blue glow. The Qing Peng exclaimed, flapping its wings, "Is this your elder brother?" "Indeed," replied the Qing Tianping bird, puffing out its chest. "This is my brother, Qin Shi, the newly appointed master of the Ziyun Cave Heaven." The luminous stone monkey bounced over, scrutinizing Qin Shi before proclaiming, "Your brother doesn't seem particularly formidable. He pales in comparison to the previous master of the Ziyun Cave Heaven. That last master was no great shakes either." The spiritual rhinoceros interjected. "Wasn't he ranked first on the heavenly list? Yet, he lasted only a few rounds against us." Upon hearing their words, Qin Shi's gaze sharpened, swiftly realizing why the Qing Tianping had brought him here. It was abundantly clear that the bird was aware of the formidable strength of these 3 spirit beasts and had intentionally invited him to forge a connection. At that moment, the Qing Tianping leaned closer to Qin Shi and whispered, "These 3 are spirit beasts of the Shaoqing Mountains. Although they awakened their intellect later, they have cultivated for over a century." Just then, a melodious chime resonated throughout the Shaoqing Mountains. "The monkey master has begun his lecture. Hurry, let us go," cried the scarlet-crested snow sparrow. Without delay, the 3 spirit beasts dashed towards the mountain summit, with Qing Tianping and Qin Shi hastily following suit. "We beasts cannot solely consume spiritual energy. We must also enhance the purity of our bloodlines," the Qing Tianping explained as they flew. At the summit, there resides a white-clad monkey whom we refer to as the Monkey Master. He occasionally emerges to impart wisdom, and after attending his last lecture, I found my bloodline power significantly enhanced. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld an elderly monkey clad in white, seated upon a massive stone, surrounded by a dozen spirit beasts who sat in solemn silence. The monkey master lifted his gaze, casting a gentle glance upon Qin Shi, and spoke warmly. "Since you have come, do sit down and listen." "Yes, master," Qin Shi replied, bowing slightly in respect as he found a patch of open ground to sit. "The world is imbued with spirit, all beings thrive, and the power of the bloodline is tied to its very essence. In our practice as beasts, the foremost priority lies in the awakening and purification of our bloodlines." The master ape began to speak slowly, although his voice was not loud. It resonated in the ears of all present like the reverberation of a great bell. As he spoke, strange runes of ethereal energy floated from his lips, coalescing in midair into various ancient beastly apparitions, illustrating the path of bloodline circulation and enhancement. The master ape's discourse was akin to the finest nectar, immersing all spiritual beasts in profound contemplation. After a long while, his teachings concluded, yet the beasts remained enraptured, unable to return to their senses. Qin Shi, with closed eyes, immersed himself in reflection, feeling a surge of magical energy within, and suddenly realized that he had unknowingly broken through to the 6th transformation of nirvana. A surge of joy filled Qin Shi's heart as he promptly rose to pay his respects to the master ape, expressing gratitude for the impartation of wisdom. The master ape nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "It is but a trivial method. Your ability to transcend your own limitations through such insights is indeed exceedingly rare." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "In truth, it matters not if your realm is lower, What is essential is to diligently refine the foundation of your physique and unlock the divine potential hidden within. Did the Master Ape imply that I should not overly pursue the heights of my realm, but rather focus on awakening the latent power within? Qin Shi pondered aloud. Precisely. The Master Ape affirmed, possessing an exceptional physique without awakening your divine potential would be a lamentable waste. What is the best way to unlock this divine potential? Qin Shi respectfully inquired, seeking clarification from the Master Ape. With a gentle chuckle, the Master Ape replied, You possess the celestial restoration pearl. Is that not the finest key to unlocking your divine potential? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's heart raced, realizing the depth of the white-robed ape's wisdom. As if he could perceive all truths. In ancient times, during the celestial war between gods and demons, the barriers of the heavens were shattered, causing the waters of the Milky Way to cascade into the abyss. An ancient god wielded the celestial restoration stone to mend the heavens, and the remnants were polished into pearls, entrusted to the Qin turtle clan for safekeeping. The Master Ape gradually unveiled this hidden lore. Qin Shi was enlightened, so this is its origin. For the next 3 days, I shall be imparting teachings here. If possible, I hope you, my young friend, can attend punctually, the Master Ape stated. Before Qin Shi could express his confusion, the Master Ape elaborated. The essence within you is more attuned to the primordial source of the Tao. With your presence, these young ones will gain a deeper understanding of the bloodline's origin. The essence within me? Qin Shi's thought stirred, and he recalled the ancient malevolent being suppressed within the Ling Huang sect, which seemed to fear his inner essence, even going so far as to masquerade as a sorceress to entice him away. Upon this realization, Qin Shi recounted the incident concerning the ancient malevolent being at his sect. Haha, the Master Ape remarked with a gentle shake of his head, what that ancient malevolent being truly fears is not your essence itself, but the fact that your essence reinforces the seal, rendering it unbreakable and making escape nearly impossible. Now it is clear, Qin Shi nodded. I am grateful for your guidance. Master Ape, I shall remain here to absorb your teachings for 3 days. The Master Ape joined his hands in a gesture of reverence. Very well. In the forthcoming 3 days, Qin Shi immersed himself in the teachings, his inner aura unconsciously radiating, intermingling with the bloodline power expounded by the Monkey Master. During these moments, the surrounding spirit beasts could sense a more potent and pure bloodline force, accelerating their comprehension of it. As a result, Qin Shi developed a warm rapport with this group of spirit beasts. 3 days later, as the Monkey Master concluded his discourse and prepared to depart, Ling Huang, with a reluctant expression, implored, Master, could you not remain a few more days? Do not be overly greedy, admonished the red-topped snow sparrow, gently tapping Ling Huang's head. After 4 consecutive days of teachings, coupled with Brother Qin's assistance, the gains from this experience have far surpassed those of the previous years. Indeed, haste makes waste, and excess can be detrimental, the Monkey Master replied kindly. The profound insights gained during these few days will suffice to guide your cultivation for quite some time. With that, the Monkey Master extended a finger, and a flicker of spiritual light emanated, gradually flowing towards Qin Shi's brow. This is a technique of movement I discerned during my leisure. It is not an extraordinary treasure, but I shall bestow it upon you today, he said, his tone imbued with warmth. Thank you, Master, Qin Shi expressed joyfully, offering his gratitude. A technique derived from the Monkey Master's level of understanding was undoubtedly extraordinary. By the way, Master, may I inquire about the essence of the aura within me? Qin Shi asked. The Monkey Master regarded him deeply for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words, chaos. Meanwhile, while Qin Shi engaged in his profound understanding, a group of prodigies from various regions of the Great Wilderness, after undergoing rigorous trials, made their inaugural entrance into the Academy of Creation. Qin Shi, the recruitment competition for the 4 academies commences tomorrow. Remember to represent the Huangshan Academy. He received a message from Shun Qiuyue as he stabilized his realm in the small cave heaven. Chapter 54. The arrival of Ling Huang at the Academy of Creation. The essence of cultivation lies in unlocking the divine reservoirs within the human body. Generally, there are 2 approaches. One involves the absorption of the ethereal energies of the universe through scriptures and techniques to break through realms. The other focuses on enhancing oneself, awakening latent potential to transcend the limits of the human form and access the internal divine reservoirs. Under the guidance of the Sage of Apes, Qin Shi resolved to advance on both fronts. He diligently practiced the imperial scriptures while simultaneously wielding the celestial pearl to absorb spiritual essence. As the essence flowed through him, every cell, bone, and meridian within his body began to experience a gradual enhancement. though this method may slow his breakthroughs in realms. The augmentation of his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with fervor as he murmured to himself, given time. To be invincible among equals is not merely a fanciful notion. Soon, a day slipped by. With a hint of resignation, Qin Shi halted his cultivation. Both the imperial scriptures and the celestial pearl demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, which even a small cave of heaven could scarcely sustain. The once abundant spiritual energy within the cave had been entirely consumed, and restoration would require at least another night. As night cloaked the forest, the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The gift from the Sage of Apes was a technique known as the Spirit Ape Body Method, which contained no intricate symbols or profound doctrines, merely the simplest and most fundamental motions of shifting, turning, leaping, and gliding, accompanied by a breathing method. Were it not for the sage's bestowal, Qin Shi might have suspected it to be an ordinary martial art of the mundane world. However, as he began to practice, he discovered a different reality. In the rhythm of his movements, he felt as though he was merging with nature. Initially, his actions appeared somewhat clumsy, each leap and shift marked by stiffness. Yet, as his understanding of the natural world deepened, his heart became tranquil. The gentle caress of the breeze, the subtle sway of the flora, and the harmonious cadence of nature all became vividly perceptible to him. Gradually, his movements began to flow in accordance with this rhythm, resembling a spirit ape that had just begun to comprehend the path of agility, gracefully leaping and traversing through the woods. As dawn broke, the morning mist upon the small green mountain had yet to fully dissipate. A streak of azure light darted through the air, while ahead, a shadow clad in black robes flickered in and out of sight. Despite the azure light's pursuit, it was unable to touch the shadow, which evaded like a spirit ape climbing branches, or a wily hare weaving through the woods, always just out of reach. After a moment, the azure light abruptly halted, transforming into the likeness of a blue sky rock. It bore a look of exasperation, saying, "Brother, unless I unleash the power of my bloodline to pursue with all my might, I cannot even graze the hem of your robe. Have you truly only practiced for one night? Your comprehension is simply extraordinary. It is truly fearsome." Qin Shi did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired calmly, "What progress has been made on the task I assigned you?" "Rest assured," the blue sky rock replied with enthusiasm. "The scarlet-topped snow sparrows have already agreed to assist you during today's enrollment competition." "Indeed, just now, Master Shen came to urge me again," Qin Shi replied coolly. "Let us go. The enrollment competition of the 4 academies is about to commence. Those who gain admission to the Academy of Creation are undoubtedly the prodigies from various regions, born with a head start over their peers, endowed with exceptional talents and fortunate opportunities. This leads to the unfortunate consequence that all who enter the Academy possess a certain arrogance. Thus, since the inception of the Academy of Creation, a tradition has emerged. Senior students from the 4 divisions join forces to suppress the newcomers. Indeed, this is the true purpose of the enrollment competition, to impart to the new students the lesson of humility and the reality that there are always those who surpass them. Only then can they confront their own shortcomings and return to their true selves. During the trials for the newcomers, whether they slay fierce beasts, achieve rankings, navigate challenges, or break records, they can earn substantial contribution points released by the Academy. The seniors' goal is to seize these contribution points from the newcomers for their own benefit, allowing them to understand what it means to lose. This is precisely why, as Shen Qiuyu stated, the enrollment competition is so fiercely contested by the seniors, as it is indeed a lucrative opportunity. As for Qin Shi, today's task is straightforward: to unite with the spirit beast of Little Qing Mountain and teach the seniors of the 3rd Division a lesson in loss. Is it not reasonable for a newcomer to assist the seniors in tempering their hearts and curbing their arrogance? In the newcomer plaza, hundreds of new students streamed in. The morning sunlight bathed the area, yet it could not dispel the palpable aura of combat that surrounded them. "Haha, after countless battles, having fought my way out from a crowd of 100,000, we finally step into the Academy of Creation today," exclaimed a robust newcomer, his laughter echoing like thunder, causing the very air around him to tremble. Nearby, several students wore expressions of pride, their eyes brimming with self-importance. The contribution points within this academy are indeed precious, redeemable for rare elixirs, unparalleled techniques, and even the guidance of esteemed cultivators. Alas, despite my desperate struggles during the trials, I have only amassed 4,000 contribution points, which leaves me feeling quite unsatisfied. A youth clad in fitted attire shook his head, sighing. Though regret lingered in his words, he could not conceal his sense of accomplishment. "4,000? You should be content. I only earned 800, barely passing the academy's trials. Another replied with a wry smile, yet his eyes reflected a hint of relief. Hey, I've heard that our top newcomer, Ning Fei, is an absolute monster. He accrued a staggering 50,000 contribution points, bulldozing through every challenge. The records of the trials seem as fragile as paper before him. Each time he breaks one, he receives additional rewards, unmatched by anyone else. As the name of the top student was mentioned, admiration and envy filled the air. Indeed, Ning Fei is extraordinary. However, the newcomer in second place, Ling Huang, is no ordinary contender. With the protection of the Ice Phoenix, wherever she goes, it is as if frost descends, truly a force to be reckoned with. Clusters of newcomers discussed excitedly, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In a corner of the plaza, a solitary figure stood quietly, a woman of striking beauty, exuding an air of aloofness. Ling Huang slightly tilted her head towards the sky, a complex smile gracing her lips as she softly murmured, Qin Shi, if you were alive to witness my dazzling achievements. I wonder what your thoughts would be. Her voice began softly, but gradually turned icy. Alas, you shall never see me again. You will never know how extraordinary I truly am. I believe that had you lived, you would be filled with regret for your previous disdain towards me. Since the activation of the Ice Phoenix's fate, Ling Huang's cultivation has soared at an astonishing pace. Recently, she has encountered an incredible opportunity. Now, she has not only successfully broken through to the fourth realm of cultivation, the Nirvana realm, but has also triumphed in the fiercely competitive entrance trials, securing a remarkable second place amidst her peers. Among the new students, there are many of noble lineage and profound backgrounds, esteemed figures in the outside world. Yet at this moment, upon encountering Ling Huang, they are compelled to temper their arrogance. This is the reward Ling Huang has earned through her own strength. It is no wonder that Ling Huang exudes such vigor. She bears the Ice Phoenix's fate, a true child of destiny. Rising from a remote place to claim second place on the freshman leaderboard, with 30,000 contribution points in her grasp. Anyone in her position would find it difficult to tolerate the presence of others. Naturally, this is also why the Academy has orchestrated a scheme for upperclassmen to suppress the newcomers. Thus, Qin Shi has arrived. Chapter 55. Is Qin Shi the leader of Huangshan Academy? Impossible. Clad in a new student-s attire, Qin Shi entered the square, blending seamlessly into the throng of newcomers, garnering little attention until a fortuitous glance from Ling Huang. In that fleeting moment, Ling Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting sharply, and she exclaimed, Qin Shi. She hurriedly approached him, scrutinizing his appearance, murmuring, You are not dead? You managed to escape the pursuit of the golden-armored figure. And moreover, you passed the new student trials of the Academy? Qin Shi, taken aback by Ling Huang's astonishment, felt a surge of discomfort. Why was this woman everywhere he went? What business is it of yours? He replied coldly. With that, he attempted to turn away. Wait, Ling Huang called out, positioning herself in front of him. Biting her crimson lip, she hesitated for a moment before finally articulating. I have investigated the matter concerning your expulsion from the Ling Tian sect. It was Han Qin and Qing Lin who conspired against you. Oh, I see, Qin Shi replied, his expression calm. Is there anything else? Ling Huang's delicate fingers intertwined nervously, her demeanor reflecting profound internal conflict. She grappled with the urge to apologize. Yet the words seemed lodged in her throat, unable to escape. I am currently ranked second among the new students, she said, taking a deep breath, her pride resurfacing. However, I noticed you are not on the newcomer leaderboard. At this point, Ling Huang couldn't help but reflect on how dazzling Qin Shi once was, having astonished many, even defeating top prodigies like Ning Fei. Yet, after that fateful day, he seemed to have faded into obscurity, now absent from the leaderboard. In contrast, she had ascended rapidly, becoming a figure he might look up to. Though you were wronged, why did you not clear your name back then? Ling Huang said, lifting her chin slightly, her tone tinged with reproach. Upon hearing her words, a cold smile crept across Qin Shi's lips, even when the truth was revealed. The proud peacock remained unyielding. Perhaps only after calamity befalls and the sect is shattered, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, would she genuinely repent. Here's the thing. According to the Academy's regulations, students on the newcomer leaderboard may freely choose any academy except Tianji Academy. Since you are not on the leaderboard, you must make a passive selection. Ling Huang paused before continuing. If you wish to join a particular academy, feel free to tell me, and I shall speak on your behalf to the head of that academy. Given my standing as second on the newcomer leaderboard, they will likely extend me some courtesy. No need, Miss Ling. You should focus on your own affairs, Qin Shi replied, his brow furrowed in impatience as he turned to leave. Qin Shi. Ling Huang noticed his retreat, her brows knitting together in displeasure. I understand you feel inferior now, but one must learn to recognize reality. Do not jeopardize your future for a moment of pride. The dynamics among the four academies have dramatically shifted. Ling Huang slightly tilted her head, fixating her gaze on Qin Shi. She had heard that the Huangshan Academy had recently risen to prominence, with its head overpowering the senior students of the three other academies, indicating its remarkable stature. The most crucial aspect was that Huangshan Academy had only one head. If she could gain admission, the resources available would surpass those of the other academies by an immeasurable margin. Countless individuals yearned to join Huangshan Academy, and without a recommendation, it would be utterly impossible for anyone to enter. Recently, tales of the head of Huangshan Academy had spread like wildfire among the new students. Rumors spoke of special admissions, single-handedly confronting hundreds of senior students, compelling them to pay their respects, and even disregarding the esteemed figures on the heavenly ranking. The heavenly ranking, after all, represented the pinnacle of the academy's combat prowess. Having already distanced himself somewhat, Qin Shi appeared speechless upon hearing Ling Huang's intention to join Huangshan Academy. He halted his steps, turned around, and said, Ling Huang, I advise you to abandon any delusions of joining Huangshan Academy. Why? Ling Huang inquired. Because the head of Huangshan Academy harbors a strong dislike for you. Hence you stand no chance of being accepted, Qin Shi replied coolly. A smirk appeared on Ling Huang's lips upon hearing this. Initially, feeling a sense of guilt, she had considered recommending him. Little did she expect that Qin Shi would harbor such narrow-mindedness, fabricating excuses in an attempt to thwart her aspirations of joining Huangshan Academy. It was evident that even when wronged, the essence of a petty nature remained unshakable. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd of new students. Look, it's the senior students from the four academies. They have come to select us for admission. The crowd promptly turned their attention towards the entrance of the new student plaza, where over 100 senior students surged forth like a black tide, entering in a grand procession. As they made their entrance, the once spacious plaza became instantly crowded, and the new students instinctively parted to create a path, the air thick with tension. After casting a glance at Qin Shi, Ling Huang disregarded him and scanned the crowd, seeking the figure of the head of Huangshan Academy. With her commendable second-place score among the new students, her admission to Huangshan Academy seemed inevitable. At that moment, she was eager to witness what Qin Shi would have to say. Greetings, seniors. I am Ma Yuan, and I have long aspired to join the Qin Academy. I hope for an opportunity. Which one of you is from Huangshan Academy? I am Kong Xiong, ranked 6th on the new god list, and have been longing to join Huangshan Academy. Seniors, I am. A wave of new students surged forward, their voices rising in a cacophony of eager calls. However, the senior students, numbering over 100, paid no heed to the enthusiastic greetings, making their way through the crowd until they reached a new student, the foremost figure. With a calm demeanor, slightly bowed, saying, Shin Spirit Academy's Wang Yuan, greetings to you, junior brother Qin. The person beside him, though reluctant, also clasped his fists in greeting, stating, Qin Academy's Chen Feng, greetings to you, junior brother Qin. Lastly, a woman draped in a starry robe spoke with a clear voice, Tianji Academy's Meng Yu, greetings to you, junior brother Qin. Following this, over 100 disciples echoed in unison, greetings to you, junior brother Qin. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded, each one utterly bewildered. Especially for Ling Huang, the proud expression on his face instantly froze, replaced by a look of bewilderment and astonishment. Wasn't he merely a new student? Why was he afforded such exceptional treatment? In the crowd, a petite new student widened his eyes and murmured softly, I understand now. Could he be the much-discussed leader of Huangshan Academy? A voice, tinged with speculation, echoed. Impossible. Ling Huang instinctively retorted, a tremor in his voice. His name is Qin Shi. Someone who has even made it onto the new student rankings. How could he possibly be the renowned leader of Huangshan Academy? Qin Shi? Did you say his name is Qin Shi? Upon hearing that the leader of Huangshan Academy was a new student named Qin Shi, I initially thought the news was erroneous. But it turns out to be true. It must be him. Only Qin Shi possesses such presence to command the respect of hundreds of senior students. An excited new student exclaimed nearby, gazing at Qin Shi with adoration. Impossible. It must be a lie. I refuse to believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. Ling Huang stared intently at Qin Shi, his hands clenched into fists, desperately seeking some clue. Perhaps, Perhaps the Qin Shi they spoke of is someone else? Ling Huang pondered. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Shi's actions shattered her last vestige of hope. He waved his hand lightly, saying, "Let us begin. I still need to return to my cultivation." "Yes, Qin Shi." Only then did the hundreds of senior students straighten their backs. Witnessing this scene, Ling Huang felt as if her mind had erupted in an explosion. She stood frozen in place, utterly unable to accept such a reality. The leader of Huangshang Academy is Qin Shi? It truly is Qin Shi. No wonder he said the leader despised me. No wonder he was so indifferent to my accomplishments. How laughable it was for me to think I had reached a point where he would look up to me. But how could he possibly be the leader? How could he defeat hundreds of senior students? How could such a legendary figure be Qin Shi? Ling Huang's face turned pale, her lips moving as she muttered to herself incessantly. Chapter 56. Ning Fei is my brother Qin Shi. At the behest of Qin Shi, the admissions competition for the 4 academies was about to commence. Qin Feng adjusted his attire, his expression tinged with arrogance as he stated, "Esteemed colleagues." But just as he began to speak, Qin Shi interjected unexpectedly, "Wait." This sudden interruption ignited a flicker of anger in Qin Feng's eyes, yet he composed himself and inquired, "What is it, brother Qin?" Qin Shi, disregarding Qin Feng entirely, strode purposefully towards the group of new students. This action reignited Qin Feng's repressed fury, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles turning pale. However, after a brief moment, he took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his rage once more. "Qin Shi, enjoy your moment of triumph while it lasts," Qin Feng thought, his narrowed eyes betraying a sinister gleam. "Soon, you shall face the consequences." Traditionally, during the admissions competition, Qin Shi would collaborate with them to rob the new students. Yet this year's circumstances were markedly different. Not only did Qin Shi represent the Huangshang Academy, but he was also a new student himself. Consequently, according to the rules, they could justifiably include Qin Shi as a target for their robbery. The mere thought of this made the corners of Qin Feng's mouth curl upward, excitement dancing across his features. He was already eager to witness the indignation and helplessness that would wash over Qin Shi when subjected to the robbery. "Qin Shi, the more glorious you appear now, the more devastating your fall will be." Among the new students stood a stern young man wielding a broken sword, his gaze fixated on Qin Shi like a venomous serpent upon its prey. It was because of him, a lowly cultivator from the outskirts, that he had been forced to leave the core of his family and come to this academy of fortune. Should he fail to acquire the celestial pearl, he feared that even his status as a direct descendant of the Ning family would be at risk. What vexed him further was the unknown means by which Qin Shi had instigated the Xian Gui to block the gates of the Ning family, while hurling insults. While they could tolerate mere insults, since they were incomprehensible, the repulsive part was that the Xian Gui, seeing that the insults had no effect, resorted to excrement. As the chilling thoughts coursed through him, the image of the massive Xian Gui, causing a ruckus, flooded his mind. The resulting chaos left half of the Ning family submerged in filth. Their esteemed ancestor was so enraged that he spat blood and rushed out, sword in hand, to confront the Xian Gui, only to be driven back by the stench before he could even exit the formation. Under the oppressive sun, the foul odor hung thick in the air. "Ning brother." Qin Shi approached the stern young man with a face full of delight, warmly greeting him. "It has been far too long since we parted. I have missed you dearly." Ning Fei's expression darkened, and just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he heard Qin Shi's voice resonating in his mind through a subtle use of magic. "Ning brother, be a bit more enthusiastic. You wouldn't want any prying eyes to uncover our grievances and the matter of the Xian Gui pearl, would you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fei forced a smile, albeit insincere, as he replied, "Brother Qin, it has indeed been a long time. In the days to come within this academy, we must support each other. That is assured. We brothers are united in purpose," Qin Shi declared solemnly. "Anyone who dares to insult my brother Ning Fei shall find themselves at odds with me." With that, Qin Shi cast a warning glance at the elder students of the Xian Feng and Di Kuan academies, the intent unmistakably ominous. At a glance, the senior students present were visibly displeased. Bound by the academy's regulations, they were merely exchanging pleasantries, yet did Qin Shi truly believe he held any significance? Qin Feng and Wang Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Originally, the plan was to avoid provoking Ning Fei, considering the tremendous influence of the Ning family. Sometimes, the intricacies of human relations must be acknowledged. However, with Qin Shi's remarks, if they refrained from confronting Ning Fei, where would that leave the dignity of the senior students from the 3 academies? Upon entering the academy, backgrounds and identities cease to matter. As the top newcomer, one must undergo rigorous training. Wang Yuan was the first to express his stance. Naturally, Chen Feng's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. Soon, he would make sure to confront this so-called brother of Qin Shi right before his eyes. As Qin Shi engaged in casual conversation with Ning Fei, seemingly disregarding the senior students, Ling Huang fell into a trance, jealousy flickering in her gaze. How long had he been at the academy? Without status or connections. Yet he commanded such respect from the seniors. Ling Huang felt a surge of indignation. She possessed the Ice Phoenix fate and had opportunities bestowed upon her. Yet despite her relentless efforts, she could not surpass him. Why? What was the reason behind this? Ling Huang bit her lip, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. Soon, Qin Shi finished his nostalgic exchange and signaled to Chen Feng and the others to proceed. Esteemed new disciples. Chen Feng's voice resonated in the ears of every newcomer. Shortly, the senior students from our 4 academies, totaling 106 individuals, will engage in a competitive match with you. Victory will allow you to retain your contribution points. Defeat will result in their complete forfeiture. His words ignited an uproar among the newcomers. What the hell? Wasn't today supposed to be the initiation ceremony for the 4 academies? How did it turn into a competitive match? Losing means losing all contribution points? This is clearly bullying. A particularly hot-tempered newcomer erupted in anger. Humph. A new student wielding a large blade scoffed, the weapon buzzing ominously in his grasp. What competitive match? This is merely a cunning ploy to seize our contribution points. I refuse to participate. With that, he turned to leave the square. However, in the next instant, a shadow darted past like a specter, and before he could react, a fist radiating with brilliance struck him hard in the abdomen. The agonizing pain surged through his body, causing him to collapse and convulse, rendered incapacitated. It was a senior from the Earth Kwai Academy, specializing in martial arts, who, after subduing the newcomer, bent down to retrieve the jade token from his waist, which contained his contribution points. The senior's voice was devoid of warmth. If you choose not to participate, you may do so after relinquishing your jade token. I am a practitioner of the 9 transformations of nirvana, far superior to your realm. This is utterly unfair. I will report to the instructors. I will inform the enforcement team. A newcomer shouted vehemently. Fairness? Wang Yuan chuckled, his laughter echoing in the air, laced with mockery. In this world, where is there true fairness? Those who can enter the Academy of Transformation are all individuals whose talents, lineage, and opportunities far surpass their peers. If we speak of fairness, does your existence truly offer any equity to those unsuccessful students? With a dismissive gesture, Wang Yuan signaled, and over 100 seniors moved in unison, their myriad of treasures shimmering brilliantly as they surged toward the multitude of newcomers. The freshman square was confined in space, leaving no room for escape. The choice of this venue was, quite frankly, a deliberate strategy to subdue the new students more effectively. We vastly outnumber the seniors, so let us remain calm and unite to form a battle array against them. Some perceptive freshmen endeavored to organize a counterattack. However, the disparity was insurmountable. Those who could gain admission to the Academy of Creation were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. In a clash of prodigies, with several realms of advantage and wielding intricate treasures, along with the mastery of the celestial creation technique, the conflict was overwhelmingly one-sided. Upon engagement, the freshman cohort disintegrated completely. Only Ning Fei, in the face of the seniors' assault, not only managed to respond with ease, but also gained the upper hand. Each swing of his sword carrying the force of a splintering bamboo, forcing the seniors to retreat repeatedly. As for Ling Huang, although she unleashed the full might of the Ice Phoenix, the battle was fraught with peril, barely allowing her to defend herself. Brother Chen, this Ning Fei, Wang Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement. Let me take the lead. I wish to gauge the true prowess of the Ning family's direct lineage. Brother Chen, please. Qin Feng replied with a smirk, and do take your time. I am eager to observe Qin's reaction. Agreed. Chapter 57, When You Face It. Your brother Ning Fei is defeated. Wang Yuan moved with the swiftness of a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Ning Fei. A formidable surge of magical energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed a shimmering palm print, akin to black lightning, accompanied by the howling force of spiritual power, hurtling directly towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei's gaze sharpened, and with a piercing cry, the long sword in his hand emanated a resounding energy. In an instant, an overwhelming sword aura materialized, transforming into a tangible radiance. The sword shadows intertwined, converging upon the oncoming palm print in a ferocious assault. With a thunderous boom, reminiscent of a thunderclap, the energies collided. Ning Fei was jolted back several paces, his feet leaving deep imprints on the stone slabs beneath him. Yet, he successfully shattered the palm print of ethereal light. Truly, as the so-called little sword saint of the eastern wilderness, Ning Fei managed to withstand my attack even under such relentless assault. Wang Yuan's voice carried a hint of surprise, yet was predominantly laced with mockery. As a practitioner of the fifth realm, the soul realm, subduing Ning Fei was hardly a challenge for him. However, recalling Qin Feng's admonition, Wang Yuan chose not to rush, his eyes glimmering with a playful light. On the other side, witnessing Ning Fei being overwhelmed, his injuries gradually intensifying, Qin Feng could not help but smile, delight filling his heart. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shi, initially expecting to see an expression of anxiety and concern. However, to his astonishment, Qin Shi did not even glance their way, engrossed in jovial conversation with Meng Yu. This left Qin Feng momentarily stunned. Goodness, your brother is on the verge of bleeding out, and you still have the leisure to chat with a girl? It felt akin to striking a punch into cotton. How utterly frustrating. Moreover, crucially, Qin Shi's reluctance to join the fray for contribution points left them without a reason to compete with him later on. Sister Meng Yu, this is a prime opportunity to seize contribution points. Why aren't you entering the fray? Qin Shi inquired with a smile. The Tianji Academy is not renowned for combat prowess. My presence here is merely to fulfill a formality, Meng Yu replied softly. Our academy places greater emphasis on nurturing the talents of our disciples. Qin Shi nodded slightly, having heard that disciples of Tianji Academy, who practiced the North Star technique, indeed relied less on resources. Why don't you participate, Brother Qin? It is known that if one accumulates sufficient contribution points early on, numerous precious resources within the academy can be unlocked, significantly accelerating cultivation progress, Meng Yu asked with curiosity. Qin Shi sighed. It is precisely because my brother Ning Fei is amongst the new students. I am a person who values loyalty above all else. If I were to intervene and seize points, would it not dishearten my brother? At this point, Qin Shi paused slightly, then deliberately raised his voice, but rest assured, Sister Meng Yu, I shall not allow brotherly affection to undermine the academy's principles. As he spoke, Qin Shi gestured towards the nearly unrecognizable Ning Fei. Unless my brother Ning Fei is utterly defeated, I shall refrain from action and steadfastly uphold the academy's decisions. Observing Qin Shi's resolute demeanor, Meng Yu could not help but chuckle softly, exclaiming, what a peculiar way to praise one's brother. However, Qin Shi, your words do not resonate with me. As their banter continued, the battle on the field gradually approached its conclusion. After all, these newcomers were all exceptional talents, and although they were acutely aware of their inferiority, their inherent pride compelled them to fight valiantly. The outcome was, of course, evident, as they were all left battered and bruised, ultimately surrendering their identity, jade, tokens with expressions of resentment. Ning Fei, the top newcomer, after resisting multiple times, was ultimately subdued by Wang Yuan's spiritual power and begrudgingly relinquished his jade token. However, Ning Fei found himself perplexed, while others were subdued and left unscathed after surrendering their tokens when it came to him. The older students seemed to have gone mad, rushing over to deliver kicks with abandon. The most outrageous was an elder student in the distance who, rather than continuing to battle his own opponent, dashed over to deliver a fierce kick to Ning Fei. The force of the blow was so intense that, had he not been clad in the protective armor bestowed by his family, his bones might have been shattered. This led him to inwardly curse. How outrageous. As a direct descendant of the Ning family, you could at least refrain from such brutal treatment. Is there some grudge between us? The battle had concluded. Yet Qin Feng was filled with dissatisfaction, solely because Qin Shi had not acted as he had anticipated to seize the opportunity. This was something he had never foreseen. Qin Shi's inaction implied they had no grounds to target him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he mused. Is it only when your brother is beaten that you will intervene? If so, with that thought, he approached Ning Fei with a dark expression. Ning Fei, a direct descendant of the Ning family? Qin Feng's voice dripped with sarcasm. How could you have fallen so quickly? Truly disappointing. Ning Fei, coldly scoffing, retorted with disdain. What is there to be proud of, merely because you are a few years older and achieved a breakthrough earlier? I will surely reach the soul realm within 6 months. At that time, you may come at me together. I fear nothing. As a top talent from the eastern wilderness, he indeed possessed the credentials to be proud. In a fair fight, even if besieged, what could it matter? Waste. Qin Feng cruelly exclaimed. What did you say? A chill emanated from Ning Fei's eyes. Within the academy, although backgrounds and identities were ostensibly disregarded, the Ning family was a premier force in the eastern wilderness. As the young master of the Ning family, how could he be so easily insulted by a mere student? I said you were nothing but a waste, a piece of trash. Qin Feng not only refused to relent but raised his voice further, smirking at the fallen Ning Fei. Look at you now. Do you not resemble a dog begging for mercy, a dog wallowing in filth? You seek death. Enraged by the insult, Ning Fei roared, a crimson glow erupting from his being as his aura surged, instantly propelling him into the realm of half-step soul realm. Clearly, Ning Fei has employed some kind of secret technique to forcibly elevate his strength. He then swung his sword, and a colossal shadow of the blade descended from the heavens, akin to a sword that cleaves the sky, stirring the winds and clouds in its wake. This was a form of swordsmanship inherited from the Ning family, imbued with terrifying power. Sensing this astonishing aura, the surrounding senior students hastily retreated, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. This was excessively aggressive, after all. It was merely a competition. Why resort to such desperate measures? Regardless, Ning Fei was genuinely enraged. He had done nothing to provoke anyone. Why was he being targeted by all? With kicks and verbal insults thrown his way, did they truly think Ning Fei was easy prey? Faced with the sword strike, Qin Feng's expression shifted, yet he steadied his resolve and declared, "You struck first. Do not blame me for retaliating. The academy has its rules. While suppression is permitted, outright incapacitation is not, unless the opponent is excessively unruly and strikes first against the seniors." Qin Feng did not dare to be complacent. Gripping his long knife, he felt the runes upon its blade flicker, emanating a chilling aura. As he channeled his internal energy into it, a crescent-shaped blade of light, several feet long, erupted from the weapon, radiating an eerie blood-red hue, as though solidified blood were ablaze. This was one of his trump cards, the Blood Moon Blade technique. Boom. The collision between the sword light and the blade aura shattered the hard stone of the new student plaza into fragments, sending cracks spiderwebbing outward from the two combatants. After the clash, Ning Fei's aura plummeted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng, however, fared little better. His garments were tattered by Ning Fei's sword energy, and he felt as though all strength had been drained from him, collapsing to his knees, gasping for breath. Truly, the depth of a prominent family is formidable. Had he not exerted himself fully, defeat would have been inevitable, Qin Feng mused. Nonetheless, it was all worth it. In this moment, with your brother publicly beaten to such a degree, would you not intervene? If you do, I assure you, the consequences for you will be far graver than for Ning Fei. If you refrain from intervening and merely watch as your brother is vanquished, will your future cultivation be unimpeded? Do not think that abstaining from claiming contribution points allows you to remain uninvolved. This is a blatant power play. Even for the sake of maintaining your composure in future cultivations, you must act. Indeed, events unfolded as Qin Feng anticipated. Suddenly, Qin Shi cried out in anguish. My brother has already contributed. Why do you seniors persist in your aggression? If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. At this proclamation, Qin Feng chuckled, and the surrounding seniors joined in laughter. Qin Shi too found amusement in the unfolding drama. Chapter 58. Are you challenging the Second Academy's senior students with 3 spirit beasts? To be honest, Qin Shi never anticipated that Qin Feng and Ning Fei would reach such a level of confrontation. Initially, he envisioned merely giving Ning Fei a taste of hardship, and subsequently reaping the rewards from the seniors. However, the outcome now proved to be advantageous, as he could at least stand firm on the grounds of righteousness. Pointing at the bloodied and unconscious Ning Fei, Qin Shi bellowed at the surrounding seniors, "Come on, continue to strike. If you have the prowess, kill Ning Fei right before my eyes. Go ahead." The seniors exchanged glances, feeling an odd discomfort at his words. Yet, they dismissed it, attributing it to Qin Shi's frenzied state. What's wrong? Are you all afraid? Turned into cowards? Qin Shi sneered contemptuously. My brother lies here at your mercy. Should he utter a sound, it would mean our defeat. Feeling unsatisfied, Qin Shi spat vehemently. You bunch of seniors are nothing but a pack of cowards. I stand here, yet none of you dare to lay a finger on me. At this, Mingyu could no longer suppress her disdain and rolled her eyes. Thinking to herself, Qin Shi remains as shameless as ever. While others might not understand, she was well aware of the truth. When the Ning family pursued Qin Shi, it was their Tianji Academy that had intervened to shield him. The enmity between Qin Shi and the Ning family was profound and unending. Now, waving the banner of brotherhood, he resorted to underhanded tactics. That's enough. Qin Shi, a hot-tempered senior retorted, unable to endure any longer. Accustomed to being pampered as a favored child of destiny, he had never faced such humiliation before. Without hesitation, he raised his fist, determined to strike, believing he could pummel Qin Shi's brother before his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was halted by Wang Yuan, who looked at Qin Shi with confusion. Qin Shi, what exactly are you plotting? Just be straightforward, and we shall respond accordingly. Internally, Qin Shi sighed, realizing that with Ning Fei's current injuries, a single blow could very well extinguish his life. Alas, there were too many rational individuals, especially Wang Yuan, who was beginning to doubt himself. Let's follow the rules, Qin Shi said slowly. If you choose to assault my brother, I will demand contribution points from you seniors, invoking my status as a freshman. As soon as Qin Shi's words fell, a chorus of astonished murmurs erupted around him. Are you, a mere Nirvana realm freshman, attempting to defy over 100 seniors? Moreover, among these seniors, there are several who have already entered the soul realm. With such a stark disparity in power, your audacious claims are truly laughable. Just then, a crimson-capped snow sparrow descended from the heavens, alighting upon Qin Shi's shoulder. At the entrance of the plaza, a luminous stone monkey wielding a hefty club rode upon a cerulean spiritual beast, advancing slowly, while a majestic Qing Peng bird circled above the sky. Oh, I expected Qin Shi to possess some remarkable abilities. Who would have thought it would come to this? He chuckled, thinking that merely summoning a few spirit beasts could allow him to contend with us? How naive of Qin Shi! Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the spirit beasts, the senior students could not help but scoff. Yet, their disdain was not entirely unwarranted. After all, at first glance, the aura emanating from these beasts was utterly unremarkable. This situation could be attributed to one of two possibilities. Either their spiritual power was indeed mundane, or they had attained a profound mastery of spiritual energy restraint. However, if it were the latter, it would be exceedingly terrifying, implying that these spirit beasts were at least of the level of the myriad phenomena realm or even the monarch realm. Yet, do you truly believe that this mere freshman, Qin Shi, possesses the capability to summon such formidable spirit beasts? Thus, the answer must be the first possibility. At the opposite end of the square, the deans from the 3 academies were making their way toward the new students' square. Teacher Shin, one remarked, by my calculations, the competition between the newcomers and seniors should have concluded by now. Teacher Yu spoke first, his gaze lightly sweeping ahead. How many new students does your Huachang Academy intend to recruit this year? Aside from the Tianji Academy, the other 3 academies typically communicated beforehand during recruitment to maximize their resources for nurturing new students. In the past, Huachang Academy was often overlooked, but this year was different. A single Qin Shi had elevated Huachang Academy's reputation, and it was rumored that many new students were eager to join. We are not recruiting any, Teacher Shin replied with a subtle smile. With Qin Shi, Huachang Academy is already sufficient. Oh, Teacher Yu raised an eyebrow. It appears that Teacher Shun has high hopes for Qin Shi, intending to suppress our 3 academies with his singular strength? Why not? Shin Qiuyue replied confidently. In the past, Ling Huang dominated the 4 academies and stood unrivaled. Now, Qin Shi harnesses the spiritual energy of all 4 valleys. Tell me, why should I lack confidence? Upon hearing this, Teacher Yu could not help but snort derisively. The appropriation of the 4 valley spiritual energy not only embarrassed the 3 academies but also dealt a significant blow to his Dikuan Academy. It is worth noting that the 9th-ranked Yin Feng hailed from his Dikuan Academy. Without Qin Shi, the resources of the Zaidangshan would have belonged to Dikuan Academy. This Qin Shi possesses some talent. However, his temperament is still lacking considerably. It is unlikely he will reach the heights of Ling Huang. Teacher Yu remarked softly, shaking his head slightly. Teacher Shin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I just received a message from Wang Yuan. Teacher Yu replied. Qin Shi, for the sake of a newcomer, dares to challenge the entire senior cohort. Beside him, Teacher Yu added, indeed. He seems to have summoned a few spirit beasts from who knows where, attempting to confront the seniors of the 2nd Academy. Teacher Shun, my disciples have been rather reckless. If they were to cause any injuries, I hope you will not take offense, Teacher Yu said with a grin, unable to stifle a laugh. After losing the 4 valley spiritual energy, he had not missed the opportunity to instigate his disciples, who were now brimming with pent-up frustration. Hearing this, Shin Qiuyue's expression changed drastically as realization dawned upon her. Indeed, Qin Shi is not only the head of the institute, but also a newcomer this year. With this, the senior students of the 2nd Institute can easily target Qin Shi. Contemplating this, Master Shin could not help but erupt in a fit of anger. You 2 scoundrels. It seems you have long since made up your minds to seek revenge today." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Qin Shi vanished from the spot. Ha ha. Observing the flustered Qin Shi, Master Yu could not contain his laughter, and the frustrations of recent days dissipated entirely. "You sure we should hasten our pace? Otherwise, we shall miss out on much of the fun," Master Yu remarked, still chuckling as he turned to Yu Sure. "Let us go," Yu Sure replied. "It is certainly beneficial to refine oneself against a talent like Qin Shi." "Indeed," Master Yu nodded, "and as for her, Qin Shi, does she think she can suppress the 3 institutes alone? What a dream." In an instant, the 2 figures flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 59. Are you out of your mind? This is a king-class spirit beast. When Qin Shi arrived in a state of acute anxiety, the sight before her left her and the subsequent arrivals, Yu Sure, utterly astonished. The senior students of the second academy were lined up, each one dejectedly handing over their jade tokens. Their faces were devoid of color, their eyes filled with panic and terror, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, clearly shaken by an overwhelming fright. Just moments ago, the crimson-crested snow sparrow let out a piercing cry, and in an instant, visible ripples of spiritual energy spread outward, warping the very fabric of space as they passed. Following this, the magical energy circulating within the senior students experienced a violent upheaval, leaving their breaths chaotic and many of them groaning in agony as they spat out blood, their complexions turning ashen. With just a singular cry, it had scattered our vitality and magical power. If it wished to slay us, it would only take a mere thought. Wang Yuan felt a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head, a shiver racing down his spine as he exclaimed loudly, This spirit beast is highly likely to be a king." Qin Feng's face was as pale as death, his expression one of utter disbelief. "This is madness. To invite a king to oversee a competition? No, not just one, but 3 kings." At that moment, all the senior students collectively broke down. Meng Yu felt a jolt of fear surge through her heart, her eyes flashing with horror. She had surmised that Qin Shi possessed certain capabilities, but she never anticipated they would be so terrifying. Perhaps emboldened by the assumption that the spirit beast would not resort to killing, a senior student attempted to flee, yet was met with the spirit Ming stone monkey, which swung its staff. Nearly the force of the airwaves sent that student flying several meters away. "Listen up." The spirit Ming stone monkey hoisted its staff onto its shoulder and bellowed, "Qin Shi is my elder brother. If you bully my brother, you are bullying us." The ferocity in the monkey's eyes was palpable. "I am unfamiliar with the rules of your academy. All I know is that anyone who dares to harm my brother shall face me." Lingxi echoed in agreement, "Yes, let us get him." Though the crimson-crested snow sparrow remained silent, its icy gaze spoke volumes. "We are all disciples of the academy. We hold Qin Gu in high regard. How could we possibly insult him?" A senior student quickly interjected, "It's all a misunderstanding." After speaking, this student handed the seized jade token to Qin Shi, saying, "Qin Gu, please keep this safe." With one token submitted, there soon followed many more. In no time, hundreds of senior students formed a line, each presenting their ill-gotten jade tokens. Qin Feng passed his token forward, still reeling from shock. How did you manage this?" His voice rasped. "That is a king-level spirit beast. If it were said that Qin Shi had some form of transaction with the beast, it would be one thing. But Qin Shi had directly taken it as a subordinate." Qin Feng felt as if he were on the brink of madness. How could such a reality, which so utterly overturned his understanding, possibly exist? "Let it go, Qin brother." Wang Yuan, standing behind him, sighed in resignation, acknowledging the astonishing means at play, and conceded that they were no match for it. Wang Yuan bowed respectfully, slowly uttering, "In the time of Qin, I have committed many offenses. Wang Yuan, concede." This declaration of submission left the surrounding senior students momentarily speechless. As a representative among the seniors, Wang Yuan was inherently proud and had never before bowed his head in defeat. This was not merely a trivial contest of skills, but a genuine acknowledgement of one's opponent's superiority, a rarity within the confines of this academy. "Brother Wang Yuan, from now on, we shall be friends," Qin Shi remarked softly. "There is no need for such formality. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, we are all friends," Wang Yuan quickly replied, fully understanding Qin Shi's implication. "Qin Shi," Qin Feng interjected, "I concede that I cannot surpass you, but I shall not submit to you. I do not believe you can pass Brother Yanfeng's trial." Qin Feng's voice gradually rose in intensity. "The comprehension of martial arts cannot be overcome by external forces. I await Brother Yanfeng to trample you beneath his feet." Qin Shi merely smiled, offering no response. Yin Feng? Trying to use martial arts to choke oneself? He mused. Soon, the jade tablet was retrieved. With a flourish of his hand, Qin Shi absorbed the contribution points into his identity jade tablet. As his magical energy flowed, the information within the jade tablet became evident. Name, Qin Shi. Identity, new head of Huangshan Academy. Contribution points, 250,000. Gasped. Even with prior preparation, Qin Shi could not help but inhale sharply. 250,000. An ordinary disciple would struggle to accumulate such wealth in 3 years. He had truly struck it rich. While Qin Shi reveled in his fortune outside the square, Qin Shi and the others were already in a state of shock. The little green mountain spirit beast, a student of Senior Yuan. Yu Shi stammered in astonishment. When did Qin Shi become associated with Senior Yuan and take one of his students as a subordinate? Yu, how did your disciple achieve this? Yu Shi inquired, bewildered. I have no idea. Yu shook her head, equally perplexed. However, a smile soon blossomed on her face. I say, my friends, weren't we headed to the square? Why have we stopped here? Shall we not proceed? Yu Shi and Yu Shi's expressions darkened, falling into a heavy silence. The slap of reality had come swiftly. Just moments ago, they had claimed that Qin Shi, relying on a few spirit beasts, could not contend with the senior students of the Second Academy. And yet, look what had transpired. With just these few spirit beasts, the seniors had bowed in submission, and Wang Yuan had been thoroughly defeated. As for whether Qin Shi's reliance on external forces violated any rules, setting aside that he was a student of Senior Yuan, the Academy's regulations themselves stated that external forces are indeed considered a part of one's inherent strength. They had no grounds for intervention. After all, if one possessed the capability, they too could summon a few spirit beasts to contend with. This was akin to the past when disciples of Huangshan Academy faced joint opposition from the Second Academy, where they were outnumbered tenfold. Under such unfair oppression, you could only watch helplessly, for this world is devoid of absolute fairness. Sighing, Yu remarked, when I arrived. I seemed to hear someone behind me laughing heartily. You sure? What were you laughing about just now? Care to share? Yu's lips twitched, and his weathered face burned with pain. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed. Yu also awkwardly touched his nose, calling out, Old Yu, wait for me. Behind them, Yu's laughter rang out like silver bells. It was not until the two figures had vanished from sight that Yue gradually subdued her mirth. Her gaze settling on Qin Shi in the distance, her expression still bearing an unmistakable tremor of excitement. What an extraordinary lad. How did you manage this? The surprises you bring me only grow more profound. Yue felt a deep sense of gratitude, reflecting that perhaps her greatest fortune lay in secretly following the decree of destiny to find him. Yue departed without revealing herself. After collecting the contribution points, Qin Shi waved his hand, signaling that everyone could leave. Observant upperclassmen, noticing the gravely injured Ning Fei on the ground, intended to take him back to the alchemy room for treatment, but were halted by a mere glance from Qin Shi. My brother isn't going anywhere. He remains here. Qin Shi exclaimed with fury. This is the evidence of your bullying. I dare anyone to destroy it. Indeed, the upperclassmen nodded repeatedly, retreating from the square. Following them, the freshmen also began to leave one by one. Ling Huang, curled up in a corner, rose and looked at Qin Shi, her eyes now devoid of jealousy, replaced instead by a deep-seated fear. I thought earning the respect of the upperclassmen was your limit. I never anticipated. Ling Huang's delicate form trembled slightly. Regret washed over her. She lamented not having properly apologized to Qin Shi moments ago. If only, she mused, if I had not been so proud but had sincerely apologized, perhaps Qin Shi would have forgiven me. With Qin Shi's protection, Ling Huang, would surely soar within the academy. I deeply regret it. Before long, Qin Shi and his companions also departed, leaving the square desolate, with only the gravely injured and unconscious Ning Fei remaining. The autumn wind blew, adding a touch of melancholy to the atmosphere. Brother, I truly want to eliminate Ning Fei, exclaimed the Qi Tianping. I understand. I wish to as well. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Qin Shi's eyes, yet he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. It would not be worth sacrificing the lives of both brothers for Ning Fei. Understood, brother, the Qin Tianping murmured. After bidding farewell to the chiding Xueque and Lingxi, Qin Shi opted to return to the small cave heaven to continue his training, while the Qi Tianping followed to Xiaqingshan to learn the method of bloodline purification from the spirit beasts. Was the communication stone vibrated? It was a message from Yue. Tomorrow, Head to the transmission pavilion. Yin Feng will impart new techniques to the freshmen. Also, the transmission paused momentarily. Then it continued. Additionally, you performed admirably today. I was quite pleased. Qin Shi, taken aback for a moment, eventually replied, his face flushed. Understood, Master Shin. The fact that Shin Master could express such sentiments indicated that the mentors were already aware of today's events. It also signified that the contribution points he had acquired were securely in his possession. Thus, what lay ahead? Qin Shi's gaze sharpened, and he thought of Yin Feng. Chapter 60, The Transmission Hall, A Clash of Resolve. Qin Shi focused his mind, embarking on his cultivation journey. The heaven-replenishing pearl rested in his palm, and the recently restored spiritual energy within the small cave swiftly surged toward him, forming a vortex of energy around his being. With a thought, Qin Shi executed the clear wind eye technique, a secret method of eye enhancement bestowed by Jiang Minghua. He sought to ascertain whether the heaven-replenishing pearl could enhance his cultivation. The mysterious power within the pearl flowed into his eyes, and through the refinement of the secret technique, Qin Shi perceived the continuous amplification of his ocular strength, surpassing the speed of mere spiritual energy cultivation by more than tenfold. He believed that he would soon attain the first layer of the eye technique, the martial Dao heavenly eye. The following day, after a night of rigorous cultivation, Qin Shi rose and made his way to the transmission pavilion. Greetings, Brother Qin. Along the way, numerous freshmen and seniors spotted Qin Shi from a distance, their faces adorned with expressions of respect as they bowed. Clearly, news of Qin Shi summoning a king-level being had spread throughout the academy. Qin Shi maintained a serene demeanor, smiling in response. We are all disciples of the academy. There is no need for such formality. At that moment, a thunderous shout pierced the air. Qin Shi. The crowd turned to see Ning Fei, his complexion ashen, staggering toward them with the aid of a cane, limping heavily. His gaze was fixed on Qin Shi, as if flames of fury could erupt from his eyes. Qin Shi. Ning Fei bellowed again, suppressing his discomfort as he hurried over. You despicable wretch. Last night, he had awakened from a stupor, frozen and alone in the freshman square, teetering on the brink of death. It was no exaggeration. Had he not carried a life-preserving golden pill with him, he might have perished. Ning Fei was no fool. In the midst of the competition, he had lacked the time to ponder, but now, upon reflection, everything revealed itself as a conspiracy. After conducting his inquiries, he unraveled the truth. It was Qin Shi who had offended the seniors of the Third Academy and subsequently feigned camaraderie with him, redirecting their animosity onto himself. This led to not only a beating, but also a humiliating experience. Ultimately, he was forced to resort to secret techniques, which left him with severe aftereffects. And in a near-death situation, he had to squander a precious life-saving pill. As he comprehended the entire situation, the pent-up frustration and fury within Ning Fei brewed intensely. He longed to consume Qin Shi alive. Ning, brother, what troubles you? Qin Shi feigned innocence. Why such ire this early in the morning? Who has provoked you? Through gritted teeth, Ning Fei retorted, do not act coy with me. Listen well, Qin Shi. We have never been brothers, so cease your pretense of closeness. Oh, I thought it was something significant, Qin Shi replied, bemused as he gazed at Ning Fei. Let us just clarify our relationship. No problem. You are you, and I am I. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei instinctively inquired, really? Huh, do you think I, Qin Shi, am someone who clings to such trivial ties? Qin Shi scoffed, his words laced with disdain. You come to my doorstep, and you believe I would shamelessly pursue this relationship? Having spoken, he turned swiftly and elegantly, leaving Ning Fei, who was left in a state of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that Qin Shi would acquiesce so decisively. This was rather uncharacteristic of him. After all, he had heard that Qin Shi had offended Yin Feng, the ninth on the heavenly ranking, and it was Yin Feng who was to impart teachings to them. Would Qin Shi truly forego this opportunity to entrap himself? It seemed unlikely. Yet, his previous demeanor did not suggest insincerity. The transmission pavilion was grandiose, its towering structure emanating an air of antiquity and mystery. Inside the pavilion, the most striking feature was a towering Dao stele, as tall as a person, standing prominently in the center, around which a number of new students had already gathered. Ling Huang was among them. Upon seeing Qin Shi, her eyes sparkled, and her lips moved as if to speak. However, in the next moment, she was met with Qin Shi's cold gaze, which silenced her. Soon, the new students arrived in a steady stream. Then, from outside the hall, a wave of intense heat rushed in, compelling everyone to turn their attention. They beheld a man with fiery red hair striding slowly into the pavilion. His gaze was sharp as lightning, swiftly scanning the crowd before finally alighting upon Qin Shi. a glint of hostility flashing in his eyes. "I am Yin Feng," announced the man with the crimson hair, extending a finger towards the Dao steel before him. "Within this steel lies the Academy's supreme skill, Qing Tian Zhao Hua Gong. Your purpose today is to receive the inheritance of this technique. However, only the first 3 levels will be released at this stage. Further study of the techniques will require you to exchange contribution points. Yet, the Dao cannot be imparted lightly. If left to your own devices, it may take you a year or 2 to even grasp the basics. To expedite the process, the Academy has dispatched me to convey its teachings." Among the crowd, a few astute new students quickly grasped the situation and promptly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yin, for imparting the teachings." "There is no need to rush your thanks," Yin Feng replied, tilting his head slightly with an air of arrogance. "The higher your proficiency with the techniques, the more contribution points the Academy grants me." However, at this juncture, Yin Feng's gaze fixated intently on Qin Shi, his animosity becoming increasingly palpable. "Among you, there exists one whom I hold in great disdain. Therefore, in comparison, the paltry contribution points offered by the Academy are of little consequence to me. Wouldn't you agree, Qin Shi?" Yin Feng's voice erupted like thunder within the transmission pavilion, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling silence. "Oh, what does Senior Brother Yin wish to do?" Qin Shi inquired, taking a deep breath. "I am not one for beating around the bush," Yin Feng retorted with a cold snort. "To be clear, I will not impart my techniques to you. If you have the capability, you may comprehend them on your own." His words did not provoke much of a stir, for it was well known that Qin Shi's rising prominence had already clashed with Yin Feng's status. The distinction lay in how Qin Shi would negotiate Yin Feng's forgiveness. Would he resort to apologies, offer the small cave heaven, or present treasures as reparations? All were possibilities. As for whether he would confront Yin Feng head-on, the older students had long reached a consensus. If Qin Shi chose to stand firm, it would spell his doom. The art of creation bestowed by the heavens is, indeed, derived from the imperial scripture, the great way of creation. No matter how gifted one may be, without proper instruction, reliance solely on personal comprehension will require a year to merely commence. Should you fail to grasp the fundamentals, the subsequent divine abilities and secret techniques of the Academy will remain beyond your reach. At that juncture, your opportunity will be irrevocably lost. The technique has been unleashed. It is now a matter of how you, in your time, shall respond to it. Chapter 61. The Gamble. Ning Fei's Fury. "What did you say?" Qin Shi's expression changed abruptly as he questioned loudly. "The Academy has bestowed upon you such a significant position to impart teachings, and you dare to use it to suppress me? This is utterly unjust. I refuse to accept this." Qin Shi argued, his face flushed with indignation. Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a dismissive glance at Qin Shi. He had initially presumed that someone who could create such a commotion would possess a degree of cunning. But it appeared he was mistaken. After all this time at the Academy, has he not yet realized that unfairness is a commonplace occurrence here? "I once offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it." Yin Feng sneered. "Even if you summon Master Shin today, I will not impart my teachings to you." "You." Qin Shi's finger trembled as he pointed at Yin Feng. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a disdainful tone. "Is it merely a matter of a singular technique? I refuse to believe that I cannot comprehend without your guidance." With that, Qin Shi provocatively stared at Yin Feng, declaring, "Not only will I grasp it, but I shall also surpass every other newcomer here. I will prove to everyone that your influence on me is inconsequential." "Ah, you overestimate yourself," Yin Feng muttered to himself, losing interest in Qin Shi. An individual who was solely arrogant, devoid of depth, could not amount to anything significant, let alone be his rival. In due time, Qin Shi would come to understand that he was merely a foolish jester. Overestimate myself? Qin Shi clenched his fists in fury. "Yin Feng, do you dare to wager with me? Let us see if I am indeed the fastest among the newcomers in comprehending the techniques. If I lose, I shall forfeit the 250,000 contribution points I earned yesterday. If you lose, you will relinquish the same amount to me. Do you accept?" Upon witnessing Qin Shi's fury, a smirk curled at the corners of Yin Feng's mouth. The world spoke of Qin Shi's remarkable prowess, yet having interacted with him today, Yin Feng discerned that he was merely a faade. Since he was so eager to offer up contribution points, why should he refuse? "You wish to gamble? Very well. I accept," Yin Feng replied nonchalantly. At these words, a flicker of barely perceptible joy flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. The bait had been taken. Without guidance, the celestial transformation technique was but a convoluted and obscure script. These symbols bore no conventional meaning. They encapsulated a certain essence of the universe that could only be assimilated through understanding. Only then could one absorb spiritual energy and unlock the divine treasures within the human body. With one hand holding the identity jade plaque and the other touching the enlightenment stone tablet, a fleeting dark light shimmered across the tablet. Upon confirming Qin Shi's identity, it imparted a spark of spiritual light into his mind. Mysterious symbols unfurled within his consciousness, akin to fallen stars cascading into the ocean of his awareness, lying dormant. Of course, had Yin Feng conveyed his insights through the enlightenment tablet, these symbols would have been imbued with Yin Feng's own understanding of the technique. Though ultimately only a fraction of the insights can be fully grasped, for a newcomer, this is sufficient to save several years of time. After receiving the teachings, each newcomer is allotted 10 days to absorb and comprehend the knowledge. Upon witnessing Qin Shi conclude the transmission of the martial arts information, Yin Feng, with an impassive demeanor, declared, "We shall set 10 days as the limit. After this period, we will gather here to contest our understanding of the techniques." Very well, Qin Shi nodded in agreement. He then took a deep breath and stated, "I am not brothers with Ning Fei." Eh? Yin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What do you mean?" "I mean, although I expended great effort yesterday to summon 3 spiritual beasts on Ning Fei's behalf," Qin Shi explained, "he is not my brother. There is no bond between us." After uttering this, Qin Shi reiterated, "Our grievances are between us alone. Do not involve Ning Fei, he is innocent." In truth, from the moment Qin Shi uttered his first words, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped Ning Fei's heart. An overwhelming premonition of unease surged within him. As anticipated, Qin Shi began to act inappropriately once more. Particularly, the emphasis on our grievances and the insistence to spare Ning Fei only confirmed Ning Fei's fears. He had once again fallen into Qin Shi's trap. "Qin Shi, you despicable wretch, may you meet a terrible fate," Ning Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, raising his cane, ready to charge at Qin Shi. Yet, he was restrained by a fellow newcomer beside him. "Enough, Ning Fei. One must know their place. Brother Qin has already gone to such lengths for you. What more do you seek?" "No, I have no connection with Qin Shi. We are adversaries." Ning Fei shouted hoarsely, "Do not trust him. He is a deceitful scoundrel." However, he was met with disdainful and contemptuous gazes from the crowd. "Last night, Brother Qin protected you so fiercely, even at an unimaginable cost. Just to give you a sense of relief, you not only failed to express gratitude but also slander him. Bah, what a worthless creature. I cannot believe I once admired him. I never expected such a character." The murmurs of the crowd rose and fell, each word stoking the flames of Ning Fei's indignation. "No, I did not." Ning Fei trembled with rage, his face alternating between shades of green and white. After the crowd's remarks, Yin Feng finally grasped the situation. His sharp gaze scrutinized Ning Fei, and after a moment, he coldly remarked, "Ning Fei, it is said you are the top newcomer of this cohort, surely possessing remarkable insight. If so, then you should comprehend this on your own." "No, senior brother Yin, I truly have no connection with Qin Shi. We are not brothers." Ning Fei began to feel a sense of despair. "Listen," Yin Feng replied impatiently, "I do not harbor affection for Qin Shi, yet I detest individuals like you even more. If you are not brothers with Qin Shi, then why did you refer to him as such last night? Did you covet his status as the head of Huang Chuang Academy? And now, having learned of his grievances with me, you hastily seek to distance yourself?" Yin Feng cast a disdainful glance at Ning Fei and said, "You may take the previous cultivation method and comprehend it on your own." After uttering these words, he turned his attention away from Ning Fei, directing the numerous new students to line up for the transmission of teachings. Damn it! Ning Fei gritted his teeth in silent resentment. In the next moment, his frail body could no longer withstand the surge of emotions, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His crimson eyes fixated intensely on Qin Shi, who was leaving the great hall with a wave of his hand. As a direct descendant of the Ning family, the absence of the heavenly cultivation inheritance was not a hindrance. He could easily turn to the secret arts and divine abilities of his clan. However, his purpose for this journey was twofold: to reclaim the and to seize an opportunity within the academy. Attaining this opportunity necessitated mastering the Qing Tian Zhao Hua Gong. The transmission of teachings from the Enlightenment Monument was not slow. As the new students departed one by one, news of the events in the transmission hall spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Qin Shi had clashed with Yin Feng, and the stakes of their wager had reached an astounding 250,000 contribution points. This Qin Shi was utterly overestimating his own capabilities, without the aid of teachings. Comprehending the fundamentals within 10 days was simply impossible. Impulsiveness had ultimately led to his downfall, Not only had it hindered his progress in cultivation, but he had also lost 250,000 contribution points. Many students began to discuss the matter, but the prevailing sentiment was unanimous. Qin Shi could never succeed in grasping the heavenly cultivation method. In response, Qin Shi remained unfazed, continuing his meditation within the confines of the small cave. Until the following day. "Junior brother Qin, are you there?" came a clear, melodious voice from outside the cave. "Chapter 62 did I just teach you, and you have already mastered the technique? Junior brother Qin, I have heard about your duel with Ling Huang. You were far too impulsive." Meng Yu hurriedly entered the small cave, her anxious tone echoing from a distance. The Qitian Zhao Hua Gong derives from the imperial scriptures. Its profundity and obscurity are beyond imagination. You wish to comprehend it in just 10 days while vying for the top of your class? That is nothing short of a pipe dream. Meng's senior sister, Qin Shi, was about to offer a defense, but was interrupted by Meng Yu's sigh. "Enough. I will share my insights on the heavenly art with you. Though articulating such profound concepts is challenging, I can only strive to convey them, hoping it will be of some assistance." Seeing Meng Yu's earnest demeanor, a warm sensation surged within Qin Shi's heart. It was his first experience of such pure concern and care from a fellow disciple. "The situation is dire, and yet you remain so dazed." Meng Yu glared at him, annoyance evident in her voice. "To assist you, I have even set aside an exceedingly important task at the academy, and you appear so nonchalant." With that, Meng Yu seated herself on the training platform, her long, delicate legs casually dangling over the edge. She gestured for Qin Shi to join her. Ahem. Qin Shi cleared his throat, his gaze awkwardly shifting elsewhere. Before he spoke, "Meng's senior sister, there is no need. I have already completed the first 3 levels of the Qingtian Zhao Hua Gong. No need. How could you?" Meng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She was about to reprimand him, but suddenly realized the implications of his words. "What did you just say? You have already completed your training?" Qin Shi offered no further explanation. He allowed his aura to circulate, and the technique began to flow through him. In an instant, a beam of azure light erupted from his form, its clarity revealing an ethereal rhythm within. In essence, the Qitian Zhao Hua Gong is a simplified version of the Dao Zhao Hua Ju. Merely casting a glance was sufficient for him to grasp the underlying principles. At the moment the azure light manifested, Meng Yu stood frozen in astonishment, her lips parted in disbelief. This azure light. This is a manifestation of having entered the heavenly art. No. Meng Yu's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "You only just received the heavenly art. How could you have mastered it so swiftly?" "Indeed, how did I manage that?" Qin Shi scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. "I just practiced and suddenly could do it. Perhaps the heavenly art itself is not as difficult as you claim." Qin Shi was not attempting to boast. He was merely aware that the great wilderness divine palace held significant implications, and thus could not reveal his true capabilities, attributing it instead to his own comprehension. The reason Shen Xiaoyue was unperturbed by Yin Feng's potential threat to Qin Shi was that she had witnessed his extraordinary understanding. She believed that even without formal instruction, he could grasp the fundamentals in a short time. Meng Yu fell silent. Where did such an anomaly arise? She knew well the challenges of the heavenly art. Even if Qin Shi had not received formal instruction, achieving such understanding in this short a span would leave everyone astounded. With a faint smile, Meng Yu's lips curled slightly upward as she addressed her junior, Qin. "I have matters to attend to, so I won't intrude any longer." "Wait. Sister Meng," Qin interjected. "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall remember your concern. There is one more thing," he continued, "concerning the entirety of the Qingtian Zhao Hua Gong's techniques. I trust you have acquired them. Might you share them with me?" Meng Yu began to respond, but then paused as if a realization struck her. She gently pressed her long, fair fingers against her smooth forehead, letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well. I shall share it with you." Taking a deep breath, Meng Yu endeavored to calm the lingering tremors within her heart and articulated the subsequent principles of the technique in the simplest of terms. Beyond her own insufficient cultivation preventing her from fully conveying the essence, she was primarily curious to see if Qin could advance his practice solely based on her words. After all, she remained skeptical that anyone could truly grasp such celestial techniques in this manner. If that were the case, wouldn't celestial scriptures be abundant everywhere? However, Meng Yu soon fell silent. Can you believe it? As the azure light above Qin's head surged higher, striking the heavens, he also articulated the perplexities he had encountered during his recent training. With a deft flick of his finger, a glimmer of spiritual light emerged, imbued with profound meaning. and penetrated Meng Yu's brow. In that moment, the previously daunting concepts that had eluded her suddenly became strikingly clear. "Sister Meng, have you comprehended it?" Qin asked softly. Meng Yu stared at him, her nose tinged with a hint of moisture, on the verge of tears. She had come to assist Qin in grasping the celestial techniques. Yet here he was, inadvertently aiding her in resolving her own dilemmas. Can you believe it? That glimmer of spiritual light, enveloped with profound meaning, indicated that Qin's understanding of the Qing Tianzhao Hua Gong had reached an astonishing level, enabling him to grasp the celestial techniques without the aid of the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Yet, the insights he was now conveying were those she had just imparted to him. Pouting in silence, Meng Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She truly wished to depart from this place, as it was too disheartening. Unconsciously rising to leave, her swaying figure appeared somewhat disheveled, and due to the magnitude of her movements, her skirt fluttered, revealing a glimpse of skin as pale as snow, unbeknownst to her. "Sister Meng, should you have any further inquiries regarding the techniques, do not hesitate to ask me," Qin said earnestly. "Junior brother Qin," Meng Yu sniffled, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I appreciate your clarifications today, but perhaps next time, refrain from doing so in person. Your words strike me too deeply, and my resolve wavers." Qin. Afterward, Meng Yu retrieved the communication stone. "Brother Tai, I have completed my tasks here. I can join you in the Blood Demon Cave to fulfill our mission." "The Blood Demon Cave?" Qin's thought stirred, and he promptly inquired, "Sister Meng, is that the territory of the Blood Demon Ancestor?" In the past, after Zhang Tiandao vanquished the Blood Demon Ancestor, he had acquired a considerable amount of spiritual stones from the latter, along with valuable formations, alchemical texts, and most importantly, a blood-colored token of uncertain purpose. However, being closely kept by the Blood Demon Ancestor suggested significant value. Indeed, Meng Yu slightly nodded, her hair swaying gently. "Does junior brother Qin also know of the Blood Demon Cavern?" Subsequently, Meng Yu recounted the pertinent details regarding the tasks associated with the Blood Demon Cavern. Recently, the forces under the auspices of the Academy of Creation had faced frequent incursions by blood slaves in their cities. Consequently, the Celestial Calculus Institute employed divination techniques and discovered that the guiding star of the Blood Demon Ancestor had fallen. He had long since perished. This likely accounted for the escape of certain blood slaves from the Blood Demon Cavern, stirring chaos in the world. Therefore, to eliminate future threats, the Academy announced a bounty task to cleanse the Blood Demon Cavern, and Meng Yu was one of the team members assigned to this endeavor. Qin Shi inquired, "Sister Meng, may I accompany you on this mission?" "Accompany me?" A look of hesitation crossed Meng Yu's face as she gently bit her lip. "Junior brother Qin, even though the Blood Demon Ancestor is deceased, the dangers of the Blood Demon Cavern should not be underestimated. Those blood slaves, refined for centuries, possess the strength of the Soul Realm, while you. The minimum cultivation requirement for this task is the Soul Realm, and you, Qin Shi, are merely at the Nirvana Realm. The disparity is indeed vast. Sister Meng, I have acquired some insights into formations. My presence may yield unexpected benefits," Qin Shi stated confidently. "The task's lead is Brother Tiegu, who ranks 6th on the heavenly list," Meng Yu replied. "I can only do my utmost to advocate for you. But whether you can join the task force ultimately rests with Brother Tiegu." "Understood," Qin Shi nodded emphatically. Chapter 63, The Resurgence of Ling Huang. As Qin Shi journeyed toward the mission hall, he turned to Meng Yu and said, "Sister Meng, you may proceed. I have a few matters to attend to and will join you shortly." Meng Yu slightly parted her crimson lips and nodded in agreement, adding, "That is fine. I shall first speak with Brother Taigyu." After Meng Yu departed, Qin Shi's expression turned serious as he swiftly veered into a secluded corner. There, he found a new student clad in gray attire, awaiting his arrival. The young man's face was lean, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. "Qin Ge, you're here." Upon seeing Qin Shi, the student hastened forward and whispered, "Since Ning Fei was denied the opportunity to impart teachings, he has returned in a fury. Not only did he wreak havoc in the new student dormitory, but he also berated you for a full 3 hours. It was only when the enforcement team arrived that he finally quieted down." "Indeed," Qin Shi replied nonchalantly, reminding him, "Ning Fei possesses a proud disposition. He is now facing considerable setbacks and isolation. I require you to extend him the utmost care and affection. This will surely win his approval." "I understand, Qin Ge." The new student nodded vigorously. "I shall report every action of Ning Fei's to you from now on. Some matters need not be articulated explicitly. Those who comprehend will naturally grasp the nuances." Qin Shi nodded, recognizing the young man as Lu Tan, who had sought him out following the conclusion of the competition last night. Although Lu Tan's talents were not particularly exceptional among the new students, his astuteness allowed him to discern the intricate dynamics between Qin Shi and Ning Fei. Here are 3,000 contribution points. Use them wisely and avoid drawing attention. Qin Shi instructed, transferring the contribution points from his identity jade token to Lu Tan's. Thank you, Qin Gil. Lu Tan's eyes widened in astonishment and elation. Initially, he had only sought to exchange for some benefits, never expecting Qin Shi to be so generous. 3,000 contribution points could procure a wealth of resources within the academy. Strive to delve into Ning Fei's heart, if you can uncover any valuable intelligence. Qin Shi patted Lu Tan's shoulder. Then it will not merely be this amount of contribution points. Yes, Qin Gu. Lu Tan leaned forward, slightly overwhelmed, and replied, I shall not disappoint your expectations. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, we shall not meet. Use the communication stone to stay in touch. With that, Qin Shi turned and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing around the corner. Although uncertain whether this pawn would prove effective, it was essential to place the pieces on the board, especially considering the enmity between himself and the Ning family. The manner in which Ning Fei would confront him upon his arrival remained shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Ling Huang re-entered the hall of transmission. Inside, a fiery figure stood resolutely, Yin Feng. Ling Huang inquired softly, Brother Yin, did you summon me? Yin Feng turned, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Ling Huang. He asked, how has your understanding of heavenly skills progressed? Ling Huang lowered her head slightly. The profundity of heavenly skills is beyond imagination. Even with your guidance, Brother Yin, I have merely grasped the surface. Having spoken, she gently raised her delicate hand, and the tips of her fingers shimmered with a fleeting azure light, vanishing in an instant. Indeed, achieving such progress is no small feat. She is truly deserving of her position as the second-ranked prodigy on the freshman list. A fleeting glimmer of admiration flickered in Yin Feng's eyes. Ling Huang's perceptiveness and innate talent for cultivation are exceedingly rare, even within the prestigious Academy of Fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Feng mused. Regardless of whether it pertains to the spiritual energy of the four courtyards or the beings of royal descent, it is evident that Qin Shi is a person of considerable depth. Tell me, why would he choose to engage in a wager with me today? Ling Huang's expression betrayed a hint of hesitation as she uncertainly replied, perhaps he acted impulsively out of anger? Initially, Ling Huang believed that someone who had broken through to the Nirvana realm yet remained unknown within the sect, even when faced with slander, would simply depart with indifference. How could such a person allow rage to cloud their judgment? It stands to reason that Qin Shi must have a contingency plan. However, after encountering the heavenly skill, she deeply realized that despite Yin Feng's guidance, mastering it in a short span of time would be akin to scaling the heavens. Ling Huang did not believe that Qin Shi could comprehend the heavenly skill without a mentor's instruction. Yin Feng slightly shook his head, his expression grave as he stated, that 250,000 contribution points, even for me, is no trifling sum. Therefore, I shall exert every effort to assist you in grasping the heavenly skill. Yin Feng was increasingly convinced that there was some deceit afoot. Every word and action of Qin Shi since entering the hall seemed to lead him toward his own downfall. Nevertheless, it was true that upon engaging with the Enlightenment Monument today, the spirit of the stone had indeed transmitted the scriptures, indicating that this was indeed Qin Shi's first encounter with the celestial creation technique. Thus, it seemed that his actions were indeed driven by anger and arrogance. However, this was of little consequence. He simply needed to fully support Ling Huang in mastering the heavenly skill. With Ling Huang's aptitude and his own assistance through the Enlightenment Monument, he truly did not believe that Qin Shi could surpass Ling Huang in due time. Thank you, Senior Brother Yin. Ling Huang vowed to dedicate herself fully, not to disappoint your expectations. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She had initially feared that Qin Shi would forever suppress her, leaving her unable to rise again. Now, it appeared that circumstances were shifting in her favor. Qin Shi, you likely cannot fathom the consequences of your actions. Ling Huang mused within, by offending Yin Feng. You have unwittingly bestowed upon me a fortuitous opportunity. As a newcomer, a single step ahead leads to continued advancement, while you shall surely decline due to this recent suppression. Qin Shi, let our rivalry commence with the martial arts competition in 10 days. At this moment, Ling Huang's trepidation towards Qin Shi had completely dissipated, replaced by an irrepressible defiance and pride. Meanwhile, Qin Shi remained blissfully unaware of any of this, wholly unconcerned. He continued his steady progress and soon arrived at the entrance of the task hall. Before even stepping inside, he was met with a cacophony of noise. akin to a surging tide. Within the hall, numerous disciples busily navigated through the space, each displaying an air of urgency, whether in the act of accepting new tasks or anxiously returning completed ones. In the center of the hall, two magnificent crystal structures emanated a chill luminescence, their surfaces densely populated with task information, resembling a swarm of ants. On the left crystal panel, an extensive array of academic tasks was meticulously listed, encompassing every facet of scholarly advancement, sect affairs, and the disciples' cultivation. Conversely, the right crystal board prominently displayed numerous bounties. Qin Shi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the foremost bounty, which stood out remarkably. Locate by Ling Huang. Task Publisher, Shinsho Yue. Requirements, none. Task Reward, 1,000,000 contribution points. Could this be the unresolved knot within Master Shin's heart? Qin Shi mused. After all these years, despite the allure of 1,000,000 contribution points, countless disciples had taken on the task, yet none had succeeded. The second bounty read, Find the Alchemist. Task Publisher, Medicine King's Valley. Requirements, proficient in alchemy and detoxification. Task Reward, Holy Sun Pill, with a swift glance. Qin Shi prepared to seek out Meng Yu's presence. Just then, a hurried disciple abruptly thrust a piece of paper into his arms. Chapter 64, Academy Task, Purge the Blood Demon Cavern. Before me lay a form, and almost instantaneously, a voice, rapid and brisk, spoke near my ear. The number of individuals accepting this task is exceedingly high. Simply complete the form and submit it. The practitioners from the Valley of the Medicinal Kings will conduct an initial screening based on the information provided. If fortunate enough to pass this preliminary selection, you shall have the opportunity to attempt to detoxify and save lives. The speaker was a disciple, clutching a hefty stack of forms, distributing them to the other disciples in the task hall. I did not express a desire to undertake this task. Qin Shi chuckled softly. Not only does the Valley of the Medicinal Kings possess its own alchemists, but the Academy itself boasts numerous renowned masters of elixirs. In light of this, it is perplexing that the Valley would still choose to offer the immensely precious Holy Sun Pill as a reward. The task at hand likely involves complexities far beyond mere alchemy and detoxification. Qin Shi glanced down at the form, which detailed the task's information. Apparently, the daughter of the Valley of the Medicinal Kings had been poisoned for reasons unknown and remained in a state of unconsciousness. Although the Valley had employed various miraculous elixirs to purge the toxins, they soon re-emerged within her body, a cycle that had left many masters of alchemy in distress. At the end of the form was a query. What type of elixir do you believe should be used to thoroughly detoxify? Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and then elegantly inscribed his response. I believe that no elixir could be effective, for she may not be afflicted by poison at all. With a swift motion of his wrist, Qin Shi tossed the completed form onto the counter and turned to continue his search for Meng Yu amidst the crowd. The disciple glanced at the contents of the form and could not help but scoff, muttering, What is this all about? So many masters are certain she is poisoned. And yet you assert she isn't? That is sheer nonsense. Nevertheless, the disciple organized the form to submit it. The urgency from above had been relentless, as it was reported that the daughter of the Valley was in a precarious condition, driving the entire Valley to the brink of madness. Otherwise, they would not be so desperate as to seek aid from the Academy in this manner. Qin Shi's gaze swept across the hall until it finally settled on a secluded corner, where he spotted Meng Yu's graceful silhouette. Beside her stood a formidable figure, a towering man, 2 meters tall, his physique boasting pronounced muscles, exuding a wild aura. Surely, this must be Taigu, the 6th ranked on the heavenly list, whom Meng Yu had mentioned. Senior Sister Meng, Qin Shi called out, raising his voice as he approached with swift strides. As he neared, Meng Yu slightly turned, introducing him to the imposing Taigu. Brother Taigu, this is Qin Shi, the one I spoke of. Though he has only recently joined the Academy, his potential is extraordinary. Qin Shi offered a greeting, Brother Taigu. However, Taigu did not respond with words, but rather scrutinized Qin Shi from head to toe, his brow furrowing as he bluntly remarked, Junior Sister Meng. It is not that I disregard your opinion, but he is merely at the Nirvana realm. Even if I am merely at the initial stage of the Soul realm, I could still manage to have him join the team. However, the strength required to venture into the Blood Demon Cavern at the Nirvana realm is such that he would likely lack even the means to protect himself. At that point, I would have to divide my attention to rescue him, which is simply untenable. Brother Taigu, Meng Yu quickly explained, although Junior Brother Qin's realm is not high, he possesses a multitude of abilities that go beyond mere surface strength. Gu remained unconvinced, fixating his gaze on Qin Shi. I have heard of your name. You have recently garnered quite a reputation within the academy. Yet, in my view, the so-called abilities you possess are merely reliant on external forces, while true strength lies within oneself. Gu paused momentarily before continuing. If you had any self-awareness, you would withdraw voluntarily and spare junior sister Meng the trouble. It seems you have come here seeking contribution points, but you are sorely mistaken. You are simply not qualified. Oh? Qin Shi responded with neither subservience nor arrogance. Brother Gu. What, in your opinion, would confer such qualification? Are all the new students so arrogant nowadays? Gu murmured, his words laced with a hint of indignation. First, receive one of my attacks, and then come to me seeking qualification. In the next instant, a surge of power erupted from Gu, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being, crashing towards Qin Shi with ferocity. This aura resembled a primordial beast, violently assaulting the surroundings, causing fellow disciples to stagger back, many displaying expressions of terror, their steps faltering. Even Meng Yu, standing nearby, had to channel her energy to withstand it. The aura, akin to a tangible tempest, enveloped Qin Shi. However, in the face of such terrifying pressure, Qin Shi stood his ground, utterly unmoved, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seeing this, Gu's pupils constricted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was not merely a simple suppression of aura, it was a soul-based attack. Not even an ordinary disciple at the soul realm could remain as composed as Qin Shi in response to such an assault. Brother Gu, Qin Shi remarked, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you now consider me qualified? When it comes to aura suppression, who could rival the chaotic essence? Though Gu's pressure was formidable, it paled in comparison to the ancient dread that the Ling Huang sect could unleash. Interesting, Gu mused, studying Qin Shi intently before continuing. The Blood Demon Cavern is a treacherous place. Its sanguine aura incessantly assaults the mind. Since you can withstand my aura, it stands to reason you would possess the means to protect yourself in the Blood Demon Cavern. Consider yourself accepted. With that, Gu handed Qin Shi a sheet of paper detailing the mission. According to the information, the surface issue was the escape of blood slaves, causing disturbances and harm to the surrounding beings, prompting the Academy of Creation to dispatch disciples to cleanse the Blood Demon Cavern. However, the matter entailed deeper intrigues among the higher-ups. In the buffer zone between the two dominant powers, the Academy of Creation and the Yin Yang Palace, there lies a vein of flame crystal, or a source of contention for both factions for many years. Thus, as the Blood Demon Cavern emerged, the two top powers had orchestrated an agreement. Each team participating in this endeavor may consist of no more than 3 individuals. Upon the conclusion of the task, the faction whose team successfully eradicates a greater number of blood slaves shall claim ownership of the fiery crystal vein. Additionally, the team that secures the rights to the vein will not only receive contribution points from the Academy, but will also be granted the opportunity to undergo a baptism in the Academy's marrow washing pool. As an adept in physical cultivation, Gu has a pressing need for this baptism compared to other disciples on the heavenly ranking. Naturally, had it not been for the fact that the other members of the heavenly ranking were either in seclusion or occupied with other tasks, coupled with Meng Yu's persistent requests, this mission would have undoubtedly fallen to Qin Shi. Unfortunately, the location of the Blood Demon ancestors' demise could not be calculated. Had we known its whereabouts, we could have easily located the crucial blood red token and thus accomplished our mission with ease, Meng Yu lamented. The blood red token? Qin Shi inquired, raising an eyebrow. What purpose does it serve? The essence of a blood slave is contained within the token, Meng Yu elucidated. The bearer of the token can control countless blood slaves. In other words, whoever possesses the blood red token can swiftly annihilate the Blood Demon S-layer. Qin Shi understood now. It was not merely a command token for some formation, but a means to control blood slaves. After exchanging this vital information, the 3 prepared to depart the task hall. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, Brother Gu, this task is daunting. Why not replace Qin Shi with me as your partner for this mission? Chapter 65. Can I clear the demon lair while you expel me from the team? The crowd turned to the source of the voice, revealing a man with fiery red hair striding towards them. It was Yin Feng. Previously, Yin Feng had been aiding Ling Huang in the transmission hall, but had sent a disciple to monitor Qin Shi, who had now arrived at the mission hall. This left Yin Feng somewhat perplexed. 10 days had swiftly passed, and instead of diligently cultivating his heavenly arts, Qin Shi had chosen to come to the mission hall to accept the task. What was going on? Had he mastered the heavenly transformation skill? Mastery was certainly unattainable, though Yin Feng's confusion did not deter him from taking action. Ha ha ha, Brother Yin. Tai Gu exclaimed with hearty laughter. Your presence is most welcome. As his words settled, Tai Gu turned to Meng Yu with a somewhat apologetic expression and said, Junior Sister Meng, given the peculiar nature of this mission, you understand without my saying. Earlier, Yin Feng expressed his intention to seclude himself in meditation, thus vacating a spot. Now that he has arrived, I can no longer accept Qin Shi. Therefore, I must decline his joining. Meng Yu's expression shifted upon hearing this. Brother Tai, had you declined Qin Shi before you agreed to him joining, I would have had no objections. Yet, you have already welcomed him. How can you retract your words merely because of Yin Feng's arrival? I am sorry, Junior Sister Meng. Let us consider it as me owing a favor to Brother Qin for this mission. I assure you, should a more suitable task arise in the future, I will certainly include him. How does that sound? Tai Gu's demeanor, although slightly awkward, remained resolute. To remove Qin Shi in favor of Yin Feng was a decision that weighed heavily. For the other members of the heavenly rankings, the essence cleansing pool was an enhancement, as each had reached the soul realm. However, Tai Gu was different. He was a body cultivator. Currently, he faced a bottleneck in his physical breakthroughs and desperately needed the assistance of the essence cleansing pool. Though this course of action felt somewhat unscrupulous, the stark disparity between Qin Shi and Yin Feng compelled him to reconsider. Meng Yu bit her lip firmly, her tone unwavering. If Brother Tai is determined to expel Qin Shi, then I, Meng Yu, shall withdraw from the team and not participate in this mission. Junior Sister Meng Tai Gu furrowed his brow. With both Yin Feng and myself being members of the heavenly rankings, combined with your ability to purify the stars, clearing the demon lair and securing first place seemed assured. He paused before continuing. As I understand, the disciples from the Tianji Academy possess frail bodies. You too require the essence cleansing pool to purify your physique. Why jeopardize your safety over one Qin Shi? It is not about jeopardizing. Meng Yu gently shook her head. Even if it were any other disciple, your inconsistency would still deter me from joining, for I cannot entrust my life to someone who lacks integrity. Enough. Tai Gu's expression darkened instantly. If Junior Sister Meng is unwilling to join, then Yin Feng, you shall summon another individual. Of course, Yin Feng nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Shi's countenance soured. He had originally intended to utilize the Blood Red token to help the team secure first place upon reaching the Blood Demon lair. Yet, to his astonishment, Tai Gu had unhesitatingly expelled him due to Yin Feng's arrival. Goodness, in an instant I could level the Blood Demon cave. Yet you expel me from the team? Qin Shi, in times of deficiency, one ought to practice diligently. What merit is there in anger? Yin Feng remarked disdainfully, a smirk gracing his lips. If your actions prevent Brother Tiegu from entering the cleansing pool, who shall bear the consequences? Practice more if you lack skill. Yin Feng coldly dismissed these words and beckoned Tiegu to depart. Meng Yu approached, tugging at Qin Shi's arm, her expression filled with humility. Junior Brother Qin, I too did not foresee that Tiegu would act in such a manner. Meng's senior sister, Qin Shi did not respond directly but inquired, can we accept this task? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yu replied, the task stipulates it requires a soul realm cultivator and a maximum of 3 participants. You cannot take it, but I can. Excellent, Qin Shi smiled. Senior Sister Meng, if you trust in me, accept the task. We shall form a duo, and I assure you we will secure the first place in the team. Meng Yu regarded Qin Shi with skepticism, but after a brief pause, she acquiesced. All right. I believe in you. I will go accept the task now. The Blood Demon Cave lies concealed beneath the earth, its position shifting constantly with the expansive underground rivers. This is also why the Blood Demon ancestor, despite refining blood slaves from the flesh and blood of mortal cultivators, remains unvanquished. His lair is exceedingly adept at concealment. After successfully accepting the task, Meng Yu received a piece of parchment bearing the coordinates from the disciple responsible for the handover. Approximately 3,000 miles east of the academy lies the Zishuang sect, where a blood slave is imprisoned, she said, examining the coordinates. By following this blood slave, we can locate the Blood Demon Cave. Splendid. Qin Shi nodded in agreement. The two arrived at an open space where Meng Yu summoned forth a diminutive divine vessel. The vessel rapidly expanded, growing to over 10 meters in length before coming to a halt. This is the Qianxing boat. It is remarkably swift and will save us considerable time. Boarding the Qianxing boat, within a mere hour, Qin Shi and Meng Yu traversed the 3,000 miles. Arriving at the Zishuang sect. The Zishuang sect is but a small faction subsisting on the fringes of the Creation Academy. The sect leader, Yin Feng, possesses merely the cultivation of the Nirvana realm and typically guards this modest domain, seldom interacting with the larger sections. Upon learning that disciples from the Creation Academy were approaching, he hastily adjusted his worn Tao robes and, with a sense of trepidation, led his disciples out to greet them. As the brilliance flashed across the horizon, Qin Shi and Meng Yu emanated a powerful aura, their spiritual energy coalescing into a palpable radiance as they descended from the divine vessel. This spectacle instantly elicited gasps from the disciples of the Zishuang sect. Is this a fluctuation of magical power? Have they all attained the nirvana realm? Such youth! It is truly terrifying, exclaimed a young disciple, his eyes wide with disbelief. The nearby elders were equally taken aback. One perceptive elder shook his head and whispered, "Not merely that. The energy of that young woman is so formidable that even I feel a sense of dread. She has likely achieved an even higher realm. You must tread carefully and avoid provoking them." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples tensed, nodding in agreement. A higher realm? What a realm this is! Beyond imagination at such a tender age. The sect leader, Xiafeng, respectfully bowed and clasped his hands. His voice quivering with trepidation, "I beg your pardon for not properly welcoming the esteemed disciple of the Academy of Creation." Meng Yu offered a gentle smile and replied softly, "There is no need for such formality, esteemed leader. We have come to seek the captured blood slave, and we hope you will guide us." Xiafeng nodded hastily, leading the two towards the underground prison. The subterranean cells were dim, damp, and reeked of a nauseating stench of blood and decay. The blood slave imprisoned within was grotesquely contorted, its body caked in dried blood, with elongated fangs protruding from its lips, exuding an aura of savagery. Upon sensing the approach of others, it immediately thrashed about, the iron chains clanking ominously. With a delicate gesture, Meng Yu raised her hand, and a flicker of magical energy emanated from her fingertips, causing the chains binding the blood slave to fall away with a resonant clatter. Freed from its shackles, the blood slave threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar, causing the entire cell to tremble, before it transformed into a streak of crimson and darted towards the exit. "Follow," Qin Shi whispered, and with a swift motion alongside Meng Yu, they raced after the blood shadow. Once their figures vanished from sight, Xiafeng, who had been tense for so long, slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "I have done as you asked. Please do not bring ruin upon my Zishuang sect." He trembled as he spoke. A voice, faint yet palpable, echoed within the empty cell. "Very well. I am quite pleased with the physical form you have brought forth this time." Chapter 66. Journey to the Blood Demon Cave. After departing from the Purple Frost sect, the two companions raced alongside the blood slave for approximately half an hour, eventually entering a desolate wilderness. Surrounding them were gnarled, dead trees and rampant wild grasses, exuding an indescribable aura of deathly stillness. The howling wind whipped past, carrying sand and stones that struck against them with a rustling sound. Suddenly, the blood slave halted, its nose twitching as its gaze fixed upon the ground to the left front. In an instant, a surge of blood aura erupted from the blood slave, akin to boiling blood, violently crashing against the earth beneath. Boom, boom. With each impact, the ground trembled violently, deep pits forming in its wake. As the frequency of the collisions intensified, a resounding crash echoed, and the ground was breached, creating a substantial hole. In that moment, dark currents erupted from below, accompanied by a potent malevolent energy, intertwining with the blood aura and soaring towards the heavens, obscuring the sun. Qin Shi and Meng Yu exchanged glances, and Meng Yu softly remarked, "The blood energy surging skyward indicates we have indeed arrived. The Blood Demon Cave flows to this point via the underground river." Qin Shi nodded, his fingertips igniting with sword energy that swiftly shot forth with a whoosh, striking down the blood slave just as it prepared to burrow underground. However, in the fleeting moment before its demise, Qin Shi perceived a strange expression of relief flickering across its face. Qin Shi furrowed his brow, a sense of confusion arising within him. The blood slave was typically devoid of thought, obeying only the commands of its master or acting on instinct. Entirely ignorant of life and death, that expression had been undeniably peculiar. Could it be that the blood slave had developed sentience? Junior brother Qin? What is it? Meng Yu noticed Qin Shi's odd demeanor and inquired. "It's nothing," Qin Shi replied, shaking his head. Perhaps he had merely misinterpreted the moment. Otherwise, if the blood slave had truly gained intelligence, it would herald significant trouble for the Blood Demon Cave. Meng Yu nodded, then swiftly formed a hand gesture, causing radiant starlight to cascade from her palm, explosively opening a gaping hole in the ground, revealing a dark, ominous entrance from which a chilling aura surged forth. After sharing a glance, they entered the subterranean realm, one after the other. Before them lay an enormous relic structure, its scale astonishing, stretching from one end to the other. Its expanse seemed endless, with an estimated length of over 1,000 meters and a height soaring several hundred meters, reaching towards the apex of the underground world. Its form resembled a colossal beehive, with irregularly distributed hexagonal openings, some of which sporadically emitted crimson mist, reeking of a pungent, sanguine aroma. A grand magical formation enveloped the beehive-like relic, intricately connected to the rushing underground river. As the water flowed, it produced eerie, bone-chilling low murmurs. "This must be the Blood Demon Cave," Qin Shi remarked. "Indeed," Meng Yu affirmed, pointing towards a corner above the Blood Demon Cave, where two figures stood. "That is our mentor Lu Yu from the Academy of Creation." She then glanced at the other figure, clad in a Yin Yang robe, presumably an elder of the Yin Yang sect. The two advanced with a graceful leap and offered a respectful salute. Meng Yu, did you come here with just the two of you?" Furrowing his brow, Master Lu gazed at Qin Shi with mild astonishment and remarked, "And you, a mere Nirvana realm disciple, what brings you here to partake in this commotion?" "I am merely here to broaden my horizons under the guidance of Senior Sister Meng," Qin Shi replied. Very well, very well. The dangers within are formidable. You two should remain on the periphery and refrain from venturing into the heart of the matter," Master Lu cautioned. As his words fell, he waved his hand, causing a jade token to float before the two. "Take this token with you into the abyss of blood. Each time you slay a blood slave, a record will be inscribed upon it. Rewards will be allocated based on the number of kills," Master Lu instructed. "Understood," Qin Shi acknowledged, taking the token. He and Meng Yu then leaped into a hole above the abyss of blood. Once their figures vanished, an elder from the Yin Yang Palace smirked, tauntingly saying, "Lu Yu, has your Academy of Fortune no one else? You send a mere Nirvana disciple to make up the numbers. What of it? It is still better than your Yin Yang Palace." Lu Yu retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Over a mind's ownership, and yet your esteemed sect sends even its own saneness into the fray, unafraid of gossip." He continued. The elder from the Yin Yang Palace chuckled heartily, unconcerned. "My saintess merely had a whimsical desire to join in the excitement. What is wrong with that? If you are dissatisfied, why not send your number one from the heavenly rankings?" With that, he ceased speaking, waving his hand to conjure a crystal-like panel before him. On the panel, 23 bright dots flickered incessantly, slowly advancing from the outskirts of the abyss towards its depths. Each dot representing a small team charging into the depths of the blood abyss from various directions. On the other side, as Qin Shi and Meng Yu stepped into the abyss of blood, a torrent of overwhelming blood aura surged towards them like a tidal wave. Meng Yu swiftly summoned her magical powers, and a protective starlight enveloped her, shielding her from the onslaught of blood energy. In contrast, Qin Shi stood still, his presence calm and unwavering, showing no signs of movement. When the fierce blood aura crashed before him, it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, swirling around him instead. Witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Meng Yu's eyes. "Nevertheless," she cautioned, "Junior brother Qin, should you feel any discomfort, do not push yourself. Retreat at once." "Understood," Qin Shi replied. The abyss of blood was as dark as ink. Qin Shi gently closed his eyes, and upon opening them again, a profound azure light glimmered within them, signifying the activation of the clear wind eye technique. Under the influence of this technique, the darkness appeared to be torn asunder, rendering everything around him vivid and clear. Meanwhile, Meng Yu, as a formidable soul realm practitioner, utilized her spiritual perception to navigate the surroundings, remaining unaffected by the oppressive darkness. At that moment, with a mere thought, Qin Shi reached into his storage ring and retrieved the blood-colored token, a relic of the blood demon ancestor. The token emanated a faint glow, seemingly activated by the aura of the abyss. Cautiously, Qin Shi extended his consciousness into it, and in an instant, his awareness was transported to an expansive, boundless realm. In this space, a myriad of glowing blood points filled the atmosphere. Each blood point represented a blood slave, and extinguishing these points would effortlessly lead to the demise of the slaves. Qin pondered silently, having already grasped the function of the crimson token. The two continued along the winding path, where remnants of battles were evident. Pools of blood lay scattered, permeating the air with a nauseating stench. These were the lingering marks left by the slain blood slaves. After walking for a while, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed from a nearby fork in the road. Soon, a group of 8 blood slaves emerged, each exuding a swirling aura of blood, radiating an ominous and menacing presence. The leader of this band of blood slaves was particularly imposing, with bulging muscles and a shroud of blood mist enveloping him. Upon catching sight of Meng Yu, the blood slave captain's eyes instantly gleamed with fervor, and he bellowed, "A fine specimen. Kill the males and capture the females." Upon hearing these words, Qin's expression changed dramatically. He now realized that the blood demons within this lair had attained sentience. It appeared that matters were escalating beyond control. Chapter 67. The Saintess of the Yin Yang Palace, a Grudge. With a fierce roar, the blood slave squad charged towards Qin and his companion. Meng Yu's eyes sharpened as she swiftly formed seals with her hands, channeling the resplendent power of the stars from her palms, transforming it into a cascade of dazzling lights. The bloodlight and starlight intertwined, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and the three foremost blood slaves were instantly purified, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Simultaneously, 3 blood marks appeared on the jade tablet. Seeing this, the captain of the blood slaves cried out in terror, "Run!" Before he could finish his words, he and the remaining blood slaves turned to flee deeper into the shadows. Meng Yu's brows furrowed as she prepared to pursue, but at that moment, Qin raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Sister Meng, there is no need to chase." As Meng Yu looked on in confusion, she witnessed Qin's hand sweep through the air, and the fleeing blood slaves let out a chilling scream before instantly transforming into a pool of blood. 5 more blood marks appeared on the jade tablet. At this sight, Meng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Junior brother Qin, she couldn't help but inquire." She had faith in Qin's abilities to deal with the blood slaves, yet she never anticipated such an extraordinary display of power. Without any fluctuations of magical energy, he merely waved his hand and obliterated the blood slaves. It was known that these blood slaves were not weak, equivalent to cultivators in the Nirvana realm, and their captain was on the brink of the soul realm. How could he have vanquished them with such ease? Qin did not respond, but instead spoke with a grave expression. "Sister Meng, we must exercise extreme caution from here on. The blood slaves here have developed intelligence." Meng Yu, slightly perplexed, softly remarked, "Flora and fauna, after being nurtured by spiritual energy over time, can indeed gain intelligence. The blood slaves, having drifted in the dark currents underground for a century, might naturally develop intelligence under the influence of the Earth's energy, so it need not be so surprising." Qin shook his head, his gaze profound. "Sister Meng, let me ask you this. Why would an intelligent blood slave lead us to its own lair?" According to the notes left by the blood demon ancestor, a fragment of the blood slave's soul was sealed within the token, rendering it an incomplete entity. Even after millennia, it would be challenging to develop intelligence and would remain obedient to commands. Of course, nothing is absolute. For instance, in the breeding of Gu. This implies that numerous blood slaves engage in mutual slaughter and fusion in this underground space until a king is born, at which point the others may ascend in rank and, consequently, gain intelligence. This indicates that there is likely a blood king of undetermined strength residing within the blood demon cave. Are you suggesting that we were deliberately lured into the blood demon cave? Meng Yu's expression changed as she grasped the gravity of the situation. If the blood slaves acted solely on instinct, their finding the blood demon cave would be expected. However, once the blood slaves developed intelligence, the dynamics shifted entirely. The blood slaves could lead various teams into the blood demon cave, blurring the lines between prey and predator. Meng Yu instinctively asked Junior Brother Qin, "What should we do now?" "We shall remain hidden and wait for the opportune moment to act. After all, there are formidable experts from the heavenly rankings ahead to shield us." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi remarked, "Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, with my capabilities, I can ensure the safety of both of us." Initially, Qin Shi had intended to advance relentlessly, vanquishing the blood slaves to obtain rewards and return to cultivate. However, with the occurrence of unexpected events, this strategy required modification. Although the blood red token could still counter the adversary, it necessitated a certain amount of time to seek the blood drop belonging to the blood king. If one were to be too ostentatious and was swiftly eliminated upon arrival, the token would be of no use. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Meng Yu nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to regard Qin Shi as the cornerstone of this endeavor. The two ambled leisurely, their footsteps the only sound in the surrounding stillness. After an indeterminate period, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat erupted ahead, reverberating like a great bell in the ominous blood demon cave. Following the sound, they beheld a striking woman in a black gown at the center of the fray. With an elegant figure and an aloof countenance, her eyes resembled chilling stars, radiating an aura that commanded respect and deterred direct gazes. Upon spotting the woman, Meng Yu gasped, "That is the holy maiden of the Yin Yang Palace, Ling Huang. I never anticipated that they would dispatch even their holy maiden for the claim over this mine." Beside Ling Huang stood an alchemist, whose hands moved with lightning speed as he continuously threw various pills. Upon contact with the blood slaves, the pills erupted into brilliant flames and acrid medicinal mist, intertwining screams and thunderous roars. On another side, a man with a hawk-like nose stood, his body taut with muscle. Each of his strikes carried the force capable of splitting mountains, clearly indicating his formidable strength. The opposing blood slaves were not mere captains but rather powerful leaders, their blood energy manifesting like tangible flames as they roared towards the crowd. Nevertheless, this was a team led by the Holy Maiden, whose strength was overwhelming. Even in the face of 4 leader-level blood slaves, they were swiftly overpowered and dispatched. Qin Shi observed keenly, discerning that despite the chaos of battle, those leader-level blood slaves frequently cast their gazes towards Ling Huang, initially targeting Meng Yu, but now fixating on her. Could it be that the king among them possessed an unsavory disposition? Yet, that seemed unlikely, given the interspecies nature of their conflict. Qin Shi speculated in silence. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. If you cannot control your gaze, then perhaps it would be best to remove it. Ling Huang spoke, her crimson lips parting, her eyes filled with lethal intent as she fixed her stare upon Qin Shi. In an instant, she flicked her delicate wrist, and several dark, leaf-shaped darts flew forth from her sleeve, glimmering with a cold light and slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aimed directly at Qin Shi's eyes. Meng Yu reacted swiftly, darting forward and forming hand seals with remarkable speed, summoning a resplendent curtain of starlight to shield them. Clang! The darts struck the barrier, sparking flames and sending a shockwave that caused Meng Yu's arms to tingle slightly, yet the barrier held firm, safeguarding Qin Shi. Meng Yu turned her gaze towards Ling Huang, her expression fierce. Holy Maiden Lang, your actions are exceedingly excessive. One must possess the awareness commensurate with their strength, otherwise, should one lose their life, they cannot blame others. Ling Huang coldly retorted. The man with the hooked nose cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shi, muttering, "What rubbish dares to come here?" After uttering these words, the two disregarded him and continued onward with Dan Xiao. Was it their custom to resort to such brutal measures over mere disagreement? Qin Shi watched their vanishing figures, murmuring to himself as he caressed the order talisman in his bosom, a flicker of resolve crossing his face. If that is the case, then our enmity is firmly established. Chapter 68. Core Region, Crisis Erupts. As Qin Shi and Meng Yu continued their journey towards the Blood Demon Cave, they noticed that the closer they got to the center, the more teams converged from all directions. Most were from the Academy of Creation and the Yin Yang Palace, with occasional well-informed rogue cultivators attempting to seek opportunities amidst the chaos. Numerous teams within the Blood Demon Cave engaged in fierce confrontations with the Blood Slaves, their magical artifacts illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling display against the backdrop of sanguine energy. Among the throng of blood slaves, one particularly towering figure stood out, its massive form cloaked in a tangible aura of blood, with eerie blue eyes surveying the battlefield. Heavens, that must be a leader-level blood slave, exclaimed one disciple in astonishment. Leader-level blood slaves possess soul realm cultivation. This one likely wields half-step wuxiang strength, another disciple analyzed gravely. Half-step wuxiang, how formidable can it be? Our saintess of the Yin Yang Palace is a paragon among prodigies. A mere leader-level blood slave poses no threat, boasted a disciple from the Yin Yang Palace with pride. Under the gaze of the leader-level blood slave, the previously retreating blood slaves began to consciously form a battle array, shielding their leader at the center. The leader-level blood slave raised its hand, summoning a mighty river of blood that surged towards the surrounding teams, leaving many cultivators in disarray as they were swept away. In an instant, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, engaged in a tug-of-war. However, the situation did not last long. Soon, a team appeared at the edge of their vision, comprised of Tai Gu, Yin Feng, and Wang Yuan from the Xianling Academy. True to his reputation as a top-tier expert on the heavenly rankings, Tai Gu's muscles rippled as he gripped his dual axes tightly, leaping high into the air. With a mighty descent fueled by the force of a mountain-splitting blow, his axes shattered the blood slaves upon impact, sending blood splattering and tearing a gap in their formation. Yin Feng brandished his spear, channeling his magic to unleash a roaring fire dragon that collided with the leader-level blood slave's torrent of blood. The clash produced a sizzling sound, ultimately dissipating the blood river into wisps of azure smoke. Wang Yuan, refusing to be outdone, continuously unleashed spells, causing bursts of purple light to explode among the ranks of blood slaves, inflicting considerable damage upon them. With the arrival of the heavenly rankings team, the blood slave line quickly crumbled. The saintess of the Yin Yang Palace, Ling Huang, along with a hawk-nosed man, also arrived, yet curiously, The alchemist who had been accompanying them was nowhere to be found. After surveying the scene, the leader-level blood slave leaped without hesitation into a nearby deep pit, prompting the other blood slaves to follow suit. Truly impressive, the strength of those on the Academy's heavenly rankings is astonishing. Of course, Wang Yuan's prowess should not be underestimated. Members of the Academy of Creation couldn't help but express their admiration. At this moment, Qin Shi leaned closer to Meng Yu and whispered, "Have you noticed?" "What?" Meng Yu replied, looking perplexed. With a serious expression, Qin Shi said, "Over 20 teams have converged from various directions, yet their speeds are remarkably similar. Even the strongest heavenly rankings team and the Saintess's team seem to be somewhat slower. What do you think is the reason for this?" Meng Yu pondered for a moment before realizing, "Are you suggesting that everyone's pace is deliberately controlled, with the aim of ensnaring everyone here?" At this thought, a shiver coursed through Meng Yu. If Qin Shi's suspicions were indeed accurate, the Blood Demon Cavern must have long been set with traps, lying in wait for the unsuspecting to stumble into its depths. While the two were engaged in conversation, Wang Yuan approached, clasping his hands in apology, saying, "I just heard that the position originally intended for you two was actually occupied by Brother Tiegu's team." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I sincerely apologize for taking the places of Junior Brother Qin and Junior Sister Meng." His apology was genuine, having witnessed Qin Shi's prowess. Wang Yuan held a deep admiration for him. "Brother Wang Yuan, you are too courteous," Meng Yu replied. "I am not concerned about it, and there is no need for an apology. However, I advise you to refrain from proceeding further." Qin Shi pointed towards the deep pit, indicating the peril that had already begun to unfold. "Oh?" Wang Yuan's expression grew serious. "Does Junior Brother Qin have any confidence?" Qin Shi nodded, about to articulate his thoughts when a derisive snicker interrupted him. Yin Feng, standing nearby, contemptuously remarked, "What assurance can a mere trickster possess? Clearly, he harbors resentment for being expelled from the team and has concocted this crisis narrative to prevent us from continuing our hunt for the blood slaves." "Humph." Tigu interjected with a cold snort. "I initially felt a twinge of guilt for removing you from the team, but it seems that decision was indeed the most prudent." He cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shi. "In the path of cultivation, one must be fearless to advance bravely. Your cowardice will only serve to burden the team. Moreover, the leader-level blood slave, if slain, is worth 1,000 ordinary blood slaves." Seeing Qin Shi being criticized, Meng Yu furrowed her brow. "Brother Tiegu, this incident involving blood slaves is rather peculiar. There may be a hidden agenda at play. Exercising caution is wise, but why must you target Junior Brother Qin so harshly?" Tiegu retorted, "It appears you have been brainwashed by him." Wang Yuan chuckled awkwardly and responded, "Thank you for the reminder, Junior Brother Qin. However, with the mentors guarding outside, even if danger arises, they can arrive within moments. There shouldn't be any significant issues. Furthermore, our teams share both glory and disgrace. I cannot abandon brothers Tiegu and Yin Feng." Qin Shi, feeling exasperated, raised his hands in surrender and took a step back, choosing silence. For him, he had fulfilled his duty as a concerned friend. If they refused to heed his warning and insisted on proceeding, there was nothing more he could do. The other team members from the Creation Academy cast scornful glances at Qin Shi, with some whispering. To utter such words before the people of the Yinyang Palace is truly shameful. Within the deep pit lay the very core of the Blood Demon Cavern. The crowd did not rush headlong into the chasm. Rather, they first assessed the situation within, ensuring there was no danger before each cautiously descended. As the Saintess's team passed before Qin Shi, Ling Huang shot him a cold glance before resolutely moving forward. The man with a hooked nose made a swift gesture across his throat towards Qin Shi, uttering once more, "What a worthless thing." Just as Meng Yu was about to step forward to reason with him, Qin Shi held her back, saying, "Do not act impulsively. The true spectacle has only just begun." In the blink of an eye, only Qin Shi and Meng Yu remained on the scene. Within the deep pit, the blood mist surged like a dense fog, ceaselessly swirling. A smile crept onto Qin Shi's lips as he declared, "No need to wait. We shall not descend." As if responding to his words, the crimson abyss suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance, and in an instant, a formidable killing formation materialized, erecting a colossal barrier that sealed the entrance completely. This, Meng Yu instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, uncertain of how to react. Observing her state, Qin Shi gently tugged at Meng Yu's arm and said, "Let us proceed, Sister Meng. We shall seek out the relics of the blood demon ancestor, if any remain." Meng Yu furrowed her brow slightly, gazing apprehensively at the pit as she inquired, "What about them?" Qin Shi sighed softly, "Alas, they must fend for themselves." Chapter 69. The Birth of the King. Annihilate them all. The group cautiously descended into the deep pit, and before long, they found themselves in an expansive hall. At the center lay a blood pool, permeated with a thick, unyielding miasma of blood, sending an eerie chill deep into their bones. Before anyone could steady themselves, a spine-chilling commotion erupted, as hordes of blood slaves surged from all directions, hastening towards the center of the hall, where they knelt reverently around the blood pool. A sharp-eyed cultivator gasped in horror, his voice trembling. Heavens, look! Among those kneeling blood slaves, there are numerous leaders. Upon closer inspection, it was confirmed. There were indeed 32 leader-class blood slaves, each towering and exuding an overwhelming aura of blood. My goodness! A single leader-class blood slave is comparable to a half-step into the realm of all things, and here there are 32. Stammered a disciple from the Academy of Creation. Fear evident in his voice. In addition to the leader-class blood slaves, a multitude of commander-class blood slaves densely filled the hall, numbering over 100, effectively sealing off any escape routes. Ironbone furrowed his brow, a chill creeping into his heart, and quickly turned to Wang Yuan, shouting, "Wang Yuan, quickly call for the mender." However, in the next moment, Wang Yuan's face turned as pale as parchment, his voice quivering with a hint of despair. "Ironbone, we cannot send a message for help. This place must be sealed off." "I can't either." "Neither can I," the surrounding disciples exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, at the Yin Yang Palace, the saintess, Ling Huang, clutched a communication stone tightly, her face etched with terror, clearly unable to transmit a message either. Amidst the rising panic, the blood pool in the hall suddenly began to churn violently, and from its depths, a crimson shadow slowly emerged, outlining a feminine form of exquisite grace. She first emitted a series of sharp, chilling laughs that pierced the air like cold nails scraping against glass, causing painful reverberations in the eardrums. Then, a beguiling yet chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Blood Demon Abyss. We have awaited this day for far too long." As the crimson figure materialized, the surrounding blood slaves chanted in unison, "We pay homage to our king." "A king, the king of blood slaves, how powerful must he be?" a disciple exclaimed in terror. In that moment, the hall fell silent, the air thick with dread. One king, 32 leader-class blood slaves, and over 100 commander-class blood slaves. Such formidable strength left everyone paralyzed with fear. Even if a mentor were present, the outcome would likely be grim. Moreover, with the area sealed off, they were trapped in a dire predicament. The outermost cultivators wavered, attempting to flee. Yet, as they rushed forward, piercing screams abruptly filled the air. Turning back, they beheld a blinding light at the entrance. The concealed killing formation had activated, and chilling blades whirled mercilessly, shredding the fleeing cultivators to pieces. Even the dimmest of minds would now comprehend the truth. It was a trap set against them all. I should have known that junior brother Qin would not act without purpose. Wang Yuan clutched his hair in anguish, recalling his warnings about the perilous dangers that lay ahead. As his words echoed, the others began to recollect. Just before entering the abyss, Qin Shi had clearly cautioned them. They had all heard, yet none had believed him, dismissing his concerns with disdain. Cursed be my recklessness. Had I merely inquired further, perhaps Qin Shi would have divulged more information, sparing us from this life-threatening predicament. Expressions of regret etched themselves upon the faces of the gathered cultivators. A tide of remorse surged within them, impossible to quell. Previously, I had thought him disgruntled after being cast out from the team, intentionally inciting a crisis. Little did I know. Yin Feng clenched his fists, his expression trembling with agitation. But how could he have known that danger lurked here? Ironbone felt a burning flush of embarrassment, having just declared Qin Shi timid and fearful. Yet now, the emergence of a sovereign rendered their bravado a complete farce. The disparity was insurmountable. Under the gaze of that sovereign, they lacked even the courage to resist, their energies completely restrained. The mere thought of movement filled them with dread, fearing instant annihilation. The sovereign, initially amused by the palpable fear of the crowd, suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. Tinged with surprise and displeasure, "Where is the vessel with the stellar constitution that I coveted?" A chief blood slave hastily approached, kneeling with trepidation, and responded, "My king. The woman with the stellar constitution is too vigilant. She has not descended." Humph. The blood slave king's countenance darkened instantly, a frost enveloping her striking features. Though the saintly vessel from the Yin Yang Palace was acceptable, it paled in comparison to the stellar one. I have waited so long to select the perfect vessel. If that is the case, I shall procure it myself. As her words concluded, a surge of crimson energy enveloped the blood slave king. transforming into wisps of red mist that ascended, and in the blink of an eye, she melded into the thick darkness above, vanishing entirely. Just before her disappearance, her chilling voice resonated throughout the hall. Slay everyone here and cast their bodies into the blood pool. They shall become nourishment for my stellar vessel. Upon this command, the blood slaves surged with renewed vigor, their bloodlight blazing as they roared in unison and lunged towards the crowd. Cold Frost, seizing the moment, called out decisively, "You are all prodigies. Now is not the time for concealment. Unleash your life-saving techniques, or none shall escape this place." Her voice rang clear, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The departure of the blood slave king, paradoxically, granted them a glimmer of survival. Spurred by her words, the desire to live surged within them, igniting their determination to fight fiercely. Cold Frost was the first to act. With a graceful flick of her hand, she summoned a crystal-clear ice bell. The bell hung suspended in the air, gently swaying, its sound waves transforming into tangible ice shards that shot forth in a fan-like formation toward the throng of blood slaves. Wherever they passed, the blood slaves were encased in ice, shattering into powder upon the slightest touch. Though the bell wielded formidable power, each use etched a crack into its surface. The blazing wind showed no hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a purple flame talisman from his storage pouch. This talisman, which he usually cherished and refrained from using, was deemed essential for his survival at this moment. With a fierce determination, he slammed the talisman against his spear. And in an instant, the shaft ignited with a roaring purple blaze, radiating immense heat. With a thunderous shout, he leaped into the midst of the blood slave formation, his spear slicing through the air like a dragon, each thrust unleashing a cloud of crimson mist. Iron Bone, observing the surging tide of blood slaves, took a deep breath and activated the techniques within his body. In an instant, his muscles swelled, his skin sprouted a layer of black armor, and his eyes became bloodshot. The already imposing figure of his physique grew even more formidable as he fully succumbed to a frenzied state. A bitter smile crossed his mind. He had initially intended to utilize the marrow-cleansing pool to break through his limits. Yet now he had resorted to the secret technique of frenzy. He feared that if he did not plummet in cultivation level afterwards, he would be grateful. However, such concerns were secondary. Survival was paramount. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the other disciples also unveiled their ultimate trump cards. In an instant, the hall was ablaze with the radiance of magical artifacts, and the clash of spells ignited fierce flames, accompanied by an unending cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams. Chapter 70. The Horrific Eye of the Ancient Demon God. In the upper chamber, Qin Shi and Ming Yu were in search of the relics of the blood demon ancestor. Although they stumbled upon several hidden treasure chambers, these were ensnared in cobwebs, with the remnants either decayed beyond recognition or long plundered by predecessors, leaving only empty stone cabinets shrouded in dust. As they proceeded, Qin Shi suddenly felt his heart constrict violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, causing every pore in his body to tighten, a chill piercing through to his very bones. Ming Yu's expression changed dramatically, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm. This was the instinctive response of their spiritual senses upon encountering a great terror. Before them, countless blood threads coalesced like agile crimson serpents, swiftly forming the delicate silhouette of a woman. Without hesitation, Ming Yu stepped in front of Qin Shi, her brow radiating light, her eyes shimmering as if harboring a galaxy of brilliant stars, vigilantly glaring at the sudden blood-red apparition. The blood figure, noticing her defiance, emitted a series of melodious, bell-like laughs. "Ah, little girl, I am aware that within you lies a tremendous power sealed away. However, I advise you to remain calm." After a brief pause, she continued, "Should you unseal that power, the shockwave might be too much for your little boyfriend to withstand. And as for your fragile body, it may very well shatter." A rare blush crept onto Ming Yu's face, yet she did not falter, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the blood figure. Meanwhile, Qin Shi's consciousness slipped into the realm of the blood-red token. Here, countless droplets of blood flickered with a faint glow, swirling rapidly. The blood figure before him was evidently a sovereign born from relentless slaughter, interwoven and fused with countless others. To eradicate it, they would need to consolidate hundreds of thousands of blood droplets to command the very life and death of this apparition. Suppressing her inner terror, Ming Yu steadied her mind and spoke. "Since you are aware of the power sealed within me, why don't we both take a step back and allow us to leave?" The blood figure giggled. Agreed. Just as her laughter faded, an invisible mental attack shot forth like a sharp arrow, causing Ming Yu's expression to blur momentarily. In the blink of an eye, the blood figure transformed into a wisp of red smoke, directly penetrating her brow and merging into her sea of consciousness. In the next instant, Ming Yu's eyes erupted with bloodlight, her delicate white hands gripping Qin Shi's neck like a vice. Her voice laced with regret. I can foresee your extraordinary physique, far surpassing even this stellar form. Alas, you are but a man, with the scent of blood wafting around. She intended to rend Qin Shi asunder. However, at that moment, Qin Shi struggled to lift the token in his hand and inquired, "So, what?" Upon seeing the blood-red token, Meng Yu's expression shifted dramatically, her voice rising in a shocked scream. "How could this blood-red token be in your possession?" At that instant, the blood figure felt a surge of madness, teetering on the brink of despair. Her frantic quest for the perfect vessel was not merely for the sake of better cultivation. More critically, it was to escape the life and death control of the blood-red token. If she could just hold on for one more day, she would fully integrate with this body, at which point the token would no longer bind her. Yet, it was just this final step that eluded her, as this individual before her had fortuitously acquired the very token that could restrain her. Moreover, this fellow possesses an extraordinary talent for concealment, revealing the blood-colored token only now. Had it been presented earlier, I would have certainly devised numerous strategies to counter it. Blood Shadow offered an awkward smile and gently remarked, "Ah, you see, this is merely a misunderstanding." With that, he released his grip on Qin Shi's neck and meticulously smoothed out the creased fabric of his attire. "Do not act impulsively." Blood Shadow implored sweetly, "What advantage would there be in killing me? Is it merely for that trifling reward from the academy?" As he spoke, the mesmerized Meng Yu, under Blood Shadow's control, assumed an alluring pose, her skirt gradually lifting to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of her flawless thigh, further loosening her garments, with her rounded shoulders becoming subtly visible. Concurrently, Blood Shadow concentrated his mental energy, attempting to launch another mental assault, while Qin Shi was momentarily distracted. However, Qin Shi, ever vigilant, was not swayed by such tactics. His consciousness surged into the token's space, obliterating thousands of blood droplets with ease. Blood Shadow immediately felt his power receding like a receding tide, his aura significantly diminished, and the sanguine energy surrounding him dimmed markedly. "The reason I have not slain you outright is that I wish to negotiate terms. Yet, should you harbor any notions of luck, I would not hesitate to obliterate you," Qin Shi declared, his gaze piercing and frosty. "Depart from her body," Qin Shi commanded with a somber tone. Blood Shadow displayed hesitation, eager to propose conditions. But in the next instant, another wave of blood droplets was extinguished, leaving her heart gripped by fear. If this continued, not only would her chance of reincarnation be lost, but even this fragment of her soul might dissipate. Reluctantly, Blood Shadow transformed into a wisp of red smoke and hastily escaped from Meng Yu's brow, overcome by excessive mental strain. Meng Yu faltered and fell forward. Qin Shi, quick-witted and swift, caught her in his embrace, holding her protectively, cradling Meng Yu closely. Qin Shi lifted his gaze toward the swirling Blood Shadow and coldly inquired, "State your terms. What must be done to spare your life?" Blood Shadow swayed slightly, concealing the earlier disarray, and leisurely replied, "This blood demon cave has flowed along the underground river for over a century, during which numerous rare treasures have been discovered. Although most have been consumed, one divine artifact remains. Surely, offering it in exchange for my life would suffice." "What is this artifact?" Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, questioning. Blood Shadow chuckled mysteriously. "It is a peculiar eyeball. The blood demon ancestor regarded it as a supreme treasure, scouring countless ancient texts and ultimately concluding that it is an eyeball belonging to an ancient demon god, containing powers beyond imagination. If it is such a treasure, why did the blood demon ancestor never utilize it?" Qin Shi asked, skepticism etched on his face. How could he not have used it? Blood Shadow hastily defended. The blood demon ancestor was originally a mere mortal, incapable of cultivation, yet he became a great practitioner at the manifestation realm, all thanks to this eyeball. The secret method for crafting blood slaves was also derived from the meager legacy contained within this eye. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi silently nodded, recalling the near-manic reaction of the blood demon ancestor upon seeing the Bronze Palace and the Void River's stellar formation. In his admission of being a mortal who missed his chance at immortality, it now appeared that Blood Shadow's words resonated with the experiences of the blood demon ancestor, providing insight into why both he and young Master Blood had appeared in this remote region. "Where is that eyeball?" Qin inquired. Shuang, with a sly smile, refrained from providing a direct answer and instead posed a question. "Given that you possess the blood-red token, it must have been acquired from the desolate borderlands of the eastern wilderness, correct?" Qin's expression subtly shifted, prompting Shuang to continue. "This eyeball was also obtained from that very place, later recognized by the blood demon ancestor after extensive research through ancient texts. That region has witnessed fierce battles between gods and demons, resulting in tremendous carnage. Even to this day, descendants of those demons remain trapped within chaotic arrays, unable to escape. Upon hearing Shui Ying's words, Qin couldn't help but recall the ancient terror suppressed by the Ling Huang sect, as if everything were interconnected. Furrowing his brow, Qin pressed. Yet even now, you have not revealed to me the exact location of that eyeball. Shui Ying chuckled softly, extending his slender finger to gesture around them. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Do you not find that this blood demon cave resembles the interior of an eyeball?" At these words, Qin felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze instinctively darting around in alarm. The shadowy and dimly lit blood demon cave, steeped in a suffocating aura of blood, seemed akin to the viscous fluid within an eyeball. The myriad of holes and winding passages appeared like the veins of an eye, increasingly unsettling, evoking an indescribable sense of horror deep within him. Chapter 71. Do you even know how to refine pills? Are you saying that this blood demon abyss is the eye of an ancient demon god? Qin's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Blood Shadow's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint, elusive smile. If you spare my life, I shall assist you in acquiring the eye of the ancient demon god. Qin murmured, very well. In the next instant, he flicked his fingertip, releasing a drop of blood that hovered in the air. The drop of blood instantly burst forth with a blinding crimson light, which swiftly extended, intricately sketching an ancient formation in the air, its runes bizarre and emanating a chilling aura. The master-servant contract. The moment Blood Shadow beheld the formation, her expression shifted dramatically, her beautiful features contorting in anguish. She had tirelessly sought a perfect vessel, striving to escape the shackles of this blood-colored token. How could she resign herself to being bound as a servant at this moment? Furthermore, this was an exceedingly severe master-servant contract. Once established, the death of the master would mean the demise of the servant, with their fates resting solely in the master's hands. Recognize me as your master, or perish, Qin's icy voice resonated. Such a peculiar blood entity, if not under her own control, was better off destroyed. Blood Shadow gritted her teeth, hesitating to act. Observing her reluctance, Qin's gaze grew ever colder, and without hesitation, he extinguished thousands of blood drops. In that instant, Blood Shadow felt as though her soul was being scorched by raging flames, her strength wildly leaking away, her vital essence dimming to the brink of extinction. Qin fixed his gaze upon Blood Shadow. If you are not under my control, I shall not permit your survival. Finally, under the immense pressure of Qin's formidable aura, a flicker of resignation and unwillingness flashed in Blood Shadow's eyes, leading her to submit. Only she understood the terror of the journey to gain sentience and be revered as a queen. This hard-won consciousness, she was loath to see dissipate so easily. Her hands touched the formation, allowing threads of her soul power to be drawn in, merging with the blood. As the fusion of her soul power and Qin's blood completed the recognition ceremony, Blood Shadow's legs weakened, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, reluctantly yet helplessly exclaiming, "Master." Qin nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the unconscious Mengyu in his arms, his brow knitting tightly. Mengyu had previously suffered from Blood Shadow's mental assault and had been forcefully intruded upon in her sea of consciousness. Now, her soul had sustained severe damage. If not nourished in time, it could lead to a decline in her cultivation, and in severe cases, even damage her soul, making future progress nearly impossible. "Master, I know the location of the Blood Demon Ancestor's pill chamber. There may be elixirs capable of nourishing the soul," Blood Shadow said respectfully. "Take me there," Qin replied urgently. Blood Shadow dared not delay, instantly transforming into a mist of blood, slowly drifting ahead. Qin tightly cradled Mengyu and hastened to follow. They traversed the winding, serpentine corridors, surrounded by a foreboding atmosphere. Before long, a pill chamber illuminated with light appeared ahead. The door to the chamber was ajar, with wisps of light streaming through the crack, faintly carrying the scent of medicinal herbs. Is someone there? In the depths of his heart, Qin's emotion stirred momentarily, and he silently vowed, "Do not let anyone discover you." No sooner had he uttered these words than the shadowy figure vanished from sight. Only then did Qin push open the door and step inside. Upon seeing the person within, he could not help but pause in surprise. It was the alchemist from the previous Yin Yang Palace's Saint's squad. The alchemist was engrossed in perusing a tattered, yellowed tome and showed little reaction to Qin's sudden appearance, merely casting a casual glance before returning his focus to the ancient text. Qin hesitated briefly before inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, if you possess any soul-nourishing pills?" "None," the alchemist replied, not lifting his gaze. "I only have healing elixirs here, none for the restoration of the soul." At this, Qin nodded gently and began to search the elixir room. However, Most of the potions stored here were designed for mental control, along with some toxic elixirs, and none for nourishing the soul. Fortunately, in the adjacent herbal chamber, there were numerous spiritual herbs and plants. Revival grass? Dream soulflower? Qin's eyes brightened as he surveyed the spiritual flora. With these two primary ingredients, combined with some supplementary herbs, he could concoct a more advanced soul-gathering pill right on the spot. His expression turned steely as he suddenly swept his right hand, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that accurately infused the alchemical furnace. In an instant, the array surrounding the furnace began to activate, and soon, a fierce flame erupted, roaring as it consumed the base of the furnace. Witnessing this spectacle, the alchemist let out a slight sigh. Young one, the situation of that girl you carry cannot afford any delays. If her soul is not nourished within a quarter of an hour, she will undoubtedly suffer permanent damage. Pausing for a moment, the alchemist continued, even if I were to personally craft a soul-nourishing pill, it would take at least an hour. Do not waste your efforts. Although the difficulty of crafting a soul-nourishing pill is not exceedingly high, the initial step of purifying the spiritual herbs alone would require no less than half an hour. Moreover, given the boy's apparent youth, it seemed he had yet to even grasp the basics of alchemy, let alone attempt to concoct a potion to save someone in such a critical state. Such aspirations were utterly fanciful. Disregarding the alchemist's words, Qin focused, channeling sword energy as he meticulously reduced the revival grass and dream soulflower into fine powder. This scene left the alchemist dumbfounded, prompting him to exclaim, "You truly are a prodigy. The minced herbs can indeed be refined within just a few breaths. But do you realize that by doing so, you will disrupt the veins within the herbs, causing the released medicinal properties to become chaotic and difficult to guide into a pill form?" Qin paused, puzzled. The medicinal properties may indeed become disordered, but can't you simply guide them a few more times? What do you mean by guide them a few more times? The alchemist slammed his book down, exasperated, nearly jumping in frustration. Alchemy demands meticulous precision. Every fluctuation in the medicinal properties must be controlled with utmost accuracy. Once the medicinal properties dissipate, they will swiftly undergo transformation under the scorching flames of the alchemical fire. The varying effects of the herbs will influence the subsequent control of the heat, dictating when and how much supplementary medicine to add. This intricate process is fraught with changes. Even the slightest misstep could lead to utter failure. Do you truly comprehend what I am articulating? The alchemist inquired, a look of urgency etched upon his face. I understand. Qin replied with a nod. It is merely a matter of mastering every nuance of the medicinal effects, precisely regulating the heat, and then introducing the supplementary herbs at the opportune moment. This approach should resolve the issue flawlessly. Oh my. The alchemist felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and then couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. Here I am, expounding upon the profound intricacies of alchemy to a complete novice. How absurd. At that moment, Qin had commenced the process of chopping the remaining supplementary herbs into fine pieces, tossing them indiscriminately into the alchemical furnace. Such a massive amalgamation of medicinal power will inevitably result in an explosion. The alchemist clutched his book, retreating repeatedly, thinking to himself, I shall remain here, witnessing you blow up the furnace. I am most curious to see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament. Chapter 72. Are you out of your mind? You managed to refine this? Dan Xiu fixed his gaze upon the furnace, his eyes unblinking as the flames and light within danced and flickered, the lid rattling incessantly. Witnessing this spectacle, a faint smile crept upon Dan Xiu's lips as he murmured, Ah, it's going to explode, it's going to explode. However, before he could finish his thought, Qin Shi swiftly gestured with his hands, executing the Dan formation seal. Under the guidance of the seal, the brilliance within the furnace suddenly coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the scene, followed by an intoxicating fragrance of elixirs wafting through the air. At this sight, Dan Xiu's pupils constricted sharply, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief as he stammered, It didn't explode, and yet, it was refined successfully? This is utterly unbelievable. Qin Shi exhaled softly, muttering to himself, Good thing I didn't heed your words, or I would have been led astray. You claimed this refining method was doomed to failure. Are you not leading others astray? Upon hearing this, Dan Xiu's face flushed crimson with indignation, and he retorted, What I said is based on the wisdom accumulated by countless predecessors in the alchemical arts over the years. Qin Shi shot him a sidelong glance and countered, Then how did I manage to succeed? Dan Xiu, momentarily at a loss for words, struggled to respond. After a moment, he dramatically waved his sleeve and huffed, It's merely a soul-nurturing pill, a low-tier elixir that you just happened to refine by chance. It holds no significance. In the next moment, Qin Shi reached into the alchemical furnace and retrieved a pill. This pill was smooth and lustrous, enveloped in a flowing layer of jade-like essence, radiating a myriad of shimmering hues. As the aura shimmered, it became evident, a mid-tier pill. Dan Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You didn't just refine a soul-nurturing pill. This is a higher-quality gathering soul pill." "Indeed," Qin Shi nodded. "Isn't the gathering soul pill more effective? I noticed there were herbs in the botanical chamber and decided to refine it casually." "What do you mean by casually refining it? The disparity in quality is immense. You even chopped the ingredients before refining them." Dan Xiu felt as though his head might explode, pointing at Qin Shi and exclaiming, "Do you realize that if this gets out, it will surely send shockwaves throughout the entire alchemical community? Where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? Could you be the reincarnation of an ancient alchemical master?" Dan Xiu scrutinized Qin Shi intently, as if attempting to see through him. Qin Shi, unfazed by Dan Xiu's scrutiny, gently lifted the tightly closed lips of Mengyu and placed the gathering soul pill inside. Upon contact with her saliva, the pill dissolved, and a surge of soul energy erupted within Mengyu, rapidly mending her damaged spirit. "Goodness, the soul energy is so potent, it's clearly a perfect-grade pill." Dan Xiu ran his fingers through his hair, bewildered by the fact that such a refinement could yield a perfect-grade product. "This is utterly insane." After a moment, deeply affected by this revelation, Dan Xiu collapsed onto the ground, muttering to himself, "Here I am, known as the Mad Alchemist, a prodigy in the realm of elixirs. And today I find my understanding completely overturned by a mere youth. Am I the one in the wrong, or is it the world that has gone awry?" Mad Alchemist? Qin Shi paused slightly. He had indeed heard of this title. It was said that this individual entered the realm of alchemy at the tender age of 3, achieving remarkable feats along the way. 80 years have now elapsed, and one has firmly secured the esteemed position of the chief alchemist at the Yin Palace. However, it has become evident that the palace exhibits considerable deficiencies in its selection of alchemists. "It seems that the senior has entered the blood demon abyss not merely to vanquish blood slaves," inquired Qin Shi. "No need to call me senior." The alchemy madman waved his hand dismissively. "In the realm of alchemy, those who attain mastery are regarded as mentors. Simply address me by my name. Given your performance today, I should be the one to call you senior." After a brief pause, the alchemy madman continued, "Recently, the daughter of the Medicine King Valley has succumbed to a peculiar poison, which, despite our efforts to eradicate it, swiftly resurfaces, causing us great distress. Having heard that the blood demon ancestor has conducted research on elixirs and is adept in unconventional alchemical methods, I pondered whether I could discover a novel approach through his notes to resolve this affliction." "Have you found anything?" Qin Shi inquired. "I am uncertain." The alchemy madman shook his head. "There exists a method of alchemical creation that deviates from the norm, utilizing the blood, flesh, and souls of living beings, or the inner cores of magical beasts. However, I cannot ascertain if it would be effective against the poison afflicting the daughter of the Medicine King Valley. The method you described could result in severe side effects. It would be prudent to avoid it," Qin Shi remarked sagely. "Moreover, is it possible that the affliction of the daughter of the Medicine King Valley is not poison at all? How could that be?" The alchemy madman began to retort but fell silent mid-sentence, recognizing the complexity of the person before him, and he pondered deeply. After a moment, he suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, the rapid resurgence after each attempt at cleansing may suggest it is not poison at all. We have been misled." Immediately, the alchemy madman's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Qin Shi. Realizing that this individual possesses a unique understanding of alchemy that could serve as the key to resolving the predicament of the Medicine King Valley's daughter. "May I inquire?" "Esteemed one, what is your name?" the alchemy madman asked. Just as Qin Shi was about to respond, the sound of the alchemy madman's communication stone burst. In the next moment, the anxious voice of the saintess, Ling Huang, echoed forth. "Uncle Dan, I am being pursued by blood slaves. Please save me." Startled, the alchemy madman quickly composed himself, offering a respectful gesture to Qin Shi before vanishing in haste. Pondering briefly, Qin Shi picked up the nearby Mengyu and strode out decisively. "Come with me. Since chaos has erupted, it is time for me to reap the rewards." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, in the core region of the blood demon abyss, a scene reminiscent of a hellish realm unfolded. The brilliance of various magical artifacts intertwined with the ominous blood energy of the blood slaves, creating a cacophony of thunderous roars. Whoosh! Several exceedingly rare artifacts, seldom seen in the outside world, were summoned and hurled towards the exit. Subsequently, an ear-splitting explosion ensued as these precious artifacts detonated, forcibly creating an escape route through the enclosed killing array. In her grasp, the icy bell jingled incessantly, emitting a series of crystalline and melodious sounds. The sound waves transforming into blades that reaped wave after wave of blood slaves. However, as time progressed, the fissures on the bell grew increasingly dense until, with a resounding crash, the bell succumbed to the burden and shattered completely. Nevertheless, this action cleared the surrounding blood slaves, allowing Ling Huang and the hawk-nosed man to be the first to escape through the exit. Meanwhile, within the Tianbang team, Tai Gu and Yin Feng drew a deep breath, sacrificing their physical well-being to unleash a powerful move that forced back the leader-level blood slave. Subsequently, they swiftly activated their movement techniques, racing towards the exit, with Wang Yuan closely following behind. The remaining disciples attempted to flee, but alas, they were besieged by the overwhelming number of blood slaves. Many disciples barely turned around before being pierced through by multiple arms, meeting a tragic end on the spot. Except for a few dozen prodigies with formidable trump cards who managed to escape, the rest perished there, mercilessly cast into the blood pool. Chapter 73. The Devoted Servant of the Saintess. Upon emerging from the subterranean cave, Ling Huang hastily retrieved a communication stone, attempting to call for assistance. However, her efforts were met with silence on multiple occasions. Damn it, this blood slave has sealed off the outer region, she gritted her teeth and remarked. We must seek aid from the madman Dan, urged the hawk-nosed man, Luo Tong, in a state of urgency. With a slight nod, Ling Huang sent out a distress signal. At that moment, a group of talented individuals burst forth from the cave, pursued relentlessly by several formidable blood slaves. The frenzied state of the iron bone was nearing its end, his head spinning and the muscles on his body visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. We must scatter and flee. Iron Bone's voice was low and laden with weakness. The outer area was sealed. Remaining together would lead to their capture. Splitting up might afford them a chance at survival. Heeding his words, the group swiftly dispersed in all directions. The powerful blood slaves hastened after them, and their leader, after a moment of contemplation, declared, Ling Huang is also one of the backup vessels required by the king. Pursue her first. Understood. Several blood slaves veered towards Ling Huang. In her flight, a wave of panic washed over Ling Huang. She had exhausted all her means, her internal mana depleted. If they caught up to her, there would be no hope of survival. Although she had called for help from the madman Dan, his prowess in alchemy did not match her combat abilities. This was merely a lifeline she grasped in desperation, a fleeting comfort. Turning to the hawk-nosed man beside her, she anxiously inquired, Luo Tong, do you harbor feelings for me? Huh? Luo Tong was taken aback, not expecting such a direct question from Ling Huang. As the saintess of the Yin Palace, her beauty was unparalleled, and her esteemed status made her the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples. Who could possibly resist her charm? Yet, Luo Tong's admiration for her ran deeper than most. As they continued to flee, Ling Huang implored urgently, they are after me. Hold them off for a moment. Once I escape and seek help from the elders, I will return to rescue you. What do you say? Luo Tong hesitated, knowing that, in his current state, facing the blood slaves would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Moreover, the outer region was sealed, preventing Ling Huang from escaping immediately. Brother Luo. Ling Huang grasped his arm, her tone softening. If we manage to escape, I will become your partner in the Tao. At that time, I will personally ask the palace master to officiate our marriage. Is that true? Luo Tong questioned incredulously. Such a declaration could not be false. In truth, Ling Huang's heart had long been with him. Yet, with so many suitors vying for her affection, she had refrained from expressing her feelings to avoid complicating Luo Tong's life. Did he not realize this? With a gentle voice, she continued, can't you see that my heart has always belonged to you? Feeling the soft warmth of her hand, Luo Tong's heart stirred, especially at her tender address of Brother Luo, which seemed to melt away his fears. No wonder Ling Huang often appeared indifferent towards him. It was all for his sake. Luo Tong murmured to himself. In the next moment, his gaze hardened, and an imposing aura surged around him as he declared emphatically, Frost. Feel free to flee. I shall stand my ground here. Luo Tong resolutely turned around, his hands swiftly striking various vital points on his body, awakening the last vestiges of his potential. His eyes were fixed intently ahead as he shouted, Damn you, blood slaves, I fear you not. Within the blood demon cave, the pathways twisted and turned in every direction, with blood slaves occasionally emerging from the side passages. Yet, before they could unleash their menacing howls, they were effortlessly dispatched by Qin Shi in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a gust of wind howled, and a disheveled figure fled into view. It was none other than the saintess of the Yin Yang Palace, Ling Huang. Upon seeing Qin Shi, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and she inquired frostily, "Do you know where the exit to the outside world lies?" She had circled the Blood Demon Cave several times, yet had been unable to locate the path leading to the outside. "Indeed," Qin Shi replied with a slight upturn of his lips. "Although the maze in the outer region had been activated, how could one so well-versed in formations as myself be unaware?" "Very well." A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Huang's eyes. "Quickly, lead me out." However, Qin Shi did not respond immediately. Instead, he brazenly scrutinized Ling Huang from head to toe, his gaze seemingly penetrating her very being, especially fixating on her significant attributes without omission. It must be said, the Yin Yang Palace may lack in their selection of alchemists, but they possess an exceptional eye for choosing a saintess. Ling Huang was extraordinarily beautiful, and even with some blood smeared across her visage, it in no way diminished her exquisite features. Rather, it added a unique allure. Her figure was graceful, every curve perfectly proportioned, exuding an irresistible charm. Feeling Qin Shi's unabashed gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the depths of Ling Huang's eyes. Qin Shi mused lightly, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Previously, a mere accidental glance at the saintess had incited her wrath, wishing to pluck out his eyes. Yet now, as he stared unabashedly, she remained unperturbed. Had her temperament softened after their subterranean ordeal? Or did she perhaps need his eyes to seek the way out? Ling Huang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner fury, and said, "There are numerous high-ranking blood slaves here, formidable in strength. Many prodigies have met their demise. If we do not escape soon, we too may perish here." Despite her efforts to control her emotions, the slight tremor in her delicate form betrayed her underlying anger. "High-ranking blood slaves? Formidable, you say?" Qin Shi replied leisurely, "Just how strong are they? Look, is that blood slave pursuing you from behind not strong enough?" Ling Huang was taken aback, quickly turning to glance behind her. In that instant, her previously taut demeanor plummeted into despair as she beheld a leader-class blood slave, wielding blood energy, hurtling toward them with a fearsome howl. "It is over." Ling Huang's delicate face instantly turned pale. At this moment, her magical power was waning, and her trump cards were utterly depleted. Faced with such a formidable blood slave, and with no one to rely upon, it seemed she could not escape the clutches of death. "It is all your fault. If it weren't for your incessant chatter, we would have long since escaped." Ling Huang bit her silver teeth, speaking with resentment. "Now we both face our demise here." "Ah, do not be hasty. It is merely a trivial blood slave. It can be dispatched," Qin Shi replied with an air of nonchalance. "Ha, fool. That creature is comparable to a half-step into the realm of myriad forms." Just as Ling Huang was about to retort, she suddenly fell silent. In the next moment, she witnessed a scene of sheer horror. She saw Qin Shi casually wave his hand, and in an instant, that terrifying leader-level blood slave was reduced to a pool of blood, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. A half-step myriad forms blood slave had perished just like that. How is this possible? Ling Huang's face was a portrait of shock, her lips trembling involuntarily. "How did you accomplish this?" Qin Shi stored the token away and shifted his gaze back to Ling Huang. The smile that once graced his face had completely vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor as he spoke. "Now, it is time to settle the score between us." Chapter 74. Let go, for I am a man of integrity. Ling Huang scrutinized Qin Shi from head to toe, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. To so effortlessly annihilate a leader-level blood slave with a mere wave of his hand, this lad must possess an extraordinary artifact capable of subduing blood slaves. A chilling glint flickered in her gaze. "Lacking strength yet daring to discuss grievances with me? You foolishly overestimate yourself. Do you not realize the monumental error you have committed?" Before her words had fully dissipated, Ling Huang lunged forward, her delicate hands morphing into claws, channeling the remnants of her magical energy directly towards Qin Shi's throat. Her attack fierce and swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. How audacious for a mere Nirvana realm cultivator to seek justice from someone in the soul realm. Surely, this person must be deluded. Even in her current state of depleted energy, eliminating you would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Once I have dispatched you and acquired that extraordinary artifact, even if I cannot find an exit in the short term, my life will remain secure. Yet, in the face of her ferocious assault, Qin Shi appeared utterly unfazed, still wearing a cheerful smile, seemingly indifferent to the imminent threat. Just as Ling Huang's fingertips were about to graze his skin, a blinding splash of crimson abruptly materialized. The blood shadow emerged like a phantasm, releasing a series of melodious giggles, extending her slender arm to effortlessly intercept the lethal strike. Master, our wager has concluded. And it appears you have lost, the blood shadow proclaimed in a sultry tone. With a swift flick of her wrist, she unleashed several tendrils of bloodlight, which surged forth like lightning, ensnaring Ling Huang's limbs and forcefully pinning her to the ground. Master? Such a formidable blood slave king recognizes you as her master? Ling Huang's complexion shifted dramatically, her expression filled with disbelief. She had never anticipated that the blood slave king, who instilled terror in all the prodigies, would be bound to serve the very person standing before her. Do you truly believe everyone is as foolish as you? The blood shadow scoffed. I had wagered with my master that had you sincerely repented and offered an apology with a spiritual treasure, I would not have intervened and would have allowed your departure. However, the opposite is true. Should you lack any remorse or attempt to harm my master, you shall become the vessel for my rebirth. What? Upon hearing those words, Ling Huang's expression transformed in horror. She comprehended the implications of becoming a vessel, complete annihilation of her soul and the usurpation of her body. A fate more excruciating than death. The blood shadow extended her finger, blood threads surged from Ling Huang's brow, and a murderous intent enveloped her entire being. Prying open her sealed consciousness, igniting a battle for control over her own body. In that instant, overwhelming regret churned within Ling Huang's heart. She bitterly lamented her own folly. A cultivator of the Nirvana realm standing before her so brazenly must possess a hidden trump card. How foolish of her to believe she could easily subdue him. No, I was wrong. I should not have made a move against you. I regret it, truly regret it. Ling Huang trembled, her face contorted in anguish as she gazed at Qin Shi. Please, spare me. I beg of you. Qin Shi clicked his tongue and shook his head. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. The reason he had extended an opportunity to Ling Huang was not out of compassion, but rather due to the immense risk involved in usurping the vessel of a top-tier power as Saintus. Should the matter come to light, even with the protection of the Academy of Creation, it would be difficult to withstand the wrath of the Yinyang Palace. However, returning to the matter at hand, should Ling Huang continue to display her pride and refuse to repent, daring to attempt to slay me, then even at the risk of great peril, I shall not show her any mercy. Just as countless blood threads began to invade Ling Huang's consciousness, seeking to extinguish her soul, a sudden flash of golden light appeared at her brow. The shimmering light swiftly severed the blood threads, casting the consciousness of the blood shadow away. Ah! Truly worthy of being the holy maiden of the Yinyang Palace, the blood shadow exclaimed in astonishment. For within her spirit dwelled a supreme presence that had personally established protective barriers. Well then, are you up to the task? Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, his expression one of impatience. If not, it would be simpler to just obliterate her with a single strike. Giggling. Master, even if she is a woman, one should not so easily claim incapacity. The blood shadow replied playfully. Give me a moment longer. I shall be ready soon. With that, the blood shadow's form twisted, transforming into a stream of blood that swiftly entered through Ling Huang's brow. In that instant, Ling Huang's eyes sparkled with golden light, her blood surging as two forces of soul power fiercely vied for control over her body. Her anguished cries rang out. I would rather die than let you take my body. That is not for you to decide, came the retort of the blood shadow. Qin Shi observed the struggle between the two with a sense of ennui. The entity that had established the protective barriers was likely a deity. The blood shadow's voice echoed, revealing that the resistance of her will was rather formidable and somewhat troublesome. Qin Shi furrowed his brow and inquired, So what now? Thus, I beseech you, master, to lend me your assistance. The blood shadow replied with a hint of playful reproach. Assist you? How so? Qin Shi asked, puzzled. The blood shadow offered no answer. Instead, she gently tugged at her garments, allowing her flowing robes to slip away, revealing her breathtakingly exquisite form. Her skin was as fair as snow, her curves graceful, delicate as mutton fat jade. This maneuver left Qin Shi utterly astonished, his face flushed crimson, and even his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Simultaneously, Ling Huang's anguished and furious screams echoed. No, stop. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Shi hastily waved his hands, an innocent expression on his face. You removed them yourself. Nevertheless, this tactic struck at Ling Huang's vulnerable core. Her mental fortitude, overwhelmed by shame and rage, teetered on the brink of collapse, causing the protective golden light to dim slightly. Ling Huang attempted to divert her attention to her garments, but this action nearly allowed the blood shadow to break free from the barriers. Left with no choice, Ling Huang could only maintain her current state, gritting her teeth in resistance. Yet, her piercing gaze remained fixed upon Qin Shi, as if she could devour him alive and flay him with 1,000 cuts, if not for her suppression. Very well, I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. The blood shadow stepped forward, grasping Qin Shi's hand and pressing down. Qin Shi's heart raced, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Release me, I am an upright gentleman." Yet despite his protest, Qin Shi chose not to resist. After all, the matter of possession was of great significance, and he could only endure the humiliation. At that moment, Ling Huang's final psychological defenses crumbled, the barriers loosened, and the golden light extinguished. Seizing the opportunity, the blood shadow surged forward, successfully completing her possession. A series of melodious laughter echoed throughout the blood demon cave. "Master, do you desire this?" "I am capable," the blood shadow cooed sweetly. "Begone. I shall reiterate. I am a paragon of virtue," Qin exclaimed in a fit of indignation. "Humph, just a moment ago you—" Silence. Chapter 75. The dog's fate is never prosperous. "What has become of that Luotong?" Qin Shi inquired. Luotong is the hawk-nosed man from the Saintess's team. According to the blood shadow, he willingly stayed behind to hold off the pursuers while Ling Huang escaped, presumably a desperate fool. "Following my master's command, I instructed the blood slave to spare his life," Ling Huang replied. "In our world, those who grovel are doomed to a tragic end." Qin Shi nodded in agreement, thus he cannot be an exception. "Let Luotong assist us in our escape." At this juncture, Qin Shi paused, his expression turning serious as he admonished, "Henceforth, you need not address me as master. We shall refer to each other by name. The matter of possession is of utmost importance, and any risk of disclosure must be avoided." Ling Huang's eyes sparkled enticingly as she responded, "Understood, my dear master." The two continued on their path until they found themselves before Luotong. There he lay, bloodied and battered, struggling to lift his head upon hearing their approach. When his gaze fell upon Qin Shi, it was filled with disdain and mockery. "It's you. I never expected such chaos in the blood demon cave, and yet you, a worthless fool, have survived till the end." Qin Shi wore a calm smile, his tone lighthearted as he replied, "Life is all about luck. Not only have I survived, but I have also won the heart of a beauty." With that, he gestured lightly, and Ling Huang glided gracefully from the shadows, her beauty radiating like spring blossoms. Upon seeing her, Luotong initially rejoiced and exclaimed, "Huang, how wonderful that you are unharmed. Those blood slaves were relentless in their pursuit, and I feared for your safety. Once we escape and are wed, I shall treat you well." At his words, Ling Huang's expression turned icy, her brows furrowing as she retorted, "Humph, now that I have evaded danger, how could I possibly marry you? Do not indulge in vain hopes." Without missing a beat, she approached Qin Shi, affectionately linking her arm with his, playfully declaring, "The one I truly desire is him. You are nothing." With that, she nestled closer to Qin Shi, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Luotong was struck as if by lightning, his face flushing crimson with rage, blood surging to his head as he shouted, "Huang, what are you saying? I risked my life for you, staying behind to fend off the blood slaves, and you treat me this way." His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Qin Shi, who held Meng Yu securely in one arm while being tenderly embraced by Ling Huang. The flames of jealousy ignited fiercely within him. "You wretch, how dare you? What gives you the right to hold Huang? That person should be me, it should be me." Luotong screamed in desperation, his eyes bulging as if he wished to devour Qin Shi whole. Qin Shi placed his foot upon Luotong's forehead, disdain dripping from his words. "I ought to thank you for standing in for Huang against the blood slaves. Otherwise, how could I have had the opportunity to savor Huang's presence?" His actions and words mirrored the arrogance of a privileged heir. Beside them, Ling Huang blushed in agreement, lowering her head in feigned shyness. "What?" Upon hearing these words, Luotong felt as if struck by lightning, incredulously gazing at Ling Huang. Observing her face flushed to the roots of her ears, he was consumed by rage, shouting furiously, "You scoundrel! How dare you tarnish Huang? I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." As he spoke, Luotong felt his temper surge, and he coughed out a mouthful of foul air. His spirit seemingly struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him disoriented and dazed. At that moment, a swirling mist of blood surged forth, swiftly penetrating his brow. In an instant, the light in his eyes faded, replaced by a profound bewilderment, his body ceasing to struggle as the blood energy quietly seized control of his mind. Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, observing the entranced Luotong, and inquired softly, "Is this transfer of possession by the leader reliable? We must avoid any unforeseen complications." Ling Huang casually flipped her hair, explaining unhurriedly, when I contended for the Blood Slave King, he was my strongest adversary, a top-tier existence among all leader-level blood slaves. The blood pool still harbors an immense reservoir of energy, along with the essence of those prodigies' flesh and blood. Once he absorbs this, his strength will undoubtedly surge significantly. With this, he can easily deceive the likes of the Creation Academy and the Yin Yang Palace. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi nodded slowly. In light of the sudden upheaval in the Blood Demon Cave, the two top-tier powers will surely dig deep to uncover the truth. Directing their suspicions towards Luo Tong's possession by the Blood Slave King to ensure your safety and prevent scrutiny, Ling Huang understood the implication, turning to Luo Tong. And with her crimson lips slightly parted, issued her command, head to the blood pool and absorb all the energy, then break through. Luo Tong's expression remained impassive as he mechanically replied, yes. With that, he turned and staggered towards the blood pool. A flicker of regret passed through Ling Huang's beautiful eyes as she sighed softly. It is truly a pity for the energy I accumulated in that blood pool, along with the essence of those prodigies. I had intended to reserve it for my own use, had I absorbed it. I could have effortlessly broken through one or two major realms, but now I can only relinquish it. You are now the holy maiden of the Yin Yang Palace, and resources will not be lacking in the future, Qin Shi remarked. The foremost priority is to avoid suspicion. Ling Huang nodded, fully aware that ensuring their safe escape was of utmost importance, and the vast power of the blood pool would have to be sacrificed. In the ensuing time, Qin Shi and Ling Huang found a secluded stone chamber. Having completed all necessary actions, they now awaited the unfolding of events in silence. Seizing a moment, Qin Shi gently set Mingyu down, meticulously examining her condition. After a thorough check, he sighed in relief. The efficacy of the soul-gathering pill was indeed remarkable. The damage to Mingyu's spirit had mostly been repaired and was nearly restored to its entirety. Given this situation, it seemed unlikely that she would suffer any lingering effects and would awaken in due time. Ling Huang cast a glance at Mingyu and suddenly spoke. In fact, using her as a vessel to deceive those two top-tier powers would be ideal. She was my initial target for possession. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she met the icy, knife-like gaze of Qin Shi. With a chilling tone, Qin warned, listen well, from now on, my actions are beyond your scrutiny. And do not harbor any thoughts regarding my friends. Cold Frost hurriedly retracted her neck, obediently responding, yes, master. I was wrong, and I shan't dare again. Inside the stone chamber, an ephemeral silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the depths of Cold Frost's heart. Ha, what a joke. The illustrious blood slave king, reduced to obeying his commands. Are you truly willing to forfeit your freedom? Silence. The voice of Blood Shadow echoed. You must understand. With the constraints that guard me, you cannot extinguish my existence. The voice persisted. Clearly, you have not disclosed this to your master, which indicates you are harboring certain intentions. Why not collaborate with me? I can assist you in breaking free from the servant contract and help you usurp Mingyu's body. You could then return my form to me. The voice, laced with temptation, sought to sway Blood Shadow. Chapter 76. First a slap in the face, then a blame game, and finally a stab in the back. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as a cacophony echoed outside the blood demon abyss. Iron Bone, Flame Peak, and Wang Yuan emerged from the maze in disarray, finally breaking free from the external labyrinth. Iron Bone wore a look of deep regret, his usual resolute demeanor now shrouded in gloom. He muttered to himself, what a tremendous loss this has been. Forced to resort to secret arts and endure a harrowing battle. My cultivation will undoubtedly suffer a decline upon my return. Even with the cleansing pool, there will be no salvaging it. His brow furrowed, and his eyes reflected profound helplessness and reluctance. Flame Peak shared a similar expression of anguish, his heart heavy with dissatisfaction. In order to escape, he had expended a precious purple flame talisman, a life-saving measure acquired at great cost. And now this expedition to the blood demon abyss felt akin to losing half of his life. Wang Yuan, however, was in the most pitiful state, bearing both internal and external injuries, his weakness rendering him nearly unable to stand. As soon as he escaped the maze, the tension in his body dissipated, causing him to faint immediately. Flame Peak consoled Iron Bone, saying, Brother Iron, try to look on the bright side. Had you not expelled Qin Shi, he would have surely become a burden, and perhaps you would not have made it out. Although Qin Shi had remained vigilant and did not enter the core area. The labyrinth outside was fraught with peril, and with blood slaves in pursuit, he and Mingyu were likely in grave danger. Iron Bone nodded helplessly, resigning himself to this form of self-comfort. While they conversed, the mentors from the Creation Academy and elders from the Yin Yang Palace hurried towards them. Minor Lu Yu, upon seeing the dismal state of the three, was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth happened? How did you reduce yourselves to this after slaying a few blood slaves?" Ironbone forced a smile as he recounted the events in brief, his tone tinged with sorrow as he mentioned the many prodigies who had perished. Lu Yu's expression grew grave, while an elder from the Yin Yang Palace anxiously inquired, "Have you seen our saintess? What is her current condition?" Flame Peak shook his head, responding helplessly, "We only know that the saintess was being pursued by a cadre of high-ranking blood slaves. Beyond that, we are unaware of her fate." "What?" The elder from the Yin Yang Palace staggered, nearly losing his balance. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. "Find a way to notify the academy, and remain here without moving. I will enter and assess the situation," Mentor Lu Yu declared solemnly, following suit into the blood demon abyss. The ramifications of the losses incurred by these two formidable factions were indeed monumental. Before long, terrifying figures tore through the fabric of reality with top-tier cultivators, including the heads of the 4 academies, arriving in succession. Master Yu, with piercing eyes, was the first to speak, Iron Bone, Flame Peak. What of the other disciples from the academy? No sooner had he finished his sentence than Master Shin interjected eagerly, "I just checked the academy's information. Qin Shi and Ming Yu also formed a team and came here." "Where are they?" Iron Bone's face grew troubled as he hesitantly replied, "It is too chaotic below. The blood slaves are formidable, and we could barely save ourselves, unaware of the whereabouts of the other disciples. As for Brother Qin, their team is relatively weaker. They may have already encountered misfortune." Upon hearing this, Master Shin was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. Beside him, Master Xing, already fraught with concern for Meng Yu's perilous situation, furrowed his brows even deeper. Just then, a voice resonated from within the blood demon cave. "Master Shun, I am unharmed." The crowd turned towards the sound, and there emerged Qin Shi, one arm cradling Meng Yu and the other grasping a thick rope, which trailed behind him, dragging more than a dozen severely injured disciples from the Academy of Transformation. Observing Qin Shi's unscathed demeanor, Master Shin felt a wave of relief wash over him, his beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Meanwhile, Master Xing hurried to assess Meng Yu's condition and, upon realizing she was mostly unharmed, let out a long sigh of relief. As he walked, Qin Shi remarked, "The blood slaves suddenly went berserk, and chaos ensued below. Though my strength is limited, I did not forget to search for the Academy's disciples, which caused a bit of delay. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I managed to rescue some senior brothers and sisters." Upon hearing this, Taigu and Yin Feng fell silent. They had just claimed that the situation below was too chaotic for them to attend to anyone else, yet in the blink of an eye, Qin Shi had ventured in recklessly to save numerous Academy disciples. Their pride took a heavy blow. Yin Feng, gritting his teeth in frustration, muttered under his breath, "Damn it. When heading to the core area, you were more cautious than anyone else, refusing to proceed. Now, during a crisis, you instead rush in to save others. How infuriating." Indeed. Upon hearing these words, Master Yu's expression faltered, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Taigu and Yin Feng as he sternly declared, "As members of the Academy's heavenly ranking, it is your duty to care for your junior brothers and sisters. Yet now, you prioritize your own escape, disregarding the safety of your comrades. What a disgrace." Master Yu paused for a moment, then turned to Qin Shi with an appreciative look, saying, "Though you are a newcomer with limited strength, you have not forgotten to rescue your fellow disciples. This is far superior to any so-called heavenly ranking expert. Upon your return to the Academy, you shall certainly be rewarded." "Thank you, Master Yu," Qin Shi responded, expressing his gratitude promptly. Then, as if just noticing Taigu and Yin Feng, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Brother Tai, Brother Yin, you are unharmed. I searched for you both down there for quite a while." He then sighed regretfully. "I warned you not to venture into that core area. It is fraught with danger. Yet you would not listen, leading the junior brothers and sisters down recklessly, which was impossible to prevent, resulting in this calamity." The expressions of Taigu and Yin Feng shifted dramatically, revealing their distress. They glared at Qin Shi in resentment. While it was true that he had warned them, did he truly attempt to stop them? Even if he had, to vocalize this now, what a sharp remark. He had unceremoniously placed the blame squarely upon them. Predictably, upon hearing these words, Master Yu's face darkened further, and he admonished fiercely, as members of the heavenly ranking, "You are well aware of the dangers, yet chose to proceed, disregarding the safety of your junior brothers and sisters. This is a grave disappointment to the Academy's expectations. Do you not understand that the Academy nurtures you for the purpose of standing up at critical moments to protect your comrades, not to pursue glory recklessly and place your peers in jeopardy? You took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and then coldly declared, from this day forth, upon returning to the Academy, half of your resources will be confiscated as punishment. Upon hearing this, Taigu and Yin Feng felt as though they had swallowed a fly. The confiscation of half their resources was an excessively harsh penalty. Glancing at Wang Yuan, who lay severely injured and unconscious at their feet, they found themselves feeling a twinge of envy. Just then, an elder from the Yin Palace emerged, accompanied by Ling Huang and the gravely injured Dan Fengzi. Although he was unconscious, his life was not in jeopardy. Witnessing this, the members of the Yin Palace could finally ease their previously suspended anxiety. Among those present, only the saintess Ling Huang and the chief alchemist Dan Fengzi were of utmost importance. The loss of either would be unbearable for them. Moreover, Dan Fengzi was implicated in matters concerning the Apothecary Valley, which was crucial to the significant schemes the Yin Palace was plotting. Chapter 77. The Intricacies Within. How perplexing. Cold Frost, what is truly happening? An elder with graying hair from the Yin Palace inquired solemnly. Reporting to the great elder, it is as follows. Cold Frost recounted the events concerning the Blood Demon Abyss, which largely mirrored the account given by Iron Bone, the only distinction being the matter of Luo Tong's possession. You mean to say that Luo Tong, risking his life to impede the Blood Demon, did so solely to facilitate your escape, only to ultimately be possessed by the Blood Slave King? The great elder of the Yin Palace responded with astonishment. Cold Frost's expression turned sorrowful as she softly replied, yes. Had it not been for senior brother Luo Tong's selfless assistance, it would perhaps have been Frost who fell prey to the Blood Demon. The great elder of the Yin Palace furrowed his brow, letting out a heavy sigh. The saintess need not blame herself. We shall handle the matter of Luo Tong. After a moment's hesitation, he extended a finger towards Cold Frost's sea of consciousness. In matters concerning the sect, once possession is involved, it must be approached with utmost caution. With Luo Tong absent and unable to prove the truth, the foremost priority became ensuring that Cold Frost would not be possessed. Cold Frost maintained a serene demeanor, closing her eyes in anticipation of the probing. She was acutely aware that all present were seasoned strategists. Any slight misstep could expose her. However, at that very moment, a surge of blood energy erupted from the center of the blood pool, resembling a grotesque blood flower unfurling in midair, the acrid scent of blood rapidly permeating the surroundings. Qin Shi's expression shifted drastically as he shouted, "This is disastrous. It must be the possessed Luo Tong breaking through within the blood pool. It seems the Blood Slave King intends to eradicate us all." As if to corroborate Qin Shi's words, the bloodlight surged violently, and a blood-colored figure, akin to a specter, shot forth from the Blood Demon Abyss with astonishing speed, like a streak of crimson lightning. This figure was enveloped in swirling blood energy, tendrils of sanguine mist seeping from its pores, exuding an indescribable ferocity. It was indeed Luo Tong, his hair disheveled and wild, each strand seemingly drenched in blood. A glaring crimson. His eyes, filled with a dense bloodlight, were hollow yet frenzied, as he bellowed hoarsely, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Luo Tong cast a sweeping glance around, and upon spotting Qin Shi, his eyes widened in an instant, the blood energy around him surging even more violently as he lunged recklessly towards Qin Shi, leaving a trail of blood shadows in his wake. Qin Shi's gaze sharpened, her graceful steps placing her directly in front of Qin Shi. Simultaneously, the great elder of the Yin Palace glared fiercely, his voice booming, "Infernal beast!" With a raised hand, his magical power surged and coalesced, forming a colossal handprint in the air, imbued with formidable pressure, which descended heavily upon the blood-colored figure. The Luo Tong was firmly pinned by this gigantic handprint. Rendering him immobile, his eyes remained locked onto Qin Shi, filled with a hatred that sent chills down the spine. "Humph!" The great elder of the Yin Palace scoffed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. "Elders, heed my command. Deploy the Yin heavenly sealing technique to confine this infernal creature and return it to the sect for thorough interrogation." At the utterance of these words, Cold Frost's pupils constricted slightly, her pale hand instinctively clenching tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the force. Upon hearing these words, the other elders swiftly channeled the dual forces of Yin and Yang, and in an instant, the interwoven energies of black and white began to intertwine, invoking the secret techniques of sealing. Just at that critical moment, Qin Shi leapt out from behind Master Shen, an unusual expression gracing his face. As he exclaimed with awe, The intertwining of these yin and yang energies is quite remarkable. It resembles, truly exquisite. Master Shen turned his head in confusion. His eyes filled with bewilderment, softly asking, "Indeed, there is a profound meaning in the fusion of yin and yang, but how does that relate to your notion of exquisite?" With a sheepish grin, Qin Shi acknowledged, "It appears there is no direct connection. It was merely a moment of inspiration." However, unbeknownst to him, upon hearing this, Luo Tong descended into madness, his incoherent roar nearly shaking the heavens. Seize, hatred. In the next instant, without hesitation, Luo Tong ignited the essence of his blood, unleashing a more ferocious power that momentarily broke free from suppression, charging once again towards Qin Shi. The Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang Palace's gaze turned icy, and he coldly snorted, a fool unaware of his own demise. Seeking death, he swiftly formed a seal with his hands, and a radiant surge of magical energy erupted forth, crashing towards Luo Tong like a torrent, instantly shattering his body and dispersing blood mist throughout the air. Witnessing this scene, Ling Huang and Qin Shi exchanged a discreet glance, both silently relieved. The Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang Palace, his expression grave, surveyed the surrounding crowd and spoke in a low voice. "The calamity at the Blood Demon Cave has been utterly devastating. We have all suffered significant losses. Let us each take a moment to recuperate." The faces of the crowd bore expressions of exhaustion and sorrow, and just as they were about to depart, Taigu suddenly interjected, urgently stating, "Esteemed elders, the competition regarding the number of blood slaves slain has yet to yield a result." At this remark, everyone turned their gaze, and Master Yu frowned, casting a reproachful glare at Taigu, filled with disapproval. "At such a time, you still think of the competition?" Yet, Taigu stood his ground. Despite feeling weak and unsteady, with his resources halved, he desperately required the resources from the purification pool to restore his cultivation. While he was aware of the formidable strength of the Saintess's team, during their incursion into the core region, the alchemist was not by their side. Thus, the number of blood slaves he had slain might not be fewer than Ling Huang's. Securing the first position would grant him access to the purification pool, which was of utmost importance to him at this juncture. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang Palace spoke softly, "If that is the case, then let the competition commence. The ownership of the fiery crystal vein must ultimately be resolved. Taigu, present your jade token, and let us compare." Master Yu stepped forward, speaking in a solemn tone. "Yes." Taigu nodded, vigorously tossing his jade token into the air. The token hovered, revealing a series of blood marks. Upon counting, there were precisely 632. This indicated that the Tianbang team had, at the very least, slaughtered hundreds of blood slaves, a testament to Taigu and his companions' relentless efforts. The Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang Palace turned his gaze towards Ling Huang and said, "Saintess, please present your jade token as well." Ling Huang wore a serene expression, gently nodding as she unfastened the jade token from her waist. With a delicate toss, the blood marks gradually came into focus, totaling 857. Upon discerning this figure, Taigu's body jolted as a wave of despondency washed over his face, filled with astonishment and regret. He had never anticipated that, despite their desperate struggles within the blood demon abyss, there remained a staggering gap of nearly 200 blood marks between them and Ling Huang. The hope of acquiring resources from the cleansing pool was now utterly dashed, and an extreme sense of unwillingness surfaced upon his visage. Yu Shi, maintaining a stern countenance, cast a fierce glare at Taigu, his gaze laden with disappointment. It was evident that their opponent had dispatched a formidable saintess, making the odds of victory exceedingly slim. Initially, the unexpected turn of events could have been effortlessly brushed aside. Yet this foolish individual insisted on showcasing his prowess in a contest, resulting not only in defeat, but an embarrassing one at that. Alas, what was he thinking? Observing the scene, the Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang Palace spoke. "In that case, as per our agreement, the mineral vein shall henceforth belong to my Yin-Yang Palace." The elders and mentors of the Creation Academy exchanged glances, sighing in resignation, and could only acquiesce. Let it be as agreed. Just then, Qin Shi's voice broke through the moment. "Wait a moment. I participated in this task as well, and my jade token's blood marks have yet to be revealed." Hearing this, Qin Shi shot an incredulous glare at Qin Shi, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? You can't even compare to the heavenly ranking team. Why are you trying to show off? Are you not concerned about bringing further shame upon our academy?" "Hey, Qin Shi, I might not necessarily lose." Qin Shi replied with a calm smile. In the next instant, he tossed the jade token into the air. Chapter 78. A collective shock, Iron Bones regret. The jade tablet, cast into the air, erupted in an instant, releasing a rich crimson hue that swiftly transformed into a multitude of blood streaks, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Good heavens, how could there be so many? A disciple among the crowd could not help but exclaim. The gazes of the assembled multitude were firmly captured by the sky filled with blood streaks, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed that there were a staggering 4,982 of them. In that moment, the eyes of the crowd shimmered with astonishment. Had there only been a few hundred, their surprise would have been mild. However, with this multitude of blood streaks splashing before them, their astonishment turned to sheer horror. Iron Bones and Yin Huang stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. The number of blood slaves they had fought so fiercely to slay was not even a mere fraction of this total. Such a display of power seemed inconceivable, beyond imagination. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yin Huang was the first to regain his composure, shouting hoarsely, "Even the lowest-tier blood slaves are of your realm. Not to mention the mid to high-tier ones that follow, each possessing formidable strength. You are simply not equipped to handle this. These thousands of blood streaks must have some hidden significance." Iron Bones furrowed his brow, remarking, "During the siege against the blood slaves, you remained hidden behind numerous teams. Even if you possess some method to slay blood slaves beyond your level, the number of blood slaves in the blood demon abyss is limited. The remaining ones could not possibly account for such a terrifying record." After a pause, he continued his analysis. "Surely you cannot brazenly claim that in the core area, you single-handedly eradicated countless high-tier blood slaves among the talented, can you? Or else?" Qin Shi smiled, gesturing toward the injured senior brothers and sisters behind him. "Do you think I could have rescued them unscathed? And what made you believe you could escape the blood demon abyss amidst such peril?" His words, upon utterance, rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into water, stirring waves of shock. The upheaval within the blood demon abyss and the survival of many talented individuals was attributed to Qin Shi's efforts. Qin Shi stepped forward, her brow elegantly raised. "Enough with the suspense. Pray tell, how did you accomplish this?" "It is this," Qin Shi replied, retrieving a blood-colored token from his bosom. "This token is an artifact forged by the blood demon ancestor, which I fortuitously obtained. The bearer of this token wields the power over the life and death of blood slaves. Initially, the blood slave king pursued me, attempting to seize Meng Yu. I utilized this token to force him back, which subsequently led to the blood slave king possessing Luotong." As he spoke, Qin Shi tossed the token into the air, and in an instant, over 10 strands of divine consciousness swept toward it. In truth, this narrative was 9 parts true and 1 part false, with Qin Shi intent on concealing that 1 part of deception. Following these events, the 2 major factions would undoubtedly conduct a meticulous investigation. Only by weaving 9 truths with 1 falsehood could he navigate the tumultuous waters undetected. A token that controls the life and death of blood slaves. Iron Bones gazed vacantly, murmuring to himself, "So, if I had not ousted you from our team, we would not have faced this crisis. Instead, we could have easily claimed victory. But why did you not present it sooner? Had you revealed this token earlier, how could I possibly have doubted you?" Iron Bones' voice trembled, laden with regret and frustration. After a moment of silence, Qin Shi responded, "Even Meng Yu is unaware of the matter concerning the token, yet she has believed in me from the very beginning." Upon hearing these words, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Taigu. Following this incident, not only had his realm significantly plummeted, but his resources had also been halved, and he had missed out on the rewards from the cleansing pool. Even the steadfastness of his heart, which he had clung to for so long, now teetered on the brink of collapse. But who could he blame for this? Was it not his own prejudice that had clouded his judgment of Qin Shi from the start? Master Yi was the first to clap his hands and laugh heartily, his voice booming. "Excellent. Qin Shi, your actions have not only brought honor to our academy, but have also secured the ownership of the Yin crystal vein for us. Upon our return, you shall receive the rewards you rightfully deserve." After saying this, Master Yu cast a deep glance at Qin Shi, reflecting that perhaps he should have insisted on bringing Qin Shi into the Earth Kuan Academy. The performance of this young man was nothing short of astonishing. With his status as a newcomer, he was already capable of suppressing the seasoned veterans on the heavenly rankings. This momentum was something even the previously invincible by Ling Huang could not match. He was indeed an anomaly. The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang Palace scanned the blood demon cave with a cold and piercing gaze, stating solemnly, "This malignant tumor, the blood demon cave, has wreaked havoc for centuries, and now it has led to a tragic massacre of prodigies. We should take this opportunity to obliterate it completely." The crowd nodded in agreement, Several top-tier cultivators immediately channeled their powers, sending forth beams of brilliant light, infused with immense force, towards the blood demon cave. In an instant, the earth shook, and a series of explosive sounds erupted from within the cave. The colossal structure began to crack and disintegrate, turning to dust and cascading into the vast underground river. Once the blood demon cave was destroyed, the assembly prepared to depart. At that moment, Qin Shi suddenly spoke up, having fallen into the blood demon cave's trap. The leader of the Zishuang sect, Xian Feng, must be implicated. He addressed the instructors. You may return first. I shall pay a visit to the Zishuang sect. Following such an incident, the Academy's enforcement team would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, and anyone involved must face severe punishment. Shen Yue shot a glare at Qin Shi, admonishing, You need not stir up trouble. Qin Shi shook his head, his gaze filled with sorrow. My brothers and sisters perished before my very eyes, Qin Shi. I wish to seek vengeance for their blood, as a means of reconciling my own heart. Shen Yue bit her lip, revealing a hesitant expression. Very well. Then you may go. Changing her tone, she frowned and reproached him. Your reckless nature must be tempered. Once you leave the academy, you must inform me beforehand. Do you truly believe you can handle every situation on your own? As she spoke, Shen Yue produced a mysterious, luminous rune and handed it to Qin Shi. This is the world-breaking talisman. Should you encounter danger again, simply shatter this talisman to escape. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Had you not obtained that order, your life would have been forfeit. While Shen Yue scolded him, she felt a wave of anxiety within, upon hearing of Qin Shi's perilous situation. She had been frantic for the first time in her life. Understood, Qin Shi replied warmly, but this world-breaking talisman is far too precious. I truly feel unworthy of it. Take it without further ado. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Shen Yue feigned anger, abruptly thrusting the rune into Qin Shi's hand. Immediately, a playful smile danced upon her lips as she teased, If you were to perish, I would be destined to a solitary existence for the remainder of my days. Qin Shi felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he carefully stored the boundary-breaking rune, then solemnly replied, Thank you, master. Shen Yue was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes sparkled with mirth as she couldn't help but emit a series of soft chuckles, secretly pondering, Has this lad begun to acknowledge me by calling me master? On the other side, witnessing this exchange, Master Yu couldn't suppress a few twitches at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, that was the boundary-breaking rune. Could it be that Shen Yue was willing to part with such a treasure? It is essential to note that the boundary-breaking rune is an exceedingly rare gem, capable of disregarding restrictive formations and allowing for a swift escape from perilous situations, even for top-tier cultivators like them. It serves as a crucial means of preserving one's life. To offer it up now was akin to relinquishing a life itself. Casting a glance at the woeful Yin Feng and Taigu, he suddenly realized that they weren't so bad after all. Albeit somewhat inept, they could save on valuable resources. Once everyone had departed, Qin Shi concealed his sorrowful expression, transforming into a streak of light and plunging into the dark river with a resounding splash. He had not forgotten the ancient demon god's eye. Chapter 79. The Refinement of the Demon Eye, Unparalleled Divine Ability. Mengyu was whisked away by the Star Master, enshrouded in mystical energy, until they reached a secluded area. The Star Master finally broke the silence, fixing his gaze upon Mengyu and speaking softly. You have long been awake. Why do you feign slumber? Mengyu stiffened momentarily, realizing that she could not conceal the truth any longer. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her glance evasive. You have been with Qin Shi all along. The Star Master scrutinized her intently, questioning the veracity of her words. A jolt of alarm surged through Mengyu's heart. After a brief hesitation, she mustered her courage and replied, It is all true. The Star Master raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Then why have you not awakened sooner? A flush crept across Mengyu's face, her voice barely a whisper. As a disciple, being embraced by Qin Shi in public was truly overwhelming, and I found myself at a loss on how to face it, so I could only pretend to be asleep. Ah, so that is the case, the Star Master exclaimed, throwing back his head in hearty laughter. As cultivators, we should not be bound by such trivial formalities. You, my dear, possess a rather delicate disposition. Once he finished laughing, the Star Master's tone shifted, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. That Qin Shi seems promising. If you hold feelings for him, I could speak to Master Shun and facilitate your union. Oh, Master, please do not jest, Mengyu exclaimed, her head bowing in haste. Yet, at that moment, a cold sweat broke out on the skin behind her ears, and a tremor surged from her fingers through her veins to her heart. As if countless icy needles pierced her soul, the blood-slave king's crimson pupils flashed through her mind, and the sinister visage of Qin Shi, gripping the Sanus by her neck in the cavern, was a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. He had indeed taken in the blood-slave king and orchestrated the possession of the Yin Yang Palace as saintess. What was his true intention? Do you realize that if this matter is even slightly exposed, you will plunge into an abyss from which there is no return? In the dark river, Qin Shi rose and fell, and after a thorough search, he finally discovered a fragment of the blood demon lair that had not been reduced to dust. With a slight motion of his hand, the fragment fractured, and a palm-sized, inky black eyeball rolled forth, instantly releasing a chilling aura. The eyeball seemed to pulse with life, rhythmically beating as if it possessed a captivating power that ensnared Qin Shi's gaze, rendering him unable to look away. He felt his heartbeat quickening, his blood surging, a fervent desire rising from the depths of his heart, compelling him to refine this eyeball. At that moment, a warning from the blood shadow echoed in his mind. Master, once you retrieve the demon eye, you must not attempt to refine it. The blood demon ancestor nearly lost his life through a reckless attempt and spent over 30 years recovering, ultimately creating the blood demon lair from this very eye. I am aware that refining you entails great risk, Qin Shi murmured, staring at the pulsating eyeball, but if I do not refine you, what difference do you hold from a worthless stone? With that, Qin Shi struck his palm against his forehead, and the demon eye smoothly sank into the ocean of his consciousness. Within the sea of awareness, the demon eye suddenly split open, unleashing countless crimson threads, each transforming into chains that entwined around Qin Shi's soul. The chains unveiled a vision of an ancient battlefield. The demon god treads upon the stars, and wherever its gaze falls, all existence is obliterated. The demonic eye began to invade the consciousness of Qin Shi. Do you seek to reincarnate through subterfuge? Alas, I am not without my own means, Qin Shi mused calmly. With a thought, the celestial pearl, enveloped in a gentle radiance, surged directly into the sea of consciousness. The celestial pearl erupted with 9 colored rays, and the ethereal figure of Nuwa mending the heavens emerged within the orb. Wherever the radiant light passed, the blood-red chains melted away like spring snow, and the demonic eye emitted a haunting wail, dark blood tears seeping from its pupils. Under the immense suppression of the celestial pearl, the demonic eye quivered violently, desperately struggling, but ultimately failing to escape, finally subdued with steadfast resolve. At this moment, Qin Shi exhaled a long breath. Both items were rare treasures lost from the ancient world. Although the demonic eye was enigmatic and mysterious, it was ultimately a fragmented remnant. How could it possibly contend with the completeness of the celestial pearl? This time, it seemed the gamble had paid off. In truth, both the Blood Shadow's attempt to seize control and the current endeavor to refine the demonic eye were aimed at preparing for the formidable enemy that would arrive in 3 years. Time was of the essence. He had to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Without hesitation, Qin Shi immediately employed the Qi Feng Eye technique, cautiously beginning to refine the demonic eye with the power of the celestial pearl. It was unclear how long had passed, but under the mastery of his magical energy, the demonic eye slowly melded into the eyeball. Qin Shi felt a tingling sensation in his right eye as strands of magical energy began to infiltrate it. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, and in that moment, his vision pierced through layers of earthly barriers, the external scenery unexpectedly flooding into view. As his right eye turned, a second pupil materialized. In an instant, his gaze blazed intensely, runes flickering, and a powerful radiance burst forth, annihilating all in its path. With a thunderous crash, the light struck the earth, causing it to fracture and rivers to divert. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This was the terrifying power acquired after refining the demonic eye, a supreme divine ability known as demonic eye devouring heaven, its might surpassing all imagination. With such a divine ability, it would not be difficult to slay the extraordinary, making it a formidable trump card. Having made all necessary preparations, Qin Shi soared from the underground river, heading straight for the Zishuang sect. As he departed, a graceful woman appeared, her figure enchanting, draped in a light gauzy gown that perfectly accentuated her slender waist. Cold Shuanger murmured to herself, "Did you see that? He can easily suppress and refine the ancient demonic eye. How many in this world possess such fortuitous luck and grand abilities? From this day forth, he is the master I have chosen. If you continue to tempt me, I wonder, under my full allure, can he resist your body? The affairs between men and women I will execute with a fervor beyond your imagination." Rushing to the Zishuang sect, Qin Shi felt an atmosphere heavy with sorrow and gravity as he drew near. Within the sect, White banners hung high, paper money fluttered, and the disciples were clad in mourning garb, their expressions mournful. Before the main hall, a black wooden coffin rested silently, surrounded by offerings, with thin wisps of incense rising, carrying the disciples' grief into the air. The esteemed disciples of Master Xianfeng stood vigil by the coffin, their eyes swollen and red, the air punctuated by the occasional sound of muffled sobs. After some inquiries, Qin Shi learned that shortly after he and Meng Yu departed from the Blood Demon Cave, Master Xianfeng had resolutely taken his own life. Though threatened by the Blood Shadow, he had been compelled to entice the talented. Qin Shi murmured, acknowledging that to preserve the integrity of the sect, choosing to sacrifice oneself in atonement was indeed the mark of a responsible and commendable leader. Choosing not to reveal himself, Qin Shi returned to the academy. As soon as he stepped inside, he was recognized by fellow disciples, their eyes converging upon him with excitement, their voices rising in a jubilant chorus. Look, senior brother Qin has returned. We heard he was a force to be reckoned with in the Blood Demon Cave, rescuing several seniors from the brink of death. Others, faces alight with admiration, shouted at the top of their lungs. Single-handedly, senior brother Qin defeated the team of the Saintess of the Yin Palace, claiming the top honors, leaving even the esteemed Yin Feng, known for his iron resolve, in his wake. His audacious return, vanquishing the blood demon, rescuing his seniors, and besting the team of the Saintess, thereby safeguarding the Academy's reputation, unfolded like a tempest throughout the institution. The name of Qin Shi once again reverberated across the halls of the Academy. However, Qin Shi remained indifferent to the commotion, retreating to the small cave abode to engage in seclusion and cultivation. Days passed in this retreat, during which he took the time to inquire about Meng Yu's well-being, sending her a message of concern. Yet, her response was particularly frosty, merely expressing gratitude without further elaboration. Though slightly taken aback, Qin Shi did not dwell on it. What truly vexed him was the absence of any acknowledgement from the Academy regarding the promised rewards for his significant contributions. Just as he was pondering this, a message from Shinsho Yue arrived. Qin Shi, there have been some issues concerning the rewards from the washing marrow pool. Chapter 80. Qin, do not fool around. You are not proficient in alchemy. Upon receiving a transmission from Shinsho Yue, Qin was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what is the matter? Shortly thereafter, Shinsho Yue appeared in the small cave abode with a flicker of her figure. With a graceful wave of her hand, a lustrous jade token materialized, which she extended towards Qin. This is the reward for your contributions to this mission, initially set at 10,000 contribution points. Your valor in rescuing numerous seniors and upholding the Academy's honor has led to a discussion among the higher-ups, resulting in an increase to 100,000. A look of delight appeared on Qin's face as he accepted the jade token, integrating it into his identity token. Consequently, his total contribution points soared to 350,000, bringing him a significant step closer to unlocking the path to the trials of the Sacred Academy. Regarding the matter of the washing marrow pool, Shinsho Yue elucidated, to activate the washing marrow pool, precise ratios of specific precious herbs are required, alongside the continuous assistance of the Academy's alchemists. As you may have heard, the daughter of the Medicine King Valley, Yao Ji, has fallen into a deep unconsciousness due to a peculiar poison, and currently, the Academy's alchemists are fully engaged in the Valley of the Medicine King, seeking a remedy. At this point, Shinsho Yue furrowed her brow slightly. According to our original plan, the Academy's alchemists were supposed to return in the next few days, allowing us to proceed with the activation of the washing marrow pool. However, just a few days ago, the Yin Palace intervened unexpectedly, and their chief alchemist, the Mad Alchemist, has introduced a groundbreaking new theory. Oh, Qin inquired with curiosity, what theory is that? Shinsho Yue's expression turned grave as she stated. The theory posits that the affliction plaguing Miss Yoji may not be poison at all. This proposition has caused a significant uproar throughout the Medicine King Valley in the realm of alchemy. According to the Mad Alchemist, this theory stems from a master of alchemical arts. Upon hearing this, Qin was taken aback and could not help but interject, it seems that theory is one I proposed. Stop your nonsense. You are not adept in alchemy. Shinsho Yue shot him a disapproving glance, urging him to let her finish. Qin responded, acknowledging her request. Shinsho Yue continued, the spiritual herbs from the Medicine King Valley have always been supplied to our academy. If the Yin Palace manages to solve the poison first, future resources may be inclined towards them, which would be detrimental to our academy. Hence, the academy's alchemists will not be returning anytime soon, and the activation of the washing marrow pool will have to be postponed. Pausing for a moment, Qin sighed. I must say, the Yin Palace has been exceptionally fortunate in recent years. First, there was the extraordinary talent, Saint Ling Huang, who emerged with unparalleled potential. And now they have recruited the alchemical prodigy, the mad alchemist. To add to the frustration, he fortuitously encountered guidance from an alchemical master. And the theory that it is not poison has been largely substantiated through recent studies. Gently raising her jade hand to stroke her chin, she lamented. Why does our academy lack such an alchemical master? It is infuriating. The Creation Academy and the Yin Palace have long been in fierce competition, and in recent years, the Creation Academy has faced setbacks in various aspects. Should the Medicine King Valley fall under the influence of the Yin Palace, the Academy's situation would indeed become exceedingly precarious. Clearing his throat, Qin suggested, cough, cough. Master, why not allow me to give it a try? I possess a modicum of alchemical skills myself. Should fortune smile upon me and I successfully cure that medicinal herb, it may expedite the return of the Academy's alchemists to activate the marrow cleansing pool. With less than 3 months remaining until the celestial rankings are updated, an event that bears significant implications for the fate of the small celestial realm, elevating my strength is of paramount importance. Initially, Qin intended to decline, but recalling the remarkable abilities of her beloved disciple, she inquired tentatively, do you truly possess alchemical knowledge? How many years have you studied the art of alchemy? Who was your teacher? Qin Shi pondered briefly and replied, I am largely self-taught. In a few days. It will be nearly a month since I commenced my studies. My previous training at the Ling Huang sect focused on the art of botany, while my genuine foray into alchemy began with the relics of the blood demon ancestor. Thus, it has indeed been close to a month. Upon hearing this, Qin eyes widened in disbelief, fixed intently upon Qin Shi, rendered momentarily speechless. It was evident that she should not have harbored even the slightest hope. In any case, for now, focus on your cultivation, she declared, lightly tapping Qin Shi's forehead. The marrow cleansing pool cannot be accessed until the Academy's alchemists return. Qin Shi, with a face full of reluctance, protested, but if they linger there for months, must I also wait for months? Setting aside the matter of the small celestial realm, the marrow cleansing pool holds immense significance for practitioners of nirvana. If I were to await my breakthrough to the soul realm, the pool's efficacy would be diminished to merely 30%. This would considerably impede my progress. Indeed, Qin affirmed, the affairs of the Yaowang Valley are of great consequence. Until a resolution is reached, it is likely that the alchemists will remain there. With a heavy sigh, Qin Shi resigned himself to the situation. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit stone chamber, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if it could condense into water. Ironbone sat alone, his aura in disarray, the once magnificent presence now diminished. The repercussions of forcibly employing secret techniques were manifesting, causing his cultivation to regress. Clenching his fists, his face was etched with regret as he muttered, this time, the blood demon caves have cost me dearly. In a moment of frustration, he slapped his own face, berating himself for having acted foolishly. Why did I expel Qin Shi from the team? If he were here, his words trailed off, leaving only the weight of regret. At that moment, a disciple timidly peeked into the chamber. Brother Ironbone, someone request an audience. Irritated and flustered, Ironbone bellowed, I do not wish to see anyone. Leave. The disciple recoiled but mustered the courage to say, the person seeking an audience claims to be Ning Fei of the Ning family. He asserts. He paused, gathering his nerve. He asserts he can assist you in restoring your strength. Ironbone's eyes widened in surprise, his voice rising in intensity. Quickly, let him enter. Before long, Ning Fei entered the stone chamber with measured steps. After surveying Ironbone, he spoke languidly. I have heard that Brother Iron has experienced a regression in his cultivation due to the forcible use of secret techniques in the blood demon caves. It is truly lamentable. As he spoke, Ning Fei produced an exquisite jade box from his sleeve. The Ning family happens to possess a restoration pill, which is remarkably effective in mending damaged cultivation. Ironbone's gaze fell upon the jade box, but he refrained from reaching for it immediately, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Ning Fei. What do you desire in exchange? Truly admirable, Brother Ironbone. A gentle smile graced Ning Fei's lips as he expressed his desire for Brother Tai to assist him in mastering the foundational techniques. Brother Tai furrowed his brow in contemplation and finally replied, this matter is easily arranged. I share a certain camaraderie with Yin Feng. I shall send him a message forthwith, and he will escort you to the Hall of Transmission, where, with the aid of the Enlightenment Steel, entering the path shall be no arduous task. However, Ning Fei slowly shook his head. Brother, you misunderstand. What I seek is not the superficial initiation offered by the Enlightenment stele, but rather, I desire you to impart your knowledge of the techniques through your spirit. Brother Tai's expression shifted dramatically as he stood abruptly, fixing a piercing gaze upon Ning Fei. Do you comprehend the severe repercussions that spirit transmission entails for me? He inquired. To elucidate, spirit transmission involves a direct transfer of one's understanding of the techniques into the consciousness of another, allowing the recipient to grasp the celestial skills more swiftly and profoundly. Yet, the drawbacks are substantial. Foremost, the practitioner suffers spiritual damage, and secondly, they forfeit a portion of their own insights into the celestial arts, consequently impeding their future cultivation. I am indeed aware, Ning Fei replied, which is why, in addition to their return to origin restoration pill, I have brought Brother Tai another item. Chapter 81. Various Forces Stir. Scheming against Qin Shi. Ning Fei wore a faint smile, his hand gracefully sweeping through the air, summoning an ancient mat that appeared before him. This mat, seemingly worn, bore intricate patterns that subtly evoked an aura of mystery and antiquity, releasing a delicate, archaic essence. Ning Fei explained, Brother Tai, this item is known as the Spirit Essence Mat, a relic obtained by my ancestors from an ancient site. This mat not only aids in repairing the damaged soul after transferring consciousness, but also accelerates daily cultivation. With its assistance, even after passing on my consciousness, you will swiftly recuperate and not suffer significant losses. Taigu's gaze fixated on the mat, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. However, within moments, his brow furrowed tightly once again. The transfer of consciousness was not something that could be easily remedied through mere cultivation. It significantly jeopardized the foundation of one's practice, and the inherent risks and costs were far too great. Observing Taigu's hesitation, Ning Fei seized the moment. Brother Tai, do you truly have other options? With the update of the heavenly ranking approaching, your current state guarantees that your position will be in jeopardy. Once you fall from the heavenly ranking, a vast array of high-quality resources will become inaccessible to you, not to mention the fact that half of your original resources have already been stripped away. As he spoke, Ning Fei's tone grew slightly more intense, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. The path of cultivation is unforgiving. One misstep leads to another. Are you truly willing to fade into obscurity, trampled by those you once looked down upon? Though Ning Fei's words were pointed, they rang true. As a master of the heavenly ranking, Taigu could not bear the thought of losing his past glory. Moreover, without resources to support him, he would soon devolve into a secondary figure within the academy, a fate he would never accept. Moments later, Taigu lifted his gaze to Ning Fei, suspicion flooding his eyes. I have heard of the wager between Qin Shi and Yin Feng regarding the Qing Tian Zhao Wagong, a bit that does not concern you. You could easily contemplate it through the Enlightenment stele. Why resort to offering such a treasure for this transaction? Ning Fei's expression shifted slightly, a brief silence enveloping him before he regained his composure, responding with a gentle smile. Brother Tai, this is merely a mutually beneficial transaction, a matter of fulfilling each other's needs. Why must you delve into the details? In truth, Ning Fei was reluctant to engage in such dealings. Yet he found himself with no alternative. The initiation of the technique was pivotal for his prospects within the academy, which coincidentally aligned with Ning's family's grand ambitions. Moreover, having been severely undermined by Qin Shi previously, resulting in a delay in his understanding of the technique, he felt immense pressure to act, compelling him to part with this precious artifact in exchange for Taigu's assistance. Fortuitously, Taigu had sustained significant injuries in the Blood Demon Cave, his strength greatly diminished. Otherwise, the immense risks associated with the transfer of consciousness would have rendered this endeavor utterly futile. Damn it, just thinking about it incited fury. This detestable Qin Shi must be dealt with. Iron Bone clenched his teeth, a look of determination flashing across his face as he spoke in a deep voice. I can agree to this transaction, but you must provide me with an additional 300,000 contribution points. Only with this sum can I acquire the necessary resources from the academy to secure my position on the heavenly ranking. Ning Fei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, 300,000? Senior Brother Tai, isn't that an outrageous amount? Ironbone sneered, his expression full of disdain. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the privileges enjoyed by the scions of those top-tier families. Even as freshmen, you are never short of contribution points. For you, obtaining contribution points is merely a matter of exchanging some rare resources from your family among your peers. The quantity of contribution points is merely dependent on how much family resource you are willing to part with. Without this 300,000, there is nothing to discuss. Ning Fei furrowed his brows tightly, rapidly weighing the situation in his mind. It was evident that he had fallen prey to Iron Bone's extortion, yet given the current circumstances, where else could he find such a suitable ally if he let this opportunity slip away? Considering this, Ning Fei steeled himself and nodded in agreement. Very well. 300,000 it is. However, senior brother Tai, I have a condition as well. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Iron Bone raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning, confidential? Why is that? Ning Fei's expression turned grave as he slowly shook his head. Senior brother Tai, you may not be aware that I have crossed paths with Qin Shi and know all too well of his cunning methods. I can assure you that by the time of the technique competition, he will not only be able to master the heavenly transformation technique, but may even surpass Ling Huang, who has been meticulously trained by Yin Feng. Iron Bone looked skeptical, scoffing. How can that be possible? That is a heavenly technique. It cannot be easily assisted into mastery by external forces unless Master Shin personally imparts it. However, mentors are prohibited from intervening in matters between disciples. This is an ironclad rule of the Academy. Who could breach it? The competition in the Academy of Creation is based on talent, not mentor relationships. Under this open competitive mechanism, any form of mentor interference is strictly forbidden. You must strive, seize, and cultivate within the Academy. As long as you can outperform others, your talent is sufficient to grant you more cultivation resources than anyone else. Ning Fei shrugged helplessly. I am uncertain of the exact means he possesses, but I trust he has a way. Regardless, as long as you transmit your soul's power to me, I will undoubtedly surpass Qin Shi. On the day of the technique competition, perhaps I can turn the tables and reclaim the honor that was lost, allowing Qin Shi to taste the bitterness of being outmaneuvered. Iron Bone pondered for a brief moment, instantly grasping Ning Fei's scheme. Another wager with Qin Shi. If Qin Shi declined, he would be humiliated and his reputation tarnished. If he accepted, the outcome would be even worse. He would certainly suffer a crushing defeat. Indeed, it was a clever calculation. However, such intricacies had no bearing on Iron Bone. Fine, it's a deal. Ning Fei sought a tranquil corner, retrieving a communication stone, his demeanor slightly tense yet infused with a measure of resolve. He spoke softly, Father, I require an additional 300,000 contribution points. He paused, seemingly apprehensive of his father's disapproval, and quickly added, Father, rest assured, on the day of the technique competition, I will find a way to provoke Qin Shi and set up a wager with him, significantly increasing the likelihood of recovering this portion of our family's losses. Rest assured, Father, with the formidable Master Iron Bone imparting his soul's wisdom, my comprehension of the celestial transformation technique shall undoubtedly surpass all previous attainments. What can Qin contend against me? After a brief silence on the other end of the communication stone, a deep affirmation echoed back. Ning Fei exhaled in relief, swiftly gathering the necessary resources and presenting them to Iron Bone. Upon receiving them, Iron Bone nodded in satisfaction. Let us commence. Meanwhile, within the transmission palace, Yin Feng furrowed his brow, filled with reluctance. My resources have been halved, and the stakes of this wager, amounting to 250,000 contribution points, must not falter. He cast a fervent gaze towards Ling Huang, his eyes ablaze with determination. I shall exert every effort to assist you in grasping the celestial transformation technique. You must prevail against Qin. Ling Huang gracefully inclined her body in salute, her tone resolute. Indeed, senior brother Yin, I shall not fail your expectations, and will give my utmost effort to ensure your pride remains intact. With that, a confident smile graced Ling Huang's lips. With senior brother Yan's unwavering support, how could I, Ling Huang, possibly falter against Qin? It is utterly inconceivable. Chapter 82. The commencement of the martial arts competition. For several consecutive days, Ning Fei immersed himself in the teachings of Iron Bone, absorbing the essence of spiritual transmission. It was only on the eve of the skill assessment that he emerged from the stone chamber, returning to his quarters. At this moment, Ning Fei exuded a markedly different aura, with a glimmer of brilliance concealed within his eyes, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Upon entering, Lu Tin greeted him with exuberance. Brother Fei, you've finally returned. We've all been quite worried about you these past few days. As he spoke, Lu Tin deftly took Ning Fei's outer robe and thoughtfully pulled out a chair for him to sit down. Seeing Lu Tin bustling about, a warmth spread through Ning Fei's heart. Previously, he had been ensnared by Qin Shi's schemes, oppressed by Yin Feng, and ultimately ostracized by his peers. During that dismal period, he had nearly succumbed to isolation. Thankfully, Lu Tin had not only kept their dwelling immaculate, but also frequently gathered spirit wine to indulge Ning Fei in revelry, alleviating his melancholy. More importantly, Lu Tin consistently offered thoughtful counsel and stood resolutely by his side, sharing in his grievances, expressing outrage at Qin Shi, and vehemently denouncing him as a complete hypocrite. Such a considerate companion had long been regarded by Ning Fei as a true brother within the academy. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fei looked up at Lu Tan and spoke slowly. "Brother Lu, could you do me a favor?" Lu Tan, upon hearing this, immediately pounded his chest. "Brother Fei, do we even need to ask? Whatever you require, I shall go through fire and water to fulfill." Ning Fei nodded slightly and replied softly, "I have recently grasped the fundamentals of the Qing Tian Zhao Huagong. Please find a way to convey this news to Qin Shi." At these words, Lu Tan's expression changed abruptly, and he thought to himself, "Has Ning Fei discovered that I am the spy Qin and placed beside him?" The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, yet he reassured himself that it was unlikely. He had always been cautious and had not even spent the 3,000 contribution points given by Qin. Moreover, if Ning Fei truly suspected him, given his temperament, he would never speak so gently. With this in mind, Lu Tin steadied himself, and his face blossomed with joy. "Brother Fei, you've mastered the fundamentals. This is wonderful. I knew with your talent and foundation, you would surely overcome the initial barriers of the Qing Tian Zhao Huagong." After a brief pause, he continued, "But Brother Fei, what is your intent in informing that rascal Qin Shi?" Ning Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. "It is, of course, to devise a scheme against him." This was the ostensible reason. In reality, it was a family mission requiring him to continuously suppress Qin Shi. The more severely he subdued him, the lower Qin Shi's standing would be within the academy, thereby significantly reducing the obstacles and concerns when the Ning family took action. Previously, within the Misty Mountain Range, Qin Shi had effortlessly seen through the carefully laid trap set by Ning Fei, revealing his cautious nature. To draw Qin Shi into the fray, some additional methods would be necessary. The azure light of one zhang represented the manifestation of mastery over the heavenly arts, the greater the height of the azure light, the deeper the comprehension of the celestial techniques. Historically, the Academy's highest record had been 3 zhang of azure light. Ning Fei calmly stated, "I implore you, Lu Tan, to inform Qin Shi that I have attained the 3 zhang of azure light. In doing so, Qin Shi, who is privy to my prowess, will undoubtedly engage in a wager with me, allowing me to cunningly outmaneuver him." Ning Fei's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. It appeared that Brother Fei had devised such a plan. Lu Tan nodded slightly, yet queried, "Are you certain that Qin Shi's comprehension of azure light exceeds 3 zhang?" A derisive snicker escaped Ning Fei's lips. "Based on my experiences of being deceived, it is clear that Qin Shi is shrewd and cautious. If he were uncertain of achieving even 3 zhang of azure light, he would never dare to propose a wager with Yin Feng. I have long seen through his tricks. Only a fool like Yin Feng would fall for them." Lu Tin tentatively inquired, "Then, Brother Fei, what is the actual extent of your azure light comprehension?" Ning Fei did not respond directly, but instead offered a mysterious smile. "Tomorrow, you shall know, and it will undoubtedly surpass everyone's expectations." "Excellent. Since Brother Fei is so assured, I shall promptly inform Qin Shi. This time, he will surely be trampled beneath our feet." Lu Tin exclaimed with fierce determination, "Rest assured, Qin Shi will not rise again tomorrow." Ning Fei slightly tilted his head towards the horizon. In that moment, the confidence lost from being deceived, suppressed, and humiliated by Qin Shi had returned in full force. Ning Fei's lips curled into a smile as he whispered, "Qin Shi, you could never fathom that I would have Lu Tin feign friendship with you. While you revel in your triumphs on the 3rd level, little do you know, I await you on the 5th. I eagerly anticipate your expression when you realize you have been betrayed." Meanwhile, Qin Shi, still cultivating in the small cave heaven, had not anticipated that Ning Fei, this clever individual, would resort to such undercover tactics. He had never imagined that the seemingly insignificant piece he casually cast aside would yield such substantial surprises. "Brother Qin, this is the situation." Lu Tin communicated, "Ning Fei's azure light is certainly beyond 3 zhang. Brother Qin, if you lack certainty, it would be prudent not to engage in a wager with him. Furthermore, I must inform you of another matter. Recently, in a drunken stupor, Ning Fei produced a jade slip inscribed faintly with the word Zishao. He claimed this slip represented a fortuitous opportunity and the capital for his resurgence. However, this lad is notoriously tight-lipped and even inebriated. He revealed little critical information. This is all I could discern. You have done exceedingly well." Qin Shi replied, I have just conferred with Wang Yuan from the Ling Academy. He will reserve a position for you in the Ling Valley for your cultivation. Thank you, Brother Qin. After a prolonged silence, Lu Tan responded, his tone brimming with indescribable excitement. The Ling Valley is a revered cultivation haven within the academy, second only to the small cave heaven, accessible solely to elite upperclassmen. Securing a place there as a new student would undoubtedly allow Lu Tan to surpass his contemporaries, leading the way in the future. The following day dawned bright and clear. The academy buzzed with an unusual vibrancy, not only due to the new students' examination of their skills, but also because of the impending wager between the formidable Yin Feng and the first-year prodigy, Qin Shi. The wager between the two swiftly captured the attention of onlookers, including mentors. Ling Huang, with an elegant demeanor and an air of arrogance, was the first to call out into the void. Qin Shi, step forward. Today marks the day of the new students' examination of their martial arts. Let us settle this once and for all. Her words instantly elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. In an instant, the academy erupted with fervent discussions among the disciples. Brother Qin's prowess was unparalleled. Since his entry into the academy, he had never known defeat. Even in the perilous Blood Demon Cave, he had carved a path of victory. And this time would surely be no different. However, soon dissenting voices arose. Ling Huang had been meticulously trained by Brother Yin Feng, and her constant engagement with the Enlightenment Tablet had allowed her to rapidly advance, making it almost inevitable that she would surpass Qin Shi. Indeed, the celestial transformation technique has historically proven exceedingly challenging to master without the aid of the Enlightenment Tablet. Qin Shi stands no chance. His stubbornness in challenging Brother Yin Feng to a wager will surely lead to his downfall. Within the transmission hall, Ling Huang turned to Brother Yin Feng beside her, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Yin, I shall undoubtedly triumph over Qin Shi today." Yin Feng nodded, reflecting, "Your talent exceeds my expectations. Surpassing Qin Shi is a mere formality, and it may very well send shockwaves throughout the entire academy." Ding! The serene sound of a bell resonated, and a voice echoed throughout the academy. All new students, proceed to the transmission hall for the examination of martial arts. Chapter 83. I, Ning Fei, am unparalleled in wit. Before the hall of transmission, a throng of eager disciples gathered, drawn by the prospect of witnessing the upcoming martial arts examination. Even the deans of the 4 academies stood upon the elevated platform, keenly observing the proceedings. A stern-faced instructor clad in a gray robe was organizing the new students into formation, preparing to commence the evaluation of their skills. At that moment, Ning Fei stepped forward from the crowd, striding confidently to face Qin Shi. "Qin Shi, do you dare to wager against me?" "Oh." Qin Shi lifted his gaze slightly, intrigued. "What are the stakes?" With a confident smile, Ning Fei proclaimed, "If you lose, you shall voluntarily leave the academy." Naturally, Ning Fei did not anticipate that Qin Shi would accept such a condition. However, to his astonishment, Qin Shi did not even flinch, responding directly, "All right, and if you lose?" This unexpected straightforwardness rendered Ning Fei momentarily speechless. Yet, a wave of elation surged within him. According to the family plan, he was to suppress Qin Shi, ensuring he remained unnoticed by the academy, thus providing ample opportunity to reclaim the celestial pearl. Who could have imagined that things would progress so smoothly? This fool, Qin Shi, had unwittingly agreed to leave the academy. Did this not imply that he could exceed his family's expectations and return to the core of their clan? To voluntarily withdraw from the academy and no longer be a student of the Academy of Creation, Ning Fei reiterated, somewhat apprehensively. "Of course, leaving the academy means precisely that." Qin Shi replied, somewhat impatiently waving his hand, "Are you in or not?" "Let us wager," Ning Fei exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement, his breath quickening. "If I lose, you may set the terms." It appeared that employing Lu Tan's tactic had been nothing short of brilliant, leading Qin Shi to mistakenly believe he was certain of victory, thus boldly accepting the wager. "Indeed, my intelligence is truly exceptional. If you lose, all the items within your spatial ring shall belong to me," Qin Shi stated calmly. Ning Fei hesitated for a moment but soon nodded in agreement. In truth, aside from the Zhixiao Jade tablet, the other items held little significance. While the Zhixiao Jade tablet was of great importance to both himself and his family, was there any chance he could lose? Absolutely not. The gray-robed instructor furrowed his brow and admonished, "Must you play such a high-stakes game? A wager made publicly must be honored according to academy rules." After a glance at Qin Shi, the instructor added, "Gaining admission to this Academy of Creation is no easy feat. Do not act rashly." "Thank you, instructor. I am fully aware." Qin Shi replied with a slight bow. The instructor scoffed and shook his head in resignation. If you insist on proceeding with this wager, I shall serve as a witness. Once the outcome is determined, neither party may retract their agreement. Certainly, Ning Fei exclaimed eagerly. Qin Shi nodded in agreement, signaling his consent. By the side, Ling Huang crossed her arms and scoffed, derisively stating, "Two clowns, merely seeking attention, yet I shall be the one to claim first place in this martial arts competition." The wager between the two sparked a commotion among the onlookers. Even the 4 deans atop the platform were drawn into the spectacle. "Master Shen, must your precious disciple be so audacious?" Master Yu was the first to speak. Shen Shuyue furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why Qin Shi would wager so much. It was important to note that leaving the Creation Academy meant Qin Shi would face the relentless pursuit of the formidable Ning family. Contemplating this, Shen Shuyue found herself restless, immediately intending to intervene. Yet at that moment, she heard Qin Shi's bold declaration, "Master, trust me. No matter who I face, I shall not be defeated. You impudent boy, I shall trust you this once, but do not let me down." Shen Shuyue shot a stern glance at Qin Shi, ultimately halting her steps. Blind confidence is not necessarily a virtue, Master Yu remarked with a slight shake of his head. As for Ning Fei, I cannot say, but against Ling Huang, Qin Shi is certain to lose. His assertion stemmed from prior inquiries made to Yin Feng regarding Ling Huang's progress in her cultivation. Upon learning of her accomplishments, even he was taken aback. It seemed that even if Qin Shi possessed some skills, they would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Ling Huang. "Oh, is that so?" Shen Shuyue raised an eyebrow. "I have faith in Qin Shi. No matter what, he will prevail. Since Master Shen is so confident, why not place a wager?" A glimmer of cunning flickered in Master Yu's eyes. "If Qin Shi loses to Ling Huang, you shall surrender that moonlight spirit jade to me. What say you?" After a brief contemplation, Shen Shuyue readily replied, "Very well, I accept this wager. But should Qin Shi triumph, you must contribute your prized 10 purple star spirit ginseng to the cleansing pool to assist Qin Shi in his further breakthrough." Star Master, who had been listening intently, interjected eagerly, "Count me in. I too wager on Ling Huang's victory." With a sidelong glance, Shen Shuyue remarked, "Star Master, you truly are a cunning fox. Your disciple, Ming Yu, has a spot in the cleansing pool as well. In this way, you are guaranteed a win regardless. Should you lose, it merely means an extra bit of spirit herb. Should you win, you could acquire my spirit jade." Star Master laughed heartily. "I merely wish to join in the excitement. Let the contest begin." As the gray-robed instructor called out, the atmosphere in the arena instantly became charged with tension. The new students began to focus their energy. Zhao Yu, 1 yard of azure light, qualified. Sun Nantian, 1 yard and 3 inches, quite good. Li Ming, not yet 1 yard, disqualified. With each announcement, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, the instructor's voice rose, and Xiu'er, 2 yards and 8 inches, outstanding. His tone was filled with surprise and admiration, shattering the somber mood in the arena. 2 yards and 8 inches. Do you realize that historically, 3 yards has been the pinnacle? For this young lady to achieve 2 yards and 8 inches is nothing short of miraculous. It appears this year's freshmen are exceptionally talented. An upperclassman exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "Oh, I am even more eager to see the outcome of that wager among the 3. They have yet to take the stage, and who knows? They might surpass history and create new miracles. Now that would be the true spectacle." Another student remarked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Soon, the assessments of the new students concluded, leaving only Qin Shi, Ling Huang, and Ning Fei in the arena. Ling Huang stepped lightly out of the ranks, casting a disdainful glance at the two, and declared, "I shall go first. By the time I conclude my examination, I fear you both shall find it difficult to remain here with any semblance of dignity." With that, she closed her eyes and began to channel her energy. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted forth, and a brilliant azure light surged skyward like an enraged dragon, dazzling the onlookers and leaving the entire gathering in a state of astonishment. Chapter 84. Is it so difficult to acknowledge my excellence? Before the transmission hall, a beam of azure light surged forth like an enraged dragon breaching the sea, ascending to the heavens. The brilliance intensified, nearly blinding the onlookers. "Quick, quick, ascertain its height," a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 9 zhang, 18 zhang. A new student, trembling with excitement, counted aloud. Upon reaching the declaration of 18 zhang, the entire venue was momentarily enveloped in an eerie silence, as if all sound had been siphoned away, only to subsequently erupt in thunderous gasps of astonishment. Historically, the highest entry level for new students in the academy had been merely 3 zhang, yet here it was. An astonishing 18 zhang. Although Ling Huang had the unrestricted assistance of the Enlightenment Stone and the personal guidance of Brother Yefeng, the manifestation of 18 zhang was undeniably terrifying. A disciple could not contain their enthusiasm, shouting aloud, while those around them wore expressions of sheer disbelief, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes wide with incredulity. The gray-robed instructor responsible for the assessment bore a similar look of disbelief, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in place for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Shaking his head repeatedly, as if unable to accept the reality before him. Teacher Yu's lips curled into an unmistakable smile, pride evident in his demeanor as he remarked, "Ah, Teacher Shun, it seems this time, victory is mine. You must prepare that moonlight spirit jade." Recently, Qin Shi had been unparalleled, with the esteemed experts of his own academy overshadowed by his prowess, leaving Teacher Yu feeling quite frustrated. Now, with Ling Huang's astonishing display, he finally felt he had regained a measure of triumph, his spirits soaring. Qin Shi furrowed her brow, her expression a tapestry of surprise. 18 zhang of azure light was indeed beyond her expectations. It appeared that Qin Shi's defeat in this instance was not entirely unjust. Ling Huang, enveloped in that radiant 18 zhang of azure light, resembled a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. At this moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her chest heaving with excitement, her emotions barely contained. "Did you see that, Qin Shi?" Ling Huang proclaimed, lifting her chin with confidence and clarity in her voice. "I, Ling Huang, am no less than you. You are not the only genius. I too can rise above and surpass." In recent days, she had dedicated herself tirelessly at the Enlightenment Stone, grappling with profound techniques, not merely for the sake of Brother Yinfeng's wager, but with a fervent desire to triumph over Qin Shi, though she had leveraged external aid. In the realm of cultivation, absolute fairness was an elusive concept. A victory was a victory. Ling Huang had long awaited this moment of vindication, and it had been an arduous journey. Standing amidst the azure glow, she surveyed the astonished and envious faces of her peers, her earlier frustrations dissipating. "I am the proud daughter of the heavens. What he, Qin Shi, can achieve, I too can, and perhaps even surpass." Her gaze then fell upon Qin Shi, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes as she spoke imperiously. "Are you convinced?" Upon hearing Ling Huang's haughty words, Qin Shi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I concede to you. Truly, you are bothersome. Are we done? If we are, let us hurry up. I still have to compete with Ning Fei." Ling Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter surprise. This reaction was unexpected. Should not Qin Shi have been awed by her 18 zhang of azure light? Even if he were not astonished, he ought to be angry or envious. Ning Fei, standing nearby, echoed in agreement. "Exactly. Have you finished your testing? If so, hurry and step down." Ling Huang felt somewhat bewildered, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that they were superior to her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They must be feigning calmness. With this thought, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Ling Huang's mouth. "Qin Shi, is it truly so difficult for you to acknowledge my excellence? Once the results of your martial arts demonstration are revealed, it will undoubtedly shatter your current arrogance. I shall see how long you can maintain your bravado." However, Qin Shi appeared oblivious, merely gesturing towards Ning Fei, saying, "Ah, Brother Ning, please go ahead." Ning Fei promptly responded with courtesy, "No, Brother Qin, you should go first." The surrounding disciples and newcomers began to murmur among themselves, intrigued. Just a moment ago, they were so fierce in their bets. Why are they now being so polite? One disciple inquired. Of course, with Ling Huang's unprecedented 18 zhang of azure light, whoever goes first will be the most embarrassed. So that's how it is. They are indeed unfortunate to face Ling Huang. At that moment, the gray-robed instructor furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "Stop dawdling. Both of you go up together." Ning Fei took a deep breath and began to channel his energy, and in an instant, azure light surged upwards, reaching a height of 3 zhang. This elicited a gasp of astonishment from the crowd. However, in light of Ling Huang's earlier 18 zhang, the reaction to this 3 zhang was comparatively subdued. In truth, Ning Fei was already quite formidable. Let us not forget that his 3 zhang of azure light was achieved without the aid of the Enlightenment steel. This was an impressive feat indeed. One newcomer remarked on the situation. The gray-robed instructor nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Fei's talent was indeed commendable. And had it not been for Ling Huang's astonishing performance prior, this achievement would have shattered the historical records for newcomers at the academy. Next up was Qin Shi. Suddenly, azure light radiated around him, swiftly reaching a height of 4 zhang. The surrounding crowd erupted in awe, with some disciples exclaiming in admiration. Brother Qin has also achieved this without the enlightenment steel, effortlessly surpassing Ning Fei. Brother Qin is indeed impressive. A flicker of surprise flashed in the instructor's eyes. This cohort of newcomers truly was astonishing, achieving feats beyond imagination without relying on the enlightenment steel. Ha! Ling Huang sneered disdainfully at the sight. Realizing that it was merely an act of feigned composure, on the high platform, Master Yu nodded in approval, exclaiming, "To achieve 4 zhang of azure light without the enlightenment steel is indeed a rare level of understanding." At this moment, Qin Shiyu's anxious heart began to settle, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although she had lost to Ling Huang, as long as she triumphed over Ning Fei, she could remain at the academy. And that was sufficient. Upon witnessing the 4 zhang of azure light surrounding Qin Shi, Ning Fei suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. My unparalleled intellect has indeed proven correct. You two are merely at 4 zhang of azure light. Then, with a sinister glint in his eyes, Ning Fei fixed his gaze on Qin Shi. His face brimming with pride. Qin Shi, did you not anticipate this? The 3 zhang of azure light that Lu Tan revealed to you is something I deliberately allowed him to say, and I am far beyond 3 zhang. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's expression abruptly changed. More than 3 zhang? How is this possible? Upon witnessing the spectacle of Qin Shi, Ning Fei laughed even more maniacally, bellowing with all his might. Qin Shi, today not only will I ensure your defeat, but I shall also make you experience the taste of betrayal, as I outsmart you and Lu Tan. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant azure light began to surge violently from Ning Fei's body, its radiance resembling a tumultuous tide, rising with astonishing velocity. The azure glow ascended, inch by inch, first to 9 zhang, then 18, 36, 72, until it reached an astounding height of 98 zhang. At that moment, the entire arena seemed to be muted, with all present wide-eyed in disbelief. Such an extraordinary manifestation of azure light is seldom achieved even by seasoned students who have trained for years in the academy. Only Qin Shi's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Indeed, this is what makes it interesting. Chapter 85. Am I the fool? A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Moments later, a disciple could no longer contain his disbelief and shouted at the top of his lungs, "How is this possible? This cannot be true. 98 zhang of azure light. Has this fellow lost his mind? Even the senior students in the academy seldom reach such heights. This must be a fabrication. It cannot be real." A new student, overwhelmed by emotion, lamented, "I have diligently pondered at the Enlightenment Monument day and night, and have only achieved 1 zhang of azure light. Why does he possess 98 zhang? Is Ning Fei truly not the illegitimate son of the dean?" Another senior student exclaimed, filled with indignation and resentment. "I have fought for 2 years in the Sword Burial Valley and only attained 36 zhang. What gives him the right to reach 98 zhang?" In an instant, the other disciples erupted into a cacophony of voices, their astonishment creating a tumult that threatened to shatter the skies. The gray-robed mentor, equally taken aback by the scene, staggered back several steps, eyes wide with shock, his mouth opening and closing in vain for words, unable to articulate a single syllable for what felt like an eternity. I had anticipated a moment of brilliance for myself today, yet who could have foreseen this? Ling Huang clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. How on earth did Ning Fei achieve 98 zhang? However, she quickly began to console herself, reasoning that as long as she could maintain an advantage over Qin Shi, it would suffice. After all, Ning Fei hailed from a prestigious family, so some hidden skills were not entirely unexpected. On the high platform, Qin Shiyu's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, her spirit seemingly lost. This is it. It's all over. With 98 zhang of azure light, how can Qin Shi possibly contend? Qin Shi, what do you have now to challenge me? Ning Fei laughed maniacally. The grievances and resentments that had festered within him due to Qin Shi now flooding forth like a burst dam. After his laughter subsided, Ning Fei, striving to suppress his excitement, turned to the mentor, eagerly declaring, "I request the enforcement of our wager and demand that Qin Shi be expelled from the academy." Sighing heavily, the mentor, with a look of resignation, replied, "Qin Shi, according to the terms of our wager, you must voluntarily withdraw from the academy. However, rest assured, when the academy opens enrollment next year, you will receive an invitation." Despite the mentor's words, it was evident to all that in this prime age for cultivation, a year's delay would likely hinder even someone as gifted as Qin Shi, relegating him to mediocrity. Next year? Ning Fei glared fiercely at Qin Shi. "I assure you, You will not survive until then. Without the Academy's protection, you shall face the wrath of my Ning family. Your demise is imminent. Seemingly undeterred by Ning Fei's tirade, Qin Shi turned to the mentor, saying, Mentor, I have yet to compete. The mentor shook his head with a look of regret. 98 Zhang, how can you compete? It is futile to struggle against such odds. As Qin Shi opened his mouth to argue, he suddenly heard Shen Qiuyue's voice resonating in his mind. Qin Shi, listen carefully. Regardless of the cost, I shall escort you away from the eastern wilderness. At that moment, you will assume a new identity, and I shall personally return to retrieve you next year. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi felt a warmth in her heart. Fully aware that Shen Qiuyue had resolved to confront both her and the entire Ning family. On the high platform, Qin Shi furrowed her brow, expressing her dissatisfaction through a transmission. Have you lost your mind, girl? You intend to conceal Qin Shi's fate with your own star of destiny. While this may effectively obscure Qin Shi's whereabouts from the Ning family, should anything happen to Qin Shi, your own star would inevitably fall. Observing the increasingly arrogant Ning Fei, Qin Shi stepped forward, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she softly declared, I merely wished to toy with you for a moment. Did you truly believe yourself to be a mere pawn? However, if this continues, my master may grow irate, so I shall no longer feign restraint. As her words fell, the azure light enveloping Qin Shi erupted with a sudden intensity, radiating like a blazing sun breaking free from its confines, soaring to an astounding height of 99 zhang, firmly overshadowing Ning Fei. Upon witnessing this, Ning Fei's pupils dilated in disbelief and terror, instinctively retreating several steps, exclaiming, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? Ling Huang was equally taken aback by the scene, stumbling backward in shock until she ultimately sank to the ground, her gaze filled with dread as she muttered. One at 98 zhang, one at 99 zhang, how can this be? Am I truly the fool in this scenario? Her face turned pale. The pride she once held shattered in that moment, as she found herself engulfed in a sea of self-doubt. Once again, her understanding was appended by Qin Shi, and she could not recall how many times this had occurred. She desperately wished to inquire whether it was she, Ling Huang, who was in error, or if it was the world itself that had gone awry. This scene plunged the entire assembly into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of astonished whispers. After a moment, one of the disciples regained their composure and exclaimed, Have you noticed? Brother Qin consistently suppresses Ning Fei, yet only by 1 zhang. Is it possible that even this 99 zhang azure light does not represent Brother Qin's true strength? These words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, causing another wave of commotion as the crowd gasped in unison. Their gazes toward Qin Shi now laced with a deeper reverence. Qin Shi regarded the dazed Ning Fei, a smirk playing on her lips. Are you convinced? I shall claim your storage ring. Ning Fei's heart seized at this declaration. The ring itself was inconsequential. What mattered was the Zixiao jade slip within. A chance tied to his family scheme. Should he lose it, not only would his status within the family be jeopardized, but their entire lineage would lose the support of the elders, with consequences too dire to contemplate. Qin Shi, I refuse to believe you possess any remaining strength. Ning Fei snarled, his face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with determination as he bellowed, I will not lose, and I cannot lose. Having spoken, he suddenly struck his vital points with both hands. As he did so, his aura surged dramatically, and the emerald light, originally at a height of 98 zhang, erupted once more from within him. On the high platform, Shen Qiuyue immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. This was a forbidden technique passed down by the Ning family. Once employed, it would deplete one's lifespan, foundation, and potential, fully activating one's combat prowess. Such a method should never be used unless in the direst of circumstances. Yet, this was merely a contest. Had Ning Fei lost his senses? Perhaps within his spatial ring lay something he could not afford to lose. The Star Master narrowed his eyes. Pondering deeply, the emerald light surrounding Ning Fei expanded tremendously, its brilliance threatening to envelop the entire transmission hall. Wherever the light reached, the onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure that left them breathless. At that moment, a resounding and prolonged dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. Master Yu raised his gaze, murmuring to himself, Heavenly skill transforms into dragon, a feat achievable only by those who had reached an exceptionally profound understanding of the Qing Tian Zhao Huagong. It seemed defeat was imminent for Qin. Chapter 86. The Collapse of the Tao Heart. He is cheating. The mentor gazed at the azure dragon soaring in the sky, murmuring to himself, the transformation of heavenly merit into a dragon is a manifestation achieved only through profound comprehension of the martial arts. How could a newcomer accomplish such a feat? The azure dragon spiraled gracefully in the arena, its body radiating a resplendent blue light, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers felt an immense pressure wash over them, rendering them frozen in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief, scarcely daring to breathe. After a considerable pause, those who had regained their composure erupted into a chorus of disbelief, vociferously declaring, "He is definitely cheating. This transcends fairness. An investigation into Ning Fei is imperative. How can this be allowed? It's utterly outrageous." Unfazed by the uproar, Ning Fei brazenly shouted, "Qin Shi, did you see that? What does it matter if you're a foot taller than me? You lack the backing, the family heritage. Ultimately, you shall be defeated. I await the day you are expelled from the academy, hunted by my Ning family." Qin Shi, observing the azure dragon circling above, lamented, "I intended to keep a low profile, yet you insist on forcing me to reveal my strength." With that, he extended his finger, azure light swirling as he pointed directly at the dragon. In the next moment, the formidable azure dragon shattered, transforming into countless specks of blue light that dissipated into the air. Ning Fei, who had been basking in pride, suddenly froze, his smile arrested in mid-expression. Fear washed over his face, and he muttered, "Impossible. How can this be?" Clutching his chest, he began to cough violently, clearly suffering severe repercussions from the forbidden technique he had previously employed. The mentor, witnessing this, gasped in astonishment. To shatter the azure dragon with a mere finger, how can this be? While I could also dismantle such a dragon, I could never achieve it with a single finger. In terms of comprehension of heavenly merit, Qin Shi surpasses me. Upon hearing this, the surrounding newcomers grew even more raucous. "I can't believe Ning Fei was not the only one cheating. There is another one here. This is utterly incredible. What on earth is happening? We cultivate diligently while you cheat. What is the point of our training?" On the high platform, the four deans exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. "Humph. To shatter the azure dragon with a finger?" Dean Yu scoffed, turning to Shinshioyu. "Your disciple has stirred up a significant mess." Shinshioyu furrowed her brow, choosing silence. The transformation of heavenly merit into a dragon, while shocking, was still somewhat acceptable. After all, disciples on the heavenly ranking could achieve it. And it wasn't impossible for them to have secretly assisted Ning Fei. But now, for Qin Shi to dismantle the azure dragon with a mere finger, this was no longer mere astonishment, but horror. What a jest! In just a few days. To elevate his heavenly merit to such a level, how could this be possible? Could it be that he practiced the Imperial Sutra? Moreover, this fellow had ventured into the Blood Demon Cavern in the interim, which meant his actual cultivation time for heavenly merit was even shorter. This suggests that there is a high likelihood of a mentor's involvement behind Qin Shi, an act that is strictly prohibited by the Academy. If this is indeed the case, it is bound to stir considerable controversy. "Master Yu, there must be a mentor involved in this," Yin Feng exclaimed, leaping from the crowd and declaring loudly, "I propose a thorough investigation into Qin Shi, otherwise, we shall not comply." Originally, Yin Feng was in a state of deep frustration. He had exerted all his efforts to assist Ling Huang, whose talent was indeed remarkable, achieving an astounding 18 zhang of azure light. He believed victory was assured. Yet who could have anticipated that he would be effortlessly defeated by Qin Shi? Upon reflection, it became clear that Qin Shi had intended to set him up from the very beginning. Damn that old schemer. Though willing to accept defeat, he never expected to be outmatched so decisively. However, in a surprising turn of events, Qin Shi's finger broke the azure dragon, startling him greatly. This also indicated that Qin Shi had utilized a mentor's soul transmission method. Otherwise, such an accomplishment would be impossible. Ning Fei, who had been plunged into despair by Qin Shi's feat, suddenly felt a spark of hope upon hearing Yin Feng's words. His previously dim eyes now shone brightly as he shouted, "For Qin Shi to break my heavenly art, it must have been personally imparted to him by Master Shun. They are cheating." Upon hearing this, Shinshioyu was immediately incensed, her brows furrowing in anger as she retorted, "How dare you question me? Do you possess the audacity?" With that, she swept her hand, unleashing a formidable aura that surged toward Ning Fei. Bang! Ning Fei was struck, his chest caving in as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. This blow nearly cost him his life. At that moment, Master Yu stepped forward, asserting, "A single technique can be vast and intricate, with each practitioner manifesting it differently. I am well acquainted with the essence of Master Shin's techniques, and what Qin Shi just displayed did not originate from him." With that, Master Yu turned his gaze toward Qin Shi and gravely stated, "Even if it was not Master Shin, such methods must certainly derive from another mentor. Speak up, who is it?" Qin Shi shrugged, This heavenly art is indeed my own comprehension. I received no assistance from anyone. Master Yu snorted, humph. Stubborn and obstinate. Do not think that your denial will prevent us from uncovering the truth. He had once held great admiration for Qin Shi, but now? It was clear that the truth had been revealed, yet he still refused to admit it, shamelessly claiming it was his own understanding. If this were truly your own insight, I, Master Yu, shall swallow the enlightenment tablet. Qin Shi's conduct was truly exasperating. The Star Master furrowed his brows and cautioned Qin Shi. The enlightenment tablet records the initial imprints of the transmitted techniques. It can verify whose technique it truly is. If you admit it now, the Academy may consider leniency. Qin Shi shook his head. Star Master, I genuinely comprehended it on my own, without any assistance. Seeing this, the Star Master's face revealed clear dissatisfaction. If that is the case, let us verify with the enlightenment tablet, so we do not wrongfully accuse you. He emphasized the last few words. Under the Star Master's directive, the mentors swiftly retrieved the enlightenment tablet and then turned to the still collapsed Ning Fei, stating, You shall go first. At this moment, Ning Fei had long lost his previous arrogance, appearing frail and weak, supported by several freshmen as they dragged him to the monument of enlightenment. Trembling, he extended his hand and placed it upon the monument. In an instant, the surface of the monument shimmered with brilliance, and the names of Ning Fei and Taigu began to slowly emerge and intertwine. Observing this, the instructor proclaimed loudly, Ning Fei's technique originates from the soul transmission of Taigu, and according to the Academy's regulations, it does not constitute cheating. Having said this, he turned his gaze towards Qin Shi and solemnly stated, It is your turn, Qin Shi. Chapter 87. Encountering the area of Qin, does cultivation still hold meaning? As Qin Shi was about to extend his hand to touch the enlightenment steel, he suddenly heard Shen Qiuyu's urgent voice resonating within his mind. Qin Shi, do you have any clarity regarding the origin of your celestial skill? Is it perhaps imparted by the white-clad monkey master? If it is indeed from him, we might be able to leverage the master's status to circumvent the Academy's regulations. Observing the anxious expression on his mentor's face, Qin Shi gently shook his head. Shen Qiuyu's voice echoed again. This is troublesome. Do not proceed with the assessment for now. We must find a way to suppress this matter. Rest assured, Master. This technique has indeed been cultivated by me alone. Qin Shi replied helplessly through his thoughts. At that moment, Yu Shi, keenly perceptive, detected the fluctuations of their magical energies. In an instant, he appeared before Shen Qiuyu, his gaze fixed intently upon Qin Shi, and stated sternly, Qin Shi, it is your turn for the assessment. Do not delay. Shen Qiuyu regarded this tense scene with profound concern and resignation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shi resolutely pressed his fingertips against the grayish surface of the enlightenment steel. With a swift motion, the steel shimmered, revealing Qin Shi's name. The onlookers gazed, captivated, eager to see whose name would appear next. However, after a prolonged wait, as the light of the steel gradually dimmed, only Qin Shi's name remained emblazoned upon it. This revelation left Yu Shi in utter astonishment, his eyes widening as he murmured, It is indeed only him. In such a short span, he has achieved this level solely through his own efforts. His talent is simply astonishing. Shen Qiuyu was equally taken aback, a mix of astonishment and joy illuminating her eyes. Well done, young man. You truly did not deceive me. But how did you achieve this? The Star Master observed the enlightenment steel, his lips twitching slightly, his gaze towards Qin Shi growing increasingly peculiar. Without uttering a word, he silently withdrew. Once the mentor regained his composure, he announced the results aloud. Qin Shi's celestial skill is entirely self-cultivated, with no external assistance, thus complying with the Academy's regulations. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted once more. Ning Fei and Ling Huang exchanged glances, both perceiving profound trepidation in each other's eyes. Particularly for Ling Huang. Her lips nearly bled from her biting. She alone knew the immense difficulty of cultivating the 18-zhang azure light. Yet Qin Shi had surpassed her so effortlessly, shattering her pride into fragments. My heart falters. I once believed that everyone relied on hard work and a measure of fortune, but in comparison to him, it feels as if my years of effort have been in vain. How can this be? It defies all logic. I cannot accept this. Can anyone enlighten me on the meaning of cultivation? It has lost its significance. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot catch up to Qin Shi. In an instant, a majority of the disciples found themselves engulfed in a state of doubt, the atmosphere growing increasingly somber and oppressive. Qin Shi turned to his mentor and inquired, According to our wager, may I now claim Ning Fei's storage ring? The mentor cast a complex glance at Qin Shi, then nodded. Indeed, you may. As Qin Shi approached, Ning Fei felt a surge of panic and repeatedly implored, "Can we exchange for something else? Techniques, treasures, elixirs, name it, and my family can provide. Just don't take the Zhixiao jade slip. It's of no use to anyone but me, I assure you, believe me." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shi nodded, "Sure." Upon hearing this, a look of sheer delight blossomed on Ning Fei's face. "Really?" However, Qin Shi suddenly smiled, infused with a hint of mischief, and replied, "No, I'm just teasing you. You're quite adorable." With that, he swiftly removed Ning Fei's spatial ring. Ning Fei, both anxious and furious, trembled violently, followed by a violent cough that expelled a considerable amount of blood. As for Yin Feng, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Before Qin Shi could say a word, he threw down a jade tablet and muttered, "This contains the 250,000 contribution points you lost. Check for yourself." With those words, Yin Feng felt a sting in his heart. His resources had already been halved, and now losing such a significant amount of contribution points was a considerable blow to him. Qin Shi grinned as he accepted the jade tablet, deftly transferring it to his identity tablet, thus raising his contribution points to an impressive 600,000. At this point, the matter seemed to have reached its conclusion. The crowd, as if in unison, turned silently and departed in different directions, the entire process calm and swift, without stirring up any further commotion. Observing this scene, Master Xing furrowed his brow, stating, "Tomorrow, I will give a lecture at the Tranquility Pavilion to help you solidify your resolve. You must all attend." Pausing briefly, he added, "But Qin Shi, you need not come." The crowd responded weakly, "Understood, Master Xing." Once most had departed, Qin Shi lowered his gaze to inspect Ning Fei's spatial ring, where aside from some spirit stones, the only prominent item was the mysterious Zhixiao jade slip. The remaining items were merely inconsequential trinkets. It was reasonable to consider that true treasures are often bound to their owners and are typically safeguarded within the practitioner's bodies. Subsequently, Qin Shi took the jade slip into his hand. As he touched it, a chilling sensation spread from his fingertips. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to concentrate his consciousness and gently touch the slip. Yet, as soon as his awareness made contact, it felt as though it collided with an impenetrable wall, and he was forcefully repelled. Clearly, the jade slip was fortified with formidable restrictions. At that moment, Shinshio gracefully approached Qin Shi, her eyes still reflecting delight. "Qin Shi, you truly are a treasure. I am growing increasingly fond of you." Qin Shi's face flushed slightly, yet he had gradually grown accustomed to Shinshio's playful demeanor. She regarded him with a smile and remarked, "Since you have grasped the heavenly techniques to such an extent, you may now visit the Techniques Pavilion to seek an appropriate technique to further enhance your combat prowess." Qin Shi nodded, "Certainly, Master." As he spoke, he presented the Zhixiao jade slip to Shinshio, asking, "Master, do you know what this is?" I observed that it appeared to hold great significance for Ning Fei and indeed for the entire Ning family. As for Shinshio, Qin Shi placed immense trust in her. Shinshio extended her hand to receive the jade slip, and upon seeing the characters Zhixiao, her brows arched in curiosity. Is this, perhaps in an effort to validate the answer within her heart? The magical energy within Shinshio flowed like a delicate thread toward the jade slip. In a fleeting moment, the formidable restrictions that once enveloped the slip began to dissipate gradually, ultimately being entirely eradicated. Chapter 88, Qin Shi, do not let your curiosity overwhelm you. After examining the contents of the jade slip, Shinshio wore a rather peculiar expression. She raised her gaze towards Qin Shi and inquired, "Are you certain? Is this the object that Ning Fei and the Ning family hold in such high esteem?" Qin Shi nodded earnestly, replying with conviction, "Indeed, I am certain. At least that fellow Ning Fei places immense value on it and has even begun to feel anxious due to its loss." Tilting her head thoughtfully, Shinshio smiled and said, "Well, I have two pieces of news to share with you, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Let us go with the good news," Qin Shi responded. "This is the Zhixiao Divine Thunder Technique," Shinshio stated gravely. "It is one of the supreme divine arts of the Great Wilderness. Once unleashed, it can summon heavenly thunder to aid its wielder. Its power is truly terrifying to contemplate." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's interest was piqued. "And what is the bad news?" Shinshio shook her head with a wry smile. "You will not be able to cultivate this divine art." Why is that?" Qin Shi inquired. Shinshio returned the jade slip to him, explaining, "It pertains to a nearly forgotten history. Millennia ago, a formidable power was abruptly annihilated, scattering 3,000 divine arts across the land, which in turn birthed numerous new factions. Among them are Academy of Creation. Are you referring to the Great Wilderness Divine Palace? Qin Shi interjected. I have heard from Sister Ming that our first president was a core disciple of that palace. Oh, so you are aware. Shen Shouyue remarked while brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. However, refrain from mentioning that name in the future. It is a taboo. After a brief pause, she continued, to put it simply, this divine art is far too supreme and must be complemented by the exclusive imperial scripture, Great Tao of Creation, to be cultivated successfully. Furthermore, this divine art has been divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. What you possess is merely the middle part, while our academy harbors the upper part. As for the lower part, its whereabouts remain unknown. In truth, even without the issue of the incomplete divine art, even if one were to gather the components, without the aid of the imperial scripture, the divine art could not be perfected. At that point, its potency would pale in comparison to a heavenly treasure technique, rendering it a mere waste of effort. Shen Shouyue explained in great detail, which illuminated for Qin Shi why Ning Fei claimed his opportunity lay within the academy and why he needed to complete the initiation of the Qing Tian creation technique. Only by mastering the foundational heavenly technique could one qualify to select a divine art and subsequently obtain the upper part of the Zishu divine thunder to commence cultivation. However, the Ning family lacked for divine arts and did not possess the great Tao of creation. Why, then, were they so fixated on an incomplete divine art? All of this remained a mystery. Nevertheless, whatever the case, the priority was to secure the upper part of the Zishu divine thunder first. I must caution you. Shen Shouyue cast a wary glance at Qin Shi. When you go to the technique pavilion to select divine arts, do not, under any circumstances, be tempted to choose the upper part of this divine art. I acknowledge its tremendous power, but you simply cannot cultivate it. The Academy's heavenly technique cannot support it. Do not squander your efforts. Rest assured, Master, Qin Shi assured her confidently. Am I really that unreliable? I certainly won't act impulsively. Really? Shen Shouyue asked skeptically. Regarding Qin Shi's temperament, she had a certain level of understanding, succinctly summarized as follows. She thrived on rebellion, particularly inclined to pursue that which she was expressly forbidden. Master is overthinking it. My mind is not so foolish as to choose such a flawed technique, Qin Shi remarked, rolling her eyes. Well, it is good that you can be sensible, Shen Shouyue responded, her concern somewhat alleviated by Qin Shi's words. The technique pavilion stood majestically in a corner of the academy, exuding an aura of ancient mystery with its soaring eaves and intricate brackets. As Qin Shi approached the vicinity of the pavilion, a gatekeeper disciple spotted her from a distance and hurried over, his face alight with enthusiasm. Greetings, Qin Ge, he exclaimed. Qin Shi looked at him, puzzled. And you are? The disciple, eager to introduce himself, replied, I am Ming Xiuwei, a senior from the Xianling Institute. You may not know me, but I am well acquainted with your esteemed name. Tales of your exploits, such as seizing the spiritual energy of the 4 valleys and battling the blood demon cave, resound like thunder. As Ming Xiuwei spoke, his excitement grew, his eyes brimming with admiration for Qin Shi. She smiled and waved her hand dismissively. All right. I am here to select a technique. Ming Xiuwei then composed himself and began his introduction. Qin Ge, the technique pavilion is divided into 3 levels. The first level contains ordinary arts and combat skills. As a new student, once you have grasped the basics of the Qingtian Zhao Hua Gong, you may choose one to take back for cultivation. The second level houses the heavenly Tao treasures, which must be exchanged for contribution points, starting at 100,000. The third level contains the Academy's divine treasures. To select one for practice requires a minimum of 1 million contribution points, not to mention the approval of the Dean. As a new student, you are entitled to freely select one from the first level, but for the second level, you would need to provide your own contribution points. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Shi produced her identity jade token, and after it was recorded, she stepped into the technique pavilion. Upon entering, she was greeted by a breathtaking sight, an independent realm of its own. Techniques floated in the air like stars, dense clusters of luminous orbs. A truly magnificent spectacle that left one awestruck. Qin Shi gradually extended her consciousness, gently touching those glowing orbs, and instantly, the information of each technique materialized in her mind. Spirit Wind Spear Art Low-Level Combat Skill. Restriction, Spear Cultivators. Upon reaching mastery, the spear techniques become as agile as petals in the wind, with enhanced speed and power. Powerful Stone Crushing Fist Intermediate Fist Technique. Restriction, Body Cultivators. Upon reaching mastery, an explosive burst of strength can shatter stone and carve mountains, Water Spirit Movement Technique. Advanced Movement Technique. Restriction must resonate with water elements. Upon reaching mastery, it enables the practitioner to flow like water in combat, rendering them elusive and unpredictable. In the Ling Huang sect, even a low-level combat skill is unattainable, Qin Shi lamented. But here, it is as if everyone can freely take one like a common cabbage. However, she held little interest in these techniques. She already possessed the Spirit Ape movement technique gifted by her master, and her own sword energy, amplified by destructive means, far surpassed even advanced combat skills. Her sole purpose for visiting the Technique Pavilion today was to obtain the upper section of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique. As Qin stepped forward, he made his way directly to the second floor of the Technique Pavilion. Upon reaching the staircase, he beheld a shimmering barrier ahead, emanating a gentle radiance that completely obstructed the path to the upper level. Approaching the barrier, Qin observed several lines of text gradually materializing upon its surface, clearly stating, Qin, a new student of the Huangshan Academy with a contribution value exceeding 100,000, meets the requirements and is permitted entry, as if possessing a consciousness of its own. The barrier flickered lightly after verifying the information, before dissipating like wisps of smoke, thereby granting access to the second floor. The space on the second floor was somewhat smaller than anticipated, with ancient shelves arranged around the room. Neatly placed upon these shelves were numerous treasure boxes, each enveloped in an ethereal glow, a testament to the formidable constraints that emanated from them. Reflecting on the words of his master, Qin quietly mused to himself, I should be qualified to select the Zixiao Divine Thunder Technique. He resolved to locate the incomplete divine art before his master could react. Chapter 89. Sometimes, being unconventional is quite pleasing. Qin Shi swiftly glanced over the treasure boxes before him, each accompanied by a brief description. Starry Illusion Sword Art, a low-tier offensive treasure technique of the Heavenly Way, requiring a contribution value of 200,000. Azure Smoke Avatar Technique, a high-tier supportive treasure technique of the Heavenly Way, requiring a contribution value of 500,000. 9 Revolutions of the Universe Seal, an apex offensive treasure technique of the Heavenly Way, requiring a contribution value of 1,000,000. The treasure techniques were formidable, and the required contribution values were substantial. Several techniques piqued Qin Shi's interest, particularly the Azure Smoke Avatar technique. According to the description, mastering this technique would allow one to briefly manifest an avatar during combat, significantly enhancing both combat prowess and the ability to escape. Had it not been for the incident involving Ning Fei, Qin Shi would likely have selected a supportive technique from among them. At the end of the second floor of the Technique Pavilion, Qin Shi's gaze fell upon the treasure box containing the purple cloud jade slip. Next to it was an explanatory note. Contribution value required. 500,000. Only one available. Incomplete divine ability not recommended for exchange, solely for archival purposes. This is it. A spark of joy ignited in Qin Shi's eyes as he prepared to place his identity jade token on the treasure box's restrictions. Confident that once the contribution value was deducted, he would obtain the upper part of this purple cloud jade slip. Just then, an elderly voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. Did you not notice the information above? Why do you still wish to exchange? Startled, Qin Shi quickly turned around to find an old man had appeared behind him. The elder's figure was slightly hunched, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with a piercing light. What astonished Qin Shi the most was the man's silent approach. He had sensed nothing, indicating profound cultivation. Qin Shi hastily bowed respectfully and said, Senior, I did see it. It mentions only one is available, which is why I need to exchange it swiftly to prevent others from taking it. Upon hearing this, the elder's mouth involuntarily twitched. I was referring to the information behind that. An incomplete divine ability is not recommended for exchange. How can you not comprehend this? Oh, I noticed that as well. Qin Shi replied nonchalantly. If it were a complete divine ability, I suspect no amount of contribution value would suffice for an exchange. In this light, it seems I am gaining a significant advantage. The elder gasped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to keep pace with the young man's reasoning. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. With the contribution value you possess, I could assist you in selecting a complete Heavenly Way treasure technique. Mastering it would yield far greater power than this incomplete divine ability. No, Qin Shi resolutely shook his head. Even if it is stronger, it still falls within the realm of the Heavenly Way. I simply wish to cultivate a divine ability. The elder's tone grew more intense. Do you not understand? While divine abilities are commendable, they are incomplete. I am aware. Qin Shi nodded earnestly, stating innocently, "It's just that I cannot exchange for a complete divine ability." "Can I?" The elder took a deep breath, seemingly caught in a loop of thought. For many years, the tranquil heart of the ancient well has once again stirred with ripples. The elder steadied his mind and remarked, "Young man, allow me to speak plainly. According to the Academy's regulations, any divine arts exchanged must be returned for replication once you have mastered them, ensuring they do not fade into obscurity." Qin nodded. Fully aware of this principle, teachings must not be disseminated lightly. By exchanging a technique here, the Academy would ultimately possess one less. Only when a practitioner has thoroughly cultivated it may they imprint their insights onto a jade tablet, thus enabling the next cultivator to learn, perpetuating the cycle of transmission. The elder continued, "The purple celestial jade tablet is divided into 3 parts, each a unique and incomplete volume. You will find it impossible to reach full mastery, and consequently, there will be no means to replicate it. Thus, the purple celestial will vanish entirely from existence." He reiterated the importance of this point. The once mighty purple celestial thunder had echoed throughout the vast wilderness, instilling fear in all who heard it. He truly wished to preserve even the faintest trace of such a supreme technique. And moreover, it was for the sake of this impetuous youth. Ah, so it is indeed a unique text. Qin realized, understanding the need for protection. No wonder Ning Fei was so anxious. If the last remnants existed solely in this world, the Ning family would be irrevocably deprived of the purple celestial should he learn it. However, Qin remained puzzled as to why the Ning family was so fixated on the purple celestial. Upon hearing Qin's words, the elder let out a sigh of relief. At last, the young man was capable of understanding. Yet, in the next moment, Qin declared with unwavering resolve, "I was initially hesitant about whether to exchange for it. But now it is clear, to ensure the legacy of the purple celestial, I must proceed with the exchange." The elder grew agitated upon hearing this. "Why are you so stubborn? The Academy's foundational techniques are incapable of sustaining this flawed divine art. In fact, you won't even be able to integrate it into your consciousness within a month, let alone practice it. This would be a sheer waste of both time and effort. Seriously, integrating it into my consciousness would take a month?" Qin was taken aback, incredulous. "But this isn't even cultivation." "Humph." The elder scoffed. "You think the Academy's basic techniques can touch the threshold of the purple celestial? The time frame I mentioned is already optimistic. If you doubt me, then by all means, give it a go." With that, the elder waved his sleeve, lifting the restrictions on the jade box to unveil the purple celestial jade tablet within. Qin's eyes widened with astonishment. "Can I truly give it a try?" The elder, somewhat exasperated, nodded. "Of course, but let me be clear. If you cannot integrate it into your consciousness, you must relinquish any claim to this incomplete divine art and no longer pursue it." The elder had already devised a plan. After Qin departed, he would, despite the Academy's regulations, secure the purple celestial jade tablet, ensuring it would not be exchanged away. He had assumed that no one would be foolish enough to choose a flawed technique that was utterly unpracticable, yet the world is indeed vast, and there are all manner of individuals. Without further contemplation, Qin Shi subtly channeled the great Tao of transformation while extending his hand to touch the jade slip. At the moment of contact, an extraordinary force surged forth from the slip, abruptly enveloping his entire consciousness. Within the sea of awareness, a spectral figure emerged, articulating the verses of the Zixiao Divine Thunder Sutra. The resonant tones of the Tao echoed, as intricate runes coalesced, elucidating the most profound mysteries. In an instant, the void violently tore apart, unleashing a deafening roar, as violet radiance surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Subsequently, formidable purple divine thunders took shape, resembling celestial swords cleaving downwards. Amidst this terrifying spectacle, the complex runes began to disintegrate, transforming into countless fragments that interwove in the air before swiftly merging into the depths of the sea of consciousness. In merely a fleeting moment, Qin Shi's awareness abruptly returned to reality. How was it? The elder inquired, having sensed the threshold of this divine ability. "It is not something you can currently grasp or comprehend. Indeed, it is quite challenging." Qin Shi nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment as he dutifully placed the jade slip back in its original position, turned, and walked away. Retreating was prudent. For the sake of 500,000 contribution points, sometimes it was advantageous to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 90. Ning Fei, you are nothing but a waste. "Ah, young man." Observing Qin Shi's departing figure, the elder called out once more, "Will you not select another treasure technique? I can assist you in choosing one that suits your abilities." However, in the face of the elder's well-meaning offer, Qin Shi appeared oblivious, hastening away without a moment's pause. The elder, Witnessing this, murmured to himself, "Have I been too harsh on this junior? After all, it is a flawed divine ability, one that even we old-timers find challenging to comprehend. Have I gone too far? I must ensure this does not affect the boy's resolve." A hint of guilt laced his words. Having spoken, he raised his hand to re-establish the restrictions on the jade slip. Yet, as he did so, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. He was shocked to discover that the characters for Purple Sky that had once been clear were now mysteriously absent. The elder was momentarily taken aback, incredulously widening his eyes, and quickly verified the situation once more. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, his face a mask of shock as he murmured, "That lad just comprehended this incomplete divine ability? How is that even possible?" The elder stood frozen in place for a long while, as if suddenly jolted back to reality. He stomped his foot in exasperation, exclaiming, "Curse be it! You have comprehended it, yet the contribution value has not been deducted. Can you not do something useful?" Meanwhile, Ning Fei huddled in a corner, his face a portrait of trepidation and fear. After much hesitation, he tremblingly produced the communication stone, saying, "Father, the competition has concluded." Soon, a voice responded from the stone, "Excellent. I received word from my informants that you have made a wager with Qin Shi regarding leaving the academy." With that, raucous laughter erupted from the communication stone. "Ha ha ha. Without the academy's protection, Qin Shi is doomed." Before Ning Fei could utter a word, the voice continued, "You must immediately go to the Technique Pavilion and retrieve the Purple Sky Jade Slip. With the Purple Sky Scroll in hand, if we acquire 2 volumes, we can proceed to the Ghost Tomb and retrieve our ancestor's spirit." Ning Fei gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, "Father, I have lost. And the Purple Sky Jade Slip has been taken by Qin Shi." The laughter from the communication stone abruptly ceased, followed by a prolonged silence. After an indeterminate span of time, an undeniable voice declared, "From now on, you shall answer only with yes to whatever I say." Ning Fei hastily replied, "Yes." The voice then chastised him, "You are nothing but a waste. The family has invested so many resources in you, yet you cannot even rival Qin Shi. You are indeed the most worthless of the worthless." Ning Fei's heart brimmed with resentment, yet he dared not oppose. "Yes." The voice continued, 3 years ago, when your brother shattered your sword, I knew then that you could never match him. You will never win against your brother." Ning Fei attempted to argue, "If you give me a few more years." Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted sharply by his father's voice, "You need only respond with yes." Through gritted teeth, Ning Fei replied, "Yes." The voice of my father echoed once more. To attempt to inspire oneself with a broken sword is merely a display of pettiness. At that moment, it became evident to me that you are nothing but an unworthy wretch. "Yes," Ning Fei replied. "Your only value to the family lies in your exceptional sword affinity. Return now, and become the family's sword." The cold voice of my father resonated through the communication stone. Upon hearing these words, a thunderous shock coursed through Ning Fei's mind. He understood that becoming the family's sword would mean sacrificing his future potential for immediate growth, forever relinquishing the pursuit of the highest path. His father's words today were, in truth, an attempt to shatter his resolve, compelling him to accept the role of a mere sword. In despair, Ning Fei replied, "Yes." His father continued, "You should be grateful to Qin Shi. Had he not continuously suppressed Yin Feng and Tai Gu on the heaven ranking, you would have lost the qualifications to become the family sword after misplacing the Sky Repairing Pearl and the Zishao Jade Slip." Indeed, a sense of desolation washed over Ning Fei. It was absurd that he had not been deemed worthless merely due to the might of his adversary. "Now return to the family and refine your sword within the sword pool." The words were devoid of any emotion. "Yes." Ning Fei's eyes glazed over. He knew the outcome was decided and could not be altered. The reason the Ning family stood at the pinnacle of the world was precisely due to this ruthless disposition. Within the grand yet solemn hall of the Ning family, several powerful top-tier cultivators gathered, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt suffocating. A stern-faced middle-aged man spoke first. "Not only have we lost the Zishao Jade Slip, but we have also allowed Qin Shi to gain fame," catching the eye of the head of the Creation Academy. "In fact, the head has warned us not to provoke Qin Shi. All of this is thanks to Ning Fei. I wonder how you have raised your child, elder brother." The head of the Ning family darkened his expression and retorted, "Second brother. How I raise my children is none of your concern. What we lost from Ning Fei, I will ensure Ning Dao retrieves. Nothing will be left behind." At this moment, the third brother of the Ning family inquired, "Elder brother, what are your plans?" The head of the Ning family nodded slightly. "We shall open the Ghost Tomb early, where Qin Shi will be slain, and we will reclaim the Sky Repairing Pearl and the Zhixiao jade slip, subsequently welcoming back our ancestors. Everyone was taken aback. The ghost tomb is exceedingly perilous. Should Qin Shi perish there, the Creation Academy cannot intervene. But how can we ensure that Qin Shi enters the ghost tomb? Originally, he did not have the qualifications. Calmly, the head of the Ning family produced a form, surveying the crowd before stating, but now he possesses the qualifications. If Qin Shi were present, he would certainly recognize this as the form he had previously filled out in the mission hall. The question posed was, what poison do you believe the daughter of the Medicine King Valley has been afflicted with? To which Qin Shi had responded, I believe it is not poison. The head of the Ning family remarked, Qin Shi is truly astonishing. While all the alchemists were at a loss, he managed to deduce, from just a few words, the theory that what the medicine Ji had encountered might not be poison at all. At this juncture, the head of the Ning family exhibited a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Had it not been for the profound enmity with Qin Shi, he would have genuinely sought to recruit him into the family. Previously, in an effort to diminish Qin Shi's influence within the academy, I dispatched family spies to procure his forms. The head of the Ning family paused momentarily before continuing, but it appears that this has now proven beneficial. Indeed. With this development, Qin Shi is now entangled with the Medicine King Valley, and with our facilitation, his entry into the ghost tomb is almost assured. The third son of the Ning family concurred. If no one has any objections, I shall instruct someone to transmit this form back to the Medicine King Valley, thereby luring out Qin Shi. The head of the Ning family inquired. Wait a moment. The second son of the Ning family furrowed his brow, expressing his dissent. Chapter 91. United with Ling Huang to assassinate Qin Shi. The head of the Ning family cast his gaze upon the second son, inquiring with a calm demeanor, Second brother, do you have any opinions? The second son of the Ning family wore a serious expression, responding, opening the ghost tomb prematurely will undoubtedly disrupt our established plans, especially since we have lost the formidable assistance of the Zhixiao Divine Thunder, which will inevitably place us at a disadvantage within the ghost tomb. Second brother, do we lack the Zhixiao Divine Thunder? Does that mean Qin Shi possesses it? Scoffed the third son of the Ning family. If we open early, Qin Shi likely won't even have time to comprehend it. Continuing his analysis, the third son added, since none of us have the Zhixiao Divine Thunder, can we not rely on Ning Dao's strength to eliminate Qin Shi? The second son of the Ning family sighed softly. I certainly believe in Ning Dao's capabilities, but Qin Shi's methods are adept at overcoming the strong with the weak, while other matters may be inconsequential. The ancestral soul must be treated with utmost caution. The head of the Ning family nodded slightly, solemnly stating, your concerns are indeed valid, but I have devised a comprehensive strategy. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became alert, eagerly inquiring, what is the strategy? With a confident